In a previous life, Jiang Sen's unfortunate existence was meticulously orchestrated by others. Caught in the act of infidelity, he was resigned to marry, relinquish his job, and take his half-brother's place in the countryside. Because of his marital status, he lost the chance to be with the woman he truly loved. It was only after being wrongfully imprisoned that he discovered his son was not his own. In prison, he was stabbed in the back and reborn on the very day of his betrayal in 1977. Confronted once again by those who harbored cruel intentions, Jiang Sen chuckled coldly. Rebirth was indeed a marvelous opportunity. In this lifetime, he would seek vengeance for wrongs, repay kindness, and ensure that the woman he had loved in his past life would no longer suffer. Jiang Sen, what's wrong? Hurry up. Jiang Sen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. The pain of a knife piercing his heart still vivid. He pressed his hand against his chest, only to behold a sea blue tank top. Hadn't he died after being stabbed during a fight in prison? Beside him lay a half-clad woman, her floral blouse carelessly undone, her ample bosom pressing against him, her face alight with youthful allure as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Jiang Sen could never forget the loathsome visage of this woman, his wife from his former life, Huang Liping. Yet, she appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, still possessing an untouched innocence. Jiang Sen, hurry! Huang Liping purred, her sultry gaze inviting as she tugged at her blouse, revealing her fair, rounded shoulders. As she spoke, her hand reached for his trousers. Let me help you. Filled with revulsion, Jiang Sen evaded her, swiftly leaping from the bed and opening the door, only to find himself in his former home before being sent to the countryside. His father's new wife, Bai Jing, and her son, Jiang Lei, had forced him into a makeshift room in the kitchen, while Jiang Lei had usurped his original bedroom. Jiang Sen, what are you doing? Huang Liping exclaimed, hastily covering herself with the blanket. Close the door. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Sen's eyes as he disregarded her, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Had he truly been reborn? Memories surged through his mind. July 20th, 1977, the commencement of his tragic existence. 6 months prior, his mother had perished while attempting to rescue a female worker from a machine. In compensation, the cotton mill leadership offered him a position. Jiang Lei conspired with Huang Liping to seduce him. Knowing he was a young man brimming with vigor, unable to resist, he succumbed to her advances. Just as they were entwined, the door was kicked open, revealing his furious father. Huang Liping, in a fit of desperation, accused Jiang Sen of coercion, plunging him into an abyss of despair. His father, enraged, struck him. You wretched child! How could you engage in such despicable behavior? Is this the result of my kindness? Even if you work at the cotton mill, I cannot bear this shame. You will give your position to Jiang Lei and be sent to the countryside. You must take responsibility for today's events and hurry to obtain a marriage certificate. Liping, you needn't cry. You and Jiang Sen are to marry anyway. I will find you a job at the food factory. With his job lost, a marriage certificate in hand, and being forced into the countryside, Jiang Sen felt guilt-ridden, unknowingly stepping into their trap. Within 6 months, Huang Liping bore him a son. It was only later, when Jiang Lei visited him in prison, that he learned the child was not his, but rather Huang Liping's offspring conceived with Jiang Lei, who had deceived him into believing it was premature. Jiang Sen yearned to slap his foolish past self. Life in the northern wilderness was harsh. He scrimped and saved, sending 10 yuan and 10 jin of food stamps to his son, along with foraged goods he could scarcely bear to eat. Upon returning to the city 3 years later, he was assigned to a street factory, living once again with Huang Liping. For 10 years, he endured a life filled with betrayal, until one fateful night, he was knocked unconscious and accused of embezzling a substantial quantity of steel, leading to a life sentence. In prison, factional violence was rampant, and to survive, he became hardened and ruthless. After over a decade of confinement, he awaited a visit from neither his wife nor son, but Jiang Lei instead. You didn't know? Since you were sent to the countryside, I've been with your wife nearly every night. I must thank you for raising my son all these years without knowing. Oh, and I should reveal that I'm also your father's biological son. Just await your demise in prison. Haha. The flood of memories twisted Jiang Sen's face into a grimace, his nails digging into his palms. The pain brought him clarity. Rebirth was indeed a wondrous blessing. He would reclaim everything lost, avenging wrongs and repaying kindness. At this moment, he and Huang Liping had merely begun their encounter. There was still time. A sly smile crept upon Jiang Sen's lips as he turned to her. I have something special for you. Be a good girl and undress. Huang Liping, initially startled by his response, thought he had uncovered their scheme. However, seeing his gaze fixed upon her, she sighed with relief, secretly reveling in her allure. With a playful smile, she quickly shed her garments beneath the covers, shyly lifting a corner of the blanket. All right, are you not coming over? Jiang Sen approached, admiring her alluring figure, marveling at why he had been so captivated in his previous life any man would find it hard to resist. Yet who would have imagined she harbored a heart as venomous as a serpent? Jiang Sen Huang Liping noticed his unwavering gaze, her pride swelling as she deliberately arched her back. Have you seen enough? Without a word, Jiang Sen suddenly yanked her up and tossed her over his shoulder, striding toward the door. Ah, what are you doing? Let me go. Huang Liping panicked, bewildered by his intentions. In broad daylight, if seen, she would be branded scandalous, risking arrest for indecency. Jiang Sen carried her into Jiang Lei's room, his former sanctuary, and unceremoniously threw her onto the bed, striking her neck with a swift motion. As she fell unconscious, he scoffed coldly, exiting the room. He recalled Jiang Lei lurking outside, ready to eavesdrop, while Bai Jing had fetched Jiang Daiyou, preparing to catch them in the act. He concealed himself behind the gate, waiting. Soon after, the gate creaked open, and Jiang Lei stealthily entered, as if a thief in the night. Jiang Sen quietly shut the door, swiftly advancing to deliver a blow that rendered Jiang Lei unconscious. Looking down at the fallen figure, Jiang Sen chuckled darkly. Now you shall experience the taste of betrayal. He dragged Jiang Lei into the room, undressed him, and positioned him on the bed, arranging them in a compromising manner. Afterward, he tossed Huang Liping's clothes into the mix. Now, he merely awaited his father's entrance to catch them in the act. Jiang Sen stepped out of the room, ready for the unfolding drama. At the alley's mouth, Bai Jing and Jiang Daiyou hurried back. Old Jiang, please don't be angry. Jiang Sen is grown, he understands. How could he possibly engage in such behavior without marriage? Don't blame me, it's your indulgence that has led him astray. Keep your voice down. Are you not afraid others will hear of Jiang Sen's indiscretions? How could one commit such an act and fear exposure? My old face has been utterly disgraced. Step aside, do not obstruct me. Old Jiang, be gentle when you strike. He is still young. Young? He is already capable of consorting with women. And you say he is young? Watch as I do not beat him to death today. Old Jiang, if this matter gets out, it will adversely affect his future employment at the cotton mill. Does he still aspire to work? This time, even if he wishes to, there will be no opportunity. He'll have Jiang Lei take his place. As Jiang Sen saw them drawing nearer, he hurried into the home of his neighbor, the community director, Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao had always maintained a good relationship with his mother. After his mother's passing, she had taken extra care of him, but since moving to the countryside, he had not seen her again. She was well aware of the family matters, often cursing Jiang Daiyou behind his back for his lack of conscience. Upon pushing the door open, a voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" "Aunt Zhao, it's me." A middle-aged woman in her 50s emerged from the room, her short hair framing her face, clad in a floral top and khaki trousers, her feet adorned with black cloth shoes. "Jiang Sen, I heard the cotton mill has given you a position. This is wonderful news. Come in and sit." Seeing Jiang Sen's grim expression, Aunt Zhao quickly asked, "What is it? Have they bullied you again?" Jiang Sen revealed that his father might transfer his job to Jiang Lei, and feeling dejected, he had come over. Fuming, Aunt Zhao seized Jiang Sen by the arm. "Come on, is there no place to seek justice? They only know how to bully a child." Jiang Sen guessed Aunt Zhao would confront Jiang Daiyou, just in time to witness Jiang Lei and his girlfriend, Huang Liping, in their illicit affair. Such a scene required a significant figure to be present. Aunt Zhao was the renowned loudspeaker of the area, ensuring that both official policies and neighborhood gossip reached every corner. What Jiang Sen desired was to escalate the situation. "Aunt Zhao, you go ahead. It would be inappropriate for me to be present." "All right, you go for a stroll. Leave this matter to me." Once Jiang Sen departed, Aunt Zhao turned and entered Jiang's home, raising her voice, "Jiang Daiyou, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but if you have no compassion for Jiang Sen after losing his mother, why make things difficult for him? Your wife sacrificed herself to save others, and the factory commended her, encouraging everyone to learn from her spirit of dedication, compensating your family with money and tickets. And now you expect Jiang Sen to relinquish his job for Jiang Lei? Where has your conscience gone? I must have a good look at you." However, as Aunt Zhao continued her tirade, her voice suddenly fell silent, and Jiang Sen realized she had witnessed the scene of infidelity, prompting him to hasten his exit. At the end of the alley was the post office. He pulled out a dime from his pocket, purchased a few sheets of stationery and 3 envelopes, and after penning several complaint letters, he sealed them and left the post office. In his previous life, he had discovered the truth too late this time. He intended to act swiftly. He submitted a letter to the complaint boxes of the Revolutionary Committee, the police station, and the neighborhood committee, then turned back to run home. He hoped that the timing he calculated would be accurate. After all, in this era, these 3 departments would take complaint letters very seriously and act promptly. Arriving at his doorstep, Jiang Sen took a breath and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he saw Aunt Zhao, Jiang Daiyou, and Bai Jing seated at the dining table. Jiang Lei and Huang Liping were kneeling on the floor, disheveled, pleading their innocence to Jiang Daiyou and Bai Jing. Aunt Zhao, furious, slammed the table. "What is this? This is nothing short of hooliganism, engaging in illicit relations. You are still Jiang Sen's girlfriend, yet you have the audacity to do such shameless things with his brother. This is a serious issue. Thank goodness you haven't registered your marriage. Had you married Jiang Sen, this would be considered infidelity." Jiang Daiyou's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, while Bai Jing's countenance resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. Upon entering, Jiang Sen overheard these words, initially stunned, followed by a surge of rage as he rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Lei and preparing to strike. "How dare you sleep with my girlfriend?" He struck. "Ever since you arrived, I've given you everything, even my room, and my father expects me to relinquish my job to you, and yet you dare to covet my girlfriend." Jiang Lei, bewildered, screamed, I didn't. We did nothing. You're framing me. Dad. Mom. Help." Bai Jing rushed forward to intervene, but Jiang Sen shrugged her off, causing her to stumble back where Jiang Daiyou caught her. Jiang Sen unleashed all the resentment from his previous life, landing blow after blow. "Old Jiang, pull him away. He has always resented Jiang Lei for taking his position and hates me for taking his mother's place. If you don't intervene, you may truly kill him." Bai Jing cried in Jiang Daiyou's embrace, her tears blending with her pleas. A woman in her 40s, well-maintained, with a voluptuous figure and striking beauty, her current state of weeping made her appear pitiful, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Jiang Daiyou, filled with concern, comforted her with gentle pats before attempting to restrain Jiang Sr. "Jiang Sen, stop." At that moment, Jiang Sen seemed almost frenzied, pushing Jiang Daiyou away with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Huang Liping, taken aback by Jiang Sen's fierce demeanor, momentarily forgot her tears, hastily imploring, "Jiang Sen, let me explain, it's not what you think." At this juncture, she suddenly recalled something, looking at Jiang Sen in disbelief. "It was you? You set me up." We clearly. She intended to say that she and Jiang Sen had been preparing to be intimate, but Jiang Sen had carried her into Jiang Lei's room and knocked her unconscious. Upon awakening, she discovered someone on top of her, and Jiang Lei, upon waking, found himself with an unclothed Huang Liping in his embrace, unable to resist the allure. But then the door swung open, revealing Jiang Daiyou and Bai Jing. How had it come to this? Shouldn't it have been Jiang Sen and Huang Liping caught in the act, inciting their father's wrath, consequently forcing Jiang Sen to relinquish his job and be sent back to the countryside? Yet now, it was he who had been caught. This didn't make sense. Jiang Lei suddenly recalled being knocked unconscious upon entering, and everything fell into place. It had to be Jiang Sen's doing. Initially, he attempted to fight back, but he was no match for Jiang Sr. The skills Jiang Sen had honed while fighting in prison were beyond his capability to handle. However, what Jiang Sen wanted was for Jiang Lei to resist, even to the point of offering his own face for a punch. Then they grappled, crashing into the table with a resounding thud, unable to pull apart. Jiang Sen dragged Jiang Lei slowly into the yard, eyeing a brick by the door and seizing the opportunity to lift it, intending to bring it down upon his own head. In prison, an old inmate had told him that one who could harm themselves was a true savage. Jiang Sen aimed to ruin Jiang Lei's reputation and make him taste the bitterness of imprisonment. With a blood-curdling scream, Jiang Sen cried out, "Ah!" At that moment, Jiang Daiyou and the others rushed out of the room, unaware of what had transpired, only to find Jiang Sen lying on the ground, bloodied, with a brick at Jiang Lei's feet. Aunt Zhao, seeing the blood, trembled, "Oh no! Help! Someone has been killed." Jiang Lei stared blankly at Jiang Sen on the ground, his face drained of color, lips quivering as he finally reacted. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." He hit himself with that brick. Yet no matter how he protested, even Bai Jing's gaze was laced with doubt. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and a dozen people appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Aunt Zhao felt a surge of confidence. You've come just in time. There's been a death. Jiang Sen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his timing had been calculated perfectly. Chapter 3. Severing ties. We received a tip-off alleging that inappropriate relationships were occurring here. How scandalous. Who is Jiang Lei? Just as a man, seemingly an official, finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Sen lying on the ground. What has transpired? Jiang Lei's face was ashen, resembling that of a corpse. As he pointed at Jiang Sen and shouted, "It's him. He is the one who has framed us. Dad, Mom, I am wronged. It's all a misunderstanding." Jiang Dayo rushed forward to clarify that this was merely a domestic squabble between the two brothers. Yes, just a playful spat. Bai Jing, flustered, quickly joined in with a nervous smile to explain. A playful spat? Aunt Zhao had had enough. She stepped forward and declared, "I came to discuss Jiang Sen's situation with Jiang Dayo, only to stumble upon his brother in bed with his girlfriend, engaged in the most shameless act. Oh, I can hardly bring myself to utter it. Spit, spit, spit. And now they want to kill him. I witnessed it all with my own eyes. This is intentional harm. Take him away." Upon hearing Aunt Zhao's words, the officer ordered the police to apprehend Jiang Lei immediately. "No!" Bai Jing screamed, rushing forward and turning to Jiang Dayo for help, pleading, "Old Jiang, you must speak. Don't let them take our son away." Jiang Dayo quickly interjected, "Comrades, this is a misunderstanding, truly." Aunt Zhao approached Jiang Sen, helping him to his feet, then scolded, "A life is at stake, and you still call it a misunderstanding. They say where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. You've bullied him enough in the past, and now you've beaten him to this extent, yet you still claim misunderstanding. You want him dead." Jiang Sen had just awakened, weakly pointing at Jiang Lei. "You actually tried to kill me over a woman and a job. I didn't tee. You hit yourself with a brick, not me." Jiang Lei protested as he was restrained. Aunt Zhao had already recounted the events, and Jiang Lei's cries for innocence only corroborated Aunt Zhao's account. The officer frowned, glaring at Jiang Lei. "Show me how you smashed your own head with a brick. Enough of this nonsense. Take him away." "And what about the woman involved in this scandalous relationship?" Huang Liping, hiding in a room, trembled at the mention, too frightened to show herself, but was dragged out by Aunt Zhao and taken away alongside Jiang Lei. Jiang Sen, supported by Aunt Zhao, thought to himself that the tip-off included more than just Jiang Lei and Huang Liping. It also implicated Jiang Dayo and Bai Jing, and this was just the beginning. Bai Jing was filled with rage towards Jiang Sen, throwing herself into Jiang Dayo's arms, crying that she wished to die, feigning fear as she glanced at Jiang Sen. "Old Jiang, what if someone does this to me in the future? Perhaps I should leave with our son to avoid drawing hatred." Goodness. Jiang Sen was almost amused by Bai Jing's shamelessness. Aunt Zhao was about to escort Jiang Sen to the hospital when she overheard Bai Jing's words and nearly lost her composure. Just then, the committee member spoke again. "Jiang Dayo, this is not over yet. You have also been reported for severe misconduct. After your marriage, you've been engaging in an affair with another woman. Come with us." Aunt Zhao gasped, pointing at Jiang Dayo and scolding. "Jiang Dayo, with those thick brows and bright eyes. I never would have guessed you to be such a beast in human form. Xiaomei must be turning in her grave." Xiaomei was Jiang Sen's mother, Lu Xiaomei. The impact of this revelation was staggering, leaving even Jiang Dayo speechless. In this era, relations between men and women, if one were to put it nicely, could be termed as promiscuity. If not, it's plain debauchery. The consequences could range from public humiliation to imprisonment for lewd conduct. Adultery was far more serious, often leading to public trials and potentially even death. How could Jiang Dayo not feel panic? Is this all a misunderstanding? Jiang Dayo forced a nervous smile, feigning calmness as he ran his fingers through his hair. "I remarried only after my first wife passed away. The street." "Yes, Aunt Zhao can attest to this. When we registered, it was at her office." Aunt Zhao was taken aback, although Jiang Sen's mother had only been gone for a month when he brought Bai Jing home. Attracting much gossip, they had indeed registered first. However, the committee official sneered. "Is that so? Then show me Jiang Lei's birth certificate." In this era, a child's birth registration must include both parents' names. Without it, one cannot obtain a birth certificate. Without a birth certificate, one cannot have a household registration, leading to a status of being unregistered, subjecting both the mother and child to scorn. Bai Jing panicked, her voice rising. "You cannot take it." Jiang Sen whispered to Aunt Zhao, Jiang Lei's birth certificate is locked in their room S drawer. The key is with my father. Aunt Zhao nodded, patting his arm. Don't worry. Today, we will ensure justice for you. She cast a cold glance at Jiang Dayo. Jiang Dayo, this has escalated to this point. If you possess any sense of integrity, you should hand over Jiang Lei's birth certificate and reveal whose name appears in the Father S section. If you are innocent, the committee and the police will not wrong you. At that moment, true fear gripped Jiang Dayo, his eyes darting, his expression more mournful than tears could convey. Hand it over. Aunt Zhao extended her hand. If the committee had to take action, he would have no chance left. The committee officer stared at Jiang Dayo with a stern expression. Not willing to comply? Then we will search your home. There may be other issues. A home search is a grave matter. Jiang Dayo caved, his head drooping as he muttered, I will go get it myself. Jiang Dayo. Bai Jing shouted his full name. On Jiang Lei's birth certificate, the Father S section bore Jiang Dayo's name, rendering any attempt at denial utterly futile. The officials brought by the committee were eager to advance, but upon seeing Jiang Dayo comply, they held their ground. This year, the atmosphere had shifted. Unlike in the early 60s and 70s, when no evidence was needed to arrest someone, followed by a home search and subsequent interrogation, those apprehended back then often remained oblivious to their crimes. Shortly, Jiang Dayo emerged, holding a stiff card. Aunt Zhao snatched it from him, and upon reading its contents, her finger nearly jabbed Jiang Dayo's face. What more do you have to say? Huh? Poor Xiaomei gave birth to Jiang Sen just a year ago, and you've already fathered a child with this woman. Splendid. Now, you're all conspiring to kill Jiang Sen. How could you be so heartless? With such severe misconduct revealed, what could he possibly say? Take this pair of adulterers away. The committee officer raised Jiang Lei's birth certificate, affirming the evidence was indisputable. Any attempt to refute would be futile. Aunt Zhao, Jiang Sen seized the moment. I wish to sever ties with them. To be associated with them brings me great shame. You truly possess remarkable awareness. I agree. Let us go to the neighborhood committee for confirmation and to the police station for your own household registration. Those morally corrupt individuals must be firmly distanced from. After Aunt Zhao's declaration, she turned to Jiang Dayo, berating, Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? No wonder I saw Xiaomei crying on her way to work the day she passed. Did she learn of your disgraceful actions? Jiang Sen felt a jolt in his heart. He had no prior knowledge of this matter. Chapter 4. Visitation. After Jiang Dayo and Bai Jing were taken away, the committee officer intended to speak with Jiang Sen. But upon seeing the blood on his head, he waved his hand. First, go to the hospital for treatment, then come to the committee. There are still matters that require your confirmation. Aunt Zhao agreed, anxiously urging Jiang Sen to hurry. Jiang Sen said, Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Without you, I might have. Aunt Zhao quickly interrupted. What thanks? Had I known your father, Jiang Dayo was so heartless. I should have intervened and helped you gain independence after your mother's passing, and we wouldn't be in this predicament. Alas, as I pondered your maturity, I thought that no matter how poorly they treated you, it would not matter much. Once you began working, they would surely try to curry favor with you. Who could have foreseen? Alas, fortunately, I encountered you today, otherwise you might have. Sigh. Aunt Zhao lamented continuously, evidently feeling indignant on Jiang Sen's behalf. A warm current flowed through Jiang Sen's heart, which had long been hardened. In 2 lifetimes, he had never truly experienced genuine concern. Even when Bai Jing and Huang Liping showed him care, it had always felt feigned. It was rare for Aunt Zhao to remember his mother and to show such concern for him. He resolved to repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. The two made their way to the workers' hospital of the equipment factory. As Jiang Sen was the child of a factory worker, most people recognized him and were somewhat aware of his family circumstances. Upon seeing his bloodied head, they presumed something grave had occurred. Even the factory director came to inquire. Jiang Sen remained silent, refusing to speak to anyone. Aunt Zhao could no longer contain herself and recounted the events in rapid succession. What does it mean to evoke public outrage? It is simply when one person loudly proclaims their righteousness, rallying everyone to their side, isolating or collectively attacking a truly heinous individual. He could not speak to his father's right or wrong. His silence was to create an opportunity for Aunt Zhao. As expected, the factory director was the first to slam the table in anger. I was just informed that the higher-ups wanted me to attend a meeting in the district regarding the conduct of the masses, especially that of the cadres. It turns out the culprit is Jiang Dayo. To think he could lay hands on his own son. It is utterly infuriating. Child, do not worry. If an investigation is conducted, we will not shield him. We shall ensure you receive justice. Jiang Sen, moved, replied, Thank you, Uncle Liu, but he is still my father. Aunt Zhao has already taken the lead in severing ties with them. So please do not be angry. It might harm your health, and I would feel guilty. It is all my fault. Had I not sought out Aunt Zhao, they would not have been taken away. The factory director nodded in understanding, saying, Rest assured. I know you still hold on to the father-son bond. I will keep an eye on this matter. Focus on your recovery, and should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Many visitors who came to see Jiang Sen had good relations with Jiang Dayo. Upon hearing of his troubles, they were taken aback, but did not inquire further. Like the factory director, they expressed concern for Jiang Sen before leaving a few coins and some ration tickets. After Aunt Zhao and the others departed, she sighed, Poor child, do not be disheartened. So many stand by your side. This too shall pass. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiang Sen's head was wrapped like a dumpling, carrying medicine and nearly 100 yuan along with over 100 jin of ration tickets in his pocket. In these times, mere money held little value. One also needed ration tickets. He recalled that it was only in the early 90s that the government abolished ration tickets and various other coupons. Without these tickets, purchasing anything became a challenge, unless one resorted to the black market. Yet, the black market posed its own risks, if caught. One could be sentenced to 10 or 8 years for speculation. Jiang Sen, do not be disheartened. I will accompany you home to rest. I will speak to the Revolutionary Committee on your behalf. Aunt Zhao, glancing at Jiang Sen's bandaged head, felt a pang of sympathy. You need not cook anymore. You can eat at Aunt Zhao's place. Let us visit the Revolutionary Committee, Jiang Sen replied. If you are free, accompany me. The sooner we settle this, the sooner I can focus on healing. He wished to witness the disheveled appearances of Jiang Lei and Bai Jing. How could he find peace without seeing the faces of those who had caused him such suffering in his past life? Upon arriving at the Revolutionary Committee, the previous cadre was still present. He looked startled at the sight of Jiang Sen's head, but motioned for him and Aunt Zhao to take a seat. After a brief inquiry into the matter, the meeting concluded. As they were about to leave, the cadre mentioned the individuals are being held at the police station. You will need to go there for a statement. Jiang Sen felt that in his previous life, he had overlooked many details or simply failed to pay attention. Was a revolutionary committee now so accommodating? Then he suddenly remembered that it was 1977 and the national policies had begun to relax, with the resumption of the college entrance examinations on the horizon, followed by the reform and opening up. In 1979, the Revolutionary Committee would be completely dissolved. No wonder the committee seemed less ostentatious in their dealings. They must be wary of retribution later on. At the police station, the officers were very cordial, offering him a seat, pouring water, and inquiring about his injuries before proceeding to take his statement. Primarily, Aunt Zhao spoke while Jiang Sen added his comments. Once the statement was completed, Jiang Sen inquired, What will happen to them? The officer replied, That will be determined after reporting to the higher-ups. Jiang Sen sensed that it was unlikely they would face the severe penalties of the past, such as hard labor or the death penalty. May I see them? He asked quietly. The officers and Aunt Zhao, perceiving his feelings toward the paternal bond, sighed sympathetically. Regulations prohibit it. But considering you are the victim and have a relationship with them, we can make an exception, but the time must be brief. Jiang Sen was granted his wish to see Jiang Lei in the detention room. This was his request. The room was small, with iron bars, and Jiang Lei sat in a corner, handcuffed and despondent. The officer informed him that they had 3 minutes before he would leave. Jiang Sen approached the bars, and as Jiang Lei slowly lifted his head, a flicker of recognition ignited in his vacant eyes. Jiang Sen, brother, I am sorry. It was my fault. Please spare me. Jiang Sen smiled, his gaze cold and laced with a thirst for vengeance. Jiang Lei shivered, a chill creeping up his spine as he suddenly realized something. You did this on purpose. You knew all along, didn't you? Jiang Sen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I did it intentionally. I wanted you to experience what it is like to be imprisoned. I wanted you to understand how the inmates treat newcomers. I've heard many enjoy fresh boys. Jiang Sen leaned in closer, lowering his voice, yet it resonated with a chilling and terrifying tone. Jiang Lei, consumed by rage and fear, trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he reached out to grab Jiang Sen. I will kill you. Jiang Sen merely stepped back, shaking his head, perhaps in your next life. Jiang Lei's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at him with unbridled fury. Jiang Sen felt no urgency. 3 minutes is neither long nor short. He savored the moment, relishing the thrill of revenge, thinking, when you plotted against me, did you ever consider this day would come? Chapter 5. The greatest mockery in his previous life. When Jiang Lei recounted those events in prison, he had reacted just as he did now. You thought that by having Huang Liping seduce me, I would fall for it? I knew long before that you had slept with her. Why would I ever touch her again? Jiang Lei gasped for breath, unable to utter a word. His eyes filled with hatred, wishing he could bore holes through Jiang Sen with his glare. Time is nearly up, came the voice of the officer from outside. Jiang Sen glanced back and leaned in, whispering the last words Jiang Lei had uttered before leaving prison. You can just wait for death in prison. He chuckled softly. As Jiang Sen exited, Jiang Lei furiously pounded on the bars. Jiang Sen, I will kill you. Kill you. Subsequently, Jiang Sen was taken to another detention room to meet Jiang Daiyou. People often say one can turn gray overnight, but in just half a day, Jiang Daiyou appeared to have aged a decade. Looking up at Jiang Sen, his eyes reflected a flicker of emotion, soon replaced by a glare of hatred. If it weren't for you, how would I have fallen to such depths? I was about to be promoted from deputy director to director, with a corresponding increase in salary. All the benefits within reach, ruined by this son of mine. How could I not despise you? Jiang Sen felt a deep sense of disappointment in him. From the moment he stood by Jing and Jiang Lei in his previous life, he was filled with disappointment. In this life, the remnants of familial affection vanished entirely with the exposure of his relationship with Bai Jing and Jiang Lei. If you love Bai Jing, why did you marry my mother? Jiang Sen asked bluntly. On the day my mother had her accident, was it because she learned of your relationship that she went to work in tears? Jiang Daiyou was caught off guard by Jiang Sen's direct inquiry about his mother, momentarily stunned, turning his head away. Jiang Sen maintained a calm demeanor, reiterating, if you love Bai Jing, why marry my mother and have me? After my mother passed, you immediately brought her in and colluded to bully me. Jiang Daiyou lowered his gaze, remaining silent. I am also your biological son. Why treat me this way? Do you regret not having eliminated me sooner to make room for them? Jiang Sen fixed his gaze on Jiang Daiyou, yet he remained mute. The officer reminded them that time was up, prompting Jiang Sen to state, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. He departed, leaving Jiang Daiyou staring at the closed door of the detention room, motionless and silent for an extended period. Jiang Sen initially intended to see only Jiang Lei and Jiang Daiyou, without any plans to meet Bai Jing. However, Jiang Daiyou's silence prompted a change of heart. Upon entering, Bai Jing was no longer the fair and beautiful woman she once was. Her hair was disheveled, and she appeared utterly disheveled. Seeing Jiang Sen enter was akin to finding a lifeline, and she rushed to the bars, pleading, Jiang Sen, I know I wronged you and I understand you hate me. But Jiang Lei is your biological brother. If he is sentenced, his life will be ruined. And he pleads with you. Tell the police it was just a prank between you two. Please. Jiang Sen found her desperation laughable. Even at this juncture, Bai Jing still believed she could negotiate. When he remained silent, Bai Jing collapsed to the ground, weeping, as long as you spare Jiang Lei, I will do anything you ask. I will give you all the money in my house. Yes, all of it. The money is at the bottom of the cabinet in my room. I beg you. Spare Jiang Lei. He is still a child. Jiang Sen had witnessed countless parents of troublesome children utter such phrases in his past life. Bai Jing's unconditional indulgence and Jiang Daiyou's boundless tolerance had allowed Jiang Lei to resort to unscrupulous means to fulfill his desires. And he, Jiang Sen, was merely their sacrifice. It was a profound mockery. Jiang Sen, I beg you. I truly don't want things to be this way. Bai Jing continued to cry. I know I shouldn't have confronted your mother, nor should I have occupied her place. It was all my fault. I beg you, even if it cost me my life. Please spare Jiang Lei. Rage surged within Jiang Sen as he recalled Aunt Zhao's words, confirming that there was more to his mother's accident than met the eye. Bai Jing. He called her name directly, squatting before her, locking eyes. On the day my mother had her accident, did you seek her out? Bai Jing instinctively nodded, but then realized what she was doing and shook her head vigorously, frantically explaining, no, I didn't mean to. I had no idea she would have an accident that day. Please believe me, I truly silence. Jiang Sen interjected, gripping Bai Jing's collar and pulling her toward the bars. Teeth clenched as he spoke. Do you have no shame? My mother is gone, and you shamelessly occupy her bed and share a man. Aren't you afraid she will rise from the grave to settle the score with you? Jiang Sen's words struck fear into Bai Jing, and she instinctively recoiled. Yet Jiang's son yanked her back, slamming her against the bars, causing her chest to ache. Bai Jing, I tell you this. In this lifetime, you will never find peace. You and that bastard son of yours should prepare to experience the taste of misery when you realize that wishing for death is a luxury. You'll comprehend the depth of my hatred for you. Dream on if you think I will spare Jiang Lei. Even if he doesn't die in prison, when he's released, I will make him beg on his knees for death. Just wait. Jiang Sen's words sent a chill through Bai Jing, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, shaking her head and muttering, No, Jiang's son, disinterested in her any further, stood up, brushed off his hands as if discarding something filthy, and exited. Bai Jing, in despair, slumped to the ground, her face ashen. Jiang's son chose not to see Huang Liping, feeling disgusted. Outside the police station, Aunt Zhao hurriedly inquired upon his emergence. Did you meet with them? Jiang Sen nodded, stating, Aunt Zhao, I will need your assistance with the severance letter. I have a headache and wish to rest. Aunt Zhao, filled with concern, replied, All right, let's return home. You need not worry about this matter. I will get a letter so that your father, Jiang Dayo, can sign it. Rest well. Upon returning home, Jiang's son felt the burdens of his past life dissipate, a sense of lightness enveloping him. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and when he opened them again, tranquility filled his gaze. He walked directly into Jiang Dayo and Bai Jing's room, rummaging through their belongings and uncovering all the hidden money and tickets. To his surprise, Jiang Dayo and Bai Jing possessed such substantial wealth. 800 yuan. Over 1,000 jin of grain tickets, cloth tickets, industrial tickets, and dozens of various other tickets. Jiang's son unceremoniously stuffed them into his pockets. Surveying the modest two-bedroom apartment allocated to his parents upon their marriage, he noted it was public housing registered under Jiang Dayo's name, rendering it unsellable. Yet, he needed to sever ties with Jiang Dayo and could no longer reside there. Fortunately, a group was scheduled to head to the countryside in a few days, and he needed to register with the neighborhood committee, hoping it was not too late. Chapter 6. I want to go to the countryside that evening. Jiang's son dined at Aunt Zhao's home, leaving behind 10 yuan and 10 jin of grain tickets, a generous offering sufficient to cover over half a month's meals for an ordinary family. After some initial reluctance, Aunt Zhao accepted upon Jiang Sen's insistence that he would be dining there for the next few days. All right, I will buy something nice for you, Aunt Zhao declared, presenting him with a piece of paper containing a certificate. Keep this safe. It is proof of your severance from Jiang Dayo, complete with his signature and thumbprint. I never anticipated that knowing someone could be so deceptive. When I asked him to sign, he did so without a word. Don't overthink it. If you encounter difficulties, seek assistance from the organization. They will help you. Once you begin working at the cotton mill, they will allocate you housing. In time, you can find a good woman to marry, and the mill will provide you with a house, allowing you to distance yourself from them. Jiang Sen smiled faithfully, nodding but remaining silent, which Aunt Zhao misinterpreted. I told you not to be upset. What you're doing is right. Otherwise, who knows how much more they would have harmed you. You must strive for independence. The country values the development of young people. Strengthen your studies and skills, and in due time, they will regret their actions. Jiang's son continued to nod, his thoughts wandering far away. In the dense, primordial forests of the greater Xing'an Range in northeast China, a lithe figure, gun in hand, aimed at a target. The crack of a gunshot startled the birds into flight, and the person dashed forward to hoist the prey, turning back to reveal a radiant face smiling at Jiang's senator brother Jiang. Look at this plump roe deer. It is perfect for you. Her large eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and her smile shone like a brilliant galaxy. Having returned to life, Jiang's son realized that he need not go to the countryside. However, for the sake of those captivating eyes and that radiant smile, he felt compelled to do so. It was a regret from his past life, having missed the chance to be with the woman he truly loved due to Jiang Lei's machinations and Huang Liping's marriage certificate. Aunt Zhao, there is one more favor I would like to ask of you. Aunt Zhao smiled. This child, speak your mind. I wish to sell my job placement. Could you help me find someone interested in purchasing it? Sell your job placement? Aunt Zhao widened her eyes in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Where will you find another job now? Selling your position means you'll have to go down to the countryside and join the work teams. Have you truly thought this through? I have indeed made up my mind. I wish to heed the national call and support rural development by heading to the countryside. Jiang's son scratched his head, where the scab was itching a bit. I also need your assistance to register my name. I wish to leave for the countryside soon. With my family in such a state, staying here seems pointless. In Kyoto, he found little worth clinging to. Aunt Zhao, with a look of concern, responded, "There's no issue with finding work. There are plenty of positions available. However, your injury hasn't healed yet, and the current group departs the day after tomorrow. That's too rushed. I can arrange for you to join the next group instead." "No, I prefer to go with this group." Jiang Sen exhaled. "Tomorrow, I'll visit my mother's grave, tidy things up, and then leave with them. I don't wish to see them again. It's better to just go." Upon returning from Aunt Zhao's home, Jiang Sen retrieved a camphor wood box. In his previous life, it had contained his mother's belongings, all of which had been taken by Jiang Daiyou and by Jing, leaving only a family portrait behind, a black and white photo of the three of them taken on his first birthday, which he had kept tucked in a book. To his astonishment, upon his rebirth, only this photo remained. After gazing at it for a while, he placed it into a red notebook, stuffed it into his backpack, and began packing his clothes. That evening, Aunt Zhao visited him again, announcing that she had sold his job for 1,500 yuan. "It's not surprising that your position sold so quickly. Job openings in state-owned enterprises are highly coveted at this time. As soon as news breaks, people will do anything to secure one. The cotton spinning factory is a guaranteed iron rice bowl." She continued. "It was purchased by a man named Yang Qiming from the supply and marketing cooperative for his daughter. They have a son serving in the military, and since their daughter is unemployed, she has to go to the countryside. Your job is a timely blessing for them, especially since it's at the cotton spinning factory, which is most suitable for women." They didn't even negotiate the price. After discussing this, Aunt Zhao shared that the outcomes for Jiang Daiyou and Bai Jing had also been decided. The higher-ups deemed their behavior a misconduct issue, and they will certainly lose their jobs. However, due to new policies, they won't face criminal charges. Instead, they'll be assigned to sweep the streets and clean the toilets daily, along with weekly public denunciations and re-education sessions. Jiang Sen felt satisfied. This outcome was far more punishing than imprisonment. Well done, he thought. As for Huang Liping, despite having been Jiang Sen's girlfriend, they never registered their marriage. Thus her situation was classified as a moral failure. The authorities mandated she attend ideological education classes, and after a single public denunciation, she would be assigned to street cleaning as well, with no prospects of work at the food factory. Aunt Zhao scoffed. "They've gotten off lightly. What about Jiang Lei?" Jiang Sen inquired. Aunt Zhao snorted disdainfully. Jiang Lei originally wouldn't have faced major repercussions for his involvement with Huang Liping. He would have likely just been assigned to street cleaning like her. However, in his foolishness, he chose to injure you, his own brother, with a brick, which was deemed intentional harm, resulting in a 10-year sentence. Excellent, Jiang Sen thought, relishing the idea of him experiencing prison life. 10 years might not compare to his previous life sentence, but Jiang Lei was not him. Surviving those 10 years would be a challenge, serving as a lesson for them. Jiang Sen sighed, thinking it was better than wishing for their execution. Aunt Zhao remarked, "Fortunately, the policy has changed this year. Had it been 2 years earlier, they would have certainly faced execution." The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Sen went to the cemetery to pay respects to his mother and shared the news of retribution with her. Upon returning, he went to the neighborhood committee to obtain the necessary proof and introduction letter for his rural assignment. Aunt Zhao and other committee members tried to persuade him to wait for the next group, but Jiang Sen quickly replied, "Thank you, everyone. I wish to leave with the August group because it's summer and the weather is warm. By October, the snow in the northern wilderness will be heavy. I left in October last time, and by then the snow had blocked the mountains, nearly freezing me to death. This time, I must leave before the snow arrives." Aunt Zhao remained worried, but recognized the logic in Jiang Sen's reasoning. Since the decision to go to the countryside was final, she nodded in agreement. "You must take care of yourself, all right?" she admonished. "Your determination to support rural construction is commendable, and we are all pleased with your awareness. Therefore, we specifically chose the Red Flag Farm in the northern wilderness for you, as it is a model farm. We hope that once you arrive, you will shine and contribute to the nation's development. Rest assured, Aunt Zhao, I will not bring shame upon you." Jiang Sen vowed. "To build the frontier and dedicate our youth to our country is the noble ideal of our generation. We willingly serve as bricks, moving wherever we are needed." The neighborhood committee members applauded, clearly pleased with his enthusiasm. Jiang Sen successfully obtained his introduction letter and hurried home. Chapter 7. Departure once home. Jiang Sen closed the door and began packing. He had previously started organizing his things, but today he dug deeper into his belongings, determined not to leave anything of value for Jiang Daiyou and Bai Jing. To his surprise, he found a box under Jiang Daiyou's bed, containing 4 bottles of Maotai liquor and 2 packs of Dakiaman cigarettes. An excellent find. Jiang Sen grinned and claimed them without hesitation. As he surveyed the house, he spotted a kitchen knife and promptly added it to his box. Life in the countryside would be tough, lacking many essentials. Many people might go years without even a knife, resorting to using worn-out sickles for cutting vegetables. The red flag farm Aunt Zhao had chosen was the very place he had been to in his previous life. Although it was renowned as a model farm, it was also among the harshest, situated on the edge of the greater Xing'an Mountains. In his past life, Jiang Lei had orchestrated for him to be sent to the most arduous location. This time, however, he felt fortunate that the authorities had selected a model farm for him. Nevertheless, Jiang Sen had set his sights on that very place, having spent 3 to 4 years there and experienced both its people and its challenges. With approximately 2,000 yuan in his possession, he recognized it as a significant sum for that era. In the 1980s, being a 10,000 yuan household was remarkable, let alone possessing 2,000 yuan now. He found a pair of underpants, which his mother had sewn with 2 pockets, one on each side. He stuffed a few dozen yuan and several food coupons into his jacket pocket, rolling up the remainder to tuck into his underpants pocket, intending to wear them when he left. If anyone discovered he had so much money, it would likely be the end of him. In this era, people would kill for wealth. It was not uncommon for families to be slaughtered over a morsel of food. Furthermore, before leaving, he needed to purchase numerous supplies. Anicin, streptomycin, berberine, cold medicine, and similar medications were essential, particularly for the initial days when one could suffer from diarrhea and fever due to the unfamiliar environment. Without medication, one would have to rely on fate. He also needed cotton-padded jackets, trousers, scarves, gloves, cotton shoes, and wool socks, all of which were easy to find at the supply and marketing cooperative. He still had several old outfits to bring along. Additionally, matches and candles were necessities. Acquiring these items in the countryside would require a long journey to the cooperative or the county town, and sometimes they might not even have stock. Food was not a concern, as the monthly work points would suffice. Moreover, in Greater Xing'an, relying on the mountains for sustenance, no one had ever starved to death. Jiang Sen took out a notebook and made a list of everything he needed to bring, preparing to shop later. It was now 1977, and it would not be until 1978 that the authorities would propose internal reforms and comprehensive external openness policies. At that time, he could take advantage of this favorable wind to engage in trading mountain goods and secure a stable livelihood. The following morning, Jiang Sen set off with his camphor wood box, a shoulder bag, and his belongings strapped to his back, leaving home behind. He never expected to encounter Jiang Daiyou and Bai Jing again. The two were dressed in tattered work uniforms, wielding brooms as they swept debris from the roadside. Passers-by would spit disdainfully, nearly hitting Jiang Daiyou with a thick phlegm. Turning a corner, Huang Liping, donned in what appeared to be her mother's old clothing and wearing a mask, stood outside the restroom, pinching her nose in reluctance to enter. Someone emerged, loudly reprimanding. "It's filthy inside. How can you clean like that?" Huang Liping, head bowed, mumbled something before stepping into the restroom. Jiang Sen's heart had already calmed, thinking, "Let it be. Enjoy what is yours." The square in front of the cinema was bustling with people, where special buses were arranged to transport the educated youth to the train station. Red songs blared from loudspeakers, and red flags fluttered in the air as the departing youth donned bright red flowers. Aunt Zhao squeezed through the crowd, a cloth bag in hand, seeking out Jiang Sr. "I brought you something to eat," she said, wiping her tears. "Take care of yourself when you get there." A pang of sorrow struck Jiang Sen. After returning from the countryside in his past life, he had not seen Aunt Zhao. If he had the chance in this life, he vowed to visit her often. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. You too must take care of your health. I'll send you some mountain goods when I get there," he reassured her. Aunt Zhao chuckled through her tears, playfully swatting him. "You silly boy. Just a letter from you would make me happy. Don't bother with sending goods. If you have any, keep them for yourself. I've heard it's hard over there." Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Jiang Sen quickly added, "Aunt Zhao, I promised to write you. I'm leaving now. You should head back too." "All right. I'll wait until I see you go before I return." A staff member from the Revolutionary Committee leaned out of the bus window, calling, Hurry up and get on the bus. You'll miss the train. We need to take attendance once you're on board. As Jiang Sen boarded the bus, he waved goodbye to Zhao and turned to enter. He was finally embarking on his journey to the northern wilderness. Those seeing off the youth were mostly family members running alongside the bus, waving and crying in unison. The passengers aboard were also weeping loudly, leaning out of the windows to bid farewell. Mom, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Dad, I don't want to go. Jiang Sen found himself leaning out as well. For reasons he couldn't quite comprehend, his eyes felt warm, his nose tinged with acidity, and his heart ached. I'm leaving. Zhao, take care of yourself. Write to me when you arrive. A phone call will suffice. Zhao and the others who came to see them off ran alongside the bus for a few steps, only stopping once the vehicle accelerated away, watching it slowly head towards a train station. This privilege was reserved for the educated youth from the capital. Those who lived farther away or had some family background were sent directly to the train station. Upon arrival at the station, Jiang Sen, carrying his luggage, followed Director Jiang into the platform. Form a line and don't lag behind. There are 46 of you in this batch, and you will need to change trains in Shenyang before heading to Songsong. There will be someone to meet you there. Don't board the wrong train. Here are your tickets. Hold on to them. Director Jiang distributed the train tickets while admonishing them. In the distance, more youth destined for the countryside were arriving and hurriedly made their way over. What's your name? Oh, go to the back of the line. I will call names again shortly. Out here, you must embody the spirit of resilience and unity, caring for one another. Once you leave your parents and home, you become independent individuals. Do not carry over any bad habits from home that might tarnish the reputation of our educated youth from the capital. Understood? Understood. The 40-odd youth responded in unison, their voices resonating, drawing glances from travelers rushing to catch their trains. Some even applauded and cheered for them. Once Director Jiang finished speaking, he glanced around, called the roll again, and inquired if anyone had not received their ticket before leading them toward the train car. A whole carriage had been reserved for them, with only a few other passengers aboard, filling it to capacity. Jiang Sen followed the crowd onto the train, recalling from his previous life not to venture too far into the center of the carriage, as the restrooms would be inconvenient. After placing his luggage in the overhead rack, he settled into a window seat. The three men sitting nearby introduced themselves, one named Zhang Jiqiang, another Wang Jiangwo, and the last one, Feng Chao. Jiang Sen recognized Feng Chao from his past life. They had worked on the same farm, though Feng had arrived earlier. He never expected to be traveling with him again. This man was somewhat clever, boastful, and fond of petty advantages, often peeking at the female youth in the restroom, timid and quick to write anonymous reports. He had once reported Jiang Sen for an alleged inappropriate relationship with a female youth from the forest farm. The truth was, Jiang Sen had merely assisted a girl who had sprained her ankle on the way back from getting food. Feng Chao had a crush on her. After the investigation revealed the truth, Jiang Sen had spent 3 days in confinement, and upon his release, the first thing he did was confront Feng Chao in the snowy woods. Seeing Feng Chao's familiar face now, jovial and trying to bond with everyone, Jiang Sen felt a strong desire to slap him. He remained aloof, while Feng Chao, oblivious to the coldness, continued to engage in friendly banter, occasionally inquiring about Jiang Sen's well-being. Opposite him, Zhang Jiqiang was stout and dark-skinned, with a cheerful grin, dressed in patched blue trousers and shoes that had also been mended. He seemed genuinely pleased to make friends before even arriving in the countryside. Next to Zhang Jiqiang, Wang Jiangwo sat across from Jiang Sen, his face adorned with a subtle smile, but maintaining a certain distance. His faded blue Zhongshan suit was clean, suggesting he didn't come from an ordinary family, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. When Jiang Sen caught his gaze, they exchanged smiles, both understanding the unspoken thoughts as they turned to look out the window. In August, the summer was in full bloom, and while the northeast was not cold, the destination in the Daxing region could be quite chilly, sometimes even seeing snow by the end of August. The train moved slowly, stopping at every station, with more boarding than alighting. Soon, the aisle was filled with passengers, some even perched on luggage, dozing against the seats. As mealtime approached, many began to unpack their provisions. Feng Chao brought out a plain steamed bun, feeling a bit awkward. He asked, I brought some food. Would you like some? Zhang Jiqiang promptly waved his hand. I brought my own. Jiang Sen opened his bag, recalling Zhao had packed him 6 corn cakes, and he had splurged on several large buns from the state-run restaurant the day before. Wang Jiangwo also revealed a lunchbox filled with oil cakes. Jiang Sen gestured to Wang Jiangwo, asking if he wanted to trade for a bun. After a moment's hesitation, he handed over the lunchbox. "I'll swap you for a cake." Without hesitation, Jiang Sen took an oil cake, biting into it with a smile. "Delicious." Wang Jiangwo grinned. "My mom made them." "The buns are." He took a bite and discovered they were filled with meat, abruptly falling silent. Zhang Jiqiang produced a steamed corn cake and, pulling out a small jar, placed 2 pieces of pickled vegetables inside, devouring it heartily. Feng Chao, feeling awkward, turned his head to look out of the opposite window while taking a bite of his plain bun. Jiang Sen chuckled softly and turned to Wang Jiangwo. "Your mother's cooking is remarkable." Wang Jiangwo's smile became more genuine. "Indeed, we only get to enjoy it during the new year. She prepared a large box for me this time, telling me to ration it so it lasts until I reach the farm." Jiang Sen nodded and patted his bag, assuring, "It's fine, I still have some. We'll manage to eat sparingly, and we'll definitely make it through." Zhang Jiqiang munched on his cornbread and pickled vegetables, which looked quite appetizing, especially the way he devoured it, making one feel that what he held was far more delightful than their own. He chuckled. "My mother pickled these vegetables herself. When I went to the countryside, she packed them all for me, saying if we run short on salt, pickled vegetables will suffice." Jiang Sen extended a bun towards him. "Here, let me trade you for some pickles." "No need to trade, just enjoy your meal," Zhang Jiqiang replied, biting into half of his cornbread while retrieving a glass jar containing the pickles from his bag. The jar resembled a canning jar, not particularly large by previous standards. It could be emptied in no time by a few people sharing. However, at this moment, it represented a dish, a staple that every household possessed and consumed sparingly, particularly since purchasing salt required ration tickets. Jiang Sen took a small piece, seemingly a pickled vegetable root, and gestured to Wang Jiangwo, who also took a piece without hesitation. Offering his lunchbox to Zhang Jiqiang, "I'll trade you for a fried cake." "No, really, there's no need," Zhang Jiqiang insisted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he placed the jar back in his bag, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Take it. Enjoy mine first," Jiang Sen insisted, pressing the bun into his hands. "From now on, we'll look out for one another." Zhang Jiqiang's face turned completely red as he accepted the bun, but he couldn't bring himself to eat it, instead stowing it away in his bag. Feng Chao observed their mutual generosity with envy, feeling a twinge of hunger. Yet speaking up seemed out of place, so he continued munching on his plain steamed bun. "By the way, do you all know where you've been assigned?" Wang Jiangwo suddenly asked. "Isn't it Hongqi Farm?" Jiang Sen replied. "The person who saw us off said we were all going to the same place, didn't they? Hongqi Farm has several large brigades underneath it," Wang Jiangwo explained. Jiang Sen was aware of this, but given the changes that had occurred in both lives, he could not be certain whether he would end up in the same location as in his previous life. He shook his head. "I'm not sure." Zhang Jiqiang, equally uncertain, simply smiled and listened. Feng Chao seized the opportunity to interject. "I heard that some of us might be assigned to the logging camp beneath Hongqi Farm." "Logging camp?" Jiang Sen's interest peaked. "Are you sure?" Feng Chao replied. "We want to know the specifics until we arrive there. With so many of us, it's impossible for everyone to be assigned to the same place. I've heard that the logging camp is the most arduous, deep in the Daxingling Mountains. The journey out takes about 10 days on foot, and one might even get lost." A hint of concern crossed Wang Jiangwo's face. Zhang Jiqiang gasped. 10 days of walking? What? Feng Chao chuckled, looking pleased, and told Zhang Jiqiang, "Don't worry, just befriend the captain over there, and if you want to leave, you can hitch a ride on a sled." "A sled?" Zhang Jiqiang seemed intrigued, as if he had never heard of it before. The more he spoke, the more animated Feng Chao became, and soon the surrounding youth gathered around, captivated. Jiang Sen quietly remarked to Wang Jiangwo, "Don't worry, let him boast. If he ends up there too, his expression will be priceless." Wang Jiangwo turned to the window, grinning. The two exchanged mischievous glances while continuing to listen to Feng Chao's exaggerations. "Do you know what snow sealing the mountains means?" "It means the snow is as high as a person, and you can't get out at all. Only horse-drawn sleds can navigate." A young woman in green military attire asked, "But if people can't walk, how can horses?" A brief silence fell over the group as Feng Chao awkwardly fumbled for an answer. "Well, I wouldn't know. I suppose they have their ways." Some in the group began to see through his bravado and turned away in disdain, leaving only a few curious young women still leaning in, eager for more information. Jiang Sen turned around and was momentarily taken aback by a familiar face, Xiao Jiajia, the very girl who had once written a denunciation against him for his alleged romantic escapades. Chapter 9. A stick for the toilet. Xiao Jiajia came from a well-off family. Her father was the director of a soy sauce factory, and her mother was a street official. Originally, she was not supposed to go to the countryside, but her mother insisted that if her daughter didn't go, no one else would either, fearing accusations of favoritism. Thus, she found herself accompanying the youth to the countryside. In her previous life, she had been part of the same group of educated youth as Jiang Sen, and she had not expected to arrive early this time. Later, it was said that she had suffered greatly, victimized by the brigade leader and his son, after which she disappeared. The brigade leader claimed she had run away, unable to endure the hardships. Her family had come to negotiate with the farm, searching for her, but Jiang Sen lost track of how the situation was ultimately resolved. It wasn't until the late 1980s that the brigade leader's daughter-in-law, after suffering domestic violence, reported to the police that the brigade leader and his son had raped a young woman, inadvertently causing her death and burying her in the mountains. It was then that people learned from the newspapers that Xiao Jiajia had not gone missing, but had fallen victim to heinous acts long ago. Xiao Jiajia was not conventionally beautiful. She had a round face and slender phoenix eyes, which formed a narrow slit when she smiled. Yet she exuded a cheerful demeanor that was endearing. Along with a few other young women, she seemed oblivious to the realities of the Northeast, knowing only of the icy landscapes and harsh conditions. Upon hearing Feng Chao's tales, they were eager to inquire further. One young woman in a blue work uniform, likely repurposed from her parents' old clothing, spoke up. She wasn't particularly attractive, but had a spirited appearance. "Feng, you seem to know a lot about the Northeast. Can you tell us more?" Several others nodded in agreement. "Yes, please share more. What else is there? We heard the toilets are all outside. How do you manage in winter?" With the inclusion of female voices, Feng Chao relished the attention even more. He shifted his posture and gestured dramatically. "Let me tell you. You ladies have it easier. For us men, when we go to relieve ourselves, we have to bring a stick." Jiang Sen had not laughed at his earlier comments, but this one finally broke his restraint, and he chuckled. Noticing Jiang Sen's laughter, Feng Chao turned to him, and Jiang Sen gestured for him to continue. "Why do we need to bring a stick?" Xiao Jiajia urged. The others chimed in, pressing for more details. "Come on, just tell us." Feng Chao, puffing with pride, raised his hands but found himself at a loss for words. He struggled to explain without sounding inappropriate. Why aren't you speaking? Hurry up," they urged again. Seeing him falter, Jiang Sen burst into laughter once more. Feng Chao, now flustered, retorted, "What is so funny?" Jiang Sen, still amused, replied to Xiao Jiajia and the others. "In the Northeast, when winter turns water to ice, men need to bring a stick when they go to the toilet. Can you guess why?" Wang Jiangwo joined in the laughter, maintaining his usual composure, while Zhang Jiqiang, after a moment's realization, also chuckled. The young women grew increasingly curious. Feng Chao's face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Jiang Sen, who remained unfazed. "Then just say it outright." As Xiao Jiajia and the others pondered over the implications, they suddenly grasped the underlying meaning, their faces flushing with embarrassment, and one exclaimed, "How shameless!" "Let us go." With the women leaving, Feng Chao's mood soured further. "What was that for? I was telling a good story." Jiang Sen ignored him, feeling that there was no need for politeness now that he had shown his true colors. He rose to his feet and turned to shout at Xiao Jiajia and her companions. "Hey, those young female intellectuals, why are you leaving? Feng Zinking is about to announce the answer. Hurry over and listen so we can be a bit prepared." This remark put Feng Chao in an awkward position. He cleared his throat and pulled at Jiang Sen's clothing. "Hey, what are you shouting about? Stop yelling." Xiao Jiajia and the others had already guessed the answer and felt quite embarrassed, thinking Feng Chao was mocking them, and they didn't want to engage with him. However, Jiang Sen's shout made them wonder if they had misunderstood the situation. Perhaps the answer was not what they had assumed. They exchanged glances and turned back. "What is the answer?" The striking young woman asked eagerly. "Speak up." Just as Feng Chao was about to sit Jiang Sen down, he saw the group returning and could only awkwardly withdraw his hand while smiling. Well, the answer is..." He shot a resentful glance at Jiang Sen, who was looking at him with an expression of innocent curiosity. "I want to know too. Hurry up, everyone is waiting," he thought, feeling a desire to remind Jiang Sen of his previous transgressions. He felt that in this life, he would let him know who was easy to provoke and who was not. Feng Chao, embarrassed and at a loss for words, stammered for a long time without revealing the answer. Xiao Jia discreetly glanced at Jiang Sen, who winked at her, and she instantly understood the situation. She spoke up. We are all here to support the construction in Beidawang. If you know about the situation there, please share. None of us have been there and have no idea what might happen. Isn't that right? With her intervention, Feng Chao felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. Yet he could not afford to lose face by accusing Jiang Sen of deliberately targeting him. A whole compartment full of young intellectuals had turned their attention to him. He realized that if he didn't say something soon, his social standing would surely diminish. Under the eager gazes of everyone, he finally admitted, "Actually, I don't know either." The moment the words left his mouth, it led to a chorus of bewildered expressions among the crowd. The striking young woman frowned. "That's not right. You just said so much. How can you now claim ignorance?" Outside, darkness had fallen, and the train attendant shouted at the front of the compartment, "Lights out at 9 o'clock. If you need to use a restroom, hurry up. We will arrive at Shenyang Station at 8 tomorrow morning. So please keep track of your time." Just as he finished speaking, a freight train passed by. As the trains crossed paths, Feng Chao hadn't even had the chance to speak. Yet so many eyes were still on him, and he could no longer bear the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, "I've never been to Beidawang. I've only heard about it from neighbors." "Oh, I thought he really knew something. What a joke. Let us go. Do you need to use the restroom?" I thought he was knowledgeable, but it turns out he was just bragging. The murmurs of disdain from the surrounding young intellectuals echoed as they departed, and Feng Chao's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with resentment. He hung his head and stared at the floor. Jiang Sen observed him from his side. Noticing how tightly he gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles twitching. She couldn't help but smirk. Was he really that fragile? Need to use the restroom? Jiang Sen stood up and asked Wang Jingwo. Wang Jingwo also got up. "Let us go." The two squeezed between Feng Chao and Zhang Jiqiang as they made their exit. There was a line for the restroom, so Jiang Sen led Wang Jingwo to the compartment's connection area, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. "Care for smoke?" Chapter 10. Thief and Rascals. Wang Jingwo pondered for a moment, then took one. Jiang Sen struck a match to light it for him and lit one for herself as well. Cough, cough, cough. Unexpectedly, Wang Jingwo coughed as if he might choke. Jiang Sen quickly patted him on the back. "You don't know how to smoke? Why are you trying then? Take it slow. You'll be fine in a moment." After a struggle to catch his breath, Jiang Sen attempted to take the cigarette back, but Wang Jingwo dodged. "I've never done it before. Who knows? Maybe I'll learn." Jiang Sen didn't press the matter, nodding in agreement. "Everyone starts somewhere. Just take it easy. Don't inhale too deeply. Just take a little in, let it swirl around, and then exhale through your nose. Right, that's it." Before long, Jiang Sen had successfully taught Wang Jingwo how to smoke. Another one. After finishing, Wang Jingwo extended his hand toward Jiang Senator. She patted him on the shoulder. "Let us not overdo it. You've just learned. Don't get lightheaded." Upon saying this, she noticed someone exiting the restroom and turned to go in herself. Just as she closed the door, she heard Wang Jingwo ask, "Can you get drunk from smoking?" She laughed as she shut the door. She remembered the time she had secretly learned to smoke and had felt dizzy and nauseous, as if she were drunk. Later, a classmate had informed her that it was nicotine poisoning and advised her to take it easy at first. Exiting the restroom, she swapped places with Wang Jingwo. Once he came out, they walked back together, only to hear singing from the compartment. Feng Chao was no longer in his seat. Jiang Sen inquired of Zhang Jiqiang. Zhang Jiqiang gestured towards the middle of the train, saying he saw a familiar face and had gone over there. Feng Chao stood in the aisle, waving his hands and directing the young intellectuals in song. Jiang Sen and Wang Jingwo exchanged amused glances, although they had just met. They seemed to have an unspoken understanding of Feng Chao's character. "Lights out," the train attendant shouted from the front of the compartment. The singing ceased, followed by a cacophony of noise as the lights in the train compartment went out. With Feng Chao gone, Jiang Sen placed her bag on the seat and lay down to rest. "Ah, how comfortable," she sighed, glancing at the two dark figures across from her. "Wake me when it's your turn to lie down." They responded affirmatively, and soon the compartment fell into a tranquil silence. Having developed a habit of remaining vigilant during her time in prison, Jiang Sen was always alert to the possibility of trouble arising at night. A slight sound would quickly rouse her from slumber. Just then, she heard the faint sound of someone rummaging through a bag. It was so quiet that if one were not paying attention, they might mistake it for someone adjusting their sleeping position. But she knew better. The sound of rummaging was distinctly different. She nudged her foot against the wall of the compartment, propelling herself slightly upwards, and leaned her head out into the aisle. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she couldn't clearly see who it was, but she noticed a shadow moving back and forth in the aisle. The shadow lingered at each seat for a moment before switching to the other side. Was someone attempting to steal? Jiang Sen remained still, not wanting to intervene, but the shadow was now approaching her. She remained composed, observing the figure in the dark. During her previous train journeys, the compartments had been crowded, and she had never encountered any theft. Many passengers had disembarked at the last stop before dusk, leaving only a few young intellectuals in the compartment. As they changed trains in Shenyang and continued north, the number of passengers would dwindle, revealing vast plains and mountains outside. The shadow paused, seemingly listening for sounds. Before leaning into the seat behind Jiang Senator, she heard the rummaging again. After a moment, the shadow returned to the aisle, standing directly above Jiang Sr. She squinted at him, determined that if he dared to rummage through her bag, he would deeply regret being born. A hand slowly reached toward the bag, resting under her head. Jiang Sen was poised, ready to spring into action the moment the intruder's hand entered her bag. Catch the rascal! A sharp scream shattered the darkness, awakening many. The hand quickly retreated. Jiang Sen sprang up, catching a glimpse of the shadow as it occupied an empty seat across the aisle. What happened? Someone asked. Someone yelled to catch a rascal. Where? At the restroom. Let's go take a look. Several young intellectuals pulled out flashlights, illuminating the compartment as they hurried toward the front. Seizing the opportunity when the flashlight lit the area, Jiang Sen recognized the person sitting across the aisle. It was him, a thin figure around 17 or 18 years old, with 3 deep frown lines on his forehead that seemed uncharacteristic for his age. With single eyelids and small eyes, when he gazes at others, a sliver of white sclera is revealed, lending him an air of fierceness. Clad in drab clothing patched with several pieces, his hands are surprisingly elegant, with long, slender fingers. This individual is named Wei San, a habitual thief in his past life, rarely apprehended in the act. It was during the 3rd year of his rural assignment that Jiang Sen discovered Wei San's true nature, when a fox fur was stolen from the forest, leading the police to unearth Wei San's misdeeds. Little did Jiang Sen expect to encounter him on the train this time. He recalled that Wei San had arrived in the countryside before him, yet here they were, traveling together. Rebirth seemed to have altered many circumstances. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Jiang Sen had no time to ponder, as Wei San had already joined others, bustling toward the restroom. Zhang Jiqiang and Wang Jiangwo were also roused, standing to peer ahead. What is happening? Wang Jiangwo inquired. Jiang Sen replied. I heard a girl calling out to catch a rogue. I'm going to check it out. He followed the crowd forward, while Wang Jiangwo turned to Zhang Jiqiang, saying, Keep an eye on our things. I'll take a look too. Zhang Jiqiang wished to join, but had to stay vigilant, stretching his neck to peer in that direction. The train carriage was already filled with noise, faint sounds of scuffling and angry shouts echoing. As Jiang Sen squeezed through, he saw a man lying on the ground, curled up, being beaten by several youths. He was shouting, I didn't T-act lewdly. She didn't T-lock the door to the restroom. Jiang Sen then scanned the surroundings, spotting a young girl, no more than 16 or 17, being comforted by several female youths. She was sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, the door to the front carriage swung open, and a conductor appeared. Upon witnessing the scene, he shouted, Stop it! He stepped into the carriage, pressed a switch in the nearby duty room, illuminating the dim space. The harsh white light cast a pallor over everyone's faces. The conductor frowned as he surveyed the scene. Why the violence? The youths began to speak over one another. The conductor raised his hand, quiet. One at a time. I can't make sense of this chaos. What's going on? He pointed to one of the girls, comforting the sobbing girl. With righteous indignation, she launched into a fervent condemnation, portraying the beaten man as irredeemably wicked. She concluded by declaring that such morally bankrupt individuals should have their rural assignment revoked and be exiled to the desolate Northwest, a place known for its harshness. Far worse than the Northeast. The mention of the Northwest elicited varied expressions among the onlookers, some angered, some gleeful, and others sympathetic, yet none spoke in defense of the man. Upon hearing the accusation regarding the restroom door, Jiang Sen realized it was a misunderstanding. He refrained from intervening, in such situations devoid of witnesses and cloaked in darkness. One cannot clear their name. Speaking up might result in being beaten alongside the accused by these fervent youths. Jiang Sen merely cast a sympathetic glance at the young man on the ground before turning away, rejoining Wang Jiangwo, urging him to return. There is nothing to see. Let us go back. What is happening? Did they catch the rogue? Jiang Sen gently pushed Wang Jiangwo back to their seats, quietly recounting the events. Wang Jiangwo's expression turned grave, reflecting his anger, but he soon calmed, murmuring, "It's up to his luck now." Before long, the youths trickled back, and as the girl passed by Jiang Sen and his companions, she was still sniffling. He did not see the young man again, but heard from others that he had been taken away by the conductor. No one knew what would happen next. Jiang Sen had anticipated that the train journey would be as uneventful as in his past life, but he was surprised by the tumult that unfolded. After a while, the conductor returned, announcing, "Turn off the lights." However, before he could act, someone shouted, "My money is missing. Mine too, along with my food stamps. That was all the money my family sent me. Over 70 yuan and 100 jin of food stamps." As cries of lost money echoed, the sound of a woman's distressed sobbing filled the air. The conductor paused at the entrance of the carriage, hesitating before striding inside. As he passed Jiang Sen and the others, they all turned to look. Many stood up, searching frantically for their belongings, rummaging through pockets and bags. Several female youths stomped their feet in frustration. Jiang Sen glanced around and noticed the thin, dark young man at the other end of the carriage, seemingly curious. Also looking towards the center, Jiang Sen was certain the money must still be on that individual. Yet he remained calm, exuding an air of indifference. For it was impossible to directly accuse him without proof. The conductor appeared unfazed by such incidents, stating, "When traveling, one must secure their belongings. Search thoroughly. It might be buried under something." One girl, her voice trembling with tears, exclaimed, "I placed it in my bag, right at the bottom, wrapped in a handkerchief. How could it just disappear?" "I did the same, wrapped in a checkered cloth," shouted another. "Who the hell stole it?" A male youth bellowed, scanning the crowd. "If you don't return it quickly, I swear I'll cut off your hand." Everyone exchanged glances, each appearing innocent yet suspicious, and a heavy silence fell over the carriage. The conductor surveyed the scene, realizing that without hard evidence, there was little he could do. He finally addressed the group. "All right, I will report this incident and inform your farm. Now, settle down and keep an eye on your belongings." The expressions of the youths darkened. Having encountered such turmoil before even reaching their destination, what fate awaited them at the farm? The initial exuberance of singing loudly had been entirely extinguished. Heads hung low. They returned to their seats, unable to sleep. The dark figure sensed someone watching him. Following the gaze, he met Jiang Sen's eyes, revealing a look of surprise as the carriage lights dimmed, disappearing into the shadows. Jiang Sen smirked slightly, reclining back down. This individual was perceptive. That last glance likely suggested to him that Jiang Sen might have seen his misdeeds. The train let out a long whistle, leaving only the clatter of wheels in their ears. Before dawn, Jiang Sen awoke, gazing at the pale horizon outside, nudging Wang Jiangwo, signaling him to lie down and rest a little longer. Sitting upright was uncomfortable, and Wang Jiangwo complied, switching places with Jiang Sen and lying down. Jiang Sen went to the restroom, and upon returning, he stood in the carriage connection, smoking. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps behind him. The thin young man had reappeared. He lowered his head slightly, glancing up at Jiang Sen, standing with one foot in front of the other, a stance reminiscent of negotiations seen in prison, one that suggested both a desire to converse and an underlying threat of violence should the conversation falter. Jiang Sen cast a sidelong glance at him, saying nothing, exhaling a cloud of smoke that enveloped them both. "I know you saw it." The young man spoke, his voice unexpectedly deep for his age. "As long as you keep it to yourself, I can offer you half." Jiang Sen remained silent, observing him. The young man noticed the disdain in Jiang Sen's eyes, momentarily taken aback. It was not the gaze of a typical youth, but rather that of someone who had witnessed much, looking down upon the likes of him with a sense of superiority, as if one could easily crush him underfoot. "If you're not satisfied, I can give it all to you." The man capitulated. Jiang Sen finished his cigarette, extinguished the butt, and placed it into the nearby iron ashtray, sealing the lid. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Wei San." Jiang Sen nodded, not deceiving himself. "I have no interest in your meager sum," he stated. "However, in my presence, you ought to be honest. Furthermore, if you require assistance in the future, Without waiting for Jiang Sen to finish, Wei San grasped his meaning. This time, he was let off with a warning, leaving behind a leverage for future demands. In their terms, Jiang Sen would now be his superior. Whenever Jiang Sen spoke, Wei San would be obliged to comply. Wei San readily agreed, knowing that in a place like Beidawang, one could easily fall into peril if acting alone. With a supportive ally, he might find life a tad more bearable, given his lack of skills beyond thievery. At that moment, he had already begun to regard Jiang Sen as a comrade. Had Jiang Sen been privy to Wei San's thoughts, he would have laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Nonsense! I disdain your company." Jiang Sen was satisfied. He patted Wei San on the shoulder, noticing him swallow nervously, and handed over the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Wei San was elated, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Ignoring him, Jiang Sen turned and left, declaring, "Remember, my name is Jiang Sen." Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Jiqiang had awakened. Noticing Jiang Sen's return, he turned and asked, "Is there anyone in the restroom? I just came out. No one is inside. If you need to go, hurry." After Jiang Sen sat down and exhaled, he watched Zhang Jiqiang head to the restroom. Outside, the dawn was breaking, and his thoughts drifted away with the distant horizon. After more than 2 hours, others began to awaken, and the compartment grew noisy as people queued for the restroom to freshen up. Jiang Sen pulled Wang Jiangwo gently, stating it's dawn. It was not that he wished to disturb anyone's rest, but his toiletries were nestled beneath Wang Jiangwo's head. Wang Jiangwo rose, yawning, peered out the window, and remarked, "Is it really dawn already?" In northeast China, summer mornings arrive early. It was likely around 5 o'clock. Wang Jiangwo appeared surprised, rolling up his sleeves to check his watch. Confirming the time, Jiang Sen was even more astonished. Even among his affluent peers, only Jiang Daiyou possessed a Shanghai brand watch. He wished for one too, but watches were both costly and difficult to acquire. He could only envy classmates who owned one. He regretted not obtaining one before his journey, especially now that he was financially secure. As others finished their morning routines, Jiang Sen finally took his towel, toothbrush, and toothpaste to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he caught sight of his frayed toothbrush and half-used toothpaste and realized a grave oversight. He had forgotten to buy more. He hoped the supply store nearby would have some. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, he returned to his seat. Some had already begun to eat, so he too took out his steamed buns. Given the summer heat, they were prone to spoilage, so it was best to consume them promptly. Once Zhang Jiqiang and Wang Jiangwo returned, he offered them 3 buns each. "I don't need any," Zhang Jiqiang said shyly, glancing at the buns with reluctance, as he hadn't yet consumed the ones Jiang Sen had previously given him. "Eat up, no need for politeness." Jiang Sen insisted. "It's hot. If you don't eat now, they will spoil. Consider it a favor I'm asking of you." Wang Jiangwo, however, did not hesitate and bit into a bun, saying, "Why not just take out your pickled vegetables?" "All right," Zhang Jiqiang said, his spirits lifting as he retrieved the jar of pickles, opening the lid and placing it on the small table. "Help yourselves." Jiang Sen ate a bun and then pulled out a thermos, saying, "I'll go fetch some hot water." I'll go. Zhang Jiqiang quickly took it from him, as if having eaten the bun placed him in a position to contribute more. Watching him leave, Wang Jiangwo remarked, "He seems quite simple-hearted." Jiang Sen nodded, but said nothing. He maintained a certain distance from everyone. After only a day or two of acquaintance, it was impossible to truly understand another's heart. "What about you? Why did you come to the countryside?" he asked. Wang Jiangwo fell silent for a moment before responding. "Both my parents are professors at Peking University. I came to Beidawang while they are heading to Xinjiang in a few days." Jiang Sen guessed that Wang Jiangwo's family had some background, but he hadn't expected such a separation from his parents. Xinjiang. In the past, during times of prosperity, a trip to Xinjiang was farther than traveling abroad. "You will undoubtedly meet again," Jiang Sen asserted confidently. Wang Jiangwo, however, shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. "It's possible we may never see each other again. If you trust me, I assure you that it won't be long before you are reunited." Wang Jiangwo thought Jiang Sen was merely offering comfort and smiled. "It's all right. Regardless of the truth, I appreciate your words." Jiang Sen understood that such statements were premature, and few would believe them. In the past, high-speed trains and airplanes could connect Peking to Xinjiang in merely 5 to 6 hours. Yet now, traveling by vehicle would likely take over a month. Zhang Jiqiang returned, carrying the thermos, drawing attention. Several fellow youths approached with their mugs. "Comrade, please pour us some." "Thank you." Zhang Jiqiang's face flushed, He wanted to help, but felt conflicted, unsure how to refuse. He glanced at Jiang Sen for guidance. Jiang Sen took the thermos from him, saying, "If you wish to pour, do so. It's all yours. We shouldn't be the only ones benefiting." The youths with cups found themselves in an awkward position, ultimately retreating with a huff to save face. One youth, dissatisfied, remarked, "Comrade, we should help each other out here. Your behavior is unbecoming." Jiang Sen shot him a glance and retorted, "Then why not share your food with everyone? I'm sure some didn't tea bring enough." The youth was momentarily taken aback, his face reddening with embarrassment and anger, before he huffed and turned away. Jiang Sen dismissed the incident. Some individuals are insatiable. Grant them an inch, and they will demand a mile. Wang Jiangwo appeared concerned, saying, "Jiang Sen, you may offend someone. What if they cause trouble at the farm?" Jiang Sen, unfazed, replied, "I neither seek trouble nor fear it. If it comes my way, I shall confront it." Wang Jiangwo laughed and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Zhang Jiqiang unexpectedly chimed in. "I believe Jiang Sen has a point." It was surprising for someone who rarely spoke, and whose face flushed at the slightest remark, to voice such an opinion. Jiang Sen was taken aback, and Wang Jiangwo was equally astonished. They exchanged amused glances, and both patted Zhang Jiqiang on the shoulder. "Well done. I didn't realize you were also a streetwise individual." Jiang Sen said. Zhang Jiqiang grinned, revealing a broad smile. Though Wang Jiangwo did not entirely agree with Jiang Sen's perspective, he too chuckled. Time passed swiftly, and the train attendant announced, "Comrades, it is now 7:30 a.m. Beijing time. We will arrive at Shenyang Railway Station in 30 minutes. Please prepare to disembark. After exiting the train, do not leave the station or wander about. Those heading to Beidawang should transfer to the train bound for Sangsong at the opposite platform. For any inquiries, please consult the staff on the platform." As the attendant's words echoed, cheers erupted within the compartment. Some began retrieving their luggage from the racks, while others sang Birch Forest, gradually forming a chorus. After that, someone initiated the song Kaikusha, and soon it transformed into another lively sing-along. Their enthusiasm was so contagious that one might mistake it for an imminent arrival at their destination. Jiang Sen mused that in 2 days, when they disembarked beneath the 3 trees, followed by a lengthy truck ride and a trek of several dozen kilometers, he wondered if they would still possess the energy to sing. He recognized that he was not a benevolent person. His kindness was reserved for only a select few. The indifferent individual, even when approached, would show no sign of compassion. In his previous life, he had endured much and witnessed countless things within the confines of a prison. At times, possessing a soft heart and kindness could very well cost one their life. As the train arrived at Shenyang Station, all passengers disembarked. The scene was chaotic, with people exiting and transferring, their hurried footsteps laden with bags of various sizes, some rushing so fiercely they could knock someone over. Jiang Sen, burdened with his luggage, called out to Wang Jiangwo and Zhang Jiqiang to stay close as he strode briskly towards the opposite platform. The train bound for Sangsong was a first departure, and they needed to board quickly to secure seats. Almost everyone was jostling at the doors and open windows of the train. Jiang Sen led the 2 of them to a window that was ajar, tossing his luggage inside. "Come on, I'll hoist you up," he instructed Wang Jiangwo. "Huh? Is that possible? Hurry up. If you delay, there won't be any seats left." With no choice, Wang Jiangwo, being the slimmest among them, clung to the window. Before he could muster any strength, Jiang Sen had already lifted him inside. Wang Jiangwo stood up quickly to steady himself, taking the luggage that Jiang Sen and Zhang Jiqiang passed through the window. Soon, Zhang Jiqiang joined them, and finally, it was Jiang Sen's turn. He grasped the window, exerting force as he swung one leg over and pulled himself in. Once they were seated, others began to flood in, hastily claiming seats. "Over here. Come quickly. I've taken 4 seats. I arrived first. I sat down first. Move aside. I want tea. All right, let us squeeze in." Before long, the entire carriage was packed, and the aisles were teeming with people, even more crowded than the train from Kyoto to Shenyang. Wang Jiangwo whispered, "Why are there so many people heading to Beidawang?" Jiang Sen replied, "This is the only train going in that direction, so it appears crowded now. Once we reach Sangsong, there won't be many left." Wang Jiangwo nodded, suddenly feeling something brush against his foot, startling him. Looking down, he was astonished to see someone crawling beneath the seats, directly burrowing into them to lie down. "This," Jiang Sen chuckled, "it's not unusual. The journey to Sangsong takes a day and a night. Lying under the seats is a way to rest without being cramped. Zhang Jiqiang, intrigued, peered down, then glanced around the carriage. It seems none of the educated youth who came with us have boarded. Jiang Sen also craned his neck to look. They might be in another carriage. Throughout the following day and night, no one troubled them, and at 10 o'clock the next night, they finally arrived at Sangsong Station. As they disembarked and exited, they spotted other educated youths emerging in small groups. Outside the station stood a burly middle-aged man in tattered military attire, his face adorned with a thick beard, holding a wooden sign inscribed with the characters for educated youth. Jiang Sen quickly guided Zhang Jiqiang and Wang Jiangwo over. Northeasterners are generally tall. Even Jiang Sen, nearing 6 feet, found himself half a head shorter than the man. "Hello, comrade. We are the educated youths from Kyoto. Here is our introduction letter." Jiang Sen produced the letter from his pocket and handed it over. Zhang Jiqiang and Wang Jiangwo hurriedly followed suit. The man, named Li Chaoyang, had been the one to welcome the educated youths in Jiang Sen as previous life. Originally a brigade commander in the army, he had retired and brought people to Beidawen. Initially, everyone referred to him as commander, but as the farm developed and expanded, he became known as the director. "Please stand aside and wait for everyone to arrive." Li Chaoyang's booming voice resonated, echoing through the mountains. Director Li was a man of stern demeanor, yet warm heart, possessing a strong sense of justice. When Jiang Sen was reported and investigators arrived, he had stood firmly by Jiang Sen, defending him. This educated youth is known for his peaceable nature. He even saves part of his rations to send home every month. "I trust others, but not him. Impossible." Seeing a familiar face, Jiang Sen felt a surge of excitement, but concealed it, merely holding his luggage as he waited beside Zhang Jiqiang and Wang Jiangwo. Soon, more educated youths gathered, and Jiang Sen noticed the number surpassing 40, nearing 100. There must have been others arriving from different locales. Once Li Chaoyang deemed the crowd sufficient, he called out, "When I read your name, stand in a line and don't wander off. You, yes you. What are you loitering for? Stand straight." As silence fell, Li Chaoyang retrieved a folded paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and began to read names. Those called automatically formed a line. After announcing 20 names, he instructed them to line up in another row. Jiang Sen only heard his name after several more had been called, now in the 8th row. The scene mirrored that of his previous life. It seemed each time they welcomed educated youths, it unfolded the same way. Zhang Jiqiang, in the 6th row, anxiously cast glances toward Jiang Senator Wang Jiangwo, appeared calm, but his eyes betrayed his anxiety as he watched for his name on Li Chaoyang's list. Wang Jiangwo, at last. He heard his name and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he too was in the 8th row, the last one, yet still alongside Jiang Sr. Jiang Sen beamed at Wang Jiangwo, who smiled back. Zhang Jiqiang, however, withdrew his gaze in disappointment, lowering his head in silence. "All right, everyone is accounted for. Maintain your formation and follow me." The 10 rows of youths followed Li Chaoyang along the road, creating an impressive procession, despite it being the height of summer in August. The northeastern night was cool. Even after walking over 2 miles, they hardly broke a sweat. Yet, those who had journeyed with Jiang Sen wore weary expressions, their faces marked by fatigue and disappointment. Indeed, Jiang Sen's observation was accurate. The fervor they had felt on the train had entirely dissipated. Wang Jiangwo closely followed Jiang Sen. His own burdens similar, a backpack slung over his back, a crossbody bag, and a large parcel in hand. Most others mirrored this struggle, being merely teenagers, some frail and underdeveloped, easily falling behind. Some assisted while others were preoccupied, and as the group progressed, it quickly stretched into a long line. Jiang Sen remarked, "Up ahead is the freight yard. The trucks are parked there." Wang Jiangwo inquired, "Trucks? Are you saying we still have to take trucks? I thought we had arrived and could just walk over." Jiang Sen diakled lightly. The foolish Feng Chao had not been mistaken. Upon arriving here, they would indeed need to board trucks, likely taking over 10 hours to reach Hongqi Farm, where they would then be assigned to the respective squads. Wang Jiangwo expressed his astonishment. "How do you know? Have you been here before?" Jiang Sen paused momentarily, reflecting on what he had heard from neighbors. He almost revealed too much of himself, having to borrow Feng Chao's excuse. Wang Jiangwo nodded, understanding that merely hearing about it was already disheartening. 2 miles, or roughly 1 kilometer, was a distance that, in school, could be traversed effortlessly by walking around the playground 2.5 times. Yet now, each person's legs felt as though they were laden with lead, especially those from Kyoto who had never traveled far or experienced hardship. After 3 or 4 days on the train, with a transfer in between, many were overwhelmed, let alone trudging along with heavy bags. Finally, the freight yard gates came into view. The arched concrete entrance stood open, its 2 bright lights casting stark illumination against the encroaching darkness. "All right, we've arrived," Li Chaoyang called. "Wait here." With that, he turned and entered the freight yard, leaving over 100 educated youths waiting idly. Some began to grumble. "What is going on? Are we just left here to fend for ourselves? What are we supposed to do? Have we not yet arrived at our destination?" Many individuals, weary to the bone, have relinquished their belongings and plopped down on them. Jiang Sen also set his luggage down, while Zhang Jiqiang perched himself atop a suitcase, still feeling fatigued, and opted to slide down to the ground, leaning against his bags. Jiang Sen refrained from sitting, instead turning to survey his surroundings. He noticed Feng Chao engaged in animated conversation with several young women, their laughter resonating through the air. He raised an eyebrow, pondering how this fellow seemed to possess an abundance of energy. Not being assigned to the same team this time, Jiang Sen felt a sense of relief. As he continued to scan the area, his gaze met that of Zhang Jiqiang, who was peering in his direction. Zhang Jiqiang flashed a broad smile and waved at him. Jiang Sen found him to have a rather simple and honest demeanor, contemplating whether to beckon him over. Yet, he quickly recalled the words of an elderly inmate from his time in prison. "One may know a person's face, but never their heart. Never be deceived by appearances. For someone who seems trustworthy may betray you for the slightest provocation." Jiang Sen had learned this lesson the hard way, having been betrayed by a newcomer, whose name he could not recall, only that his inmate number was 983. Due to some financial discrepancies at the company, this salesperson was scapegoated. Upon entering the prison, he was swiftly dealt with by the prison bullies, forced to sleep in a corner near the window and the toilet. Without heating, the cold winter wind seeped through the window cracks, exacerbating his discomfort, while the stench of the toilet was unbearable. In the dead of night, he was dragged from his bed to appease the prison tyrants. He dared not resist, paralyzed by fear to the point that he trembled at the mere prospect of conversing with anyone. Jiang Sen's heart softened when he witnessed the newcomer hiding in a corner, weeping during a rare moment of freedom. Chapter 14. Maintaining a modicum of distance with Jiang Sen's protection, the bullies merely glared menacingly at the newcomer without further harassment. However, Jiang Sen was utterly unprepared for the revelation that their plan to clash with another gang of bullies had been betrayed by this very individual. Upon his release from solitary confinement, he learned that 983 had received a reduced sentence and was freed early for his whistleblowing. Thus, when Jiang Sen saw Zhang Jiqiang smiling and waving, the fleeting thought of inviting him over vanished as he merely returned the smile and nodded before sitting down. Behind him, Zhang Jiqiang's eyes betrayed his disappointment as he slowly withdrew his smile and lowered his head. Before long, Li Chaoyang returned, flanked by 2 others, while several large trucks pulled up to the entrance of the goods yard, halting beside the young intellectuals. Everyone rose, awaiting Li Chaoyang's instructions. He glanced around before quietly conferring with his companions, then turned to address the group. According to the previous arrangement, the first row will board the first truck, the second row the second, and so forth. Do not board the wrong vehicle, and ensure you take your belongings. Upon hearing the instructions, the previously orderly line descended into chaos. Jiang Sen held back Wang Jiangwo, as their vehicle was at the rear, knowing that once the first truck departed, the others would follow. Yet many were oblivious, frantically rushing backward. Li Chaoyang frowned and shouted, "What are you running for?" Seeing the confused individuals halt, he continued, "Remain in place and wait." Those who had rushed out dared not utter a word, intimidated by Li Chaoyang's demeanor, and slowly returned to their original spots. The 20 individuals boarding the first truck were no better off, jostling to be the first to ascend, yet none managed to do so. Li Chaoyang furrowed his brow again, commanding, "2 of you, go up first to take the luggage, then help everyone else aboard." With this authoritative shout, the situation improved slightly. Wang Jiangwo quietly asked Jiang Sen why they needed to rush, given the truck's ample space for 20 passengers. Jiang Sen relaxed his brow and replied with a smile. "They probably think it's like boarding a train. If you get on late, you might miss a seat. But there are no seats on the truck. The Liberation brand trucks are typically covered with tarpaulins, primarily used for transporting both people and goods. Only at higher ranks might one find a jeep, and there was one at the camp. Jiang Sen told Wang Jiangwo, "I'll go up first and then pull you up." Wang Jiangwo nodded. Those boarding first would stow their luggage before helping others aboard. Once everyone settled in, Jiang Sen had yet to converse with Wang Jiangwo when a female voice interrupted. "Comrade, may I swap spots with you?" Jiang Sen glanced up to see a familiar face. "Where had you been all this time?" The young woman, Su Lanlan, around 18 or 19, sported a student bob haircut. Her large, beautiful eyes were somewhat overshadowed by her equally prominent mouth. A native of the south, she had previously been assigned to the same farm as Jiang Sen, exuding a rather superficial charm. She was known for her incessant chatter, often spouting slogans, and could easily label anyone who crossed her as lacking initiative. If you don't exert yourself, how can your ideological awareness improve? Everything I say is for your benefit. You wouldn't want to hold everyone back, would you? Your thinking is flawed, and if not corrected, it could lead to issues. Jiang Sen momentarily felt as though he could only see her mouth moving, recalling how he had once incurred her ire, resulting in her publicly declaring his ideological shortcomings. She had even used the fact that he sent mountain goods to Huang Liping as an example, claiming that marrying and having children before going to the countryside meant he did not prioritize the construction of the motherland. "Comrade, can we let the lady sit inside?" Someone interjected on her behalf. Jiang Sen, snapping back to reality, glanced inside the dimly lit truck, spotting another young woman seated opposite them. He nodded towards her, saying, "It's better for ladies to sit together. Even if I give you my spot, you'll still be surrounded by men, which may not reflect well on you. It's best to maintain some distance." Su Lanlan appeared somewhat embarrassed, wishing to say more, but ultimately falling silent. She nodded and switched places with a nearby male student to sit beside the other young woman. The reason she had approached Jiang Sen was that he and Wang Jiangwo were perched atop a stack of burlap sacks, making for a more comfortable seat than the bare truck bed. The truck, having previously transported coal, left a thin layer of black dust upon everyone, coating them all to some degree. As the truck resumed its journey, the atmosphere fell into a lull, with bodies swaying in rhythm to the bumpy ride, rendering sleep impossible. Wang Jiangwo leaned closer to Jiang Sen and whispered, "Why don't you switch spots? It's more suitable for a girl to sit here." Jiang Sen said, responding in a hushed tone, "In a place like this, one must look out for oneself. Kindness could be a liability. If you yield this time, what about next time?" Wang Jiangwo fell silent, and Jiang Sen sensed his disapproval. However, he had learned his lesson from past experiences and would not be taken advantage of again. Furthermore, the remnants of his former kindness would not resurface easily this time around. Wang Jiangwo might be an exception, as Jiang Sen knew that his parents would likely regain their positions in a few years. After all, university professors had been sent down to the countryside, and with the imminent restoration of the college entrance examinations, there would be a demand for educators. The message had reached them, and it had been nearly 79 years. According to Jiang Sen's conjecture, Wang Jiangwo would likely participate in the college entrance examination and would undoubtedly succeed, for his demeanor reflected that of an exemplary student. Unlike himself, Jiang Sen internally ridiculed his past self. During his high school years, his thoughts were consumed with brawls and spending time with Huang Liping, watching films, neglecting his studies. Regardless of how bumpy the truck ride was, he could not withstand the fatigue of the long journey, and soon everyone succumbed to slumber. When Jiang Sen opened his eyes again, he found that daylight had broken. The verdant mountains and rivers presented a scene of vibrant life. He recognized this road and recalled the last flatland before entering the mountains. On either side, corn and sorghum flourished, marking the location of a team beneath another farm, where 3 trucks seemed to have diverged towards that farm. The team was originally composed of veterans from the early days of Beidawang, hence the military nomenclature of brigade and team. It was only later that these terms gradually evolved into farm headquarters and local villages, along with communes and brigades. As they drove further, they entered the Daxing Enling, a dense primordial forest, of which they could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Beside the road, a railway for transporting timber was visible. Suddenly, the truck screeched to a halt, accompanied by the sound of doors being opened. Li Chaoyang called from below, "Open the back panel, take a break. Males to the left, females to the right." Chapter 15. Hongqi Farm, without needing to articulate it clearly. It was understood that they were to disembark for a bathroom break. Everyone alighted and instinctively divided into 2 groups, making their way towards the adjacent cornfield. Among the group of young intellectuals, Only 4 were female, while the rest were male. After taking care of their business, Li Chaoyang remained, holding a water bottle and nibbling on a corn cake, muttering, "Have a bite now. Once we reach the farm, there will be hot food." With that, he turned and walked towards the front of the truck. Jiang Sen retrieved a corn cake given by Aunt Zhao and offered it to Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo had already finished his oil cake and steam bun before they reached the 3 Pines. He accepted it without hesitation, taking a hearty bite, and asked, "I still have water in my flask. May I have a sip?" Jiang Sen obliged, drinking a mouthful before returning it and continuing to eat his corn cake. Others nearby were also munching on their provisions in small groups. Jiang Sen noticed several who seemed to have little to eat, discreetly sipping from their flasks. He averted his gaze and turned, only to meet Su Lanlan's eyes. He paused momentarily, then looked away into the distance. Su Lanlan appeared to have little food as well, standing with another female intellectual. The other girl hesitantly broke half of a wild vegetable corn cake and offered it to Su Lanlan, suggesting they could make do until they reached the farm where food would be available. Su Lanlan accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Comrade Zhao Xiaoying. In the future, we must help each other. All difficulties are but paper tigers." Jiang Sen stifled a laugh, gesturing to Wang Jiangwo that they should climb back onto the truck after finishing their corn cakes. It was essential to rest while they could. Once they arrived, they would still have a long journey ahead to the team below. In his previous life, when sent down to the countryside, the young intellectuals were all taken to the farm headquarters, where they would be assigned to their respective teams. At the headquarters, the enticing promise of a warm meal typically translated to little more than a bowl of corn porridge, freshly made and indeed warm. After a while, Li Chaoyang approached from the front, got into the truck, and they departed. As the young intellectuals clambered back onto the truck, Li Chaoyang secured the rear panel with a click, and the truck rumbled to life. Jiang Sen advised Wang Jiangwo to take advantage of the time to rest, as they would need to be assigned to their respective teams, with the distance still unknown. "Eat as much as you can during mealtime," he urged. Wang Jiangwo had grown to trust Jiang Sen and nodded, closing his eyes. Jiang Sen crossed his arms, shut his eyes, and leaned his head back against the luggage. He sensed a gaze fixed upon him, which lingered for what felt like an eternity before it faded. He knew who it was, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The truck rattled on for nearly 5 hours, and as several young intellectuals gasped in amazement, Jiang Sen finally opened his eyes. They had arrived at Hongqi Farm. After disembarking, the trucks that had set out earlier were neatly parked in a clearing. Before them stood 2 rows of wooden frame houses, with a wooden archway in the center adorned with metal letters spelling Hongqi Farm. At last, they had returned. Suddenly, an incongruous voice called out from the gate, "Jiang Sen, Wang Jiangwo, over here." Feng Chao appeared quite exhilarated, waving at the two. Jiang Sen's good mood was instantly shattered, and the joy on his face vanished. He picked up his belongings and said to Wang Jiangwo, "Let us go." As they approached, Feng Chao seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness of the truck ride, warmly leading them inside. "I've been here for a while, waiting for you. I was worried you might not know where to go. Come, let me take you to the canteen." Jiang Sen remained silent, and Feng Chao, undeterred, continued to enthusiastically introduce the surroundings. "This is the farm headquarters. Over there is a supply and marketing cooperative, and there's a medical clinic. The mailroom and clinic are together. Any items you need to send will go through here, and letters from home will arrive here too." Li Chaoyang beckoned the other young intellectuals to follow, casting a glance their way. "Everyone, follow along. First, we'll go to the canteen for a meal. If you need anything, you can buy it at the nearby cooperative. Soon, the team from below will come and take you away." The 17 and 18-year-olds, filled with curiosity, quickly dispelled much of the previous despair and gloom. Many had never seen wooden frame houses or horse-drawn carts, and none had witnessed such vast forests and mountains. The air was so fresh, devoid of the hustle and bustle of the city. Everything here bore an untouched essence. The canteen was situated at the far end, a long wooden structure. Upon entering, the aroma of food and the scent of burning would wafted through the air. The kitchen was immediately visible, separated by a counter, with large pots steaming. 3 men in white aprons busily tended to the large pots. Further inside, a spacious area featured several large wooden tables and long benches, with remnants of bark still clinging to them. Those who had arrived earlier, still hungry, turned to look towards the entrance. Clang, clang, clang. Li Chaoyang clattered a large spoon against the pot's edge, placed down his luggage, and joined the line to receive their meals. A flurry of activity ensued. Jiang Sen did not rush inside. Instead, he guided Wang Jiangwo to a spot by the window, placing their belongings down. Feng Chao trailed behind, eager to assist and explain how to serve the food. However, Jiang Sen appeared to be quite familiar with the place and gave him no chance. Pulling out his food container and leading Wang Jiangwo to the right side of the kitchen. Steady now. The man preparing the corn porridge was in his 50s, neither too fat nor too thin, of average height, with a face marked by more wrinkles than his peers. His hands were calloused and rough, akin to sandpaper. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Sen smiled in gratitude, and the cook chuckled, tapping the edge of the pot. Next. Then, Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo took 2 more steps to the left, where the chef handed them 2 corn cakes larger than their faces, placing them on the lids of their food containers. Next. Finally, at the entrance, Li Chaoyang stood conversing with the chef while holding his food container. Upon seeing Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo approach, the chef served each of them a portion of pickled vegetables from brown jar. He did not call for the next person, continuing his conversation with Li Chaoyang. If they're to go down tomorrow, where will they stay? The chef inquired. Li Chaoyang sniffed, took a sip of porridge, and explained that they were to come and pick them up today. Traveling through the night? What else? Will you let them sleep in your canteen? Let's go. The chef retorted, why not suggest they sleep at your place? Hee. You say every year they send children this big, unable to carry or lift anything. What can they do? Do you have a solution? No. Do you? They will learn as they go. Jiang Sen, having finished his meal, overheard the conversation. He had long known that Li Chaoyang was the type of person who would never admit to difficulties, no matter how insurmountable they appeared. To him, even the most challenging tasks seemed trivial. In his previous life, he had little interaction with Li Chaoyang, often keeping to himself due to his mood, leading to a prolonged period of low profile where most people were unaware of Jiang Sen's existence. Even when he returned to the city to obtain an introduction letter from the unit, the accountant took quite some time to recall who he was. Feng Chao, having presumably finished his meal long ago, remained seated, observing Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo as they dined, incessantly chattering. Upon my arrival here, I learned that we had traveled separately by vehicle, but we would need to regroup at our destination. Jiang Sen paid him no mind, yet Wang Jiangwo lifted his head, inquiring about the need to regroup. In Chapter 16, Bad to the Core, at the Sanku Shu train station, Li Chaoyang had previously mentioned the need to line up for the truck according to the list. Wang Jiangwo, like everyone else, believed that those assigned to the same queue would be comrades to stay together, as many were already well acquainted. However, Feng Chao insisted on the need to regroup. Jiang Sen felt confident that Li Chaoyang would not engage in such unnecessary actions and casually asked, "Is that so?" Noticing Jiang Sen's reaction, Feng Chao became animated, exclaiming, "Of course. Who did you hear that from?" "I heard. They all said so." Feng Chao appeared somewhat uneasy. Observing his reaction, Jiang Sen quickly deduced that this assertion was merely Feng Chao's own conclusion, with no one having actually stated it. Oh. Jiang Sen continued to sip his porridge, making a sloshing sound. Wang Jiangwo seemed to catch onto a different implication, nodding in agreement and murmuring an acknowledgement while returning to his meal. Feng Chao, feeling awkward once more, turned to look behind him, calling out, "Zhang Jiqiang." He then turned back to Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo, saying, "I'll go check on him." Zhang Jiqiang had arrived earlier and was among a few who had not finished eating. Upon spotting Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo, he chose not to engage, which struck Jiang Sen as quite odd. Regardless of whether they were assigned to the same location, they had traveled on the same train and should have had a natural inclination to converse. Yet, he refrained, as if an invisible barrier had formed between them. Feng Chao intercepted Zhang Jiqiang before he could depart, asking, "I didn't see you earlier. Have you eaten well? Are you heading to the supply store? I'll accompany you." Jiang Sen did not glance back, while Wang Jiangwo raised his head to observe, frowning slightly as he remarked to Jiang Sen, "Why does he act as if he doesn't know us?" Having consumed a corn cake and feeling somewhat sated, Jiang Sen placed the remaining piece into his bag. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he thinks that since we are in tea together, opportunities to meet in the future will be scarce." Wang Jiangwo, quick to comprehend, exhaled and asked, "Do you believe Feng Chao's words hold any truth?" Jiang Sen turned his gaze towards the kitchen, noting that Li Chaoyang had already departed, and replied, "Who knows? That person seems quite insincere, spouting nonsense that makes it impossible to discern fact from fiction." Wang Jiangwo chuckled and rose to help Jiang Sen clean up. leaving a corn cake in his bag as well. Let us head to the supply store to see what we need. Indeed, we should go. Jiang Sen agreed, recalling that he had forgotten to bring a toothbrush and toothpaste. If they have them, let us buy extra. Oh, and you should pick some up too. I heard the supply stations are quite far from the unit. Absolutely. Wang Zhengwo appeared to have just realized this, and they set off. They temporarily left their belongings in the cafeteria before stepping outside, where a sign indicated the supply store to the right of the main gate. Upon their arrival, they found it bustling with other young intellectuals, and it seemed a quarrel was occurring inside. The two stood at the back, straining to see. They spotted Xiao Jiajia, her face flushed with anger, pointing at another individual while exclaiming, "You are a rogue, a scoundrel." Behind her, another young female intellectual was crying, her hands covering her face. Jiang Sen shifted his stance for a better view and finally saw the man opposing Xiao Jiajia. He appeared to be in his 20s, not unattractive. Yet his smirking demeanor struck Jiang Sen as extremely lewd. Didn't I just say? There are too many people, and it's crowded. Accidental brushes happen. Who is a rogue? Besides, look at her. She is as thin as a reed, not a single appealing feature. Which man will be interested? You still dare to speak? Xiao Jiajia was seething, yet she felt powerless against him. Jiang Sen frowned. This man was a familiar face. He was Zhang Xuebing, the son of the accountant at the logging site. Riding on his father's coattails, he spent his days causing trouble with a group of local youths from nearby villages. If his misdeeds were reported to the unit, unless Li Chaoyang intervened, others would either turn a blind eye or attempt to smooth things over. Jiang Sen knew of at least 10 young women who had been bullied by this scoundrel in his previous life. It was only when Li Chaoyang stumbled upon one of these incidents that the truth could no longer be concealed, leading to Zhang Xuebing's father being dismissed from his post and sent to a labor camp. Yet, even such consequences did little to amend Zhang Xuebing's inherent wickedness. As the saying goes, bad to the core. The young intellectuals were incensed upon hearing this. To arrive at the unit and witness someone being bullied, especially a seemingly fragile young woman, ignited an uproar. A male intellectual confronted Zhang Xuebing, declaring, "Rogues like you deserve to be sent to a labor camp." Seeing someone stand up, another youthful figure stepped forward, clearly a hothead, proclaiming, "I saw it all. You can't deny it. Beat him." In those days, the youth had little understanding of whether fighting was appropriate or not, often believing that it was the sole means to resolve disputes. With a single call to action, the disappointment, frustration, and confusion they had harbored since their arrival melted into fists. Zhang Xuebing, seemingly unafraid, defended himself for a while before shouting, "Let me tell you, my father is the accountant at the unit. If you dare touch a hair on my head, he'll have your work points deducted, and you'll never return to the city, dying out here in the wilderness." The few who had intended to strike hesitated, but their anger still found an outlet in their heated words. What if your father is an accountant? That doesn't give you the right to be a rogue. Let us go find the unit leaders. These young intellectuals, accustomed to stirring up trouble back in the city, responded eagerly to the call to action, pushing Zhang Xuebing toward the unit. Wang Zhengwo asked Jiang Sen, "Should we go?" Jiang Sen replied, "While the coast is clear, let us quickly buy what we need." Zhang Xuebing's threats indeed sowed doubt in many minds. Although the initial uproar had drawn a crowd, only about 10 individuals chose to accompany him to confront the leaders. The unit was lively that day, with dozens of people milling about the open space outside, looking around. The supply store was small, just a single room with a counter at the front and a door leading to the storeroom at the back. Behind the counter sat a woman in her 30s, known as Sister Ma, the wife of a local official, known for her fiery temperament. She often chased her husband around the farm with a ladle in hand, earning her the nickname Ma Spoon among the locals. However, Jiang Sen knew that beneath her sharp tongue lay a kind-hearted individual. She watched the commotion with amusement and greeted Jiang Sen and Wang Zhengwo with a smile. "You young intellectuals are quite impressive," she remarked, retrieving the toothbrush and toothpaste Jiang Sen requested from beneath the counter. Jiang Sen chuckled, recalling an incident on the train where a girl had cried out about a rogue, while a boy claimed it was merely a matter of her failing to lock the restroom door. Gossip has an unparalleled ability to bridge distances between people. Indeed, Ma Saizi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Isn't that the young female sent down youth from earlier? I could tell she was not a virtuous character from the moment I laid eyes on her. She deliberately gravitated towards the sailor, thin as a reed, and now stood there, wiping away tears after being taken advantage of. Well, It seems even the men have rushed over to assist her. Ma Saizi spoke in a coarse manner, which made Wang Jiangwo feel somewhat uncomfortable and embarrassed. Jiang Sen diaklid, recognizing monantai soitsies perceptiveness. That young woman truly was a white lotus, a fact Jiang Sen discerned from the details. For instance, she did not lock the bathroom door on the train and did not shy away from encountering Zhang Shuibing here. Afterward, she cried in a pitiful manner, garnering everyone's sympathy and care. Perhaps that was her intention all along, to feign weakness to elicit pity and receive care, a quintessential trait of the White Lotus. Just like Bai Jing and Huang Liping. Thinking of these two, Jiang Sen felt an urge to gouge out his own eyes. What foolishness. I couldn't see clearly who it was from behind just now, he remarked. With so many people, it was impossible to tell. He selected 10 toothbrushes and 5 tubes of toothpaste, then glanced at the counter. Could you also fetch me 2 towels and 2 bars of soap? Wang Jiangwo mirrored Jiang Sen's purchases, aware that these items would be frequently utilized in the future. With a ticket, it's $2.50. Without one, it's $3.80. After they paid, Jiang Sen suddenly remembered something and turned back. Ma Saizi, do you have any burnt knife liquor? Ma Saizi paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. Did you hear the comrades calling out? Those young sent-down youths came in, referring to each other as comrades. That I almost forgot about myself. Given your sweet tongue, I'll sell you some burnt knife liquor today, though it's not something I usually sell. It's $1.70 per pound. How much do you want? Wang Jiangwo inquired. What is burnt knife liquor? It's the white liquor most beloved by Northeasterners. Jiang Sen replied. Can you drink? A little. Jiang Sen confidently handed over $1. Ma Saizi, I don't have a container for the liquor. Could you only find one? As for the remaining money, just take whatever you can. Here, the white liquor is stored in large jars. When someone serves it, they use a measuring cup, filling it to the brim to equal 1 pound, referred to as a tilu. After serving, the tilu is bent at the end and hung on the jar's edge, then covered with a wooden lid wrapped in white cloth. All right, wait a moment. Ma Saizi retreated to the back and soon returned, a waft of liquor filling the air as the door opened. This is from 2 years ago when my husband went to the mountains and obtained it from an old crippled man. It's a bit aged, but if you don't mind, I'll sell it to you. In her hand was a dark brown liquor pouch, likely made from animal hide, capable of holding 5 pounds of liquor. Jiang Sen was overjoyed. Thank you, Ma Saizi. This is wonderful. What is this? Wang Jiangwo questioned, examining it closely. Ma Saizi promptly explained. This is a liquor pouch made by hunters in the woods. In winter, a sip of burnt knife liquor warms you up so much that you could roll around in the snow naked. She exaggerated somewhat, but indeed, a sip of burnt knife liquor in winter brings warmth from the inside out. Ma Saizi, we must be off. Jiang Sen secured the pouch with a rope and slung it over his shoulder, concealing it with his backpack. Off you go. You must be in a hurry. As they exited the supply and marketing cooperative, Wang Jiangwo quickly pressed, It's summer. Why are you buying so much liquor? Jiang Sen replied. We don't yet know where we will be assigned. If we end up at the logging site, it could start snowing by the end of August. Better to be prepared. Wang Jiangwo felt a strange sensation arise in his heart, as if Jiang Sen was intimately familiar with everything here, almost as if he had lived a lifetime in this place. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Oh no, I dare not. Director, I was wrong. I'll help. A cacophony of shouts rang out as Zhang Shuibing dashed from the office, followed closely by Li Chuyang, who scolded, You little rascal, stand right there. Just wait until I knock you down with a shovel. Li Chaoyang's temper flared as he swung his shovel forward, missing Zhang Shuibing but striking the ground with a loud clang. Wang Jiangwo stood stunned, watching the scene unfold, while Jiang Sen found it amusing. Director Li's temper was as fiery as ever. A group of people rushed from the office, including some who were not sent-down youths, all chasing after Zhang. Director, don't hold back. Give that scoundrel a thrashing. The speaker was Zhang, the accountant from the office. Next to him stood Ma Gan, Ma Saizi's husband. Though he did not shout, he joined the chase. The other sent-down youths seemed bewildered. They had merely reported a grievance. And now it had escalated into a chaotic pursuit. Shouldn't they be holding a meeting to address the issue instead? This could lead to a tragedy. City youth had never witnessed such scenes before. This kind of vigilantism is unacceptable. Someone shouted, Director, you can't kill him. Murder is against the law. Let's catch up. Su Lanlan appeared, insisting, We must convey the policy to the director. We can't just stand by and let him make a mistake due to our demands. Let's go. Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo gaped, watching as Su Lanlan led a dozen people in pursuit. After a long moment, they finally closed their mouths. That young female sent-down youth seemed to have a point, Wang Jiangwo remarked. Jiang Sen nodded. Her awareness is commendable. She fears the director will go astray. The incident sparked by the director's anger made everyone forget the earlier grievance. In the long summer days of northeast China, it was already past 4 in the afternoon when Jiang Sen and the others arrived. After dining and lingering in the supply cooperative for a while, they witnessed the commotion, and it was now past 6, with daylight still lingering. From afar, the jingling of bells drew near. Horse-drawn carts were approaching. Li Chaoyang returned, dragging his shovel, while Zhang Xuebing had seemingly fled. Su Lanlan walked beside him, speaking about something, but Li Chaoyang's expression was grim, his silence deafening. Upon reaching the office entrance, he forcefully plunged the shovel into the ground, declaring loudly, "Everyone, gather your belongings at the entrance." Su Lanlan appeared discontent, having expressed so much yet received no response from the director. Seeing others rushing inside, she mustered her courage to continue. "Director, I hope you recognize the gravity of the situation. Regardless of who erred, it should be handled by the public security organs. You have no authority to take the law into your own hands." Jiang Sen almost wanted to commend her. Li Chaoyang's patience had been utterly exhausted by Su Lanlan's persistence, and he scolded her. "What? Do you wish to take the position of the director?" Su Lanlan's face flushed. "I had no such intention." "Then why waste words? Hurry and gather your belongings." If this were in the past, those who disobeyed orders would have been executed. Intimidated by Li Chaoyang's fervor, Su Lanlan's eyes reddened, and she turned to flee inside. Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo wasted no time, hastening back to the cafeteria to collect their belongings before returning to the entrance. They then witnessed Li Chaoyang chastising Zhang, the accountant. "If you continue to indulge him, you'll regret it when something truly goes wrong." Zhang, the accountant, sincerely admitted his errors, looking helpless and sorrowful. "If my wife hadn't passed away early, raising him alone while managing work, I wouldn't have neglected his upbringing. It's all my fault. Once we return, I'll make sure he feels my wrath for half a month. Then keep indulging him. It will only lead to trouble." Neither of them spoke further. Ma Gan returned with a notepad, standing with them as they watched the approaching horse-drawn carts. Noticing the number of carts, Li Chaoyang frowned slightly. "Only a few brigades have arrived?" he inquired. Ma Gan shaded his eyes and peered ahead, nodding. "It seems only 4 brigades have come." Chapter 18. As for you, I can't be responsible. 4 horse-drawn carriages came to a halt before them. 2 drivers, with cheerful expressions, jumped down and deftly secured their whips in the yokes. "Where are the people?" one of them inquired. A smile finally appeared on Li Chaoyang's face as he turned to observe the educated youth emerging in succession. "Form a line," he called out. Once he saw that the youth had mostly assembled, he turned to the newcomers and said, "Go have a meal first. After eating, be quick to depart." "No need, we can eat a few buns on the way," replied one of the newcomers, who then entered the hall. He turned back to shout at another, "Give the horses some water. I'll fetch the food." After greeting Li Chaoyang, another member of the team also went inside to get the food, leaving one person to tend to the horses. The educated youth stood by, anxiously watching, yet no one dared to speak. Glancing at them, Li Chaoyang took the clipboard from the horse attendant and whispered a few words. The horse attendant nodded, stepped in front of the youth, and smilingly announced, "Please be quiet and listen to me. My surname is Ma. I am the official from the farm. When I call your name, step forward." With that, he glanced around, lowered his head to the list, and began to call names. Jiang Sen, standing in the line, noted that the individuals leaving matched those who had previously been assigned during the vehicle distribution. Those remaining by the carriage helped pile their belongings onto it. If they were to return, only the female educated youth could ride in the carriage, while the males would have to walk. This was tolerable, and even if some murmured discontent, none echoed their sentiments. Soon, it appeared that more carriages and even tractors were approaching from a distance. Each team had received just one mode of transportation. Clearly, it was impractical for 20 individuals to fit aboard one vehicle. Thus, they would have to transport their luggage while following along with the carts. The individual who had gone to fetch food returned, collecting the list and a stack of introduction letters from Li Chaoyang. After checking names by the carriage, he cracked his whip. Whoosh! Crack! Off we go. The educated youth hastened to follow, glancing back occasionally, and before long, they were moving further away. As dusk fell, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and most had departed, leaving only Jiang Sen's group and Su Lanlin's. The expressions of the 40 individuals were grim, yet Jiang Sen remained unconcerned. Even if they had to traverse the night, he could find a forest farm. He had already surmised that, despite the differences in this assignment compared to his previous life, the destination remained unchanged. Su Lanlan, with her head bowed, seemed lost in thought until she suddenly spotted a flashlight beam in the distance. Li Chaoyang squinted toward it, lit a cigarette, and remarked, surprisingly, they arrived quite early. The only teams that had just arrived were the two most distant ones, the forest farm and the Shanyang team. These two locations differed slightly from the others. The Shanyang team focused on reclamation, while the forest farm concentrated on logging, both directly managed by the farm office. There were also two unique establishments. One was the livestock farm, responsible for raising the plow oxen used by various teams for cultivation and land reclamation. Those assigned there typically came from problematic backgrounds. During busy farming periods, the livestock farm personnel would disperse, guiding a few oxen to assist the teams, while in the off-season, they would be tasked with caretaking. The other was the bullpen, present in every team, housing special individuals. As the distant figures approached, Jiang Sen recognized them as the captain of the Shanyang team, surnamed Zhou. Captain Zhou, around 40 years of age with a scruffy beard, approached and extended his hand with a jovial smile. Apologies, farm director. We rushed here. Hope we didn't delay you. Li Chaoyang laughed heartily, shaking his hand. You must have set off before dawn, right? Indeed, we had to move quickly. Otherwise, we'd arrive at midnight. At this remark, the faces of the remaining individuals turned pale. After a full day of travel, they were told they had moved swiftly. How far could that place be? Li Chaoyang urged, you should go eat. Everyone is here. And once you've finished, you can leave. Uncertain if they would accompany these two, the remaining educated youth murmured among themselves. Wang Zhangwo turned to Jiang Sen and asked, do you think we'll go with them? Which team are they from? Is it a day's journey? Jiang Sen hesitated. I don't know. It's either this one or the next. The next hasn't arrived yet, and maybe even farther. The sky gradually darkened, but it was not yet completely dark. The surroundings were faintly discernible. The shadowy mountains exuded a sense of oppression, causing some of the female educated youth to feel fearful. Who need the restroom? Someone inquired softly. A hand was raised. Farm director, can we go to the toilet? Li Chaoyang was about to enter the office when he heard this and paused. Hurry if you need to go. As the words left his mouth, he noticed someone rushing toward the outhouse behind the office. The female educated youth followed suit, and soon the male youth joined them. Li Chaoyang glanced at his watch and said, those who need to go, make it quick, we'll be setting off soon. A few others scampered in that direction. Wang Zhangwo exclaimed, I want to go too. Jiang Sen grinned, follow me. He didn't head toward the other end, where the office restroom was located at the far eastern side, bending around the mountain, a considerable distance away. He led Wang Zhangwo in the opposite direction, around the wooden cabin, and leaned against the wall to begin unbuttoning his pants. Here, Wang Zhangwo peered out nervously, fearful of being seen. Relax. There are toilets everywhere. You'll understand once we get down there. When they returned to the group, the others had yet to return. They waited for a while until they finally saw Li Chaoyang coming out with Captain Zhou. They appeared to be in high spirits, chatting amiably. Farm director, I'll take my people and be off. We should arrive just before dusk tomorrow. Be careful on the road. These educated youth from the capital can't compare in physical strength to those of us who have served in the military. If they can't endure this hardship, what will they do later? I don't coddle anyone. I can't be responsible for you, Zhou replied. You are the farm director. Should you send me some hardy young fellows? Look at all these girls. What can they do? Their conversation was anything but hushed, and many of the female educated youth in the line turned pale, heads bowed, whispering among themselves, some even in tears. Almost everyone, except Jiang Sen, bore an unmistakable look of unease as they glanced at Li Chaoyang and Zhou. As they approached the front of the line, Li Chaoyang took a stack of introduction letters from the horse attendant, glanced at them, and handed them to Captain Zhou. From now on, these will be your people. Captain Zhou, illuminated by the light of the office door, examined the letters while the horse attendant began calling names. As each name was called, a youth stepped forward with their belongings. Before long, over 10 individuals had moved forward, including several sobbing female youth. However, when 20 names had been called, the horse attendant continued calling names, leaving only 10 individuals, including Jiang Sen and Wang Zhangwo, still standing in place. Su Lanlan, with a defiant expression, stubbornly shouldered her bag. Jiang Sen regarded her with disdain and muttered to Wang Jiangwo, "See, when we get to the team, she will still." "Comrade Farm Director." Su Lanlan suddenly raised her voice. "Why do other teams have vehicles, even if just horse-drawn carts, while we have nothing? This is unfair." Jiang Sen was taken aback, thinking, does this Su Lanlan have a screw loose? She wants to apply the capital's standards here? Does she really not know what hardship means? Li Tian, who had been speaking softly with Captain Zhou, lifted his head to meet Zhou's gaze and asked, "What do you wish to say? Fairness? Here, working diligently is fairness. Everyone is equal. I meant they have horse-drawn carts and tractors to pick them up, while we do not. For what you've said, the destination is far, and we have to carry our luggage. This is unfair to us." Li Chaoyang frowned. "What qualifications do you have to demand a vehicle? Don't talk to me about useless matters. Did you come here to enjoy comfort? If you can work, stay. If you can't, I'll buy you a ticket back." Chapter 19. No idlers among us. The essence and significance of the movement to the countryside lies in the support for border construction and the re-education of the impoverished peasantry. Su Lanlan previously criticized Li Chaoyang in public for his potential misuse of authority, asserting that such actions could lead to errors. Now, she publicly declares it unfair, displaying both ignorance and folly. She remains utterly oblivious to Li Chaoyang's true character, as well as that of the team leader, Captain Zhou, who has also experienced the trials of war, bearing scars from past battles. Li Chaoyang does not indulge her, his displeasure evident in his gaze. "Let's depart." Captain Zhou states flatly, "If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to speak up, lest you hinder the group upon arrival. I do not accommodate idlers." Su Lanlan attempts to voice her discontent, but a fellow female youth pulls at her sleeve, urgently signaling her to remain silent. In frustration, she shuts her mouth. "Director, we shall take our leave. We will come by for drinks next time. Be careful on the road," Li Chaoyang advises, watching as the group sets off. The remaining 10, including Jiang Sen, deduce that they are likely headed to the timber yard. Awaiting them is Zhang Jianjun, the team leader of the timber yard, a man in his 30s with a scruffy beard, clad in a faded military uniform adorned with patches. Like Captain Zhou, he was once a soldier under Li Chaoyang's command. "Commander," he salutes upon arrival, still addressing him with the old title. "Huh, good lad," Li Chaoyang exclaims, shaking his hand vigorously. "Did you come alone?" "Yes. August is the prime time for logging, and everyone is eager to work while summer lingers, ensuring we won't face shortages in winter. Hence, I came alone." "Was the journey uneventful? Any encounters with wolves?" "I brought my firearm." Zhang Jianjun pats, the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. The others listen intently, particularly the male youths, their eyes gleaming with curiosity at the sight of the rifle. Jiang Sen, familiar with firearms from his past, remains largely unfazed. "Will we get to handle guns at the timber yard?" Wang Jiangwo inquires eagerly. "Don't get your hopes up. Only the captain and vice captain carry firearms, primarily for protection against wildlife." "Oh." Wang Jiangwo's enthusiasm wanes momentarily, but Jiang Sen adds, "There are exceptions." "Oh." Wang Jiangwo's hope rekindles. No man can resist the allure of a firearm. The mere chance to handle one is enough to bring joy for a year. At this time, firearms were not yet banned in the country, but regulations at the farm remained strict, preventing ordinary individuals from accessing weapons to avert potential misconduct or uncontrollable incidents. By the time Zhang Jianjun arrived, it was already midnight. The 10 individuals, including Jiang Sen, were utterly fatigued, yawning incessantly. "All right, we shall not travel tonight. We will set off at dawn," Li Chaoyang announced. "Ma, please arrange their accommodations. Jianjun, let us go grab a bite at the dining hall." Li Chaoyang led Zhang away, while Ma approached, saying, "Everyone will rest here at the headquarters tonight. We depart at first light. Follow me." Murmurs of discontent arose. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? We've been standing around all day. Jiang Sen remained silent, as did Wang Jiangwo, following Ma to the last room on the right. Upon entering, they found a large communal sleeping area. "Men will stay here," Ma instructed. "Rest quickly and do not wander. There are wolves in the woods at night. Lock the door securely. Bears can open doors." "Understood?" Ma then led the 3 female youths to an adjacent room, delivering the same caution before departing. Among the 3 were Xiao Jiejia, the girl with thick eyebrows, and the one who had been harassed by Zhang Xiaobing at the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon hearing Ma's warning, their faces paled, and they hurriedly entered their room, locking the door behind them. Jiang Sen was the first to enter, placing his luggage on the Kong and lying down. Ah, confort. He sighed, relaxing his body, acutely aware of the aches and pains. Despite having been robust from brawls during his previous life in prison, his current youth and slender frame left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It was evident he needed to devise a plan to strengthen his physique. Relying solely on his current condition would surely lead to exhaustion. Wang Jiangwo mimicked him, pushing his belongings to the side and lying down, exhaling deeply. The others soon followed suit, collapsing onto the Kong and quickly falling asleep. All were utterly drained. Those who had set off earlier likely reached their destination exhausted, while they still had a chance to rest. However, Jiang Sen remained awake, getting up to secure the door, locking it and propping a rickety stool against it before settling back down. He refrained from unpacking, as his belongings were still wrapped tightly. Instead, he retrieved a thick garment from his suitcase to cover himself. Reaching beneath the Kong, he found the lamp cord and extinguished the light. In the stillness of the night within the Daxing Yanling Mountains, silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally broken by the calls of wildlife. The rhythmic chirping of crickets was particularly soothing, lulling Jiang Sen into a deep slumber. It felt as though he had just closed his eyes before being jolted awake. The dawn had broken, and Ma was outside, rapping on the window. Wake up! Wake up! Breakfast is ready. We leave right after. Jiang Sen had been awake even before Ma approached the door. But it wasn't until the knocking that he opened his eyes. One by one, the others stirred, reluctant to rise. Jiang Sen nudged the still sleepy Wang Jiangwo. Get up. Wang Jiangwo mumbled, huh? Oh. Jiang Sen paid him no further mind, retrieving his toothbrush and towel from his backpack and hurrying outside to the side of the building. There, a row of communal faucets awaited. Typically, horse-drawn carts would stop here to water their horses, and locals would gather water. Only in winter were the faucets bundled with straw rope to prevent freezing. However, even then, the faucets could still freeze, requiring hot water to thaw them. This was a self-installed underground water system at the headquarters. The water was icy on this summer morning. Jiang Sen grimaced as he brushed his teeth and washed his face before hastily returning. At the entrance, he encountered Wang Jiangwo. Noticing Jiang Sen with his towel and toothbrush, eagerly asked, "Where did you wash up?" Others emerged as well. Jiang Sen, not wishing to conceal anything, gestured towards the side. "Just over there, hurry." A stampede ensued as everyone rushed to fetch their own supplies. Just as Jiang Sen was about to enter, the adjacent door swung open. Shout, Jia peeked out. "Excuse me, comrade. Did you mention a place to wash?" "Over there, go quickly." Jiang Sen urged. Shout, Jia turned back, saying something before three girls hurriedly followed him to the wash area. Returning to his room, Jiang Sen organized his belongings and stood at the door, waiting for the others. He refused to remain alone inside, wary of potential schemes against him. A decade in prison had imparted many lessons, making it difficult to shed his cautious nature. Even in this new life. In the distance, Marie appeared, shouting, "What you all dawdling about? Are you waiting for someone to serve you?" Chapter 20. To the timber yard, 10 individuals, a chaotic mix of luggage on their backs, hurried towards the dining hall. The 3 female youths lagged behind, dropping items along the way, prompting Ma to shake his head in dismay, muttering about their capability to work. Breakfast consisted of coarse millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and corn cakes. Jiang Sen and his companions enjoyed a more favorable treatment, receiving an additional free meal. Li Chaoyang, Zhang Jianjun, and another unfamiliar middle-aged man were already seated. Having finished their meal by the time the 10 gathered their dishes and sat down, engaging in casual conversation while smoking by the kitchen. Today, in the kitchen, there was only one chef, and the atmosphere was lively with laughter shared among the 3 individuals. Jiang Sen swiftly finished his thick porridge, placing corn cakes and pickles into his lunchbox. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jiangwo, who had just taken a bite of his corn cake, imitated Jiang Sen and added his own to the lunchbox. Others seemed to take note of Jiang Sen's actions from the previous night when he had tucked away a corn cake, leading them to discreetly do the same this morning. Li Chaoyang and his companions were engaged in conversation, occasionally casting glances at the 10 individuals, leaving Jiang Sen puzzled about their discussion. He had observed that guards often behaved in such a manner, primarily to watch for any secretive actions among them. However, Jiang Sen could not decipher Li Chaoyang's intentions. His own purpose for being here was twofold: to seek out a particular woman and to lead a stable life. Having lived a life of submission in his past, he harbored no grand aspirations this time. He simply desired a warm home with a loving wife and children, and to recount stories to his grandchildren in his old age, which would bring him immense satisfaction. Thus, upon arriving, he maintained a low profile, neither standing out nor lagging behind. After the meal, Li Chaoyang did not instruct them to line up, but commenced calling names within the dining hall. Jiang Sen, he called out first, surprised to be the first named. Jiang Sen glanced at Wang Jiangwo before collecting his belongings and stepping forward. Xiao Jejia. Well, they were once again grouped together, as they had been in a previous life. Lu Xiao, the girl, often displaying a victimized demeanor, timidly stepped forward. Wang Dajiang, Bai Chong, Ma Weiguo, Sun Wuhong. Jiang Sen realized that the strikingly featured individual was Sun Wuhong. Astonishingly, all three female educated youths were headed to the forest farm, leaving Jiang Sen momentarily stunned. In his previous life, there had only been two female educated youths assisting an older peer in cooking. Now, there was an additional one. Only Xiao Jejia was familiar to him, while Lu Xiao and Sun Wuhong were strangers. As Jiang Sen awaited Li Chaoyang to continue, he was taken aback when the latter paused after calling only 7 names. Wang Jiangwo appeared anxious, and Jiang Sen shared a perplexed glance with him, urging him to remain calm. Li Chaoyang assessed their reactions and the remaining 3 individuals before declaring, "You 7 will follow Captain Zhang to the forest farm. The remaining 3 will go to the livestock farm." The mention of the livestock farm drained the color from Wang Jiangwo's face. Jiang Sen's mind raced. Why was he assigned to the livestock farm? Was it a consequence of his parents' background? It had to be. Educated youths with special familial ties, whether through parents or grandparents, often received preferential treatment. He was to report to the livestock farm's captain, a man named Wu, who will be meeting him shortly. After concluding his instructions, Li Chaoyang turned to shake hands with Captain Zhang and bid farewell. "I've entrusted them to you. My mission is complete." "Very well. We shall not waste time and will set off immediately. It's better to leave early to avoid traveling in the dark, lest wolves come and carry off a few. Otherwise, you'll have to be reassigned," Zhang Jianjun remarked. He regarded the 7 individuals with a serious expression, adding, "The route to the forest farm is long. If anyone wishes to voice their discontent, now is the time." No one dared to express reluctance. For educated youths, defying authority or refusing assignments led only to 2 outcomes: either being sent to the livestock farm or being dispatched back to their place of origin. The latter was a grave consequence, viewed as a severe violation of policy and indicative of a reluctance to accept re-education among the poor and lower-class farmers, thus undermining the nation's frontier development. Seeing no one speak up, Zhang Jianjun turned back to Li Chaoyang with a smile, saying, "Captain, I shall take my leave. Travel safely. Next time you come, let us drink together." "Indeed." Zhang Jianjun stood at attention, but did not salute, instead turning to Jiang Sen and the others, instructing, "Keep up. Let us move out." Wang Jiangwo appeared increasingly anxious, prompting Jiang Sen to turn and silently reassure him, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Unlike the others, Jiang Sen understood that the livestock farm, though distant from the headquarters at over 100 kilometers, afforded a degree of autonomy, as long as the cattle were well cared for. However, the key was to ensure the cattle did not perish. The abruptness of the situation left little room for conversation as Jiang Sen followed Zhang Jianjun outside, who strode ahead with his hunting rifle. Jiang Sen recalled there were 2 routes to the forest farm, one suitable for horses and sleds, and the other following the train tracks. Judging by the direction, Zhang Jianjun intended to take the path for horses and sleds, a shorter route that traversed a forest. The journey began with 7 young individuals, all around 17 or 18 years of age, burdened with luggage, boxes, and backpacks, leaving them with little strength to assist the 3 female educated youths. Not long into their journey, Xiao Jejia and her companions lagged behind. One male educated youth, seemingly eager to help, kept glancing back. Jiang Sen recalled him being named by Chong during roll call. Yet in this moment, sympathy equated to shared suffering. After walking northward for over an hour, they entered the forest. Jiang Sen closely followed Zhang Jianjun. This route felt both familiar and foreign, as it was a path he had traversed in a previous life. If he fell behind, he could easily lose his way. The Daxing region in August was lush, brimming with vegetation and wildlife, captivating the city-bred, educated youths who marveled at the scenery. Upon reaching a ridge, Zhang Jianjun halted, turning to observe the group. The 7 of them had spread out considerably, resembling a disorganized formation, particularly the three female educated youths and Bai Chong, who seemed to have taken it upon himself to assist. As they walked, Bai Chong helped carry items that continually slipped from their grasp, slowing their pace significantly. Zhang Jianjun furrowed his brow and shouted, "Pick up the pace." The three female educated youths grew flustered, attempting to move faster while struggling under the weight of their belongings, which kept falling. Jiang Sen quickly deduced that they must have opened their luggage the previous night, having arrived with their families packing their bags. They likely lacked the knowledge to secure them properly. The last of the female educated youths, Lu Xiao, found her luggage unraveling in a frenzy, causing her to burst into tears. Bai Chong seemed to comfort her, kneeling to assist, but the more frantic they became, the more entangled the situation grew. Zhang Jianjun's expression hardened, and he barked, "Rest in place." Before striding back, Jiang Sen set down his luggage and took a seat atop it, sipping from his water bottle as he observed Zhang Jianjun approach Lu Xiao and Bai Chong. He appeared to reprimand them briefly before kneeling to help secure Lu Xiao's belongings, which he then slung over his back. His loud voice echoed, urging them to hurry and catch up, lest they become prey for wolves. After delivering this ultimatum, he marched back toward the front. Jiang Sen hastily capped his water bottle and stepped aside to relieve himself by the roots of a tree. Others followed suit, leading to an embarrassed Xiao, Jia, and Sun Guohong, who hurried past with flushed faces. Zhang Jianjun, upon nearing them, paused to wait for Lu Xiao and Bai Chong. Jiang Sen returned and glanced back at the two, estimating they would need at least 10 more minutes to arrive. Their sluggish pace resembled that of elderly individuals, advancing laboriously. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that if things continued this way, Bai Chong would also be affected. Seated beneath a tree, he absent-mindedly plucked a sour grass and began chewing on it, entirely unaware that he should not recognize such a plant. "What are you doing eating grass?" A fellow educated youth named Wang Dajiang inquired, astonished at Jiang Sen's actions. "Jiang Sen. Just munching for fun." Wang Dajiang swallowed hard. "Is it tasty?" Jiang Sen hesitated to respond to such a trivial inquiry, yet upon observing Wang Dajiang's appearance, which suggested hunger, he plucked another sprig from the side and offered it. Regardless of Wang Dajiang's astonishment at sharing this wild herb with others, Jiang Sen turned his gaze toward the two approaching figures, squinting against the distance. He strained to recollect the events of years past, only vividly recalling the cold, fatigue, and hardship, with other memories fading. It was only upon encountering those who had once ventured to the countryside with him that fragments of recollection would resurface. In his previous life, of the youth who had come together, it seemed that only Xiao Jia remained in this group, with the others being unfamiliar faces, and none had appeared subsequently. Not only had the people changed, but there were also many newcomers, such as Sun Guohong and Lu Xiao. In other words, upon reaching the forest farm, it was likely that both the individuals and circumstances had transformed. However, the one who came to greet them remained unchanged. The team leader of the forest farm, Zhang Jianjun. Jiang Sen felt a twinge of anxiety. What if that girl was no longer present, replaced by someone else? What would he do then? He began to reminisce about the events following his rebirth. Originally, he should have been compelled to marry Huang Liping, subsequently relinquishing his job, before being unceremoniously cast here. Yet he had altered this trajectory, sending Jiang Lei to prison, while Bai Jing and his father, Jiang Daiyou, received their just deserts. It seemed that many changes had commenced from that pivotal moment. Lost in thought, Lu Xiao and Bai Chong finally arrived, discarding their luggage and collapsing onto the ground. Lu Xiao looked at them with teary eyes, her expression one of deep grievance, evoking sympathy. Jiang Sen turned away, refusing to gaze upon them. The other educated youths gathered around to console her, with Wang Dajiang and a man named Ma Weigua even taking on some of Lu Xiao's burdens. Bai Chong, utterly exhausted, opened his water bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls, speechless, observing Lu Xiao's load being shared, while his own remained untouched. He felt a pang of disappointment and instinctively glanced at the unyielding Jiang Senator Jiang Sen, offered no opportunity for conversation, instead shouldering his own baggage and striding toward Zhang Jingguo. Upon noticing this, Zhang Jingguo declared, "All right, let us not waste any more time. We must reach the hunter's dwelling before nightfall, or we will have to camp out in the wilderness." Sleeping outdoors posed a significant risk of encountering wild beasts, and all the educated youths promptly followed Zhang Jingguo without protest. Bai Chong exhaled deeply, endeavoring to rise, only to discover that Lu Xiao, relieved of her burdens, had not waited for him and was now following Ma Weigua. She was gone. Bai Chong stood dumbfounded, ultimately sighing and hastening to catch up with the group. Jiang Sen closely troiled Diong Yangmu. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, nor did he possess the altruistic disposition to assist with their loads. The distance to the forest farm was immense, nearly 300 kilometers. Walking there would require at least a week. If traversing flat terrain unencumbered, it would still take 3 days and nights without rest. Now, they were trekking through the Daxing Inling, where the path was arduous, and carrying luggage would likely extend their journey to at least a week. In his previous life, reaching the forest farm felt akin to death itself. Assisting others was not even a consideration. Survival came first. Zhang Jianjun remained silent regarding the actions of the other educated youths. Every experience was one to be learned through personal endeavor. Once the door to special treatment was opened, it could never be closed again. The Daxing Anling required collective endurance, as well as individual survival skills. Especially after heavy snowfall, venturing out for food could become perilous if one continually hindered others. It could lead to dire consequences. These lessons were hard-earned through the blood-soaked experiences of those who had arrived before. After several hours of walking, Zhang Jianjun grew increasingly exasperated with this batch of educated youths. They had barely covered 20 miles in the entire morning. At this rate, it was uncertain when they would reach the forest farm. "Hurry up and have lunch," Zhang Jianjun called out. They arrived at a relatively flat clearing atop a ridge, surrounded by lush forest, beneath the cerulean sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, as if one could simply reach out and touch them. Jiang Sen seated himself on a rock and immediately spotted a mountain ash tree in the opposite thicket. In August, the mountain ash bore ripe fruit. Elated, he glanced around before heading toward the tree. The branches of the mountain ash were ablaze with vibrant red clusters, tantalizingly inviting. Standing beneath the tree, he grasped a branch and effortlessly plucked several clusters of berries. Others watched, intrigued, yet none dared to act without Zhang Jianjun's permission. Zhang Jianjun, munching on a corn cake and holding a water flask, laughed at Jiang Sen's fruit-picking antics. "Those are mountain ash berries, a wild fruit unique to northeast China. If you like them, go ahead and pick." The group erupted in cheers, momentarily forgetting their fatigue as they rushed over. Jiang Sen had already filled 2 pockets, but refrained from being greedy, clearing space for them. Returning to the resting area, he noticed Zhang Jianjun watching him with a smile. He pulled out a handful of berries and stuffed them into his pocket. "Captain, these will quench my thirst on the way." Zhang Jianjun paused for a moment, glancing at him. The gesture seemed as if they had known each other for ages, though they had just met. Jiang Sen realized this and thought, how careless. "Ah, my apologies, Captain. I used to do this with a few friends back home. It's just a habit." Zhang Jianjun laughed, dispelling any doubts. Did a few friends also go to the countryside? Not really, Jiang Sen reflected. Since his rebirth, he had not sought out his friends. In his past life, after returning from the countryside, he had not encountered them either. He genuinely had no idea whether they were working or had ventured to the countryside like him. "I left first," Jiang Sen quickly clarified, uncertain of their circumstances, and whether they would come to Beidawan. Zhang Jianjun did not pursue the matter further, merely stating, "Let's eat quickly," and resumed his meal. Jiang Sen took out the corn cake from his cloth pouch, savoring it alongside the mountain ash berries, which created a delightful flavor combination. Chapter 22, Departing. Zhu Beiji returns as the monkey. The others returned with smiles, having forgotten their earlier fatigue. After finishing his corn cake and taking a few sips of water, Jiang Sen glanced at them while closing the lid, catching the eye of Lu Xiao. Her gaze held a clear curiosity, but upon meeting Jiang Sen's eyes, she quickly lowered her head, her face flushed. Jiang Sen thought to himself, what is wrong with her? At such a moment, she dares to act this way. Her demeanor was reminiscent of Huang Liping, who would often steal glances at him, causing him to feel like a foolish, lovesick puppy. Zhang Jianjun stood up and walked over to lift Lu Xiao's heaviest suitcase. "All right, let us set off." Lu Xiao still had a rolling suitcase and a backpack. Initially, Bai Chong had helped her carry them, but as they scattered, Zhang Jianjun approached to assist her in securing her belongings, while several male, educated youths also lent a hand. Now that Zhang Jianjun had taken care of her suitcase, Lu Xiao should have been capable of managing her luggage. Yet she remained motionless, gazing at the others. Particularly at Jiang's senator, why had he not helped her? This male, educated youth seemed utterly devoid of compassion. The other male, educated youths avoided her gaze, shouldering their own burdens and trudging ahead. The previous stretch of road, while not excessively long, had become a considerable burden when adding someone else's load. Their initial intentions had been kind, but now they had barely traveled a short distance. If they were to assist each other along the way, even the production team's donkey would be overwhelmed. Jiang Sen averted his gaze, rose, shouldered his luggage, and picked up the suitcase. Xiao Jia and Sun Guohong could only focus on themselves. After securing their belongings, Sun Guohong urged, "Lucio, stop dawdling. Come on. I'll help you." As she spoke, she lifted Lucio's luggage and placed it on her back. With no other option, Lucio tightened the straps, securing the load to her. The satchel was slung over her shoulder, while Zhang Jianjun carried the suitcase, and her luggage was securely strapped on her back. Any further remarks might invite criticism. She smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Gua." Xiao Jia tugged at her, urging her to move along. The trio chatted and laughed as they followed the group at the rear. Jiang Sen walked briskly, soon positioning himself beside Zhang Jianjun and Bai Chong. As they walked, Bai Chong suddenly inquired, "I remember your name is Jiang Sen, right?" "Indeed, I am Bai Chong, from Beila's Wang in Kyoto." Bai Chong's initiative sparked a response from Jiang Sen, who, however, kept his details concise. "I'm from Hadian, just head west, and you'll find Beila's Wang." Despite the vastness of Kyoto, their close proximity made Bai Chong feel a sense of camaraderie beyond mere regional ties. He glanced back and quietly remarked, "Among us, you are the only one who hasn't lent her a hand." Jiang Sen looked at him, perplexed, and replied, "My own belongings are quite heavy. I hardly have the energy to assist anyone else. Just reaching the forest station is challenging enough." Bai Chong seemed to grasp the situation. True, I felt pity for her at that moment and extended my help, but then he refrained from elaborating, aware that excessive words might paint him in a negative light. To assist someone only to abandon them midway could lead others to perceive him unfavorably. Jiang Sen had witnessed the earlier events, but chose to remain silent, understanding that keeping pace with their leader was their primary objective at that moment. The other youths, upon setting off, had conveniently ignored Lucio, assuming others would assist her, not realizing that everyone shared this sentiment. Ultimately, no one came to her aid. Lucio struggled with her luggage, trailing behind Xiao Jia and Sun Guohong, who were also at the back of the line, gradually falling further behind. Wang Dajiang and Ma Weigua couldn't help but glance back occasionally. Ma Weigua looked up at Jiang Sen and Bai Chong ahead. He turned to Wang Dajiang and said, "Why is it that we all went to help? Yet he seems oblivious." Wang Dajiang followed Ma Weigua's gaze, noting that Jiang Sen's luggage appeared to be larger than the others, and he was also carrying a wooden box and a bulging satchel. He has more than enough to carry. How could he help? Ma Weigua was fully aware of this, yet remained unconvinced. Everyone had lent a hand, and Jiang Sen had said nothing, acting as if he were above it all, as if he were still a privileged young master from Kyoto. This is not merely an issue of weight. It's a matter of mindset. Here, we must support one another, sharing both hardships and joys. If we disregard this now, when danger arises, will we not turn a blind eye to others in need? Though he refrained from naming names, Jiang Sen understood he was the target of Ma Weigua's disdain. He had no inclination to engage in verbal sparring, merely snorting in contempt while internally cursing. One fool leaves, and another arrives. With Sulanlan gone, we now have Ma Weigua. Ma Weigua's accusatory diatribe, when unacknowledged by Jiang Senator Wang Dajiang, pulled him aside, urging him to let it go, suggesting that perhaps Jiang Sen wanted to help but lacked the means to do so. What a farce! Ma Weigua shot back, watching Jiang Sen as he walked ahead with Zhang Jianjun, feeling as if they were two authoritative figures, their glares mirroring each other. "Captain, it's not our complaints, but our discontent with certain behaviors. It's as if he believes he can remain aloof, that he is still that privileged young master from Kyoto. Everyone is helping. Even you're assisting the weaker female youth. So why does he act as if he is blind to her struggles? Is this not the epitome of selfishness?" With such a heavy accusation, Jiang Sen decided he would no longer tolerate Ma Weigua's insolence. "If you're not selfish, then go ahead and help. No one is stopping you. I have my burdens to bear, and my goal is simply to reach our destination. If you find me intolerable, you are no different." Zhang Jianjun, sensing the brewing tension, could predict the trouble Ma Weigua was about to cause. He understood that in the military, individual responsibility is paramount. One must not hinder the group. Female youths indeed faced greater challenges in rural areas. However, if one could not even carry their luggage to the forest station, how could they possibly contribute to the subsequent work at the logging camp? He pondered why the old captain insisted on sending a few women to them. Is that all you have to say? Any further remarks? He asked blandly. Malwegwa, believing he had made his point, grew emboldened, stepping closer and shooting Jiang Sen a disdainful look. Captain, I feel that since everyone else has helped, he should as well. This will demonstrate that he is not just a selfish individual indifferent to others. Zhang Jianjun's frustration mounted. They had not even begun their work yet, and already Malwegwa was stirring trouble. If you're so enlightened, why don't you take the initiative? Go assist her with her luggage. Let us rotate every 2 hours. As Malwegwa opened his mouth to protest again, Zhang Jianjun interjected in the future. If she cannot manage her tasks at the logging camp, you may also share the burden. Chapter 23. No grudges should last overnight. Malwegwa's actions not only vented his frustrations towards Jiang Sen, but also alienated Wang Dajiang and Bai Chang. With his sharp tongue, he successfully made everyone else resent him, and as they passed him by, they shot him disapproving glares. Malwegwa was bewildered. Hey, you all. He struggled to comprehend why his usual tactics, which worked flawlessly in Kyoto, were failing in the northern wilderness. He cast a glance at Jiang Sen's receding figure, a flicker of hatred dancing in his eyes as he clenched his jaw. Turning back, he resumed his forward march, unable to tolerate Jiang Sen's indifferent demeanor, which seemed to dismiss everyone around him. Zhang Jianjun felt a surge of irritation. The quality of these youths left much to be desired, and it appeared he would have to impose some discipline upon their return. When each brigade received youths, it served as a warning, ensuring they faced hardships early on to prevent slacking during their labor. Jiang Sen took note of Malwegwa. It was easier to evade overt antagonists than to guard against petty schemers. As dusk descended, Jiang Sen gauged the time, estimating it to be around 7 o'clock. Yet Zhang Jianjun had yet to announce a rest stop, nor had he pointed out the place where the hunters would lodge. He recalled that a little further ahead, there was indeed a small cabin where hunters rested. Excitement surged within him. Might he encounter her? If so, how would he greet her? Contemplating these thoughts, his heavy legs felt invigorated. The line of 8 stretched long behind them. Zhang Jianjun paused again, glancing back at the trailing individuals. If they didn't reach their destination before dark, the expansive, untamed forest would present myriad dangers, as wild beasts emerged to forage for food and store fat for the winter. At this hour, predators such as tigers, bears, and wolves would not leave until they had consumed their fill. Hurry up, he shouted back, slightly furrowing his brow. At this pace, we certainly want to make it before nightfall. Move faster, he called out again. Several male youths, exhausted, had already discarded their luggage and sat down to rest. Jiang Sen, recalling his past experiences, understood that once they sat down, continuing would prove arduous. Especially after shedding the weight they carried, it would be nearly impossible to bear it again. The 3 female youths were already weary, leaning on one another as they trudged toward him. You don't need to wait for me. You could go ahead. I really can't go on anymore. Lucio gasped as she spoke. Don't talk. Hurry and go. Sun Guohong held onto her tightly. However, Lucio sank to the ground, shaking her head. I truly can't go any further. Shout Jia, in a state of urgency, implored, Lucio, please get up. If we don't leave now, we will fall behind. The captain said there are wolves in the forest tonight. Even the prospect of wolves won't motivate me to move. Please stop urging me. You all go ahead. Regardless of how the 2 pleaded or tried to pull her up, Lucio remained resolute in her decision to stay seated. Zhang Jianjun observed from a distance, his brow furrowed in concern. He placed Lucio's suitcase down and began striding back. Malwegwa, noticing this, looked at Jiang Sen, his eyes gleaming with a thought. Does anyone still have the strength to carry someone else's luggage and assist the captain? At this rate, we will all end up as wolf fodder. Upon hearing this, Bai Chang could no longer withstand the pressure. He glanced at Jiang Sen and, gritting his teeth, said, Jiang Sen, how about you help me carry one? I will assist. Jiang Sen regarded him as though he were a curious specimen. Have you thought this through? Bai Chang hesitated for a moment, then, catching Malwegwa's dismissive gaze, nodded affirmatively. I have thought it through. Jiang Sen, recognizing that words of reason often fall on deaf ears, asked no further. Hand me the suitcase. Thank you. Bai Chong expressed his gratitude, moved as he passed the suitcase, and hurried to catch up with Jiang Jianjun. Jiang Sen turned to Ma Weigua, whose smug expression faltered upon meeting Jiang Sen's icy gaze. A moment of surprise flickered across his face before he turned away. Jiang Sen adhered to a principle. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall not seek trouble with you. However, since you chose to target me from the beginning, do not expect an easy resolution now. He held no faith in the idea that revenge is a dish best served cold. His prison experience had taught him that grievances must be settled promptly, for delaying only allows resentment to fester. In such an environment as the prison, 10 years may not be a luxury afforded to everyone. So why entertain the notion of delayed retribution? Hey you. Jiang Sen dismissed the need to remember his name. Weren't you the one insisting on mutual support and discouraging selfishness? Well then, it is your moment to shine. He nudged Bai Chong's suitcase toward Ma Weigua. Ma Weigua, taken aback, swallowed the curse that had risen to his lips. All right, he relented, taking Bai Chong's suitcase. I will carry it. Wang Dajiang glanced at Jiang Sen, who flashed a grin. Aren't you going to help? Wang Dajiang looked at Ma Weigua, saying, I have 4 pieces of luggage. I simply have no hands left. He was already burdened with a large suitcase, a rolled-up sleeping bag, and a cloth bag, leaving him indeed without an available hand. Jiang Sen nodded in acknowledgement, secretly commending his practicality. The situation had turned in such a way that Ma Weigua had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. He could only blame his own insufferable demeanor. Though his face bore a smile, his heart simmered with frustration. Jiang Sen, just you wait. Jiang Sen observed manantai vegu es hypocritical green, interna levoyo. You want to escape unscathed. Jiang Jianjun and Bai Chong approached the 3 young women, and observing their demeanor, Jiang Jianjun adopted a grave expression. What is going on? He scolded. You're already lagging behind, and now you are throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child? Get up and walk. His stern tone and commanding words sent a jolt through Lu Xiao, prompting her to quickly rise with the help of the 2 others, her head bowed in silence. However, the droplets falling to the ground betrayed her tears. Jiang Jianjun was capable of leading troops in battle and managing logging operations. Yet he had little tolerance for the sight of women weeping. It ignited a fire within him, making him wish to send the sobbing woman back immediately to whoever might want her. Why have you stopped? He bellowed. Shout. Jia glanced at Lu Xiao but remained silent, while Sun Guohong, summoning her courage, spoke up. Captain, she can't go on. If she cannot walk, will she then just lie on the ground? If she cannot work, will she roll around in despair? Enough chatter. Move quickly. The 3 women were intimidated by Jiang Jianjun's stern appearance and hurriedly advanced. Jiang Jianjun followed closely behind, brimming with anger. Bai Chong caught up, noting Jiang Jianjun's expression and refraining from further conversation, instead whispering to Lu Xiao, let me carry your luggage. Thank you. Lu Xiao replied, her eyes brimming with tears, softening Bai Chong's heart. Just as she was about to untie the straps of her luggage, Jiang Jianjun interjected. So if you're helping her now, does that mean you'll also do her work later? Do you have strength to spare? Then carry all 3 young women's luggage. Bai Chong was unprepared for Jiang Jianjun's outburst directed at him, paling instantly. He opened his mouth to explain, but was immediately crushed by Jiang Jianjun's next words. No one is allowed to assist you with your luggage. After stating this, Jiang Jianjun strode ahead, adding, and if those 3 fall behind, you will join them as wolf fodder. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lu Xiao cried. Perhaps you should go. I can manage on my own. Bai Chong felt despondent, secretly regretting stepping forward. After Ma Weigua's earlier remarks, Jiang Jianjun had made the expectations clear. Handle your own affairs and do not burden others. Yet, he had failed to heed this. What was to be done now? Chapter 24. Wolves. The agricultural farms in Beidawang, formerly known as the Construction Corps, were composed entirely of veterans. These individuals dedicated their youth and fervor to establish a solid foundation for those who would follow in their footsteps to support Beidawang. Their spirit of resilience and determination was deeply ingrained in their very being. Thus, Jiang Jianjun held little regard for the young intellectuals from the city, who often sang praises and wept at trivial matters. In his eyes, apart from those who fought alongside them, everyone else merely created chaos. Nevertheless, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Despite his disdain, he was responsible for leading the troops assigned to him. The intellectuals assigned to other brigades often mingled more easily with the local villagers, unlike his own group, which consisted solely of former soldiers and a trickle of arriving youth. There were no women. None. Zhang Jianjun strode up to Jiang Sen and the others, commanding, "Let us go, pick up the pace." Jiang Sen stummed, watching Ma Weiguo laboriously carrying Bai Chang's suitcase, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "If you can, then the capable shall bear the burden. Consider it your misfortune." Wang Dajiang appeared to share in the amusement, and Jiang Sen turned to him, his smile widening. "I wonder how much further we have to go." "Far," Jiang Sen replied. "What? Will it take an entire day and night?" Wang Dajiang felt deflated. Zhang Jianjun, who was leading the way, interjected, "What are you daydreaming about? At this pace, if you even reach your destination in a week, it would be a miracle." Wang Dajiang gaped in shock. Jiang Sen chuckled, quickening his stride. As the daylight waned, Zhang Jianjun frequently glanced back to ensure no one was falling behind, periodically calling out to hasten their pace. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from afar, causing Zhang Jianjun's expression to shift dramatically. He turned and shouted urgently, "Run! We're almost there." Jiang Sen understood that in the greater Xing'an range, the howl of a wolf likely indicated that a scout had spotted prey, alerting the pack to move in. The pace of the group quickened, and even Lu Xiao began to jog, entirely shedding her previous appearance of exhaustion. The most unfortunate was Bai Chang. Not only was he burdened with his own luggage, but he also carried Lu Xiao's, gritting his teeth and pushing forward. Ahead, the hunter's cabin became visible, peeking through the trees on the hillside. The absence of smoke signified that no one was home. The hunters were absent, which disappointed Jiang Senator following the first howl. Distant echoes of wolf howls confirmed the presence of scouts. "Faster!" Zhang Jianjun bellowed, urging them to quicken their pace once more. Jiang Sen felt as though his legs were no longer his own, mechanically following Zhang Jianjun's lead. The three young women, disregarding everything else, closely trailed behind. Just 30 meters from the cabin, a cry of distress rang out. Jiang Sen turned to see Lu Xiao had fallen hard to the ground. Zhang Jianjun also noticed and shouted, "Get up and keep running, don't stop." Bai Chang, unable to bear it, reached out to pull Lu Xiao, who stood up and dashed forward. Bai Chang felt once more that his kindness had been devoured by wolves. Gritting his teeth, he pursued her faster. "Hurry up," Zhang Jianjun urged. "We are almost there." He halted 10 meters from a small cabin and called out to Jiang Sen and Ma Weiguo, "Quick, get inside." Jiang Sen sprinted towards the cabin, flung open the door, dropped his luggage, and dashed to the stove to seize the axe from the woodpile before rushing back out. Wang Dajiang was the second to enter, discarded his belongings, and, mimicking Jiang Sen, searched for something for self-defense, ultimately retrieving a fire poker. After emerging, he stood beside Jiang Sen at Zhang Jianjun's side. Ma Weiguo joined them, clutching a stone in his hand. The two had no idea what they would do with these items. They merely followed Jiang Sen after seeing him emerge with the axe. Zhang Jianjun anxiously eyed the four individuals, still 30 meters away, shouting continuously, "Run faster." Jiang Sen searched the woods, scanning left, right, and behind. To the left, he spotted two small green lanterns in the trees, the eyes of a wolf. If Bai Chang and the three young women did not hurry, the wolf would intercept them. "Captain!" Jiang Sen shouted, "Den o'clock." Zhang Jianjun immediately turned left, swiftly grasped his hunting rifle, and yelled, "Get inside." Jiang Sen waved to Ma Weiguo and Wang Dajiang. "You both inside." Wang Dajiang hesitated while Ma Weiguo, in a panic, noticed Jiang Sen's immobility and Wang Dajiang's indecision, rendering him unable to move. However, a wolf had already emerged from the woods, its eyes glowing green, panting audibly. It stood at the forest's edge, observing Zhang Jianjun and the others, then glanced back at the hesitant Bai Chang and the three young women. Lu Xiao stared at the wolf in terror, gripping Sun Guohong and Xiao Jejia tightly. Jiang Sen, sensing the impending danger from her expression, murmured urgently, don't scream, please don't scream." "Ah, a wolf. It's a wolf. Help." Just as Lu Xiao's cry escaped her lips, the wolf lunged at them. With a loud bang, Zhang Jianjun fired his weapon. The bullet struck the wolf's hind leg, causing it to stumble and hesitate mid-attack. "Run!" Jiang Sen shouted, charging forward with the axe. It was not an act of recklessness to save others. It was a matter of survival. If the wolf was not killed, no one would escape. Fortunately, there was only this one wolf. It must not be allowed to escape. Wolves are vengeful creatures. If you wound one and allow it to flee, it will pursue you relentlessly. Zhang Jianjun pulled back the gun's bolt, aimed at the limping wolf approaching by Chong and the others, and fired again. Surprisingly, the injured wolf exhibited remarkable alertness, leaping sideways just as the gun fired. Upon landing, its body twisted, eyes fixated on the four individuals, mouth agape. Ah! Lu Xiao screamed again, retreating frantically, inadvertently pushing Xiao Jia and Sun Guohong forward. Both terrified, Sun Guohong stumbled to the ground while Xiao Jia was propelled forward a few steps. Ah! Xiao Jia cried out in fear, facing the wolf with its gaping maw. In an instant, everything unfolded. Just as the wolf crouched to pounce upon the unsuspecting Xiao Jia, Jiang Sen arrived, swinging the axe down with all his might. "Ya!" he roared, delivering a blow to the wolf's abdomen just as it leaped. The combined force of their actions resulted in the wolf's belly being split open, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Xiao Jia finally fell to the ground, her head mere centimeters from the wolf's jaws, which continued to snap at her. Terrified, she scrambled backward, and Jiang Sen swiftly hoisted her up, crying out, "It's dead." Xiao Jia looked at him, closed her eyes, and fainted. Jiang Sen. Zhang Jianjun approached and patted Jiang Sen on the back, exclaiming, "Well done." He then turned to the now disemboweled wolf, waving for assistance. "Come help." Wang Dajiang and Bai Chong trembled as they moved closer, dragging Sun Guohong and Lu Xiao away. Ma Weiguo remained frozen in place, slowly regaining his senses, glancing down to see a puddle beneath his feet. Chapter 25. Have you been here before? Ma Weiguo was terrified. No one noticed him, nor did anyone witness this moment. Once everyone had entered the cabin, Zhang Jianjun called back, "What are you still doing here?" Ma Weiguo pursed his lips and hurried inside, and Zhang Jianjun promptly closed the door, securing it with a wooden beam. He turned to the group inside, all of whom hung their heads. Among the three young women, one was crying, another sat with arms crossed on the kong, her eyes vacant, while the third sat on a small stool, lost in thought. Of the four young men, one stood helplessly, another sat on a bench with his head drooping, one leaned tightly against a corner, and Jiang Sen was stoking the fire in the stove. After surveying the room, Zhang Jianjun made a preliminary assessment of the situation. He approached Jiang Sen, lifted the pot lid, fetched a few scoops of water from the nearby water tank, and added them to the pot before covering it again. "Everyone can eat now. If the cornbread is cold, just steam it in the pot." Except for Jiang Sen, the others looked at Zhang Jianjun with bewildered expressions. Jiang Sen explained, "Just steam it in the pot for a bit." Zhang Jianjun nodded. "Yes, here we call it liording." With that clarification, everyone began to pull out their cornbreads from their bags, placing them on the pot lid. Jiang Sen also retrieved his lunchbox, placing his cornbread inside. They had all brought a leftover cornbread from the communal kitchen, but they were unaware that their journey would extend for a week, and after this meal, there might not be another. Had they known, they would have packed more. Jiang Sen was not overly concerned. He had provisions in his luggage, though it was inconvenient to access. Moreover, Zhang Jianjun would ensure they did not go hungry. The mountains were abundant with edibles, wild vegetables, fruits, and game were plentiful during this season. However, when winter arrived and they needed to enter and exit the forest farm, they would have to carry sufficient dry rations. Jiang Sen silently tended the fire, adding 2 more pieces of wood before gradually sitting down to survey the small cabin. Everything remained unchanged, precisely as he remembered: a wooden house, a heated kong, a half wall separating the stove. Behind the stove, a wooden dining table and 2 long benches, with a shelf for bowls on the side, concealed by a colorless fabric curtain. Against the wall by the door lay a pile of ropes, buckets, and a carrying pole. On the inner wall hung several oddly shaped traps for hunting. Beside the woodpile stood a water tank, covered with a wooden lid, with a water ladle inverted atop it. Next to the tank was a wooden rack holding 2 cloth bags filled with dried goods and a bit of cornmeal. Travelers passing through would take what they needed and leave something behind: money, tickets, or other provisions. For this meal, Zhang Jianjun left the food untouched. Jiang Sen surveyed the cabin with a gaze filled with nostalgia and emotion, leaving Zhang Jianjun momentarily stunned. Have you been here before?" he cautiously inquired. Jiang Sen regained his composure and smiled. "How could that be? It just looks fresh and new." Zhang Jianjun, somewhat skeptical, noted the expression in Jiang Sen's eyes, one reminiscent of someone returning home after many years, yet did not belong to a youth of 18 or 19. Looking again, He saw Jiang Sen's gaze lowered, fixated on the flames in the stove, lapsing into silence. Zhang Jianjun turned back, scrutinizing the others. Having had a moment to rest, they were no longer as frightened, each surveying their surroundings. However, none of their gazes resembled Jiang Sen's. Zhang Jianjun scratched his head, pondering that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. The pot soon began to boil, and Jiang Sen lifted the lid, standing against the wall and announcing, "It's ready." Each person took a corn pancake and returned to their previous spot, silently consuming their meal. As Zhang Jianjun ate, a lunchbox suddenly appeared before him, containing several pieces of pickled vegetables. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Sen's slightly embarrassed smile, realizing he had refrained from eating during the meal. Zhang Jianjun chuckled and turned to the side, seemingly searching for something. Jiang Sen suggested, "Just tear it with your hands." Zhang Jianjun glanced at his hands, wiped them on his clothing, and proceeded to tear the pickled vegetables into smaller pieces. "Let's share this," he said to Jiang Sen, seeking his approval with his eyes. If Jiang Sen declined, he would not press the matter. This time, Jiang Sen was prepared to share, as he handed the vegetables to Zhang Jianjun. He had already resolved to distribute them. Failing to share could have led to resentment from others if he alone enjoyed the pickled vegetables in the following days. Indeed, even a single bite of pickled vegetable could incite bitterness among the group. It was not difficult to comprehend. In these times, even an unintentional action could have unforeseen consequences. Everyone was pleased and approached to take a piece of pickled vegetable, savoring it cautiously, fearing that consuming it too quickly would make the subsequent corn pancakes harder to swallow. Ma Weiguo was the last to come forward, feeling awkward but unable to resist the allure of the pickled vegetables. Jiang Sen refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Zhang Jianjun's spirits lifted considerably. After the meal, he said, "You three young ladies can sleep on the comm. The rest of us will find a place to lean in the room." Everyone was fatigued. The three female intellectuals lay on the comm, covering themselves with the coats taken from their luggage, and fell asleep fully clothed. The others sat on chairs, gradually leaning against the wall, succumbing to slumber. Jiang Sen positioned himself by the stove, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. This was a habit formed during his time in prison. He always needed to lean against something while sleeping to prevent any unexpected trouble from behind. Before long, the chilling howls of wolves jolted them awake. Zhang Jianjun stood and walked to the window, his back straight and visibly tense. Jiang Sen joined him. The window was fitted with glass, but wooden slats were nailed both inside and out, allowing light to filter through while preventing animal attacks. Those accustomed to the dark could see outside. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the scene. Several hungry wolves prowled outside the small cabin, their green eyes flickering like ghostly flames. A few wolves lowered their heads to sniff the corpse of a wolf they had killed. Suddenly, one wolf raised its head and let out a long, eerie howl. In an instant, over a dozen wolves rushed from various directions and began feasting on their own kind. Jiang Sen turned to see Bai Chong, whose face turned pale with fright, stammering his words. Zhang Jianjun remarked, "Before winter arrives, they won't waste a single morsel. If there is too much prey, they will return to their den to store it for the season." Imagining the scene of a pack of wolves herding them into their den, Zhang Jianjun shuddered at the thought of being consumed during winter. Would they dare to enter? Wang Dajiang approached as well. Zhang Jianjun assured, "They cannot enter, but they will follow us closely." A female voice quivered. "Are we going to die?" Jiang Sen felt an urge to snap. It was Lu Xiu again, incessantly crying. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have encountered the wolves or found themselves in this predicament. The expressions on everyone's faces turned grim. Zhang Jianjun reassured, "As long as we reach the next resting point before nightfall tomorrow, we will be safe. Everyone must stay together." With the knowledge that the wolves could not enter for the time being, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, although sleep eluded them. They contemplated the possibility of meeting their end there, becoming mere sustenance for the wolves. Chapter 26. Wild game. After this ordeal, the shock left everyone unable to sleep. They had journeyed from the capital, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Jiang Sen gently massaged his swollen legs, removed his shoes to allow his feet to relax. The soles of his liberation shoes were nearly worn flat, and the toes were close to breaking through, held back only by the horizontal stitching. His socks had 2 holes, with his big toe poking out. There was no opportunity to change them. He would have to wait until they reached their destination to sew them. As he rested, he seemed to drift into slumber, and Zhang Jianjun's voice broke through. Everyone wake up. It's time to rise. We'll eat and set off. Jiang Sen opened his eyes and lowered his legs from the stove. After a night of tension, his knees felt stiff. He donned his shoes, bounced a couple of times, and stretched his neck. The door swung open, revealing daylight. Zhang Jianjun retrieved a teacup and scooped a teacup full of cornmeal from a shelf. Turning to the stove to lift the lid, ladling out the water left from the previous night, and replacing it before sitting down to prepare the meal. "Captain, let me do it," Jiang Sen offered. "No need. You all take your time getting ready. Just make some porridge. By the way, do you have any corn pancakes left? We can steam them." Jiang Sen produced the last pancake and placed it on the curtain. The 3 female intellectuals each produced one, while the remaining 3 men felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their appetites were considerable, and they had left only one during their meals at the cafeteria. Now they had none. Zhang Jianjun said, "Let us divide it among ourselves later. You all go out and see if you can find any wild vegetables or fruits nearby." Jiang Sen wasted no time, grabbing his toothbrush and towel, filling a teacup with water, and heading outside to wash up. A wooden partition separated the makeshift toilet, where the 3 young women went together. Wang Dajiang, feeling anxious, kept glancing in that direction. Jiang Sen pointed toward the forest. "Over there." Wang Dajiang finally grasped the direction and hurried off. Ma Weigua and Bai Chong emerged from the cabin and followed suit. After Jiang Sen finished washing up and put his belongings away, he headed toward the woods, casually grabbing a yoke and water bucket, what they refer to in the Northeast as a water show. Zhang Jianjun looked at him in surprise, his eyes filled with curiosity. "You know where to fetch water on your first visit here?" Jiang Sen was aware. Not far from the side, there was a small stream. It was customary for those who stayed overnight at the hunter's cabin to help carry water when they left, leaving behind surplus food, money, or grain tickets, an unspoken rule known only to those familiar with the route. Jiang Sen acted instinctively. After filling the bucket, he met Zhang Jianjun's scrutinizing gaze and suddenly realized he had forgotten to conceal his actions. A cold sweat broke out on his back. In this era, being discovered as a reincarnated individual would guarantee being shipped off to a laboratory for experimentation. Jiang Sen's mind raced, and he smiled. Having eaten their food, it would be inconsiderate to leave without contributing. Zhang Jianjun withdrew his gaze and smiled, nodding. "Indeed, it's rare to see such thoughtfulness." During the meal, the 3 female intellectuals continuously tapped their legs. Each of them had swollen limbs, with their feet protruding significantly above their shoelaces. They wore black cloth shoes with a single lace, which many were reluctant to wear. They likely donned them only because they were heading to the countryside. They finished their meal in silence, gathered their belongings, and stepped outside. Zhang Jianjun was the last to leave, leaving behind a single $1 and 5 grain tickets. He closed the door and said, "All right, let us go." Although Zhang Jianjun assured them that the wolf pack would not appear during the day, the young intellectuals remained on edge, frequently glancing toward the woods. Even Lu Xiao, who lagged behind yesterday, gritted her teeth and carried her luggage closely behind. Her trivial thoughts were utterly insignificant in the face of the hungry wolves in the primordial forest. Today, the journey was relatively smooth. No one grumbled or complained, silently pressing on. During the midday rest, a sense of gloom settled upon the group, for they had run out of provisions. Zhang Jianjun instructed everyone to wait a moment while he ventured alone into the woods. After quite some time, he emerged, triumphantly carrying 2 wild chickens and a rabbit. Jiang Sen beckoned Wang Dajiang and began collecting dry twigs. Observing this, the others understood the task at hand and rose to search for wild vegetables and fruits along the edge of the forest. Earlier that morning, Zhang Jianjun had suggested they find some wild edibles, but those from Kyoto were at a loss. At best, they recognized dandelions, which was already commendable. While gathering twigs, Jiang Sen stumbled upon a cluster of mushrooms, specifically the hazel mushrooms unique to the Northeast. At this season, hazel mushrooms were plentiful, unlike in his previous life when they fetched exorbitant prices. "Wang Dajiang," Jiang Sen called out, beckoning Wang Dajiang over and handing him the twigs he had gathered. "Take these back first. I found mushrooms." Wang Dajiang, elated, dashed off with the twigs. Jiang Sen retrieved a cloth bag that Aunt Zhao had packed with corn cakes and began filling it with mushrooms. The current hazel mushrooms were plump and large, unlike the skinny ones of early spring. As he rummaged through the grass, he discovered a patch of them. There was no such thing as too many. Even if they couldn't consume them all, dried mushrooms would be a delightful treat. The bag quickly filled. Just as he was about to remove his clothing, Wang Dajiang returned, accompanied by 3 female, educated youth. Mushrooms! So many! Xiao Zhejia's eyes sparkled. They had prepared a cloth to spread on the ground, quickly commencing their foraging. Seeing their enthusiasm, Jiang Sen decided to return. Zhang Jianjun, smiling, resolved to prepare a wild vegetable and mushroom soup. He set up a makeshift stand with twigs to place the clean wild vegetables first, followed by the mushrooms. In no time, the moisture from the vegetables and mushrooms began to release, and he opened a water flask, pouring some into a food container. Nearby, Lu Weigua and Bai Chong watched the wild chickens and rabbit roasting, swallowing hard. Back in Kyoto, it was a rarity to taste meat. Now, they had wild chickens and rabbits. They rotated the twigs in their hands, as the aroma wafted through the air, eliciting audible growls from several stomachs. Though the portions were modest, they were sufficient to provide each person with a base, especially with the inclusion of meat. Zhang Jianjun produced a paper package from his pocket, carefully opening it to reveal salt. He pinched a bit into one of the food containers. Even Jiang Sen began to salivate. The female educated youth returned with a substantial pile of mushrooms, which Zhang Jianjun advised to spread out and dry thoroughly. This meal was exquisite. Jiang Sen skaveth, relishing the flavors. It seemed he had never eaten so well in 2 lifetimes. However, the collective hunger of the group certainly contributed to the feast. The 2 wild chickens and 1 rabbit were divided among everyone, yielding only a small piece for each, paired with the wild vegetable and mushroom soup. Tears of joy welled in their eyes. After the meal, Zhang Jianjun extinguished the fire and covered it with damp soil, then led the group onward. Perhaps due to the sustenance from the game, everyone seemed reinvigorated in the afternoon, the pace of their journey quickening considerably. Even Zhang Jianjun became more talkative. You need not worry. At most, we will walk for 1 more day, and someone from the forestry station will come to retrieve us. Chapter 27. The mischief resumes. Ma Weigua quickly stepped forward, inquiring, someone will come for us tomorrow? Indeed, the forestry station is in a rush, and the horse-drawn carts are unavailable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone alone to fetch you. Fantastic! Ma Weigua exclaimed, rushing back to inform the others. The captain says someone will arrive to fetch us tomorrow. I couldn't shake the feeling that Ma Weigua was a bit too sycophantic. However, it was understandable. Although this was not my first time traversing this path, who would prefer walking if there were carts available? The train that could transport timber only ran once a month, making it difficult to catch it at the right moment. In my previous life, I had walked this path, only to encounter the first snowfall, nearly freezing to death en route. Even though it was only August now, the Daxingling region was not warm at all. We had been marching for hours without breaking a sweat, and the evenings had begun to grow chilly. Gradually, the surrounding forest became denser, and the distant howls of wolves and the calls of various unknown creatures echoed through the air. The 3 female, educated youth maintained serious expressions, teeth clenched. As they struggled to keep pace with the group, not a single one of them uttering a complaint. After a brief rest, Zhang Jianjun encouraged, just a little further. We'll arrive in about an hour. He was quite pleased with the educated youth performance today. Seizing the moment, Jiang Sen opened his backpack, retrieved 2 strips of cloth, and rolled up his pants to secure them in place, tucking the outer trousers into the bindings. Previously, he had refrained from using new bindings, as the old ones had endured the journey and were frayed in some areas. Zhang Jianjun was also wearing bindings and, noticing Jiang Sen's actions, expressed mild surprise. He raised his voice to the others. As we move deeper, the forest grows denser. Everyone, tighten your pant legs. Why? Ma Wang looking at Jiang Sen as if he were foolish. The forest is home to numerous insects and snakes. Tightening your pant legs prevents them from crawling inside. Additionally, it helps avoid swelling in your legs from excessive movement. Only then did everyone comprehend and hastily rummage through their belongings. However, they were not as well prepared as Jiang Sen. By the time they secured their pant legs, they had an assortment of colorful materials, scarves, neckerchief, shirts. Nevertheless, better something than nothing. And having something to bind with was a blessing. Let us set off. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand, and they resumed their journey. It was around 5 o'clock. The meager meat from earlier had long been digested. Only Wang Dajiang seemed a bit unwell. Perhaps he was unaccustomed to eating meat, as the sudden indulgence had caused him discomfort, leading him to retreat several times. However, Zhang Jianjun did not wait for him, merely reducing his pace until Wang Dajiang could catch up after finishing. At this point, Wang Dajiang's complexion had turned pale, and his legs began to tremble, gradually falling behind. Finally, they reached the second resting point, a hunter's cabin not far off to the left in the woods. Zhang Jianjun was pleased, having encountered no trouble along the way, and with plenty of time left, he could potentially hunt some wild chickens or rabbits. The layout of Hunter's rest cabins was generally similar, but this one contained noticeably more food than the previous stop. Zhang Jianjun glanced inside and spotted half a bag of cornmeal. "Let us make some corn porridge today," he declared, then turned to see who would take on the cooking duties. To his surprise, everyone looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Sen sighed inwardly and raised his hand. "I could do it." Zhang Jianjun visibly relaxed. If he had to handle cooking as well as hunting, it would be akin to having a nanny. "Can you?" he asked. Jiang Sen replied, "Just boil it in water." Zhang Jianjun chuckled, patting Jiang Sen on the back. "Right, just be careful not to let it burn. Add plenty of water." He then turned to the others. "You all divide the labor. Go find some wild vegetables, fruits, or mushrooms. I'll go hunting." Upon hearing the word hunting, their eyes lit up, and despite their fatigue, they hurried outside. Wang Dajiang, whose legs felt weak, attempted to join them, but Jiang Sen said, "Wang Dajiang, you can help me with the fire." Wang Dajiang cast a grateful glance at him and replied, "Sure." In truth, he was not needed for firewood. Jiang Sen simply couldn't bear to see him struggle. Such a large figure, yet plagued by gastrointestinal issues. If he does not take care of himself today, he may well become a burden on the road tomorrow. The coarse porridge began to bubble, and Jiang Sen served him a bowl of rice soup. "Have a sip," he advised. "Your stomach is not well. Even if there is meat tonight, it would be wise to abstain." Wang Dajiang sighed. "Ah, such is my fate. I was not born into wealth. Even a taste of good food seems to draw the ire of heaven." Jiang Sen chuckled at his lament, slowly cleaning mushrooms nearby. The meal at noon had been devoid of water, leaving a gritty sensation in their mouths, yet everyone managed to finish their portions. Outside, laughter rang out. 3 young female intellectuals were surprisingly lively, which was quite unexpected. After finishing the rice soup, Wang Dajiang declared, "I might as well do something." Jiang Sen understood that if others saw him idly sitting while enjoying rice soup, it would surely gnaw at his conscience, even if he did not voice it. "Why not wash the mushrooms?" Jiang Sen suggested. He rose, wiped his hands, lifted the pot lid, and stirred to prevent the porridge from sticking to the bottom. Before long, Xiao Jia returned, still carrying the cloth from lunch. "I gathered a great deal of wild vegetables," she announced cheerfully. Jiang Sen looked over, only to be met with a frown as he resignedly crouched to sort through the inedible plants. "Huh? Are these all inedible?" Xiao Jia exclaimed in surprise. Just moments before, Lucio had told her that these were all edible and urged her to collect more while she searched for mushrooms. Sun Guohong had discovered a patch of hazelnuts and was busy picking them. Upon hearing Xiao Jiajia's words, Jiang Sen realized that today was merely a brief reprieve. Tomorrow, a cart might come to fetch them, and Lucio would likely be unable to resist stirring up trouble again. Sometimes, he found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of someone like Lucio, who seemed incapable of existing without creating chaos. If one were to encounter someone unfamiliar with the wild vegetables of the greater Xing'an range, they might mistakenly use them all. Yet among the wild vegetables Xiao Jia brought back were a few plants of wolfsbane, commonly known as the plant that breaks the intestines. All parts of it are toxic, with the roots being particularly potent. This plant is unique to the greater Xing'an range, and if it were mixed with the edible wild vegetables, did Lucio have a twisted mind? What would it do her to poison everyone? Would she then heroically leap into the jaws of the wolf, sacrificing herself for them? He looked up at the guilt-ridden Xiao Jia. "Did Lucio instruct you to gather these?" Xiao Jia replied, "I only recognized dandelions and this bitter herb. The rest were all from her guidance." Jiang Sen nodded mumbling. Perhaps there was a mistake. Nonetheless, these are sufficient to eat. He refrained from revealing the truth, uncertain of Lucio's intentions. It was best not to stir the waters unnecessarily. The coarse porridge was ready. He turned off the heat and ladled it into a large basin, adding water and tossing in the wild vegetables and mushrooms. Jiang Sen found a jar on the windowsill, tasted the salt inside with his tongue, and sprinkled a bit into the pot. After a while, the others returned. Ma Weigua and Bai Chong had evidently been following Zhang Jianjun, entering the room with cheerful banter. Seeing the wild chickens and rabbits they carried, all neatly prepared. It was clear they had ventured to the nearby creek. Zhang Jianjun asked, "Is it ready?" Jiang Sen replied, "Yes. Come, place the wild chicken and rabbit into the pot." Chapter 28. Wolf's Bane. This meal left Jiang Sen feeling quite full. With 5 or 6 wild chickens and rabbits, even distributed among 8 people, each could enjoy a generous portion of both soup and meat, complemented by the coarse porridge, eliciting exclamations of delight from all. After the meal, the young female intellectuals announced their intention to wash their dishes. However, as dusk was approaching, for safety's sake, Zhang Jianjun forbade them from going to the creek, instructing them instead to fill a basin with water at the door for cleaning. Jiang Sen strolled at the entrance to aid digestion, unable to resist pulling out a pack of cigarettes and lighting one. Zhang Jianjun stood nearby. Jiang Sen offered the pack. "Team leader, care for smoke?" Zhang Jianjun's eyes brightened. After a moment's thought, he selected one, sniffed it beneath his nose, then lit it with the match Jiang Sen extended, taking a puff. Jiang Sen noted his smoking habit. He seemed to have a substantial addiction. Yet he had not smoked on the journey, only slipping outside for a clandestine puff before bed, using roll-your-own tobacco. Many would have offered a whole pack to the leader in hopes of gaining favor. Jiang Sen, however, understood that such a gesture would not only be declined, but would also ensure that Zhang Jianjun would not share his cigarettes again in the future. The soldier's instincts made him hesitant to accept unsolicited favors. "Have you been here before?" Zhang Jianjun inquired casually. Jiang Sen had anticipated this question, having prepared numerous responses to avoid suspicion. They leaned against a large tree, backs turned to the hunter's cabin. "A neighbor of mine served here in the past. I learned much from him," Jiang Sen replied. "Oh, what was his name? Perhaps we are acquainted. Is he still around?" Zhang Jianjun's demeanor shifted at the mention of a fellow soldier. Jiang Sen smiled. "No longer. He was wounded fighting the Russians and returned home." "A hero," Zhang Jianjun exclaimed. "Is he well now?" "Quite well," Jiang Sen affirmed with a smile. "He lives next door to me, working in the security office at our local equipment factory. His wife is the neighborhood committee director." Zhang Jianjun chuckled, nodding as if satisfied with this outcome. Jiang Sen did not lie. He spoke of Aunt Zhao's husband, who indeed had served in the military and fought against the Russians, but returned home shortly thereafter, having spent little time in the Northeast. This excuse had come to him during their walk earlier that day and held up under scrutiny. In the future, should any misunderstandings arise, he could rely on this story to obscure the truth of his rebirth. From the moment Zhang Jianjun met this group of young intellectuals, he had taken a liking to Jiang's senator, especially during the past few days of travel. Jiang Sen spoke little, yet he instinctively knew what needed to be done without requiring instructions. For instance, he proactively fetched water after leaving the hunter's cabin, cooked meals, kept pace on the journey without complaints, and recognized mushrooms and wild vegetables, among other skills. While these may seem trivial, they were invaluable assets in the harsh and frigid environment of the greater Xing'an range. By the way, you've learned much from your neighbor. But how do you know so many wild vegetables? Many are not found in Kyoto, are they? Zhang Jianjun queried. Jiang Sen replied, "During my school days, I did not enjoy studying, but rather indulged in miscellaneous reading, which included many war stories from this region, complete with illustrations. The literature of this era largely comprised tales of battles, extolling the bravery of soldiers and depicting the hardships of survival." Zhang Jianjun did not question him further. "Such knowledge is invaluable for you. While the forest offers plenty to eat and drink, one must possess the skill to bring it to the table." Jiang Sen pondered whether to disclose Lu Xiu's peculiar behavior to Zhang Jianjun, feeling an unsettling anxiety. Throughout their journey, Lu Xiu had presented herself as fragile and perpetually victimized. Initially, Jiang Sen had assumed she was akin to Huang Liping and Bai Jing, a pure and innocent figure. However, upon witnessing Xiao Jiejia under her influence mistakenly bring back wolf's bane as an edible plant, he began to harbor doubts. Perhaps Lu Xiu's image as a naive flower was merely a facade, concealing ulterior motives. Yet, he dared not speak out, lacking evidence. A mere accusation of mistaken identity could lead to being labeled as someone undermining the unity of the young intellectuals. As Jiang Sen hung his head, smoking, Zhang Jianjun cast a furtive glance at him and suddenly asked, "When I returned, I noticed wolf's bane at the entrance. Does anyone know about medicinal plants?" Jiang Sen's fingers were burned by the cigarette, and he quickly took another puff before discarding it, ensuring it was extinguished underfoot before looking up with a smile. Those women simply do not know. They brought back a heap of wild vegetables, and I had to discard more than half as inedible. Wolfsbane, do you mean the pretty flowering one? Zhang Jianzhu nodded. I did not recognize it. Jiang Sen admitted. To speak candidly, I only left those I am familiar with. So, it is. Zhang Jianzhu felt a profound sense of relief. A mere 18 or 19-year-old from Kyoto, even if possessing some survival skills, could hardly be expected to recognize everything in the greater Xing'an range. It was understandable that he was so cautious. Among the sent-down youth from last year, there had been one who, for his own gain, colluded with others to smuggle drugs across the border. At this moment, many enemies lurked within the populace, hence one must not let their guard down. Any individual deemed suspicious warranted careful scrutiny and vigilance to avert potential disasters. In Jiang Sen's mind, it was sufficient to dispel Zhang Jianzhu's suspicions about him. As for Lu Xiao, it would be prudent to remain wary of her. Wang Dajiang struck. One is a simpleton with brawn, but little brain. Bai Chong. Far too kind-hearted. As the old adage goes, the good-hearted are often taken advantage of. Nevertheless, Jiang Sen refrained from voicing his thoughts in such an environment. Only those who had suffered losses would learn to grow. And then there was Ma Weigua, a cunning and deceitful character, who also required caution. Jiang Sen Nutzitskivith, reflecting on how, even in his second life, he encountered a plethora of people and events. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the air. Jiang Sen and Zhang Jingguo instinctively turned, their guards up. Their movements differed, yet their reactions were equally swift. Zhang Jianzhu was astonished by Jiang Sen's quick reflexes. However, Jiang Sen had more pressing concerns. The vigilance honed in prison made him acutely aware of danger. Let us go, Zhang Jianzhu whispered, and the two began to retreat slowly toward the house. At the entrance, 3 young female sent-down youths were unperturbed, preening before a small mirror. Bai Chong and Ma Weigua stood conversing a few paces away. Wang Dajiang crouched beneath the window, peering toward Jiang Senator upon noticing the two retreating in a defensive stance. He sprang up. Hey look! The others turned in unison, witnessing Jiang Sen and Zhang Jingguo cautiously backing away. In the woods, ominous green will-o'-the-wisps flickered back and forth. A pack of wolves. They had followed them here. Zhang Jianzhu waved his hand behind him, signaling the others at the door to hasten indoors. Yet, he forgot that they were not Jiang Sen, nor were they him. Faced with such a situation, they would not obey commands, but rather succumb to panic. They scrambled into the house. The wolves are coming. Get inside. Zhang Jianzhu and Jiang Sen were drenched in sweat. The wolves gradually emerged from the forest, fixating on them with their ravenous jaws, releasing raspy breaths. Zhang Jianzhu grasped his weapon firmly, whispering, "You go in first." At that moment, valor was not the order of the day. There would be no grand declarations of your retreat. I'll cover you. Only adherence to commands and obedience would maximize their chances of survival. Jiang Sen nodded slightly, slowly retreating until he reached the door, where he turned to open it. Jiang Sen paused, followed by a surge of fury. The door had been barred from within. Open the door, he growled. The inside was already in chaos. Wang Dajiang attempted to open it, but Ma Weigua held him back, insisting, "We can't open it. If we do, we'll all die." The 3 young women were trembling in fright, huddled on the calm. Bai Chong, seeing Ma Weigua's obstruction, despite his own fear, decided to approach the door. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled him. "Don't open the door. The wolves will come in." He turned to see Lu Xiao. Ma Weigua clung to Wang Dajiang, while Lu Xiao screamed. Bai Chong, recalling various events along the way, gritted his teeth and opened the door. Jiang Sen stepped inside and shouted outside, "Captain, come in." Zhang Jianzhu retreated slowly, the wolf pack closing in. Suddenly, he leaped into the doorway, and Jiang Sen swiftly shut the door, bracing his body against it and securing it. Zhang Jianzhu grabbed a stick to prop against the door. Bang! Bang! The door was rattled violently, the wolves scratching incessantly. The young women began to scream again. "Shut up, all of you!" Jiang Sen bellowed, his eyes blazing with a frenzied bloodlust. "Whoever screams again will be thrown outside." Zhang Jianzhu's expression darkened. This was his first experience of being stabbed in the back, not on the battlefield, but by a group of newly arrived sent-down youths. He was defending against the wolves outside, allowing them to escape while blocking his own retreat. If this were a battlefield, it would be akin to being shot in the back, an act of severe treachery. Jiang Sen's cold gaze swept over those inside, lingering on each one for several seconds. Bai Chong, leaning against the wall, spoke up, Jiang Sen, we didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. Jiang Sen knew he was the one who had opened the door and did not press him further, instead fixing his gaze on Wang Dajiang. Wang Dajiang's face reddened as he glanced at Ma Weiguo, shamefully bowing his head. Ma Weiguo's eyes darted around, and upon realizing Jiang Sen was watching him, he muttered, we were just too scared. Who knew if those wolves would come in? Jiang Sen snorted coldly and turned his attention to the three young women huddled together. Xiao Jia, tears brimming in her eyes, shook her head. I'm sorry, I wanted to open the door, but... Sun Guohong shot an angry glare at Lucio and then at Ma Weiguo, saying, I'm sorry, I should have gone to open the door. From the reactions of the group, Jiang Sen grasped the situation. He let out a chilling laugh, his sinister expression instilling fear among them. Ma Weiguo retreated a few steps, his voice tremulous as he asked, Jiang Sen, what are you doing? Just for this little matter, do you want to kill us? Jiang Sen instinctively radiated the aura he had cultivated in prison. If he showed mercy, it would be his own demise. He needed to be more domineering and fearless than them to psychologically dominate the situation. He had fought countless times, the number long forgotten, only remembering that a moment's inattention could make him the next to fall. He was unafraid of direct challenges, but loathed treachery. I asked who barred the door. Jiang Sen's axe remained poised in his grasp. Silence enveloped the room, every individual terrified that the axe capable of slaying a wolf might descend upon them next. Who? Jiang Sen roared. If no one speaks, none of you will leave today. You dare to kill a sent-down youth that is undermining the organization, undermining unity. You. Ma Weiguo stuttered, attempting to place the blame on Jiang Senator. Jiang Sen smirked, raising the axe to point at him. Ma Weiguo, you are quite adept at placing blame. Do you dare to admit that you barred the door? Ma Weiguo's pupils constricted, gazing at Jiang Sen's menacing expression, fully aware that if he nodded, the axe would come crashing down. Jiang Sen, Zhang Jianjun suddenly interjected, placing a hand on his shoulder and casually taking the axe away. That's enough. Jiang Sen took a deep breath. He still needed to show respect to Zhang Jianjun. However, he pointed at Ma Weiguo, moving to the stove and sitting on a small stool, lapsing into silence. Zhang Jianjun's face remained stern as he set the axe on the windowsill, glancing at several of the sent-down youths. He too was furious, but as captain, he needed to maintain order. Jiang Sen had already vented some of his frustration, and he could not exacerbate the situation. Zhang Jianjun was astonished by Jiang Sen's reaction. At 18 or 19, how could one harbor such murderous intent? What had he experienced before? This group of sent-down youths hailed from Kyoto, distinct from those from other regions. The records and household registrations from elsewhere were personally brought, while Jiang Sen's records were to be delivered uniformly. Once his records arrived, they would reassess the situation. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's incident. Should anyone dare to stab their comrades in the back again, do not blame my gun for being indiscriminate. This warning was exceedingly stern, causing all to shudder involuntarily. The room fell into a tense silence, the sounds of the wolves clawing at the door growing ever more pronounced. A mournful howl echoed through the air, and the atmosphere at the door seemed to quiet. Zhang Jianjun pressed his face against the gap of the window, peering outside, only to observe that the wolves appeared to have spotted another prey, dashing away in a different direction. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to declare, let's prepare the meal. He then went to gather firewood and placed it before the stove. Jiang Sen, with his head hanging low, remained motionless. Zhang Jianjun gave him a gentle pat, urging, get the fire going. Jiang Sen lifted his gaze, glanced at him, and found a piece of birch bark nearby. He tore it off, ignited it with a match, and tossed it into the fire pit, carefully feeding the kindling piece by piece. Zhang Jianjun fetched several ladles of water and then grabbed some corn from the shelf at the back, rinsing it before pouring it into a pot. This small cabin had somewhat more supplies than the first one, including a piece of dried meat. He sliced off a chunk, cutting it into smaller pieces, and after cleaning the remaining mushrooms, he tossed them into the pot to cook alongside the corn. Once the meal was prepared, he leaned against the doorway, pulling out a cigarette to smoke, lost in thought as the smoke curled around him. The 7 educated youth had not yet arrived at the forest farm, yet their personalities were already laid bare. This was primarily due to their encounter with the wolves. Otherwise, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue upon reaching the forest farm. However, now that the notion of sending them back was on the table, the old captain would likely remain silent. Yet, Failing to manage even this minor affair would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Perhaps it would be best to communicate discreetly with a few key individuals at the forest farm, keeping a keen eye on their observations. If similar incidents occurred en route, there would be grounds for discussion upon their return. Jiang Sen demonstrated a commendable boldness, though he bore a rather somber demeanor. His reactions, whether in handling situations or perceiving them, were far too grave for someone of his age. Setting aside this aspect, he was truly a promising individual. As dinner concluded, silence engulfed the room once more. After serving himself, Jiang Sen stood and walked to the windowsill, eating while gazing outside. The sky had not yet darkened, and the wolves had vanished. This was not typical behavior for a pack of wolves. After the meal, it was time to wash the dishes, yet no one spoke. Not even the three female educated youth who sat in silence, clutching their empty bowls. Jiang Sen paid them no mind, fetching water and opening the door. A low gasp escaped Lu Xiao, quickly muffled by her hand. Jiang Sen let out a cold hum, stepping outside, but not straying far. Washing the dishes within 3 meters of the door, he placed the bowls on the windowsill and moved to a tree nearby, pulling out a cigarette. Ma Wei was swallowed hard. He too smoked, but only had 2 packs, which he had coaxed from his father before arriving, claiming he would need them for dealings with the leaders. He was reluctant to part with them. However, seeing Jiang Sen smoke made him crave a drag, but he felt too embarrassed to approach, especially after nearly being cleaved in 2 by Jiang Sen's axe. Zhang Jianjun also washed his bowl and approached Jiang's senator without hesitation. Jiang Sen produced his remaining cigarettes and offered them. Zhang Jianjun hesitated, but, seeing Jiang Sen's demeanor, accepted one with gratitude, saying, "You should conserve them." The 2 men sat in silence, smoking as they observed the stirring of life in the surrounding woods. After a moment, Zhang Jianjun inquired, "You used to?" Jiang Sen had already anticipated the question. Zhang Jianjun was beginning to doubt him. The excuse of having learned about wild vegetables from a neighbor who was a soldier had grown thin. It was one thing to discuss wild vegetables and the need for leg bindings on long journeys, but his fierce demeanor when facing wolves was another matter entirely. Quickly, he devised a response. "Before I came here, some issues arose at home that made me wary of others." "Oh, what happened?" "If you're willing to share." Zhang Jianjun probed, but sensing reluctance, he added, "You needn't if you prefer not to." With a wry smile, Jiang Sen replied, "There's nothing I can't share." He recounted the troubles at home. After listening, Zhang Jianjun felt a pang of sympathy. Such a fine young man, yet bullied by his stepmother and younger brother. No wonder he had reacted so violently after betrayal. He placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Sen's shoulder, saying, "Don't dwell on it. Now that you're here, focus on working hard and building the frontier. If you perform well, you might even be transferred to the agricultural reclamation." He explained that agricultural reclamation had originally been part of the construction corps, later evolving into various state farms. Names like Dongfanghong Livestock Factory and Shanxia Machinery Factory were all state-paid farmers. Many educated youth aspired to be assigned there. But it wasn't as simple as merely wanting to go. They selected the most talented individuals for various regions. Jiang Sen remembered that the forest farm and the reclamation teams were directly managed by the central office. Only 2 years after he left, they became state-run. He had missed that opportunity. Among the educated youth who arrived with him at Sangsong, over 100 had been pulled away midway to other farms. Those who went would blend with local villagers, with only a single office for educated youth affairs. The 40-some youths from the capital were assigned to Hongqi Farm, suggesting they had received special attention, while the other teams also mixed with villagers, each had a captain responsible for their matters. In comparison, the forest farm and reclamation teams were preferable. At least they had better records and rations. Especially at the forest farm, they occasionally hunted and enjoyed meat. Yet, the hardships were undeniable. The distinction lay in the fact that one group was sent to support the northern wasteland, while the other was a grassroots placement. The difference in nomenclature reflected a fundamental difference in nature. Jiang Sen pondered that perhaps this batch was primarily composed of workers' children. After Zhang Jianjun spoke, Jiang Sen simply nodded silently, finishing his last puff of smoke before extinguishing the butt and letting out a deep breath. "I'm Fina. I just want to work diligently and improve myself." Zhang Jianjun felt a surge of sympathy for him, yet felt that excessive words between men were futile. After stepping aside for a moment, they returned indoors, only to find several people standing there, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Zhang Jianjun frowned, urging them, "We must hurry. Nightfall approaches." Seeing him and Jiang Sen return without any sign of wolves, the others quickly washed their dishes and rushed back. That night, they settled into their usual arrangement. The three female educated youths on the bed, while the male youths and Zhang Jianjun found various spots on the floor to rest. The weather was still pleasant during the day, but the nights had grown a bit chilly, leaning against the pile of firewood. Jiang Sen reflected on his past experiences upon arriving here. By the end of August, a heavy snowfall would strike, burying the mountains and catching everyone off guard. The crops would be left unharvested as the educated youth braved the snow to gather what they could. The snowfall would prevent timely delivery of supplies to the teams, leaving them without fuel for warmth throughout the winter. Eventually, they would be forced to burn straw, but such resources would deplete quickly, leading to illness and frostbite among many. Jiang Sen wondered if he might find a moment or excuse to remind everyone to prepare in advance. However, such thoughts were fleeting. He was not so altruistic, as his kindness had long since faded in the confines of hardship. He could only focus on his own survival, stockpiling food and vegetables, and perhaps helping Zhang Jianjun do the same. His feelings for Zhang Jianjun were different. After all, during his last visit, he had nearly succumbed to the freezing cold, only to be saved by Zhang Jianjun, who had rubbed snow on him, offered him a few swigs of liquor, and wrapped him in his military coat, carrying him all the way to the forest farm. Revenge must be taken for grievances, and gratitude must also be repaid. This principle resonated firmly within Jiang Sen's heart. Three young female intellectuals unpacked their luggage. Last night, they had slept fully clothed and were awakened by the cold in the early hours. This evening, they would require blankets. Jiang Sen also sensed the temperature shift and pondered that in just over 10 days, the heavy snowfall would arrive. The other young intellectuals were somewhat tempted by this thought, but recalling the laborious task of packing their belongings for the next day, they hesitated. Ignoring them, Jiang Sen retrieved a cotton coat from his suitcase. Then, after a moment's consideration, he took out another military overcoat. He had several more garments beneath his supplies of food, which he preferred to keep concealed from the others. Handing the military coat to the frail Zhang Jianjun, he said, "Captain, you should wear this." Zhang Jianjun replied, "You keep it, I'm fine." Jiang Sen draped the cotton coat over himself and curled his legs up, insisting, "I'll manage like this. You wear it." Zhang Jianjun did not refuse again. When they had left, the daytime temperature lingered around 28 or 29 degrees Celsius, dropping to 17 or 18 degrees at night, which felt rather pleasant for him. Thus, he had not packed extensively, thinking it was still the warmest time of August, with only a fortnight of travel ahead. However, unexpectedly, on the eve of their return journey, he felt the temperature begin to drop. Especially today, the daytime temperature barely reached 23 or 24 degrees, and, as the sun set, it plummeted to around 10 degrees. A sense of urgency filled him. Such a temperature clearly indicated an impending change in weather. Could it be that this year's heavy snow would arrive so early? Chapter 31. The carriage arrives the following morning. Jiang Sen woke just as dawn began to break. He noticed he was wrapped in the military coat he had lent to Zhang Jianjun. Looking over to where Zhang Jianjun had been, he saw that he was no longer there. Rising, he stored the military coat and cotton jacket back in his suitcase, secured it, and walked to the window to gaze outside. The area was still and quiet. Zhang Jianjun's whereabouts were unknown. He glanced back at the others, who remained asleep, before stepping outside. The air in the greater Xing'an range was refreshingly crisp. Jiang Sen stretched and moved to a nearby tree to relieve himself. Faintly, he thought he heard the sound of bells. Hastily adjusting his trousers and fastening his belt, he dashed towards the road. Upon reaching the roadside, he spotted Zhang Jianjun waving at several approaching carriages in the distance. Zhang Jianjun grinned and turned to Jiang Sen. "You're up early. Captain, are they here to pick us up?" Jiang Sen inquired, squinting at the increasingly close carriages. For carriages were visible, along with two hauling cut logs. These segments of wood, known as kanzi in Northeast dialect, will be split into firewood when needed. Zhang Jianjun's mood was evidently buoyant as he cheerfully remarked, "Didn't I mention that there would be carriages to fetch us within a day?" Jiang Sen then recalled that Zhang Jianjun had indeed said so, but the encounter with the wolf pack had caused him to forget. The previous days had likely been intended to give the young intellectuals a taste of the hardships here. A sort of initiation. Just when everyone was on the verge of exhaustion, the carriages had arrived. How splendid! Jiang Sen mused. What more could he ask for? Riding in a carriage was far superior to walking. Yet, something struck him as odd. Suddenly, he recalled his past life. Had they even ridden in carriages? He remembered that on the second day of their journey, they were met with heavy snow, leaving him shivering with a fever. Hazily recalling Zhang Jianjun calling his name while rubbing snow on him and then carrying him. When he next awakened, they were already at the farm. He had no clear recollection of whether they had ridden in a carriage or not. Are they here to pick us up? Jiang Sen asked. Indeed, Zhang Jianjun replied. After encountering wolves for 2 consecutive days, and with the temperature dropping today, it feels even more pronounced in the mountains. I knew they would come early. We waited here this morning, and sure enough, they arrived. Though it was unfortunate that they had not fully achieved the goal of toughening the new intellectuals. He felt a wave of relief at no longer having to deal with the spoiled young masters and mistresses. As the carriage approached, the driver pulled up and, laughing heartily, exclaimed, Captain, we've arrived. You came out early? Zhang Jianjun replied, shaking the driver's hand before greeting the others. This is Jiang Sen, our new intellectual. He is quite remarkable. He took down a wolf. The driver, a robust man in his 30s, had a build comparable to Li Chaoyang's, and he laughed as he shook Jiang Sen's hand. Impressive. Are all the ones from the capital like you? Serving the people, Jiang Sen proclaimed, shaking hands with him. It was the captain who shot the wolf. He deserves the credit. Jiang Sen's humility and lack of pride in his achievements endeared him to Luo Yongkai, who introduced himself as the deputy team leader of the logging team and captain of the youth assault team. Jiang Sen remembered him. During logging, he was exceptionally strong, able to fell a tree single-handedly, while others required pairs to alternate. Nowadays, they utilized chainsaws, yet if Luo was in the mood, he wielded the axe directly. Captain, I hope to learn from you in the future and contribute to our nation's construction, just as you do. Jiang Sen expressed eagerly. Excellent. Luo Yongkai laughed heartily, clapping Jiang Sen on the shoulder. Captain, I like this lad, but he needs to build up some strength. At that moment, Jiang Sen was indeed quite slender, at the age of 18 or 19, which should be a time for growth. However, the best food at home had been secretly given to Jiang Lei by Jing, and he could only occasionally enjoy meat, which felt like a rare treat. All right, he agreed cheerfully, longing to regain the physique he had in his previous life. In prison, he envisioned a time when he wouldn't need an axe to deliver a sound thrashing to Ma Weigua. His earlier reluctance to confront Zhang Jianjun had stemmed from sheer exhaustion, and while he could have dealt with him, it would hardly have been satisfying. Is he the only one? Luo Yongkai asked Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun gestured toward the hunter's cabin, indicating, there are 6 more inside. They may still be asleep. The 2 carriages hauling logs approached. Captain, let us head to the headquarters. 5th squad leader, be cautious of wolf packs on the way, and return quickly. I sense the weather is about to change. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the sky. It was a brilliant blue, devoid of any clouds. Understood, the driver replied with a smile, casting a glance at Jiang Sen before leaping onto the carriage and calling, let us go. As the 2 carriages rolled away, Zhang Jianjun pulled Luo Yongkai aside, suggesting they grab breakfast together. I brought corn cakes, Luo Yongkai declared, leading the horses forward. They could only park the carriage by the roadside, leaving one person to watch it while they walked to the hunter's cabin. Luo Yongkai took a cloth bag from the carriage and slung it over his shoulder, striding confidently into the forest alongside Zhang Jianjun. Jiang Sen waved to the driver, who he found somewhat familiar but could not place at the moment. Inside the cabin, 6 individuals groggily opened their eyes to find 2 tall, burly men standing in the center, instantly snapping to attention. Get up, get up, Luo Yongkai called out cheerfully, the sun is shining on your behind. Such jokes were common among the logging team, yet the newly arrived intellectuals were taken aback, particularly the 3 young women who felt intimidated by the imposing figure of Luo Yongkai, hastily rising to tidy their bedding. Zhang Jianjun stood conversing with Luo Yongkai, introducing everyone in turn. Jiang Sen moved to the stove, scooping water and tossing in some coarse grains before placing a lid on it. He opened the flour bag Luo Yongkai had brought, setting out 9 corn cakes to cook. Behind the woodpile in the cabin, dried vegetables awaited. Jiang Sen washed and chopped them, seasoning with salt and a bit of water before placing it in the pot, preparing it as a side dish for their meal. Luo Yongkai was the type of person who, despite his boisterous exterior, possessed a meticulous nature. Every action of Jiang Sen seemed unobservant, yet each was keenly noted by him, as was the case with others. Only after all 6 individuals had completed their ablutions did he produce a cigarette and offer one to Zhang Jianjun. Smoking mine. Zhang Jianjun pushed his hand back, exclaiming, "The frog's head is choking." Jiang Sen then pulled out a half-pack of dakiamin that he had received from Jiang Sen himself. "Dakiamin? Did you steal it from the captain?" Luo Yongkai took it, inhaled a couple of times, and then lit it. "Just smoke it if I give it to you. Why ask so much?" Hee. Jiang Sen remained silent, refraining from revealing that the cigarette was indeed his own gift. The notion of possessing a treasure is a crime held true, as Zhang Jianjun kept quiet, protecting the cigarettes from being snatched away by their companions. Outside, a few individuals finished washing up and hurried back to drop off their belongings, only to rush out again to use the restroom. The three female, educated youths whispered among themselves, unsure what to say, until finally Sun Guohong approached. "Captain," Sun Guohong called out, "can you accompany us to the side? We're a bit too afraid to go alone." Chapter 32. Arrival at the forest farm. Upon hearing this, it was evident that the three female, educated youths wished to use the restroom, yet feared the presence of wolves in the woods. Unfortunately, the hunter's lodge lacked an outhouse. Zhang Jianjun frowned, watching Sun Guohong intently. Luo Yongkai, unrestrained, inquired, "Ladies don't need to go into the woods. There's a spot behind the house. If anything happens, just call out and we'll hear you." Even if Sun Guohong was bold enough to respond, she couldn't help but blush at his words and turn to leave, acknowledging, "Got it." Her voice was barely audible, hardly befitting her striking, bold demeanor. Once they departed, Luo Yongkai remarked, "I was just about to ask, why did the captain assign us 3 women? What can we do? Cook or wash clothes?" Zhang Jianjun replied, "Let us discuss it when we reach the forest farm." Both men stole a glance at Jiang Sen, who did not lift his gaze, instead adding a piece of wood to the stove. Only when the pot began to bubble did he glance down at the fire, ceasing to add more wood. The two men shifted their conversation. Though Luo Yongkai seemed preoccupied with the issue of why Li Chaoyang had assigned 3 female, educated youths to the forest farm, Ma Weihua entered, sporting an ingratiating smile, nodding slightly as he moved to his belongings. Zhang Jianjun pulled Luo Yongkai outside. Jiang Sen leaned against the wall, lost in thought as steam rose before him. Wang Daqing and Bai Chong, having finished in the restroom, stood outside, speaking softly, hesitant to enter. Upon seeing Zhang Jianjun and Luo Yongkai emerge, they finally stepped inside. Bai Chong crouched beside Jiang Sen, peering into the pot and inhaling the aroma wafting from it. "Jiang Sen," he called softly, "do you think the people at the forest farm are all such big fellows?" Northeasterners are indeed known for their stature, a fact that had always made the less than one. Otamita ta Jiang Sen envious. He was the tallest among the 7, with Wang Dajing being of similar height. However, Bai Chong and Ma Weiguo were both slightly over 1.7 meters, lean in build, and appeared diminutive next to Luo Yongkai's robust frame, which explained his question. "Right?" Jiang Sen replied dismissively, "There are bound to be shorter ones. We'll see when we get to the forest farm." "Exactly. I thought it impossible that they could all be such giants. Look at the director Li and Officer Ma. Officer Ma is just too thin. That accountant Zhang is quite short," Wang Dajing commented. "Once we start working and eat more, perhaps you'll grow a bit taller." He added, "Grow taller?" Bai Chong clearly doubted this statement. Ma Weiguo wore a smirk of derision, choosing not to interject, simply holding his lunchbox in anticipation of a meal. "Haven't you heard the saying?" Wang Dajing chimed in, "Eat more and exercise more. You'll surely grow a bit taller." After saying this, he flexed his arm, squeezing his left bicep, sighing, "When will I manage to build muscle?" Jiang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Chong was so amused that he sat down on the ground. Pointing at Wang Dajing, "You, under such difficult conditions, how did you manage to grow all that flesh?" "First, shed some of those pounds." Wang Dajing grimaced. "I've always been like this. Even drinking cold water adds weight. When I was at home, neighbors suspected my father was stealing from the meat processing plant to feed me extra rations. Yet, I was lucky to have meat once a month. My father was just the gatekeeper there. The meat processing plant was a good job with high wages, and occasionally they could get some scraps. But being a gatekeeper was tough. One would be lucky to receive 2 taels of meat in a month." Wang Dajing's grandfather had been executed as a suspected traitor for once pulling a rickshaw for a better life, and the entire family had suffered the consequences. Ultimately, it was his grandmother who distanced herself from his grandfather, which improved their situation somewhat. However, his father's job in the workshop was reduced to that of gatekeeper. Wang Dajing's mother often referenced this incident, stating she had married him because he worked at the meat processing plant. Now, she could only watch his poor pass by, never seeing it come home. Wang Dajiang could have followed in his father's footsteps, yet he was unwilling to continue as a gatekeeper and tired of his mother's incessant nagging. So he enlisted to support the development of Beidawan. Bai Chong and Jiang Sen listened in astonishment, though there was little to find strange about it. In that era, anything was possible, especially concerning Wang Dajiang's grandfather. Whether he had truly defected by pulling rickshaws for a living was a question no one dared affirm. Such matters were simply too ambiguous. Ma Weigua had remained silent, yet he absorbed every word of their conversation and committed the details to memory. When a meal was ready, coarse porridge, corn cakes, complemented by Jiang Sen's exclusive pickles, it was all quite delectable. Afterward, Zhang Jianjun retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket and placed 10 jin of grain tickets atop the water tank. "All right, let us set off," Zhang Jianjun announced. The group hoisted their belongings and departed the hunter's lodge. Upon reaching the road outside, they were delighted to see 2 horse-drawn carts. "Put the luggage on one cart," Luo Yongkai called out. "Everyone can sit on one." Zhang Jianjun observed that there was still some space left on one cart, so he said, "The female educated youth can sit on the luggage, while the male educated youths sit at the front." Thus, the 2 carts set off towards a forest farm. Jiang Sen sat at the edge of the cart, swaying gently with its movements, experiencing a newfound comfort in riding. The 3 female educated youths lounged atop their belongings, eventually lying down and chattering away. Luo Yongkai drove the cart while Zhang Jianjun sat beside him, speaking in hushed tones. The cart was indeed faster than walking. What would have taken 5 days was accomplished in just 2, and they encountered no wolves along the way. As they neared the forest farm, a road built along the hillside came into view, extending upward. "See that?" Luo Yongkai turned back to the educated youths. "This road is for lumber transport. Once the logs are felled, they slide down this path with a swoosh." He pointed to a pile of logs stacked to the left of the lumber path. "That's the lumber yard, where the wood from the mountains will be stored until a train comes to haul it away." Upon hearing this, the group craned their necks to look. Ma Weigua even stood up, resting a hand on Bai Chong's shoulder. "Where's the train?" "Behind the logs." Luo Yongkai laughed. "You can't see it from here. You have to go down to catch a glimpse." With a crack of the whip, he urged the horses onward, declaring, "We'll be home soon." As they settled in, they again looked ahead. The cart soon veered onto a side road, leading to the Forest Farms Brigade headquarters. Nestled in a clearing, Jiang Sen recognized the familiar sights, feeling a surge of excitement as he peered forward. A row of wooden houses came into view, with people moving about at the entrance and smoke billowing from the chimney of the house at the end. "The captain is back," someone shouted from the entrance. Zhang Jianjun chuckled in response. "We're back." Having spoken, he leaped down from the carriage and turned to the young intellectuals, saying, "All right, we have arrived. Grab your belongings and follow me." Jiang Sen and the others jumped off the carriage and went to the rear vehicle to retrieve their luggage. The 3 young female intellectuals were equally delighted, offering their assistance. A few of them, laden with packages both large and small, followed Zhang Jianjun and Luo Yongkai towards the house. Upon reaching the furthest door from the row of houses and the smoking area, Zhang Jianjun pushed the door open, declaring, "Place your things here. Assemble at the cafeteria." Chapter 33. Will you choose, or shall they? Jiang Sen knew this was the brigade headquarters, and the place they were to reside was not here. Yet, the others remained oblivious, believing they had arrived at their destination, each one looking around happily. Jiang Sen even heard Sun Guohong whispering before coming here, "I heard the forest farm was the most arduous place, but this seems quite decent. The accommodations are rather nice. And there's even a cafeteria. The restroom is over there," came Xiao Jieji's voice. "Are you going?" The 3 young female intellectuals chattered as they dashed towards the makeshift latrine. However, there was only one wooden enclosure for the men's restroom, necessitating a rotation. One person would enter while 2 waited outside, keeping an eye to ensure no one else entered. Zhang Jianjun merely glanced at it and motioned for Luo Yongkai to proceed. He continued leading the group towards the cafeteria. Bai Chong hastened to Jiang Sen's side, an air of barely contained excitement in his tone as he whispered, "Jiang Sen, is this really the forest farm? Didn't they say it was the most challenging place?" Jiang Sen had yet to respond when Ma Weigua interjected, his tone brimming with an indefinable pride. "When Kyoto assigned us to Hongqi Farm, they mentioned it was a model farm. How could the conditions be poor?" Jiang Sen chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, "Just wait until you are assigned to the intellectual youth point. The cafeteria was just a few steps away, with Zhang Jianjun greeting people along the way. Those he passed regarded Jiang Sen and the others with curious eyes, playfully asking Zhang Jianjun, "Captain, are these the newcomers?" "Indeed," Zhang Jianjun replied, without further elaboration. "We are short on personnel over there, do not forget." One person cast a deliberate glance at Wang Dajiang. He and Jiang Sen were the tallest. But one could not help but be drawn to Wang Dajiang's robust stature. The forest farm's most pressing need was for strong laborers. Yet, they were unaware that Wang Dajiang was but a flowered pillow, appearing stout but lacking strength. Upon entering the cafeteria, a few individuals were seated at the tables, smoking and chatting. They rose to their feet upon seeing Zhang Jianjun enter. "The captain has returned." "Captain, have you brought the people back?" they inquired, each scrutinizing the newcomers behind Zhang Jianjun. However, the three young female intellectuals who followed stunned them into silence. The young women suddenly felt shy, retreating behind Jiang Sen and the others. Zhang Jianjun approached, turned to face Jiang Sen and the rest, and announced, "The former captain has assigned us 7 individuals. They are all here. After we finish eating, we will let you take them back." Jiang Sen was unfazed. He recognized his former leader, the second-class leader Sui Zhongliang. Their relationship was not exceptionally close, but he had always looked out for him. Regrettably, he had never found the opportunity to repay his kindness in the past. This was largely his own fault. He had been preoccupied with personal family troubles and rarely socialized, preferring to remain in his quarters after work, only occasionally visiting Sui Zhongliang at the brigade headquarters to send items. On the forest farm, there were 5 classes, each responsible for different tasks: logging, branch cutting, wood handling, transporting, and miscellaneous duties. The latter was an internal term, referred to externally as logistics. This encompassed all tasks not directly related to logging, such as gathering firewood, chopping wood, fetching water, delivering work slips, maintenance, running errands, and so forth. In his previous life, Jiang Sen had been assigned to the second class, responsible for branch cutting. The loggers would fell the trees, and they would cut off the branches before the wood handlers transported the logs from the mountains. The resonant calls of downhill, uphill, crosshill seemed to echo in his ears, stirring his blood. "Let us go get our meals." Zhang Jianjun gestured toward the cafeteria window. Jiang Sen and the others took their lunchboxes and approached the window one by one. The cook inside bent down and scrutinized each of them, providing generous portions. A large lunchbox filled with potato and cabbage soup along with 2 corn cakes was served. After finishing his meal, Jiang Sen found an empty table, lowered his head, and began to eat. Although they had traveled in a carriage for 2 days and spent the night in a hunter's cabin, they had not lacked food or clothing. Yet exhaustion had taken its toll. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and they had skipped lunch, leaving them ravenous. The others were no better off. Even the 3 young women devoured their meals with zeal. Upon their arrival in Beidawang, their first meal, whether at the brigade headquarters or the team headquarters, was free of charge, accounted for by public funds. However, from then on, they would have to spend their own money or grain tickets for additional meals. After eating, Jiang Sen went to a water tank behind the cafeteria to rinse out his lunchbox. He opened the back door and poured the water outside. The others followed suit, washing their lunchboxes, then stood idly, unsure what to do next, watching Zhang Jianjun. Jiang Sen, on the other hand, approached the cafeteria window again, pulled out $1 and 10 pounds of grain tickets, and said, "Master Jiang, I'll buy some large pancakes." The cook inside immediately smiled, gesturing with his ladle. Now that's something. Regular patrons would often purchase food to bring to their respective classes. Class members would exchange grain tickets or money with him, sparing themselves the trouble of steaming or making the long trek to buy food. Some, without money or grain tickets, would generously offer a pancake, while the stingy would be left watching enviously. Many newcomers had not considered these nuances or hesitated to spend their money, wanting to bring more food with them, only to be dismayed by the living conditions upon reaching their respective classes. Ma Weigua, seeing Jiang Sen buy 20 or 30 small corn pancakes, whispered to Wang Dajiang, "Is this a reincarnation of starving ghost?" Wang Dajiang, perplexed, did not appreciate Ma Weigua's comment and replied, "If he wants to buy, what business is it of yours?" Zhang Jianjun observed that they had all finished eating and noted Jiang Sen's substantial purchase. He understood, but said nothing, simply calling out, "Everyone come here." The door swung open, and several heads popped out, eagerly peering inside with smiles. Their primary interest lay in the 3 young women. In the forest farm, women were a rare commodity, more precious than the flying dragons on the mountain. Lu Xiu lowered her head, hiding behind Sun Guohong, muttering, "Why is everyone staring at me?" Sun Guohong shot a glare at the doorway, saying, "Ignore them." Xiao Jiejia merely turned slightly, saying nothing. Jiang Sen, carrying half a bag of corn pancakes, approached. Noticing the curious heads at the door and the reactions of the three young women, he understood the situation. He remained silent, standing in front of Xiao Jiejia. "This is Class 1's leader, Tong Changshan. This is the leader of Class 2, Sui Zhongliang. He is the leader of Class 3, Zhang Shaowen. And the leader of Class 4, Lu Chongqing. And what about Class 5? Zhang Jianjun called out to the doorway. One of the heads replied. The Class 5 leader went to the headquarters to deliver a message. "Oh, right. You've seen him." He asked the short, stout one, the one driving the carriage. Named Lu Hongjun. After Zhang Jianjun spoke, he turned to the class leaders and said, "All right, there are 7 of you. Will you choose, or shall they choose?" The young intellectuals exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. More selections? Jiang Sen remained silent, feeling that he could fit into any class. The heads at the doorway chattered excitedly. "Leader, we need someone to tend the fire." "Leader, we have no one to do the laundry." "Leader." These comments clearly indicated that their class leaders desired a female intellectual to join them. Yet, the leaders had different thoughts. With a crew of rugged men, they could manage cooking and laundry themselves, and it was no trouble. However, they were in greater need of strong laborers. Each pretended not to hear. Zhang Jianjun suggested, "Let us draw lots then." Chapter 34, Drawing Lots. With 5 classes and 7 young educated workers, it was impossible for them all to be assigned together. However, with 1 person from each class, there would be 2 remaining. One of those might end up staying at the team headquarters. Lu Xiu whispered, "I cannot cook." Sun Guohong, slightly irritated, furrowed her brow and declared, "First, I can cook, do laundry, and work just as hard as the men." Xiao Jiejia remained silent, nodding in agreement with Sun Guohong. Seeing the female workers expressing their willingness, Ma Weigua quickly voiced his compliance. "I will obey the leadership's arrangements." Wang Dajiang and Bai Chang exchanged glances and also stated their readiness to follow orders. The class leaders watched the young workers with interest, perceiving them as mere adolescents. As the saying goes, you can tell a person's character by their actions from a young age. Among the 3 female workers, Sun Guohong stood out with her thick eyebrows and large eyes, tall and clad in a worn worker's uniform. If she called out orders, others would surely find motivation to work. Xiao Jiejia, quiet and demure, would be quite suitable as a statistician or accountant at the headquarters. Then there was Lu Xiu, small and frail, resembling a miner who could neither carry nor lift anything. What could she possibly contribute? Yet, everyone had expressed their intentions, leaving only Jiang Sen silent. All eyes upon him. Realizing the attention on him, Jiang Sen straightened up and proclaimed, "I hope to go to the most arduous place." "All right," Zhang Jianjun responded. "Then let us draw lots." Despite each class leader having their preferred candidates in mind, they could not escape the fate of drawing lots. Tong Changshan produced a red notebook, tore out a page, and handed it to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun, pulling out a letter of introduction, remarked, "You're too quick. Pass this on and draw yourself." Tong Changshan, unfazed, folded the paper and tore it, chuckling as he reached into his pocket for a small cloth bag. He opened the bag's drawstring, pinched some tobacco leaves, and placed them on the paper to roll a cigarette. "No waste," he added, inquiring if anyone else wanted one. The class leaders, all smokers, took some leaves and rolled their cigarettes, licking the edges to seal them, striking matches to light up. Instantly, a pungent smoke filled the air, causing the 3 female workers to cough lightly. Zhang Jianjun urged, "All right, let us hasten the drawing so we can leave. If we delay, we want to reach Class 3 before nightfall." The 4 class leaders drew their lots, leaving 2 for the 5th class leader or the headquarters. The 7 young workers eagerly watched, speculating who they might end up with. Jiang Sen, too, wondered if he would end up in Class 2 again or be assigned elsewhere. Drawing lots seemed to be a tradition for distributing young workers at the logging site, preventing conflicts over preferred choices. Indeed, disputes were common during leisure time at the logging site, especially when the weather turned harsh and activities dwindled. Fights became a favored pastime. However, these altercations were not as commonly perceived. Rather, they resembled Mongolian wrestling, with a circle of spectators cheering, occasionally wagering a cigarette on the outcome. Class leader Tong Changshan stood first. calling out, Wang Dajiang, come with me. Coming. Wang Dajiang hurried over, waving goodbye to Jiang Sen and the others. See you later. Class leader Sui Zhongliang, cigarette in hand, stood and said, Jiang Sen, come with me. From now on, you'll be part of class 2. As expected, Jiang Sen turned back to inform the others. I'm heading out, and followed Sui Zhongliang out of the cafeteria. Upon reaching the luggage area, they spotted Wang Dajiang carrying his belongings, heading out with Tong Changshan. Tong Changshan remarked, I'm taking the lead. They're still working hard up there, and if we return early, we can finish our tasks before the snow. Wait for me a moment. We'll go together. Sui Zhongliang replied, turning to Jiang Sen, go grab your things. Jiang Sen collected his belongings, and Sui Zhongliang took his suitcase, exclaiming, wow, quite heavy. Have you moved your entire home? Jiang Sen chuckled. I thought this could be useful in that too. So I brought everything. Sui Zhongliang gestured for him to follow, indicating that while the headquarters was manageable, everything else was scarce. Jiang Sen did not witness how the others were assigned. Following Tong Changshan and Sui Zhongliang along a small path beside the lumber trail, they headed up the mountain. Among the 5 classes, only classes 1, 2, and 3 were situated on the mountain, while class 4 was stationed at the train station lumberyard, responsible for loading logs onto trains. If the crane broke down, they would have to carry the logs manually, which was nearly 5 miles from the headquarters. After a day's work, they were too exhausted even to walk, and few would venture the distance to the headquarters cafeteria for meals. Class 5, handling logistics, was based at the headquarters but was rarely seen as they had to run between classes, seemingly the least laborious, yet actually the most arduous, often needing to spend nights outdoors. Additionally, they were responsible for delivering documents and messages back and forth, which fell to them. The medical facility nearby had only 2 doctors and 2 nurses, making it more of a health station. Each brigade had a quota for health workers, but competent medical personnel were scarce. Only the pioneering team had one. In other brigades, many relied on local village barefoot doctors for assistance. In case of severe illness or injury, one would have to traverse mountains to reach the nearest commune or county town. However, the closest county town, Sangsong, was still quite far. Multiple communes existed, but reaching one required a horse cart or tractor, taking 10 hours or more. The vastness of Beidawang, characterized by its expansive land and sparse population, was a well-known fact. Moreover, there were ethnic minorities such as the Awenki and Haja living in the greater and lesser Shingon ranges. Jiang Sen's logging site was near an Awenki tribe. Wang Dajiang felt elated to have Jiang Sen accompany him. Just as he was about to speak, someone called out from behind, Hey, you too, don't leave without us. Turning around, they saw Class 3 leader Zhang Shaowen, who was surprisingly accompanied by Ma Weigua, waving excitedly at them. Once they drew near, they continued their journey. The 3 class leaders led the way, followed by the 3 young workers. Ma Weigua glanced at the trio ahead and gossipingly remarked, You all went ahead without noticing. Bai Chong and Xiao Jiejia were assigned to Class 5, while Sun Guohong and Lu Xiu went to Class 4. Sun Guohong to Class 4, and Lu Xiu, I bet she'll be crying over a thorn again, whimpering, It hurts so much, he chuckled, imagining the scene of the men fussing over her and advising her to rest nearby. He shook his head, amused, out of sight, out of mind. So long as she didn't cause trouble, she could get by here. Yet, despite the simplicity of the people, they were not to be underestimated. Well, let us hope for her good fortune, he thought. However, Xiao Jiejia seemed promising. The logistics team also needed clerks and accountants. Class 5's leader would surely ensure she didn't have to run all over the mountains, allowing her to stay at the headquarters and handle their logistics. You should have seen it. Ma Weigua continued. Lu Xiu was crying, making Class 4's leader so exasperated he complained to the brigade leader about switching her out. Chapter 35. Roe Deer. Jiang Sen knew Lu Xiu would stir up trouble again. The lumber yard offered no easy work. When the train arrived, they had to load quickly. Any laziness could jeopardize the departure schedule. Since boarding the train from Kyoto, Lu Xiu had been using tears to garner sympathy, but it remained uncertain whether this tactic would prove effective this time. Wang Dajiang inquired, crying, Does it help? If it's too harsh there, you can always request a transfer to another position. Jiang Sen let out a cold snort. In this place, which position could possibly be easy? Perhaps there truly was one. She might want to switch with Xiao Jiejia. Surely she had noticed that the 5th squad was stationed right at the team headquarters, with both meals and lodging conveniently located there. Furthermore, based on her understanding of life in Kyoto, logistics was indeed a lucrative position. It must be so. Ma Wangwoody mocked. I'm not sure. When I left, I saw the captain wearing a grim expression. The squad leader of the fourth team was also clamoring for a personnel change. Whether it actually happened, I couldn't say. Jiang Sen pondered. It wasn't a certainty. Perhaps Sun Guohong or Xiao Jia might propose a position swap themselves. The mountain was steep, with the timber path cleared of trees, allowing for a smooth passage each day. Should those on the mountain wish to reach the team headquarters after a snowfall, they would simply slide down on a board. However, this required a certain skill. Otherwise, one might find themselves crashing into a tree or tumbling into a snowdrift. Few dare to do this. Only 2 or 3 brave souls from the logging team frequently took the risk. Climbing up the mountain was arduous, yet here, the reverse was true. Descending was far easier than ascending. 3 educated youth carried their luggage, with the squad leader almost entirely burdened. After a while, they would pause for a smoke, waiting for the others to catch up before continuing. The saying, running up the mountain exhausts the horse, rang true. Upon reaching the halfway point, they could see a giant tree topple, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Timber. Then came the cacophony of cracking and crashing as a towering tree fell. The 3 squad leaders laughed heartily as they guided the others along a narrow path beside the timber trail to avoid falling logs. When they ascended from below, they had taken a small detour to reach the timber path. If they had approached from the base, they would see many large trees piled at the bottom of the timber path. These trees were subsequently hooked by the 4th squad and lifted into the timber yard by cranes. This task required both courage and meticulousness. One had to be quick to evade, lest they be caught unaware and crushed beneath the falling timber. Reflecting on these memories, Jiang Sen lamented once more that no position was devoid of difficulty. The previous 2 days had also been spent walking. Though the path was mountainous, it could accommodate vehicles. While tiring, it was not insurmountable. However, now they were primarily climbing steep and slippery paths. The soles of their liberation shoes had worn down, making every step treacherous. Even Jiang Sen felt the strain, panting and gritting his teeth as he ascended. Once he paused, he feared he would be unable to continue. The 3 squad leaders maintained their rhythm of walking a stretch, stopping occasionally, glancing back at them while conversing. This was even more intimidating than the pressure Zhang Jianjun had exerted earlier. Yet it was not intimidation, it was merely the challenging terrain. Suddenly, an animal leapt out from the side. Startling Jiang, Senator Ma Weigua exclaimed in delight. It's a deer. Jiang Sen corrected. It's a roe deer. Ahead. Sui Zhongliang removed his rifle from his back, signaling Jiang Sen and the others to crouch down as he aimed at the roe deer. Jiang Sen slowly crouched and gestured for Wang Dajiang and Ma Weigua to do the same. With a loud shout, Sui Zhongliang startled the deer, and with a bang, the gunshot echoed through the mountains. He hit it. Ma Weigua leapt up and dashed toward the deer, showing no signs of fatigue from the climb. Your marksmanship remains impeccable. Tong Changshun chuckled, taking a few steps back. Hey, you all dragged the deer up here? Jiang Sen and Ma Weigua each grabbed a leg while Wang Dajiang held the ears, struggling a bit as they dragged it along. This roe deer was quite hefty, weighing at least 100 pounds. When they presented it to Tong Changshun, he bent down, twisted the deer's head, and saw the bullet had entered through its eye while the rest of its body remained intact. He praised, a perfect roe deer pelt. You're impressive, old too. With that, he hoisted the deer onto his shoulder, also carrying Wang Dajiang's box, and walked off. Dinner will be a feast tonight. As they continued upward, Jiang Sen felt invigorated. Roe deer meat. He had only tasted it once in a past life, and the memory lingered. Even after returning to Kyoto, where meat was more common, he often reminisced about that flavor. The group of 6 departed around 2 in the afternoon, determined to reach their destination before nightfall. However, their sporadic stops extended their journey until dusk, when they finally spotted a wooden cabin and 2 tents resembling those of the Orcan people. Several individuals rushed out, calling that the captain had returned, eager to assist with their luggage and the roe deer. Second squad leader is treating. Zhang Shaoan cautioned, don't rush to eat. First, we need to skin it. Be careful not to damage it. Let the 1st and 2nd squad leaders have a bite to eat and rest before heading out tomorrow. This was indeed the 3rd squad, responsible for timber placement. The 2nd squad still needed to travel for another hour or 2, while the 1st squad was the deepest in the forest. There were over 10 members in the 3rd squad, with only the squad leader and 1 deputy being veterans. The rest were mostly educated youth. They welcomed Jiang Sen and his companions warmly, especially Ma Weigua. Upon discovering that Ma Weigua was now part of their team, they immediately led him towards the tent where the educated youth resided. At that moment, Ma Weigua's face turned pale. 6 or 7 grown men crammed into one tent. One could imagine the conditions. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The real issue was how they would manage in the winter. Jiang Sen and Wang Dajiang were led to a pit before the wooden cabin. This pit served as a stove, dug into the ground with a pot placed atop. A channel was carved at the other end where individuals could crouch down to cook, shielded from the wind, keeping warm without inhaling smoke. This was an essential skill for survival in the field. The deputy squad leader of the 3rd squad took a few men to the side to prepare the roe deer, while someone brought hot water to Jiang Sen and Wang Dajiang. After expressing their gratitude, Jiang Sen produced 6 corn cakes, surplus rations from their 1st and 2nd squads. The newcomer accepted them with a smile, saying, "I'll make sure you get something to eat shortly." With that, he entered the wooden cabin. Wang Dajiang whispered, "Do we owe for the rations? I didn't bring anything. I'll cover it. It's fine." Jiang Sen replied, "Then I'll give you food stamps." Wang Dajiang blushed slightly, realizing he had thought about why Jiang Sen had brought so many corn cakes. Now that he understood, it was too late. He wished he had brought some as well. "Let us talk about it when we reach our squad tomorrow," Jiang Sen reassured him. "You're part of the 1st squad now. If you can't contribute, your squad leader will help." While he said this, Wang Dajiang still felt a bit guilty. In truth, Jiang Sen didn't mind contributing. They shared meals among the 3 squads without keeping strict accounts. However, the ability to share even 2 corn cakes demonstrated Jiang Sen's thoughtfulness, and that was what mattered most. The roe deer was skinned perfectly, especially the head, which remained intact, a potential trade item with the Orcan hunters in the future. Of course, the pelt belonged to Sui Zhongliang, and the meat was divided into 3 portions. The 3rd squad immediately roasted their share. Jiang Sen was moved to tears by the exquisite flavor. Chapter 36. Finally back again, Wang Dajiang, with a sensitive stomach, could not resist indulging excessively. Ma Weigua, eating the roe deer meat, wore a grim expression throughout. Inside the tent, resembling the Orcaness, the air was thick with the stench of sweat, and the clothing and bedding were in disarray, resembling a dump. In the center was a pit identical to the one outside, used for heating and cooking during winter. After their meal, it was already late at night. Jiang Sen and Wang Dajiang, along with Sui Zhongliang and Tong Changshan, enjoyed the privileges of leadership and settled into the wooden cabin. From the outside, the cabin appeared decent. Inside, however, it was quite dilapidated, with a wooden bed resembling a Korean-style platform, low to the ground and somewhat uncomfortable. Although it was a wooden structure, it was not much better than the tent, as it would also leak wind in winter. Everyone used mud to seal the gaps between the wooden beams. That night, Jiang Sen slept soundly, still resting against the wall. The following morning, after indulging in a bowl of perplexing porridge and steam buns, Sui Zhongliang and Tong Changshan each bestowed 5 pounds of grain tickets upon Zhang Shaowen before embarking on their journey with Jiang Sen and Wang Dajiang. Ma Weigua stood at the edge of the wooden cabin, silently contemplating as he watched Jiang Sen and Wang Dajiang depart. 5 hours later, upon reaching Class 2, and with time still on their side, Tong Changshan and Wang Dajiang decided to stay for a meal, leaving behind another 5 pounds of grain tickets before taking their leave. Jiang Sen surveyed the environment, both familiar and alien, his heart swelling with emotion. At last, he had returned. The setting bore a resemblance to Class 1, featuring a wooden cabin and 2 diagonal support beams. When Jiang Sen arrived, the place was eerily quiet, as everyone had gone out to work. "First, place your luggage in the cabin. When they return, we shall see which tent has available space," Sui Zhongliang advised Jiang Senator. "If you feel tired, you may rest in the cabin and join them in work tomorrow." Jiang Sen nodded in silence. Sui Zhongliang settled on the steps in front of the cabin. "Polishing is gone. Our class will primarily collaborate with Class 1 and Class 3. They handle the logging while we are tasked with trimming the branches to facilitate Class 3's operations." Although the 3 classes were not situated closely, they worked in unison, traveling considerable distances each day, departing before dawn and returning after dark. Everyone prepared breakfast in the morning, carrying a meal to sustain them, and upon their return, they would scrounge for another bite. Many, however, only managed 2 meals a day. After finishing with his gun, Sui Zhongliang locked it in the cabin's cupboard and emerged with the shared game meat, addressing Jiang Sen. "As long as we're here, they will surely return for dinner. Come, Let's tend to this and familiarize ourselves with the water source. Jiang Sen was well aware of the water source, but refrained from admitting it. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Do you have a kitchen knife?" Sui Zhongliang chuckled, "There's one. Go fetch it." Upon entering the cabin, Jiang Sen spotted a well-worn kitchen knife on the windowsill, reduced to half its original size. He also had another knife from home, but deemed it unnecessary to retrieve at that moment. He casually picked up a water bucket and, retrieving a yoke from behind the door, followed Sui Zhongliang down the side path. Seeing Jiang Sen lifting the water bucket, Sui Zhongliang laughed. "Well done. You have keen insight. No wonder the captain has been singing your praises, claiming I'm fortunate. Work hard moving forward." Jiang Sen smiled. He was accustomed to such labor back home. Sui Zhongliang perceived nothing amiss. Many educated youth hailed from rural backgrounds, and even the city dwellers could manage household chores. Jiang Sen initially thought carrying water would be a simple task, but he forgot that he had been reborn at the age of 19, swaying unsteadily with the water bucket. He struggled to find a familiar rhythm from his past life. Sui Zhongliang placed the deer meat into the water bucket and took the yoke from Jiang Sen, saying, "Let me handle this. I don't want you tumbling down the hill and needing to be found." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Sen followed Sui Zhongliang forward. They descended a slope and climbed another, rounding a bend to reveal a stream. This was a usual spot for gathering water and washing clothes. Upon arrival, Sui Zhongliang began cleaning the deer meat, scraping off the fur with a knife. With nothing else to do, Jiang Sen noticed some wild vegetables nearby and gathered a generous handful, rinsing them and placing them in the water bucket. Sui Zhongliang, slicing the deer meat on a stone, asked Jiang Sen, "Do you recognize the mushrooms a bit further up?" "Indeed," Jiang Sen replied, making his way uphill. In August, the predominant mushrooms were hazel and red varieties, which, when sautéed in oil, tasted almost meaty and utterly delightful. When he returned with a sack full of red mushrooms, Sui Zhongliang had already portioned the deer meat and filled another bucket with water. A bountiful harvest, he indicated to Sui Zhongliang. Sui Zhongliang hoisted the yoke, declaring, "Let us return. Tonight, we shall treat everyone to a feast." Although the work in Class 2 appeared manageable, merely trimming tree branches, a task even women could perform, continuous labor took its toll. Nevertheless, it was slightly less strenuous than the other two classes, resulting in Class 2 being the smallest, with only 12 members. Now, with Jiang Sen, there were just 13. Upon arriving back at Class 2 station, Sui Zhongliang began to prepare a fire for cooking. He placed the deer meat in a pot to simmer, planning to add the mushrooms and wild vegetables once the meat was nearly done. Jiang Sen retrieved the leftover corn cakes, suggesting, "Captain, let us steam them all. Are you not keeping any for yourself?" Sui Zhongliang inquired, somewhat surprised. Previously, while at Class 3, he had observed Jiang Sen take a few cakes out, but had assumed he would save the remainder. "Not a chance," Jiang Sen insisted. "Since we're having a feast, we might as well go all out. Later, I'll gather more wild vegetables and mushrooms to make stuffed buns." Sui Zhongliang chuckled. Pleased with his good fortune in selecting Jiang Senator during the initial draft, he had silently hoped not to draw a female candidate. Women posed challenges in the mountains, surrounded solely by men who sometimes roamed about in the nude to conserve clothing. If a woman came, she would need proper attire, nothing too scanty, and the issue of restrooms loomed large. With toilets scattered across the mountains, the thought of digging one for a female was vexing. "This will count as your rations for the month. You'll receive more next month." Jiang Sen nodded with a smile. "All right." Sui Zhongliang felt a surge of happiness, appreciating Jiang Sen's camaraderie and generosity, in contrast to some older educated youths who hoarded food for themselves. As the deer meat neared readiness, the others were still absent. "Are you hungry?" Sui Zhongliang asked. "If so, we can eat first." Jiang Sen, indeed feeling hunger pangs, recalled that while he had eaten twice that day, both meals consisted solely of wild vegetable porridge and steamed buns. Had he not contributed a few corn cakes, he would have been too weak to stand. "Captain, when do you think they will return?" Sui Zhongliang glanced at the darkening sky, noting they should be back shortly. Jiang Sen, contemplative, sprinting back to the cabin to retrieve a wine pouch he had purchased at the supply store, presenting it to Sui Zhongliang. "I got this from the supply store." Sui Zhongliang's eyes brightened as he took the pouch, opening it to inhale the aroma. "Is this strong liquor?" "Yes," Jiang Sen affirmed with a grin. "My neighbor's uncle fought against the Russians in the Northeast and claimed that during winter, a single bottle could suffice for 10 men. He advised me to buy some strong liquor if I ever came here." Sui Zhongliang nodded vigorously. So this pouch is a gift from him? Such a treasure is rare around here. Not quite. I bought it from Sister Ma at the supply store. Chapter 37. Remaining to cook. Sui Zhongliang glanced around, returning to the cabin to fetch an enamel cup and pouring a small amount, barely a sip. He handed the pouch back to Jiang Sen, advising, save it for winter. Sipping it then will truly be delightful. Jiang Sen's intention behind purchasing the strong liquor was not for winter warmth, but rather to foster goodwill. He returned the pouch to Sui Zhongliang, stating, keep it for now. I might not make it to winter. Sui Zhongliang took a tentative sip, chuckling, no need. You keep it. It will come in handy when you're weary. If I keep it, I might not resist drinking it. Want to take a sip? I can't handle this. Just the smell makes me nauseous. Though Jiang Sen could drink, he preferred smoother liquors like Maodai. His sole experience with strong liquor had resulted in 3 days of nausea. However, in this logging camp, many Northeasterners favored potent spirits. The two didn't wait for the others to return before starting their meal. Just as they began eating, voices echoed from a distance. Sui Zhongliang rose, exclaiming, they're back. Jiang Sen stood as well, contemplating whether these individuals had changed since his last life. So many faces had become unrecognizable during the journey. Slowly, figures emerged from the side slope, some wielding large axes, others carrying pry bars, and a few even brandishing chainsaws. The class monitor has returned. Someone cheerfully greeted him before heading off to put away the tools. One individual sniffed the air and exclaimed, ah, delightful. Captain, what have you been up to? You'll know once you've eaten, replied Sui Zhongliang, as everyone began the introductions. This is the new educated youth, Jiang Sen. Jiang Sen, this is the Lu. This is Xiao Ma. That one is Xiao Liao. And that is the Shanzi. After the introductions concluded, Jiang Sen, though somewhat prepared, was still taken aback. Marvelous. Nothing has changed. Even a most odious character was present. That individual was Liao Zhongyi, who could rival Feng Chao in annoyance. Fortunately, Feng Chao was not assigned to the same location this time. Liao Zhongyi was an experienced, educated youth and a seasoned trickster, particularly fond of tormenting newcomers. In his previous life, Jiang Sen had suffered greatly at his hands. When provoked, Liao Zhongyi would dismissively remark, "You're quite entertaining," and simply walk away, making it seem as if Jiang Sen were the one lacking understanding. He frequently took advantage of Jiang Sen, consuming his food and smoking his cigarettes, creating the impression of a close friendship. On one occasion, when Liao Zhongyi sent dried mushrooms back to Huang Liping, he took leave to accompany the logistics team with their horse-drawn carts. Upon arrival at the station, he discovered that a hole had been made in the dried mushrooms, resulting in a significant loss. To conceal the evidence, a great deal of grass was stuffed inside. It was obvious who was responsible. Jiang Sen thought to himself, this time, if I let you bully me again, I would be no better than your pet. In his previous life, Jiang Sen had been quite reserved, rarely mingling with others. Although he was familiar with everyone, he was not well acquainted and fell into the category of those easily overlooked. The vice monitor, known as the Lu, whose full name was Lu Aigua, along with Sui Zhongliang, were both veterans, while the others were educated youths. A few had arrived as early as the 1960s, looking rugged and wild. Roast venison. The Lu lifted the pot lid, astonished. Tonight, we have venison. Everyone brought their lunchboxes over and gathered around the large pot to serve themselves. Once their portions were filled, they found a spot to feast heartily. Sui Zhongliang remarked. The corn cakes were bought by Jiang Sen at the station. Later, we will calculate the grain tickets for him based on 2 liang per person. Despite this, everyone was in high spirits. It was already 10:30, and according to previous habits, some would prepare a little something for themselves or skip a meal to conserve food. Now, with ready-made venison and corn cakes, everyone was eagerly devouring their meals. It was said that there was always meat to be had in the mountains. But one had to seize the opportunity when Sui Zhongliang or De Lu took a few people out to hunt. If luck was on their side, they might come across a rabbit. Even for wild vegetables and mushrooms, they could easily gather some on their way back. I suggest leaving one person at home to cook, De Lu said while eating, turning to Sui Zhongliang. Looking at this young fellow's physique, he might struggle with the labor. Why not let him handle the cooking? Hey, Xiao Jiang, can you cook? Jiang Sen nodded, affirming, I can. Sui Zhongliang pondered for a moment. The workforce was already scarce, and it seemed wasteful to keep someone at home to cook. However, if Lu Aigua's suggestion were taken, the workers could return to a warm meal, saving time, allowing for a bit more rest, which could lead to better productivity the following day. He glanced at Jiang Sen. Cooking is no easy task. You must rise early to prepare meals for over 10 people, plus extra for those on the go, and then prepare dinner as well. Are you capable of handling it? He didn't doubt Jiang Sen's abilities, yet in his eyes, Jiang Sen was still a mere youth. Even though he had worked at home, it was a small household. Unlike the 10 or so people here, Jiang Sen contemplated that cooking was indeed more challenging than others imagined. Each person's ration was limited, and he needed to prepare extra for others to take with them, plus dinner for the evening. Not to mention fetching water and chopping firewood, which, while not cooking, were still chores of a cook. However, if he stayed behind to cook, he could search for wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest, and perhaps even encounter her ahead of time. I can do it, Jiang Sen declared, as long as everyone isn't picky about the taste. In the prison, he had assisted in the kitchen, managing meals for hundreds with just a few people. Laughter rippled through the group. Someone chimed in, as long as it's edible. Indeed, no matter how bad it is, it won't be worse than frozen potatoes in winter. In the winter, many disliked rising early to cook, opting instead to gnaw on a frozen potato, claiming it was to learn the spirit of hard work from the soldiers at the front. Sui Zhongliang waved his hand decisively. It's settled. Cooking was traditionally a woman's task. Yet Sui Zhongliang mentally reviewed the 3 female educated youths and silently shook his head. Even if the spirited Sun Guohong were present, it would not be suitable, a fat lamb in a wolf's den. Jiang Sen's steady demeanor and Zhang Jianjun's constant praise aligned with everyone's sentiments. He too yearned for a warm meal upon returning, so he readily agreed. After Jiang Sen's cooking role was established, some began to speak sarcastically. Liao Zhongyi grinned. Xiao Jiang, you've just arrived and already get to stay at the camp. Avoiding work in the forest. Many seasoned, educated youths have been here for years, and Haven Tea had such good fortune. Upon hearing this, several heads turned towards Jiang Sr. They all understood that remaining at the camp, even if it was merely to cook, meant he could rest while they toiled. For them, rest was only a brief pause during lunch to eat before returning to work. Injuries were not uncommon, but they couldn't be too severe. Serious injuries require hospitalization. While recuperating offered a chance to rest, upon return, one would still have to resume labor. Enduring physical hardship was one thing, but after a period of rest, resuming the original workload could become challenging. Light injuries were often downplayed with remarks such as a minor wound won't keep me from the front lines. But the true struggles were known only to oneself. Thus, Jiang Sen's early opportunity to stay and cook was indeed enviable. Jiang Sen noticed Liao Zhongyi attempting to undermine him upon their first meeting, but chose not to remain silent as he had in his previous life. He smiled and replied, "How about we switch? I'd love to experience the front lines." Sui Zhongliang, smoking, cast a glance at Liao Zhongyi. In addition to cooking, you'll need to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms, fetch firewood and water. If you wish to switch, you can do so. The older educated youth chuckled, well aware that Liao Zhongyi had ulterior motives. Liao Zhongyi laughed awkwardly. "I was just joking. You're too easy to tease." Chapter 38. Sleeping at the tent entrance after the meal, it was time to rest. Sui Zhongliang remarked, "Deshanzi, is there still space in your tent?" Liao Zhongyi was the first to respond. "We have 5. It's too cramped." An older educated youth wearing glasses chimed in. "There is still room at our place." The older youth was called Deshanzi, a name that hardly matched his appearance. Sui Zhongliang said, "Then let Jiang Sen stay with you." Jiang Sen had no objections and went to the wooden cabin to fetch his belongings, with the Shanzi assisting him. "This box is quite heavy," he exclaimed. Jiang Sen diaklet. "Before arriving, I heard there was nothing here, so I brought everything I could." Upon entering the tent, they found it framed with wood, creating a makeshift bed, with a stove pit in the center, still containing ashes, and some charred wood propped above. 2 long stones were placed in the middle to hold lunchboxes or pots. Liao Zhongyi's expression soured. He had just claimed it was too cramped, only to be contradicted by Deshanzi, who had publicly embarrassed him, sitting in the innermost spot and casting sideways glances at the 2 newcomers. Deshanzi was one of the older individuals in the group, having been an educated youth since 1963, now in his 30s. When he arrived, there was nothing here. The first winter was spent digging snow caves. Before the movement began, he had been a primary school teacher and was among the first sent to this place. Liao Zhongyi had a bit of space beside him, and Deshanzi wished for Jiang Sen to sleep inside, where he would be sheltered from the wind and smoke from the fire. Liao Zhongyi discerned his intention and spoke directly. "It's too cramped inside. Let him sleep by the door." We would want to wake anyone while cooking in the morning. Dashin looked somewhat troubled and displeased. Jiang Sen, being small and new, should naturally be treated with more consideration. However, with others remaining silent, he felt hesitant to take the initiative. Jiang Sen then interjected, "Brother Shan, I can sleep by the door." In prison, sleeping by the door was customary for the leaders, and he was accustomed to it. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Sen tossed his belongings onto the spot and placed his suitcase at his feet. Among his belongings were fine items. Without a second thought, he opened it before everyone. Mitai, dakiamen, malt milk, biscuits? A chorus of astonished exclamations followed as several individuals gathered around. Jiang Sen turned and smiled. "These are from home." He understood the importance of fostering good relations with his comrades here. As he spoke, he opened a pack of cigarettes and tossed one to Dashin, saying, "Brother Shan, please distribute these." Though Dashin disapproved of Jiang Sen's naive gesture, he felt it was too late to voice his concerns. Amidst the frenzy of grabbing, the pack of cigarettes disappeared. Jiang Sen opened his cedar box and stored the remaining items inside. Returning to his spot, he lit a cigarette and declared, "These items are meant for everyone, but we should not consume them all at once. Let us be frugal. I plan to store the mitai with the squad leader and share it during the new year." Upon finishing, he stood up and carried 2 bottles of mitai outside. The rest of the group reveled in the joy brought by the dakiamen. Liao Zhongyi received a cigarette tossed by Dashin and began to smoke. But his gaze lingered on Jiang Sen's cedar box, his expression inscrutable. Jiang Sen approached Sui Zhongliang to explain his intentions, to which Sui Zhongliang responded with a grin that seemed uncontainable. Mitai was a rare commodity, reserved for high-ranking officials. Many had only heard of it, but had never tasted it. Daliu laughed heartily, clapping Jiang Sen on the back. "You're quite impressive, my friend. It's evident that someone from the capital is different. Just look at this mitai. Hurry, lock it away, or those wolves will pounce before the new year." Sui Zhongliang promptly secured the mitai in the cabinet where they store their weapons. Jiang Sen stole a glance and realized that the weapons inside were not what he had expected. Only the squad leaders possessed a firearm. The cabinet contained several rifles and a few grenades. The small box below was likely for ammunition, but he was unsure. After locking the cabinet, Sui Zhongliang playfully patted the door, saying, "Even if they know I've locked it away, no one would dare to take it." Daliu, puffing on the dakiamen Jiang Sen had provided, remarked, "Too mild." He continued to smoke, taking small puffs. Sui Zhongliang advised Jiang Sen, "If you have any other valuable items, you can store them here to prevent anyone from pilfering them." Jiang Sen chuckled, "Everyone here treats me well, and I've shared cigarettes with them. No one should covet my meager supplies." "Supplies?" Daliu's smile faded. "You'd better lock those up. While other items are hard to lose, food is unpredictable. No witties. I'll cook for everyone here. They won't have the chance." You arrived just in time. After his moment of joy, Sui Zhongliang began discussing business. "Everyone's rations are in a room on the right of the wooden cabin. Do you know how to keep accounts?" Jiang Sen took the small ledger, which bore the names of each person and the daily rations, noting how much was left. "I can manage," he replied, thinking that this was far simpler than the ledger by Jing had kept. "That's good." Sui Zhongliang felt reassured. "Add your name and deduct 2 taels from others' rations for yourself. Your rations should arrive from the base soon, and the provisions from everyone should suffice. I'll head back." Jiang Sen decided it was time to return. It was getting late, and he needed to prepare breakfast for everyone. After leaving Sui Zhongliang, a smile crept onto Jiang Sen's lips. Those supplies were indeed bait. He was merely waiting for someone to attempt to steal them. It was already 3 in the morning. Even if he tried to sleep, it would only be for a short while. Jiang Sen made his way back. Inside the tent, everyone had settled down, some already snoring. Dashin, still awake, whispered as he saw Jiang Sen return. "All set?" "All set," Jiang Sen replied. "I just came back to change clothes. I'm off to prepare breakfast." "You should sleep." Dashin nodded and closed his eyes. The temperature in the woods was much colder than he had anticipated. It seemed that snowfall had arrived early. He rummaged through his box, pulling out an old work uniform that Jiang Daio had given him. He didn't change his shoes or socks, deciding to wait until it got even colder. After all, the pair he wore was nearly worn out. He locked the box and pushed aside the canvas curtain at the entrance to head to the wooden cabin. Sui Zhongliang and Daliu were already asleep, but upon hearing the door, they immediately asked sharply, "Who's there?" "It's me, Jiang Sen, squad leader. I'm going to make breakfast." Only then did Sui Zhongliang remember. "Oh, go ahead." Despite having endured years of hardship in the mountains, the soldier's instinct remained. The wooden cabin was divided into 2 rooms. Upon entering, there was a corridor cluttered with ropes, shovels, and various items. To the left was Sui Zhongliang and Deliu's room, while the right side housed the storeroom. Jiang Sen lit a candle on the windowsill and opened the storeroom door, inspecting its contents in the dim light. On the right were the rations for the educated youth and several essential tools, such as chainsaws, axes, and shovels that could serve as weapons. Against the inner wall stood a wooden rack holding several bags, each stitched with names. Jiang Sen found a basin and scooped out a bowl of noodles from each bag. He also spotted dried wild vegetables in a basket and took a handful. Wild vegetable buns were sizzling in the pot by the time everyone woke up for breakfast. Chapter 39. Dark cuisine varies by the cook. Jiang Sen prepared breakfast for everyone, which was still wild vegetable buns. They had grown accustomed to it, each consuming 2, taking 2 for later and filling their flasks with hot water before heading to Dahlia's area to collect tools for their departure. Sui Zhongliang, leaving a bit later, told Jiang Sen, "You don't have to work too hard today. You didn't sleep last night. You can catch up on sleep later. Just have everything ready before 10 tonight." "Understood," Jiang Sen replied, watching Sui Zhongliang depart with his hunting rifle. Now he was alone. Despite a sleepless night, Jiang Sen felt no fatigue. Glancing at the wood pile, he saw it was sufficient, so he grabbed a backpack and ventured into the mountains. Following the vague memories in his mind, Jiang Sen walked for over an hour before smiling. This forest not only had an abundance of mushrooms, but also many wild vegetables. And most importantly, plenty of squirrels. The squirrel holes contained a treasure trove of winter nuts. This was a spot Jiang Sen had stumbled upon in his previous life while sending mountain goods home. Nearby, a spring flowed down from the mountain. Upon reaching the spring, Jiang Sen set down his basket, washed his face, and looked up to see several squirrels scampering up and down a tree. The tree was tall, with the squirrel hole located about 2 meters above the ground, where a thick branch split. Climbing trees was no challenge for Jiang Sen. The soles of his liberation shoes were worn down, but it did not hinder his ability to climb. He placed the basket on his back and approached the towering tree. This winter had arrived early, and animals were particularly sensitive to the weather. There should be plenty of good finds. He spat into his palm, embraced the tree trunk, and alternated his legs as he swiftly ascended. 2 squirrels, startled, leaped to a nearby tree, watching Jiang Sen from a distance. Jiang Sen perched on the trunk, reaching into the tree hole. 1 handful, another handful, and yet another. Hazelnuts, pine nuts, chestnuts, walnuts, one by one, they filled Jiang Sen's backpack. When he could no longer reach inside the hole, he felt it was time to descend and search for another tree. He could not completely deplete the squirrels' nests. After all, their lives were not easy either. Within just a few hours, his backpack was filled to the brim. Jiang Sen hefted the weight, shouldered his load, and made his way back. After crossing the spring and taking a few steps uphill, he encountered several fallen trees where clusters of hazelnuts thrived. Once his backpack was filled, he enjoyed a steamed bun by the spring, nodding in satisfaction. The taste was just as he remembered. By the time he returned to camp, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Jiang Sen spread the mushrooms out on the ground to dry, leaving the nuts untouched as he retreated to his tent for a refreshing nap. When he awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky. He hurried to prepare dinner, estimating it to be around 8 o'clock, surprised by how long he had slept. The serenity of the mountains and the cool air, combined with the fatigue from the previous days, made it a remarkable feat for Jiang Sen to rise at such a late hour. He first filled a pot with water and set it to boil over the fire pit, taking out some flour and adding chopped wild vegetables to steam a large batch of buns. He then began to shell the nuts. Instead of cracking each one open as he had in his past life, he found a wooden board and placed a handful of nuts upon it, smashing them with a sharpened stick. All the nuts were crushed, and he picked out the shells, placing the meat into a bowl to be ground further. He then casually gathered some fresh wild greens, chopping them finely. Once the buns were steamed, he brought them out along with a cloth, scooping out the water from the pot into a large basin for washing hands and faces later. After refilling the pot with water, he added the wild greens and a spoonful of oil skimmed from yesterday's cooking of venison. When the pot reached a boil, he sprinkled in salt, creating a unique wild vegetable and nut soup that was freshly crafted. The nuts, rich in starch and sugars, imparted a distinct sweet aroma. Even Jiang Sen, accustomed to the taste of salt, couldn't resist savoring a bowl. How delightful! He mused that culinary brilliance depended on the hands that prepared it. He felt like a genius. He returned the cloth to the pot to keep the buns warm and laid out the remaining nuts and mushrooms to dry. He would gather them before sleeping and resume drying them at dawn. The squirrels, those small creatures, stored only the largest and finest nuts, leaving none unfit for consumption. This brought an ear-to-ear smile to Sui Zhongliang, who returned to a warm meal. How had he never thought of this before? Da Liu He market, questioning anyone in the area about squirrels hiding such treasures. Who would dare to dig into a squirrel's den? De Shanzi regarded Jiang Sen, recognizing the boy's cleverness and capability. The previous day, without much sleep, he had ensured everyone was fed breakfast, and now, working felt significantly easier. Returning to a hot meal made life seem much more bearable. However, when they finished eating and prepared to change clothes, each of them wore a grim expression. They sifted through their garments, smelling for cleanliness, and reluctantly donned the least soiled. A few of the educated youth fetched basins of water to wash their clothes. Washing, in reality, merely involved dipping them in water, wringing them out, and draping them over nearby branches to dry. It was scarcely a thorough cleansing. They hesitated to use soap, as it could only be obtained with money and tickets, necessitating a long journey to the marketplace. They were determined to save wherever possible. Are you still managing? Sui Zhongliang inquired of Jiang Senator. Jiang Sen nodded, indicating that he was doing well enough. The water barrel is empty, Liao Zhongyi exclaimed, reminding them to fetch water the next day. Without looking back, he retreated to his tent. Jiang Sen remained silent, while Sui Zhongliang and Lu furrowed their brows. Liao Zhongyi was the most vocal grumbler, yet he had not committed any grave errors, even if he was not particularly likable. No one mentioned that Jiang Sen could refrain from fetching extra water if he felt weary. Everyone required water daily. Previously, they had taken turns, but now that someone was finally doing it, no one would dare bring up the idea of rotating shifts again. The following morning, Jiang Sen prepared steamed buns with crushed nuts and cornmeal, imparting a subtle sweetness. He also cooked a pot of wild vegetable porridge to share. As everyone prepared to depart, Sui Zhongliang offered a few parting words. Jiang Sen then asked, "Squad leader, could you bring back some sticks tonight? Are we running low?" Sui Zhongliang glanced at the pile of firewood, noting it was still plentiful. Jiang Sen responded, "I noticed the temperature dropped sharply in the past few days, and this morning suddenly warmed up. I'm worried it might snow. I want to stock up on firewood to avoid running short later." "All right, I understand," Sui Zhongliang replied. Jiang Sen took his yoke and water bucket, setting out with his backpack. He was aware that his body could not manage a full load of water. Thus, he opted to carry only half a bucket each time, allowing him to also transport a basket of wild vegetables and mushrooms. By the time he filled the water barrel, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. There would be no chance for a nap today, so he sat down to organize the wild vegetables and mushrooms. On his last trip for water, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a nest of freshly laid wild chicken eggs. Without hesitation, he took all the eggs home. If only he had a suitable tool, he might have captured a couple of wild hens as well. He boiled 4 of the 10 eggs for himself, then mixed the remaining ones with wild vegetables to make an egg pancake, cutting it into small pieces to share with the educated youth when they returned. He sought neither fullness nor satisfaction, merely a taste. For dinner, he planned to serve a hearty porridge of coarse mushrooms and wild vegetables, with the leftover buns cut into pieces to ensure everyone received a share. Indeed, when they returned and tasted the wild chicken eggs, all were left in awe of Jiang Senator. Although each person received only a couple of bites, they savored them carefully, treating them as a delicacy, completing their meal with great satisfaction. Chapter 40. The Bear-Blind Man. It seems that leaving Jiang Sen in the camp to cook was indeed a wise decision. After dinner, De Lu remarked, and everyone applauded, encouraging Jiang Sen to continue his efforts, instilling confidence that their future work would be even more diligent. Jiang Sen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, humbly nodding in response. "I'm just doing what I can, as long as you don't mind. That's enough for me. You surpass us by far." Someone chimed in loudly. "If I were to cook, it would be a muddled porridge." Laughter ensued. The post-dinner chatter was the only time they could all interact together. However, it was short-lived, as they soon began tidying up to prepare for sleep. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Sen began cleaning the stove, scrubbing the pot, and collecting the dried mushrooms and vegetables. When they returned, they brought back a plethora of sticks, haphazardly piled before the firewood stack. Sui Zhongliang and Lu sat on the steps at the entrance, smoking and conversing. Just as Jiang Sen finished tidying up and was about to leave, he was called over. Jiang Sen, come here for a moment. Sui Zhongliang gestured, handing him a cigarette. After lighting it and taking a drag, Jiang Sen felt considerably more relaxed. Having been here for 2 days, do you feel you can manage? Sui Zhongliang inquired. Jiang Sen had journeyed all the way from Kyoto to the forest farm without a day's rest, preparing meals for everyone without a single complaint. Notably, he spoke little yet accomplished much, returning with an abundance of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and nuts. Doing all right. Jiang Sen replied succinctly. Delu feigned a kick at him. You respond with just 2 words? Can't you say a little more? Jiang Sen chuckled. Really, I'm doing fine. Well, that has 2 more words. Delu spread his hands in mock exasperation. Sui Zhongliang laughed heartily. You've earned those extra words. He turned to Jiang Sen. Today I ran into the 3rd squad leader. He mentioned he'll be heading down the mountain to the team headquarters tomorrow. It seems there's a bit of a blockage below the lumber path, and he's unsure what the issue is. I'll have him inquire at the headquarters if they've received any weather change notifications. Jiang Sen understood. It must have been what he had mentioned earlier to Sui Zhongliang about fearing a change in the weather and needing to bring back some sticks. When I go to pick you up, I heard the team leader mention that another batch of educated youth is arriving at the end of the month. I wonder if any of them will be as capable as you. Jiang Sen scratched his head, unsure how to respond. They're probably all more skilled than I am. Delu disagreed. I've never seen a man cook as well as a woman. This, too, seemed like a compliment directed at him. Jiang Sen diacled lightly. It's all right, Sui Zhongliang remarked. If the heavy snow arrives early, we won't have enough time to set up camp. Lu inquired, after this task concludes, won't we have a few days to spare? Sui shook his head. If the snow comes early, we will undoubtedly face urgent tasks. Timber needs to be transported ahead of time. Lu fell silent. If the snowfall wasn't too severe, their work would remain largely unaffected. What they dreaded was a blizzard or torrential rain. At that time, not only would logging be impossible, but lives could also be at risk. What then? Lu, with his rugged disposition, was adept in battle, but not so much in contemplation. Meanwhile, Sui was lost in thought, having forgotten that Jiang Sen was still present, the very person he had summoned. After finishing his cigarette, Jiang Sen noticed their silence and suggested, perhaps we should wait for the 3rd squad leader to return with news? Indeed, why worry about such matters now? Sleep. Lu got up and headed inside. Jiang Sen also stood. Class leader, I shall take my leave. Sui nodded, still deep in thought. It wasn't that he placed unwavering trust in Jiang Sen's every word, but he too sensed the recent changes in weather. The prospect of heavy snow blocking the mountains was no trivial matter. Without adequate preparation, unforeseen circumstances could arise, necessitating his cautious approach. Back in the tent, everyone lay down. The sounds of snoring varied in character. Bizanzi glanced up at Jiang Sen. You're back? Get some rest. Jiang Sen replied affirmatively, putting down his bedding. But his eyes lingered on the camphorwood box, wondering why he hadn't yet begun his task. He removed his clothes, dove into the covers, and closed his eyes. 2 days later, Sui finally received news from the 3rd squad leader. As expected, the higher-ups had informed the camp that localized blizzards were likely in the northeast region. Jiang Sen recalled a snowfall that nearly reached his height and knew that winter that year was marked by continuous heavy snow, particularly in December. Even major cities like Harbin faced severe blizzards. This storm brought unimaginable disaster to countless people. Having been reborn in that year, he had no choice but to find ways to survive safely. In northeastern households, people typically had heated Kong beds. Perhaps he should remind the squad leader to set one up? But who could build a Kong? Despite being the reliance of northeastern families during winter, constructing one required skill. A single misstep could result in smoke inhalation or even bubbling. Bubbling occurred when excess smoke accumulated beneath the Kong, potentially causing an explosion and smoke leakage. After much contemplation, Jiang Sen decided to share his suggestion with Sui Zhongliang. However, Sui sighed, gazing skyward. We've already considered this, but after inquiring around, only a few know how to build a Kong, and they've long been reassigned to agricultural reclamation. This issue seemed insurmountable until Lu suggested, perhaps we could mention it to the captain later and borrow some villagers to help. This remark effectively ended the discussion. During the day, Jiang Sen stir-fried the dried nuts in a large pot. As the crew left for work, he handed each person a generous handful to keep in their pockets for a quick snack. The water tank was full, and each day he diligently chopped a bit of firewood. The dried vegetables and mushrooms were already packed into 2 bags. Jiang Sen resolved to do laundry that day. He returned to the tent for a bar of soap and gathered his clothes, placing them in a bucket before setting off. He also took along his treasured vegetable knife, as he had been longing for the 2 wild chickens. Although he could set traps, he needed to keep watch. Even a slight delay could result in them becoming someone else's meal. Upon reaching the spring, he washed his clothes and laid them out on the rocks to dry before stealthily venturing into the woods in search of the chickens. Creeping to the chickens' domain, he unexpectedly discovered another nest of eggs. Without hesitation, he scooped them up, but the hen flew nearby, clucking in protest. Jiang Sen brandished his knife. "You all are quick on your feet." He remained unhurried, pressing deeper into the woods, and joyfully stumbled upon several more nests, collecting over 30 wild chicken eggs, which delighted him. Forgetting about the chickens, he returned home with his bounty. He placed the dried clothes into the bucket alongside the gathered eggs and began his journey back. Along the way, he selectively gathered an abundance of fresh wild vegetables, saving the dried ones for winter. Upon returning to camp, he first boiled 4 eggs for himself before preparing dinner. With an ample supply of eggs at his disposal, he decided to cook them according to the number of people. Though small in size, having one was satisfying enough. Suddenly, he heard rustling from the side of the wooden cabin. Was someone there? He quickly set down his belongings, grasped his knife, and hid in front of the cabin, peeking cautiously behind. A large shadow was swaying its way toward him, an enormous bear. In this area, due to frequent human presence, animals like tigers, leopards, and bears typically kept their distance. How could a bear be here? He noticed that the bear was stopping intermittently to forage for food. Glancing at the ground, his pupils dilated as he realized that something had attracted the bear. Chapter 41. All was lost. Human activity in the camp discouraged large animals from approaching, even if they were beginning to fatten up for winter. A bear would not venture close without a compelling reason. The scattered remnants of a wild beehive on the ground indicated that someone had deliberately lured the bear here. Who could it be? Jiang Sen quickly turned and dashed to his tent, retrieving the moutai, cigarettes, and biscuits from the camphorwood box, and hurriedly made his way to a nearby large rock with a hollow beneath it. In his previous life, he had concealed his forged goods there, waiting until he had enough to send back. Covering it with a stone concealed it from view. He left behind a can of milk powder, slightly opening the lid, sprinkling a bit at each person's bedding, for the sweet aroma was the bear's favorite. Even if someone was trying to set him up, he would not hesitate to drag everyone down with him. It was a pity, however, he had only 3 cans and had yet to indulge himself. Now, feeding the bear instead, having hidden his treasures, he quietly returned to the camp and found the bear sniffing around. The doors of the wooden cabin and storage shed were left unlocked, but thankfully, the class leader's room was secured. The bear sniffed around, not entering, but circling the stove twice before lifting its head and heading toward the tent. The black bears in this northeastern region were notably large. Upon entering the tent, its rear remained exposed. Seeing the tent nearly collapse, Jiang Sen sprinted towards the area where the young workers were laboring. Fortunately, he had been reborn and still remembered the route. What normally took an hour or 2 to walk, he covered in just over half an hour, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Down the mountain, a resounding shout erupted, followed by the sound of cracking trees as a towering tree began to fall. Class leader, Jiang Sen could hardly utter a word, his throat parched to the point of burning. It's Xiao Jiang. The Zanzi, glancing back, saw Jiang Sen clutching a tree trunk, and rushed over. Xiao Jiang, what happened? Why are you running so fast? Jiang Sen struggled to swallow, but his throat was dry, leading to another bout of dry heaving. Calm down, drink some water. The Zanzi quickly offered his water bottle, pouring a few sips for him as others heard the commotion and rushed over. Lu came running with an axe. What's going on? Sui Zhongliang followed closely behind, squatting down to ask Xiao Jiang, is something wrong? Finally regaining his composure, Jiang Sen glanced around at the concerned faces, spotting Liao Zhongyi with a swollen face. Trembling, he grasped Sui Zhongliang's hand. Bear, what? Lu stood up immediately. A bear? How could a bear come this way? Sui Zhongliang instructed, don't panic. Are you hurt? Jiang Sen shook his head. Sui stood and declared, Lu, take 2 people back to check. If necessary, take it down. Understood. Lu snapped to attention. You 2, come with me. Lu led 2 others as they jogged back toward the camp. Sui Zhongliang remarked, the Shanzi, you keep an eye on him here. I'll go greet the squad leader. He hurried away, anxious that if he delayed, the bear would escape. Liao Zhongyi lingered nearby, darting about nervously. Ignoring him, Jiang Sen slowly steadied his trembling legs while conversing with the Shanzi and the others. They speculated why the bear had ventured into the camp, hoping that Lu would arrive soon. Otherwise, their rations would be depleted, and they would be left with nothing but coarse meals. Deshanzi expressed his bewilderment. It's strange. We didn't see it all winter last year. Why is it out this year? Could it be an early winter? Perhaps it's here to fatten up? He pondered, nodding and shaking his head, uncertain. As they mulled over various possibilities, Jiang Sen reclined on the ground, resting his eyes. Noticing the swelling on Liao Zhongyi's face, clearly a result of a wasp sting, Jiang Sen's suspicions were confirmed. He stifled a smile, raising his arm to shield his eyes, fearing he might inadvertently laugh. Before long, Sui Zhongliang returned, declaring, "Let us go back." Deshanzi helped Jiang Sen to his feet, asking if he could walk. Jiang Sen nodded affirmatively. The group hastened away, leaving Deshanzi to assist Jiang Sen, who lagged behind. In the distance, 2 gunshots rang out. After 2 hours, they finally returned to the camp, only to be startled by what they saw. One tent lay collapsed, while another leaned precariously on the verge of falling. Inside the wooden storage, the bear had also made its way in, scattering grains across the ground, even tearing open bags of mushrooms, although the damage appeared minimal. The cooking stove at the entrance was overturned, while chicken eggs reduced to mere shells, and a section of the stove pit had caved in. The scene could only be described as utter chaos. Sui Zhongliang stood at the entrance, his expression grim, while the young intellectuals rushed to inspect the damage to the tents. "You should check it out, too," he urged. Deshanzi, anxious, glanced at Jiang Sen and said, "Take your time, I'll go see." A chorus of lamentations erupted from the young intellectuals, whose already tattered belongings had now transformed into complete wreckage. They salvaged whatever usable items they could from the tents to repair them. Upon entering the tent, Deshanzi poked his head out mere seconds later, calling Jiang Sen. "Your thing's in a box." Jiang Sen had been anticipating such a comment. His face fell in distress as he hurried over, bending down to peer into the tent, where his camphor wood box lay open, its contents in disarray. He lunged forward, picking up a crushed can of malted milk powder. Lamenting, "It's all gone. Everything's gone. I was saving it to share during the festival." Deshanzi felt a pang of sympathy, not for Jiang Sen, but for the malted milk powder. Everyone shared in the sorrow. When they heard Jiang Sen mention it was meant for the festival, their hearts ached even more. The malted milk powder was strewn everywhere by the bear, and someone, unable to resist, dipped a finger into it and tasted, smacking their lips in regret. After a moment of mourning, Deshanzi finally said, "Look, check if anything else is missing. Don't you still have cigarettes and biscuits?" Jiang Sen suddenly perked up, as if just remembering, and rushed to the camphor box, tossing out his clothes and quilt, only to collapse onto the ground again. "It's all gone. Truly all gone." Xiao Ma approached, casting a suspicious glance at Deshanzi. Deshanzi also took a look, his brow furrowing. "Something's not right," he exclaimed. "Let us go find the squad leader." Jiang Sen, dejected, was led to Sui Zhongliang, slumping on the steps with his head drooped. Deshanzi and Xiao Ma recounted the recent events to Sui Zhongliang. "Are you saying that Jiang Sen's cigarettes and biscuits are missing?" Sui Zhongliang inquired, frowning. Both Deshanzi and Xiao Ma nodded. Deshanzi added, when Xiao Jiang arrived, "He took out many good items from his luggage. Oh, and he had 2 bottles of Moutai, saying he'd leave them here for safekeeping until the new year." Sui Zhongliang nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed." Xiao Ma, impatient with the slow pace of the recounting, chimed in, "He put a large box of biscuits and 3 cans of malted milk powder in the box. We all saw that. Now, only 1 can, which the bear ruined, has been found. The rest, not even the boxes, remain." At this moment, Jiang Sen lifted his head to add, "Actually, there was still a bottle of Moutai in there." Chapter 42. What happened? Did it go wrong? At this juncture, anyone who failed to grasp the situation would be a fool. Bears consume food and wreak havoc, yet they do not smoke or drink, nor do they carry away 2 boxes of biscuits or 2 cans of malted milk powder. The saying that a bear would grab 1 ear of corn and toss another is a metaphor for how bears cannot hoard many items at once, also describing a forgetful person's nature. The loss of Jiang Sen's belongings indicated that someone had lured the bear to create chaos, obscuring the act of theft. Sui Zhongliang strode purposefully toward the tents. The fallen tent had already been righted, and several individuals were securing it with branches. Nearby, Jiang Sen's tent leaned at an angle. Upon entering, Sui Zhongliang surveyed the interior and immediately spotted Jiang Sen's camphor box wide open, its clothes and bedding strewn about, and a crushed can of malted milk powder, indeed empty. He turned to look at the people inside the tent, all with heads hung low. Liao Zhongyi had his back to the group, sorting through his belongings. Emerging from the tent, Sui Zhongliang urged, "Let us quickly tidy up." Then he returned to the wooden cabin. Deshanzi and Xiao Ma went to assist with the tent repairs, leaving Jiang Sen slumped in despair. "Do you have any suspects?" Sui Zhongliang inquired, sitting beside him and offering a cigarette. Jiang Sen took a puff, exhaling slowly before shaking his head. "I just arrived, and everyone has been kind to me. Even if someone were envious, they wouldn't express it openly. Squad leader, please let me work with everyone tomorrow." This statement from Jiang Sen was a strategic retreat. However, to Sui Zhongliang, it suggested something else entirely. He perceived Jiang Sen as a good comrade, enduring grievances without implicating others. If it were someone else, they might have already named their suspects. What a commendable young man. Sui Zhongliang had his suspicions but lacked evidence. At that moment, Lu returned, laughing heartily. The culprit has been successfully dispatched. He and two others struggled to carry a large black bear on a stick, prompting those who saw them to rush over and assist. The sight of such a large bear quickly lifted the spirits of the group, dispelling their earlier gloom. They eagerly discussed how to handle the situation. Sui Zhongliang also seemed somewhat relieved. A glance exchanged with Lu conveyed that something was amiss. Lu exclaimed, "Hurry up. Since we returned early today, let us deal with this fellow." Everyone abandoned their tent repairs, converging around the bear, with some tending to the stove and others gathering firewood. Lu returned to put away his gun, then sat beside Jiang Sen, silently asking Sui Zhongliang, "What is wrong with Jiang Sen? Is he frightened?" Sui Zhongliang recounted the loss of Jiang Sen's belongings. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to observe the bustling crowd. He produced an item from his pocket and handed it to Sui Zhongliang. Upon seeing it, Sui Zhongliang hesitated to discard it, instead tossing it into a nearby tea jar. He patted Jiang Sen on the back, reassuring him, "It's all right, nothing to worry about. Go help the others. This matter will surely find resolution." Jiang Sen had achieved his goal and knew when to withdraw. "All right," he replied softly, rising to enter the wooden cabin, where he began to sort through the scattered grains, generously offering Liao Zhongyi an extra scoop of soil. Since the ground was covered in dirt, every person's ration bag contained some. Jiang Sen resolved to reclaim his strength, no longer wishing to be seen as the kind-hearted coward. After orchestrating this little scene, he felt no burden on his conscience. He scooped out some corn husks from several bags, rinsing the soil thoroughly with water. Once the basin was brought out and the corn was rinsed, he placed it beside the water tank and began harvesting wild vegetables with a basket by his side. The mountains were a boon. In this era, with no pollution, edible wild greens flourished everywhere. After gathering a half basket of wild vegetables, he returned to wash them, chop them finely, and steam them alongside the corn husks. Today, they had bear meat to enjoy, allowing them to indulge without consuming too much staple food. Although the portion steamed was smaller than the corn porridge, it was immensely satisfying. Many only recognized bear paws from the animal, yet few mentioned bear meat. In truth, bear meat is consumable. It is simply a tad drier compared to beef. But when cooked properly, it is equally delectable. In the forest, people typically avoided bears or scared them away with rifles, and very few had actually tasted bear meat. Taking advantage of others preparing the bear, Jiang Sen started cooking rice. In no time, it was ready, and he ladled it into a basin, using another clean bowl to collect the rice water, which was a delight in itself, topped with a thick layer of rice fat. He cleaned the pot, added water, soaked some mushrooms, and gathered a dozen or so potatoes. The standard for chicken stewed with mushrooms, he adapted it for the bear meat. As the pot began to simmer, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making everyone salivate and their stomachs rumble, yet no one rushed. They all awaited the feast. The Lu's marksmanship was not as precise as Sui Zhongliang's, striking the bear's heart. Nonetheless, the skin peeled off with minimal flaws, not affecting its marketability. Da Liu Lao Gid e Archidi, spreading the bear's skin out to dry, and turned to Sui Zhongliang, suggesting, "Our rations have taken quite a hit. How about you head to the team department tomorrow and trade the bear skin for some supplies?" Sui Zhongliang shared the sentiment, holding a complete roe deer skin in hand. Initially, he planned to exchange it with the local Orican for some frostbite ointment or other herbs. Now, with this bear, including the head, they could barter for a substantial amount of food and medicine. He glanced at Jiang Sen and said, "I'll keep an eye on things tomorrow. You should take Jiang Sen with you." Jiang Sen nodded, suddenly recalling something important, and hurried back to the tent, startling Sui Zhongliang and Liu. What happened? Did something go wrong? Liu inquired. Sui Zhongliang was equally puzzled, wondering why he had dashed off so suddenly. Jiang Sen returned to the tent, crouched down, and retrieved a wine pouch from beneath the wooden con. Thankfully, he had stashed it away there for lack of a better place. It was either that the bear had a nasal ailment or its paws were too large to reach. He returned with the wine pouch, offering it to Liu, relieved that it was hidden safely, for otherwise it would have been lost. Liu was overjoyed, uncorking it to take a whiff. Huh? Is this strong liquor? The others turned, eyes wide with excitement. Xiao Jiang, are you planning to share this with everyone now? Liu questioned, still reluctant to part with it. Sui Zhongliang smiled. Having sampled it beforehand, Jiang Sen explained, I initially intended to save this for winter, but I won't hold on to it. If one day the bear ruins it, it would be a waste. Excellent. Liu slapped Jiang Sen on the shoulder, causing him to cough. With food and drink, life felt splendid. After feasting, while the sky remained light, everyone contentedly picked at their teeth with grass sticks, one hand resting on their bellies as they strolled to continue setting up the tent. Sui Zhongliang pulled Liu into the wooden house, whispering for quite some time before emerging. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Yao, you two will accompany the vice squad leader to the team department tomorrow. We have too much to carry. One person can hardly bring it all back. Liao Zhongyi was incredulous, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? When did such good fortune come my way? Yes, it's been a while since you last went. And you too. If you have any letters to send home, take them with you. The group erupted into excited chatter, hastening to finish setting up the tent, and seizing the last bit of twilight to write letters home. Chapter 43. He is going to kill me that night. Everyone busied themselves packing, writing letters, and mending clothes. Sui Zhongliang and Liu conversed beneath a tree not far from the wooden house. Jiang Sen, meanwhile, was tidying up while keeping a discreet eye on Liao Zhongyi's actions. It seemed since their return, Liao had been unusually low-key, unlike the previous days when he frequently made snide remarks. Jiang Sen had not indulged him, occasionally retorting, but he had brushed off Liao's teasing. Afterward, Jiang Sen had not pressed the matter further, and since others noticed his apparent lack of reaction, they refrained from speaking up, better to avoid trouble. However, after the events of the night, several cast suspicious glances at Liao Zhongyi. With his head bowed, Liao wrote his letter. A peaceful night passed, and the next morning, Jiang Sen rose early, preparing 2 extra steamers of wild vegetable and nut buns. Once Sui Zhongliang and the others departed, Liu emerged, rifle in tow. Jiang Sen, Liao Zhongyi. Liu called their names, a rare occurrence. Get ready, we're heading out. Liao Zhongyi responded and returned to the tent for his belongings. Jiang Sen shouldered his pack, lifted his basket, and brought the wine pouch, hoping for a chance to procure more strong liquor. The basket contained mountain goods and letters for the educated youth to send home, while another held the bear and roe deer skins, which Liu had given to Liao Zhongyi. The combined weight of the bear and roe deer skins was substantial, and Liao, glancing at Jiang Sen's half-filled basket, silently accepted his fate and hoisted it up. Liu carried a large chunk of bear meat wrapped in grass, planning to leave it for the third team when passing by. The portion for the first team had already been taken by Sui Zhongliang. Although it was merely a single leg, it was a gesture nonetheless. They had left even more behind, stored in a deep pit they had excavated in the wooden house to serve as a cellar. Naturally, they would not forget a portion for the team leader, which included 2 bear paws. Why 2? Because among the bear's 4 paws, the front 2 were the most substantial. By midday, upon reaching the third team, finding the camp deserted, Liu placed the bear meat in a water trough to soak. This served to mask the scent from any potential predators and to prevent spoiling. There was no need to leave notes. When Sui Zhongliang brought his crew to work, he would surely inform the third team. The 3 continued on their way. Liao Zhongyi was struggling. The basket felt excessively heavy. He cast a furtive glance at Liu, who was ahead, then quickened his pace to catch up with Jiang Sr. Judging by everyone's reactions yesterday, it seemed no one suspected him. Moreover, since the squad leader had specifically invited him to the team department, his confidence grew. Xiao Jiang, he cheerily called, the journey is long, and my basket is too heavy. Shall we switch off carrying for a while? Jiang Sen glanced at him, a slight smile curling his lips. No. Observing Jiang Sen stride ahead, Liao Zhongyi's eyes flickered with malice, thinking Jiang Sen was an easy target. Little did he know, Jiang Sen was anything but. He was determined not to be a mere stepping stone for Liao. continuing along the path. As they reached a bend leading onto a smaller trail, Liao suddenly lunged at Jiang Sen when Lu's figure was out of sight. It appeared as if he had stumbled over something, thrusting his arms forward while exclaiming, "Jiang Sen, what are you doing?" From the moment Liao suggested switching baskets, Jiang Sen had anticipated this ploy, keeping a close watch on him. The instant Liao quickened his steps, Jiang Sen matched his pace, pivoting onto the smaller path just as Lu turned back at the sound of the shout. A figure darted past the entrance of the small path, flying. Liao Zhongyi had not anticipated Jiang Sen's evasion. His intention was to shove Jiang Sen forcefully. The lower section of the mountain path was steep, and a fall could lead to serious injury. Turning back, he would feign a fall, claiming that Jiang Sen had pushed him, resulting in Jiang Sen's tumble down the slope. The plan seemed flawless, but reality proved to be starkly different. As a result, he missed his target, finding himself without solid footing, enhanced by an unexpected surge of strength and gravitational acceleration, tumbling downwards. Lu was taken aback, quickly retreating along the mountain path, slipping and running in pursuit. Jiang Sen, exclaiming "Oh," and "ouch," empathized with Liao Zhongyi's plight and followed suit down the slope. Along the way, he stumbled upon a bear skin and a roe deer skin, both featuring intact antlers. Upon reaching the bottom, Jiang Sen winced again at Liao Zhongyi's condition. "Goodness, how did you end up like this? Must hurt terribly." Fortunately, Liao Zhongyi had not sustained any serious injuries. Although he had rolled down, his exposed flesh had merely been scraped. His face, previously swollen from a wasp sting, was now even more inflamed, but he still managed to speak, tremblingly raising a hand to point at Jiang Sen, uttering, "He wants to kill me." Lu furrowed his brow, questioning the absurdity of his words. "You can still stand, can't you?" Ultimately, Liao Zhongyi was assisted by Lu and Jiang Sen to the headquarters. Upon arrival, they unceremoniously deposited him in the infirmary, where a slow-moving barefoot doctor in his 60s began to treat his wounds. "What happened to you? In such a state, goodness, if this disfigures you. Finding a wife will be a challenge." The exclamation was not an insult, but rather a spit aimed at a lump of dark, dried ointment, which he then smeared on Liao Zhongyi's back with a resounding slap. "Oh, that hurts." Liao Zhongyi winced, his head bobbing back. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, the cook chuckled heartily, holding up a bear leg, commenting, "This bear must weigh at least 200 pounds. Lu joined in the laughter, recalling how the bear had wreaked havoc at the camp. "When Xiao Jiang came to find us, I went back, took out my gun, bang, just one shot, and I brought this big fellow down." Zhang Jianjun, seated comfortably, turned to Jiang Sen and asked, "How have you been adjusting these past few days?" Jiang Sen nodded affirmatively. "Quite well." He retrieved a load from the deputy squad leader, including another roe deer skin, explaining, "The squad leader instructed us to bring this back to exchange for some rations. The bear has devastated our supplies." "Another roe deer skin?" Sui Zhongliang stood to inspect the spoils, and even the cook emerged, astonished at the sight of such pristine pelts. "We are rather short on supplies here. I need to head to the headquarters to fetch the next batch of educated youth. Perhaps we can trade at the headquarters?" Lu interjected, "The mountain is too treacherous. Let Xiao Jiang accompany you. I must return." Zhang Jianjun turned to Jiang Sen, who readily agreed. "I'm up for it." "Up for what?" Lu questioned. "Captain, I have something to report." He continued, "The recent bear incident at the camp was orchestrated." Zhang Jianjun's expression hardened. "What do you mean?" The cook ushered Jiang Sen into the kitchen. "Let us talk over a meal." Lu recounted how someone had lured the bear with a wild beehive, causing Jiang Sen to lose many items. "Did you catch the culprit?" Zhang Jianjun inquired. Lu chuckled. "He"s in the infirmary. This morning, he seemed fine, but halfway through, he claimed he had an upset stomach and took ages to return to work, only to come back with a face swollen like a pig from wasp stings. We all had a good laugh at his expense. I found the wild beehive on the ground when I returned." As he spoke, he pulled out a fragment of the wild beehive that Sui Zhongliang had collected. "Didn't he notice?" Sui Zhongliang asked after examining the piece. "Not at all," Lu replied. "If he had, he would have bolted into the mountains. It's a pity Xiao Jiang's gifts of tobacco and liquor were lost. I wonder if he hid them." Zhang Jianjun glanced at Jiang Sen, who was seated in the dining hall, engaged in casual conversation with the cook. "Didn't the weather forecast warn of change? We need to hasten our pace up the mountain. When you return, inform all 3 squads. I will handle the ration exchange." Zhang Jianjun instructed. "Borrow some from the headquarters, then swap it out later." We'll run out of supplies in a few days. Understood. I'll have a quick meal before heading out. Go ahead. Throughout this episode, Jiang Sen remained calm, aware that Liao Zhongyi was merely a pawn in the larger scheme, and for now, they needed a pretext to bring him down from the mountain. Lu entered the dining hall and sat next to Jiang Sen to discuss the details of the upcoming headquarters visit. Luo Yongkai, come here. Zhang Jianjun called for the deputy leader, recounting the events atop the mountain, casually gesturing towards the infirmary. Luo Yongkai assured, I will ensure the mission is completed. He promptly returned to his office for his weapon, summoning 2 others to arm themselves before heading into the infirmary. When Jiang Sen and Lu finished their meal and emerged, they were met with the sight of Liao Zhongyi bound and gagged on a cart. Captain, we're ready. Luo Yongkai reported to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun noted Jiang Sen's attire and instructed, fetch my military coat for Jiang Sen to wear. We wouldn't want him caught unprepared if the weather changes on the way back. Jiang Sen had considered this prior to descending the mountain, worried about the potential snowstorm. He hesitated, ultimately deciding against taking the coat, as the daytime temperature was a warm 23 or 24 degrees, making it somewhat conspicuous. The mountain-esque chill was more pronounced, so he wore only a thin sweater underneath. Luo Yongkai returned with Zhang Jianjun's military coat. Though somewhat worn, it was clean. Captain, do I really need it? What if it gets dirty? Jiang Sen asked. No worries. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. Just bring me back some good liquor. Zhang Jianjun noticed Jiang Sen's deflated wine pouch and felt a twinge of regret for not having spoken up earlier. Jiang Sen explained, I intended to save it for winter gatherings, fearing it might be stolen if left outside, so I hid it beneath some wood. I only took it out to share during the bear feast. Unfortunately, I lost 2 bottles of Maotai I planned to bring for you during the new year. Maotai? Zhang Jianjun's eyes sparked with fury as he glanced at the hog-tied Liao Zhongyi. That's precious, but I still have 2 bottles stashed with the captain. I'll have him send one your way. The unexpected good news brought a smile to Zhang Jianjun's face, dispelling his earlier ire. How thoughtful. When the new year arrives, we'll visit your unit and celebrate together. Although they could not drink at that moment, the anticipation brought joy. You truly are a thoughtful lad. Life has thrown you many challenges. It's no wonder you tread carefully, often bullied. Luo Yongkai, be cautious on the road. He called out, preparing to visit the commander for some essential supplies. Understood. Luo Yongkai, along with his 2 armed companions, set off with Jiang Sen, escorting the bound Liao Zhongyi. Jiang Sen waved goodbye to Zhang Jianjun and Lu, unable to fathom that Liao Zhongyi would find himself in such a predicament. It was also a shame that Zhang Jianjun could not fetch the educated youth himself, delegating the task to Luo Yongkai instead. Regrettably, he missed the opportunity to see Bai Chong and Xiao Jejia. With a cart, the journey that would typically take a week could be completed in 3 days. With a bit of luck, they might even arrive in 2. On the cart, Luo Yongkai drove, while the 2 armed men sat at the front and rear. Jiang Sen positioned himself to the right of Luo Yongkai, with Liao Zhongyi sprawled on one side, alongside the bear skin and roe deer skin. Despite being dried, the pelts emitted a foul odor reminiscent of decay. Having just rolled down the mountain and now inexplicably bound and tossed onto the cart, Liao Zhongyi felt dizzy from the stench, nauseated and unable to vomit due to the gag. He was exasperated, desperate for an explanation, yet denied any means to voice his grievances. What on earth was happening? He pondered intensely in his mind, wondering why this was happening. Had he stolen the rations from the class? Had he taken the grain ticket from Bishanzi? Had he slacked off at work? Surely not. He also considered the possibility of being framed by Jiang Sen. Yet throughout the ordeal, the squad leader had not uttered a single word and exhibited no unusual behavior. It shouldn't have been exposed, so what could be the reason? Laden with questions and engulfed in pain, he eventually drifted into a restless sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself at the hunter's cabin, unceremoniously tossed beside a pile of firewood, while several individuals gathered around a table to dine. The enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, and his stomach growled incessantly in hunger. One of them glanced back at him, chuckled derisively, and resumed eating noisily. Jiang Sen looked on, stifling a laugh. Yet it was a considerable struggle. They had descended from the mountain and had already consumed 4 meals, while Liao Zhongyi had not even had a sip of water. After their meal, they tidied up and retired to their beds. Jiang Sen had a coat borrowed from Zhang Jianjun, which he used as a blanket, finding it quite comfortable. The others had brought their own coats, likely fearing a change in weather. The following morning, after breakfast. Luo Yongkai noticed Liao Zhongyi's feeble condition and kindly offered him some water before preparing to set off again. Just as he was about to silence him, Liao exclaimed, "Wait, I need to go to the restroom. I can't hold it any longer." Luo Yongkai lifted him as if he were a small chick, taking him outside to relieve himself before restraining him again. "Vice Captain, don't tie me up." Liao Zhongyi weakly protested. "I want to run away." After a moment's reflection, Luo Yongkai still bound him, but not too tightly, merely looping the rope several times around his wrists, leading him forward as one would a donkey. From his perch on the cart, Jiang Sen observed Liao Zhongyi staggering and laughed. The two individuals next to him chuckled as well, though not as silently as Jiang Sen. Openly taunting, "Vice Captain, are you leading a donkey?" Luo Yongkai laughed in response. "Pulling the rope, you get on." Liao Zhongyi struggled, but eventually managed to climb onto the cart, collapsing onto it, exhausted, hungry, and in pain, unable to sit still. However, this time, Luo Yongkai did not silence him. With a crack of the whip, he called, "Go!" The cart surged forward at a brisk pace, aiming to reach the base by nightfall. Luo Yongkai decided to push through the night, consuming dry rations along the way. As they traveled, Liao Zhongyi swallowed hard, longing for food, but no one paid him any attention. After a while, the group began chatting. "That kid is incredibly bold, thinking he could get away with it. If he doesn't confess by the time we reach the base, the camp leader will surely take him out for target practice." Exactly. If he confesses on the way, he might just save his miserable life. Indeed, that was the Moutai at the front gate, all taken by this kid, and he even dared to invoke the bear to cover it up. Listening intently, Liao Zhongyi suddenly grasped the reason behind their words. His eyes widened, and he shouted, I didn't tee. You're framing me." Chapter 45. Your captain's reach is quite extensive. Jiang Sen turned to glance at him, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Vice Captain, what exactly is the matter with little Liao?" Luo Yongkai chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't ask. I wanted to ask long ago, but I was unsure of the situation and didn't want to meddle," Jiang Sen replied, joining in the laughter. Deep down, he knew the reason but could not disclose it. He awaited an opportunity to unveil the truth, and it presented itself when Liao Zhongyi inadvertently provided it. The bear at the camp had been lured by him breaking the wild beehive, meant to cover up his theft of your belongings. If you had been bitten, there would have been no evidence left. "What?" Jiang Sen fumed. "Are you saying that my Moutai, the front gate, and the biscuits were stolen by him? Not taken by the bear? Are you foolish?" Luo Yongkai scoffed. "Does your bear drink and smoke?" Jiang Sen, in a swift motion, leaped from the front of the cart to the back, pummeling Liao Zhongyi. "You thieving scoundrel! I'll kill you. Those things were all I had. Waiting to celebrate the new year with everyone. I'll make you pay." Jiang Sen struck without restraint. Liao Zhongyi's face, swollen from a wasp sting and from rolling down the mountain, was now bloodied by Jiang Sen's blows. Blood streamed from his nose. "Stop the cart," Luo Yongkai shouted. Turning back, "Hold it down. What's going on?" The two accompanying guards attempted to intervene, but upon hearing Jiang Sen's accusations, they began to strike Liao Zhongyi fiercely. "Good heavens! The Moutai, the front gate. You've stolen it all, and you had the audacity to bring the bear to harm him. Completely unrepentant. If it weren't for our mission, we'd have given you a good beating ourselves." Luo Yongkai ordered them to restrain Jiang Sen, and they slowly approached to pull him back. All right. Don't kill him. Just let off some steam. That's enough." As they pulled him back slowly, Jiang Sen was undeterred, kicking Liao Zhongyi several times, finally landing a heavy stomp on his ankle. Liao Zhongyi cried out in agony, not forgetting to issue threats. "You wait. I'll report you. You're framing me. I didn't take anything. He set me up." Luo Yongkai jumped down from the cart and seized Jiang Sen from the side, pulling him away. "Jiang Sen, calm down." Jiang Sen glared angrily at Liao Zhongyi, breathing heavily, clearly infuriated. Luo Yongkai reassured him, "We're taking him to the base now. The camp leader will deal with it. Just calm down for now." Jiang Sen turned to him. "Those were all my things." I know. Luo Yongkai, upon recounting the incident to Sui Zhongliang, had also been enraged. Jiang Sen was such a good kid. He had only just arrived, and Liao Zhongyi had already resorted to underhanded tactics, stealing from him, even trying to take his life. The beating Jiang Sen delivered knocked out 2 of Liao Zhongyi's front teeth, leaving his face bloodied, yet no one felt sympathy for him. "Let us go." Luo Yongkai pulled Jiang Sen to the front, returning to the driver's seat, cracking the whip, go. This time, Luo Yongkai had no intention of stopping, urging the cart to move swiftly as he sought to reach the base sooner. En route, they consumed the corn cakes brought from the team. Jiang Sen sat on the cart with his head bowed, picking at his food slowly, prompting Luo Yongkai to feel a pang of concern. This child seemed genuinely distressed. The cart rattled along at a brisk pace, arriving at the base by 9:30 at night. The lights at the entrance were already illuminated, and figures moved about at the gate. Upon reaching the entrance, Luo Yongkai jumped down from the cart and instructed, "Give the horses some water and wait here," before striding inside. Before long, Li Chuyang and the logistics officer, accompanied by several armed men, exited swiftly behind Luo Yongkai. He frowned as he gazed at Liao Zhongyi. "Is it him?" "Yes, it is. Take him away and lock him up." Several men approached and swiftly yanked Liao Zhongyi off the cart, not pausing for a moment as they pulled him away, his feet barely touching the ground. Li Chaoyang turned to Jiang Sen. "You've only been here a few days and have already faced such trouble. Don't lose faith in this place. We will give you an explanation." Jiang Sen nodded. "I'm fine. The squad leader and the others have treated me well." "Look at this," Luo Yongkai interjected. "Such an honest child has been bullied to this extent by that scoundrel. If it weren't for discipline, I would have shot him on the spot." Li Chaoyang shot him a disdainful glance. "Mind your influence." Luo Yongkai chuckled, unperturbed. "All right, let us eat. Get a good night's sleep." After Li Chaoyang concluded his remarks, he departed with the logistics officer. "You all take care of the horses and head to the cafeteria. Jiang Sen, come with me." Jiang Sen slung his backpack over his shoulder, clutching his military coat, and followed the tall Luo Yongkai into the base, resembling a bandit returning to the mountains. With him, as the small henchman. In the cafeteria, the chef was still present. Upon seeing their arrival, he greeted Luo Yongkai with a smile and cast a glance at Jiang Senator. Luo Yongkai handed over 2 yuan and 10 jin of grain tickets, as there were 2 more people behind him. The 2 took their food containers, filled them with dishes, grabbed 2 corn cakes, and sat down to eat. Before long, the other 2 joined them, collected their meals, and seated themselves at the table opposite. The chef engaged in casual conversation with Luo Yongkai when the door opened, and 2 more individuals entered. "Jiang Sen." A voice of surprise rang out. Jiang Sen looked up, and to his astonishment, it was Feng Chao. Beside him stood a short man in his 20s, whom Jiang Sen did not recognize. "Wait for me." Feng Chao cheerfully served himself food and sat down opposite Jiang Sr. Luo Yongkai inquired, "Do you know each other?" Feng Chao replied, "We came together." "Oh, you 2 chat. I'll sit over there." Luo Yongkai made space for them and moved to the table with the 2 newcomers. "How come you are here?" Feng Chao asked with a grin, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Sen's cool demeanor. "I am now the communications officer for the brigade." He asked the tractor driver. The man glanced at Jiang Sen with an air of arrogance, remaining silent as he continued to eat. Jiang Sen shot another look at Feng Chao and said, "I help the brigade members send letters and exchange goods. Then you are also a communications officer? That's great." "Not really," Jiang Sen replied, disinterested. "I'm just cooking and doing odd jobs over there." Feng Chao's smile faded slightly. "That's fine." His words lacked sincerity. In several brigades, those assigned to odd jobs and cooking were either the elderly, the infirm, or those with connections. Jiang Sen could not possibly be a connection, nor could he be one of the old or weak. It only left one possibility. He was being favored. How enviable. Feng Chao had secured his position as communications officer with his charming demeanor and enthusiasm. Coincidentally, at the same time the former officer was away for a wedding. He had earned this position through his own merit. But Jiang Sen? What right did he have? A promising youth. Why was he assigned such work? If not, I could speak with our captain and ask him to intercede with your captain. We came to the countryside to receive re-education. We cannot compromise our ideals for a bit of comfort. Jiang Sen felt a surge of anger. Was this how one spoke? Moreover, who did he think he was? Expecting their captain to intervene with Sui Zhongliang? Jiang Sen hadn't yet responded when the nearby tractor driver snickered, his derision clear. Luo Yongkai turned to glance at the sullen Jiang Sen before addressing Feng Chao. "Which brigade are you from?" Feng Chao replied, "I am from the Xianyang brigade." "Oh, your Captain Zhou's reach is quite extensive." Eventually, Feng Chao and the tractor driver left the cafeteria in discontent. Luo Yongkai at Jiang Sen. "Is he one of the youth who came with you?" "Yes. Keep your distance from him. He seems untrustworthy." The Xianyang brigade was a reclamation team, managed directly by the forestry department. Jiang Sen remained taciturn, feeling utterly helpless. Before his rebirth, he had spent years in prison, and many habits were yet to be broken. When the squad leader or the manager spoke to him, he instinctively stood straight, lowered his head, and dared not utter more than a word or two in response. He would have to adapt gradually. After finishing their meal, Jiang Sen followed the others back to the room they had previously occupied, while Luo Yongkai went to find Li Chaoyang. Jiang Sen was not concerned about how Liao Yongkai had interrogated or dealt with matters. He simply washed up and went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast in the cafeteria, Jiang Sen carried a backpack to the communications room ahead, which also served as a post office. He affixed stamps to letters from the youth, addressed them, filled out parcel forms, and submitted them. The person in charge was a middle-aged man in his 50s, hunched over, perpetually clutching a large teacup. His surname was Bai Wenxiu, who often claimed his name had significance but never explained what it was. "Uncle Bai, I'm done writing," Jiang Sen announced. Bai Wenxiu peered over his glasses at Jiang Sen, a smile gracing his lips. "So many newcomers, and you're the only one who knows how to speak. Let's see where they are from." "All from the capital?" "Just in time. There's a vehicle heading to the county tomorrow." Jiang Sen also wrote a letter for Aunt Zhao, sending a package of dried mushrooms. With such a short time since his arrival, he could only send 2 jin. However, even these 2 jin were considered a delicacy in the capital. After leaving there, Jiang Sen went to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Sister Ma," he called out upon entering. "Oh, you're back. Are you getting used to life after leaving the brigade? Which brigade did you join?" Sister Ma beamed upon seeing Jiang Sen, as he had left a deep impression on her amidst the influx of young people. "What do you need to buy?" "We just got some soybean paste." She lowered her voice. "Only 1 jar available. We don't sell it easily." Jiang Sen chuckled. "Then I'll buy some. There is not much salt on the mountain, and everyone says their mouths feel bland." He took down his wine pouch. "Sister Ma, please fill it with some strong liquor as well." "Ha ha ha. Are you going to drink it all?" "Don't mind those old men. None of them are proper. Just wait." Sister Ma went inside, while Jiang Sen browsed the counter for anything worth purchasing. He had lost. No, he hadn't lost anything. He had hidden it all away. However, it was still a pity that he wasted a can of malted milk powder. This item was also scarce in the supply and marketing cooperative and quite expensive. He could afford it, but there was no need to buy it. Before long, Sister Ma emerged, handing Jiang Sen the wine pouch. "Here you go. I've packed the soybean paste in a small jar for you. It'll cost you a dime. The total is 1 yuan and 35 cents. Jiang Sen paid without a second thought, not minding such a small amount. Both items required their respective tickets, yet these tickets were notoriously hard to obtain. Even if Jiang Daiyou and the others had received them earlier, they would have spent them immediately, and arriving late meant there was none left to buy. "Anything else?" Sister Ma inquired. Jiang Sen shook his head with a smile. "Originally, I was going to get a bear skin and a roe deer skin from the captain and squad leader, but the squad leader took them to the manager early this morning to exchange for some food supplies." "Bear skin? Roe deer skin?" Sister Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. "The roe deer skin is manageable, but bear skin is hard to come by. What is the story?" With nothing pressing, Jiang Sen recounted the events that had transpired, including how he had been duped and how Liao Zhongyi had been arrested and taken to the brigade's headquarters. He did not hold back, knowing that Sister Ma would eventually learn the truth. Most importantly, he could gather valuable information from her. After listening, Sister Ma's eyes widened even further. "This kid is untrustworthy. When he came down the mountain last time, he tried to take things from me without paying. I kicked him out. Let's see if he can keep up that act this time." Jiang Sen remarked. "The youth who came with me are doing well. The comrades at the forestry station have been good to me. I wonder how the other youths are faring." Sister Ma leaned in, eager to share. "Let me tell you." Over the course of an hour, Jiang Sen learned a wealth of information from Sister Ma, including surprising news about 3 female youths assigned to the forestry station. It turned out that Lu Xiaogua was indeed restless. After being assigned to the timber yard, she cried and begged to be swapped out. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears. In her new unit, Sun Guohong performed admirably, working alongside others without complaint. Just as she had claimed, her work was no less than that of her male counterparts. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaogua found herself constantly whining, whether she was pricked by thorns or stumbled while carrying loads. Fearing for her safety, everyone eventually assigned her to peeling birch bark instead. However, she excelled at that task, managing to peel 2 or 3 trees a day, while she could barely finish half a tree herself, whining that her hands hurt and dissolving into tears. In just a few days, she had successfully garnered everyone's disdain. Yet, the squad leader was at a loss. He could not simply allow her to laze about. Instead, He assigned her to assist a retired soldier in his 60s with cooking. The old soldier, who had been wounded in battle, limped on one leg and was blind in one eye. Everyone had nearly forgotten his name, referring to him simply as the old limping man. The old cripple, adept at hunting, was often mistaken for a seasoned hunter from the mountains, recently recruited by the forestry station. The wine pouch given to Jiang Sen by Sister Ma was indeed a request made by Officer Ma the previous year. He toiled alone, preparing meals for nearly 20 individuals, fetching water and chopping firewood, an arduous task, yet not beyond his capabilities. When Lucio was assigned to assist, the old man made no objections. He observed her delicate demeanor and did not express disdain, assigning her lighter tasks such as gathering firewood, tending the fire, adding water to the pot, or washing vegetables and mushrooms. The first day passed without incident, as the old man had nearly completed all the work. However, on the following morning, as the old man began to cook breakfast, Lucio remained in bed, having not yet risen. The old man hesitated to disturb her, considering her a young girl who deserved discretion. After much time, Lucio eventually got out of bed, limping towards him, claiming, "My leg is injured. It hurts terribly." The old man merely glanced at her and recognized the falsehood, for the squad leader had never mentioned Lucio's injury. Moreover, he was only partially blind. He could see well enough to notice that Lucio was lively and not limping at all. "Then sit there and peel the cabbage and potatoes," he instructed before picking up a yoke to fetch water. The fourth team was fortunate. The mountain stream had merged into a river not far ahead. Upon his return with the water, he found Lucio sitting on a bench, having stripped the cabbage down to mere hearts, completing fewer than 5 heads. The potatoes remained untouched. He simply observed in silence and continued to fetch more water. By the time he had filled a barrel, Lucio had finally finished peeling the 10 cabbages and was now attempting to peel the potatoes. However, rather than using a spoon, she wielded a kitchen knife as if slicing vegetables, leaving less than half of each potato in the basin. As he prepared to cook, he followed Lucio's misguided efforts, making a bland cabbage and potato soup, neglecting the scraps outside. Chapter 47, Discontentment. When everyone returned from work that evening and beheld the insipid soup, their expressions soured. The squad leader, Lu Chongqing, approached the old man while holding his meal box and inquired, "Have we run out of the stored cabbage and potatoes?" The old man replied, "There are some, so we are to feast upon mere broth?" Lu Chongqing retorted, his voice edged with frustration. The old man, with his head bowed, continued to smoke, adding another log to the fire. "Are you blind as well?" he quipped indifferently. The old man's stature commanded respect, even from Li Chaoyang. Lu Chongqing was no exception. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing's thoughts turned, and he glanced back. A crowd was silently consuming the cabbage and potato soup, with Lucio tucked away in a corner, partaking as well. For some inexplicable reason, he felt certain that the meager soup was linked to the troublesome young woman. As he turned his gaze toward her, he spotted a heap of untouched cabbage scraps and potato bits nearby, leaving him momentarily speechless, unable to believe his own eyes. The cabbage was merely dried on the exterior. Beneath the surface lay edible portions. The potatoes required only a thin layer of skin to be removed. How could they have been discarded? He strode over, capturing the attention of everyone present. It was then that they noticed the pile of waste concealed behind the broom. "I wonder why today's meal was so scant. These cabbage scraps could still be consumed. Look at these potatoes, so thickly peeled, what a waste." The old man had lost his sense of measure. Listening to the chorus of lamentations and reproaches, the old man remained silent, squatting at the doorway, smoking. Meanwhile, Lucio, tears welling in her eyes, bowed her head and began to cry softly, initially unnoticed by others. Sun Guohong was the first to notice, her brow furrowing in realization that the situation was undoubtedly tied to Lucio. Lu Chongqing also turned his gaze towards her, his expression tightening further. The waste of food was a grave matter, especially when so many across the nation still went hungry. "Lucio, did you do this?" Lu Chongqing's tone was stern. Lucio lifted her tear-streaked face and replied, "I'm sorry. I've never done this before. I don't know how." Lu Chongqing, exasperated, began to pace, pointing at Lucio as he did so. The others glared at her in anger, yet her tears rendered their accusations unvoiced. Sun Guohong, feeling a pang of sympathy, set down her meal box, retrieved a basin, and began picking up what could still be salvaged. 2 other female youths joined her, sharing disdainful murmurs. One of them muttered, If you can't do it, at least ask. Does she think she is a wealthy heiress, expecting others to serve her? The other girl nudged her, gesturing toward Lu Xiao, silently urging her to cease. The girl rolled her eyes, muttering that if this continued, they would all be reduced to mere servants for Lu Xiao. She then turned to Sun Guohong and laughed. Wouldn't it be splendid if everyone were like little Sun? Sun Guohong smiled in response, but said nothing, continuing her work. Lu Xiao hailed from an ordinary family, living in a communal residence with her two elder brothers, an elder sister, and younger siblings. It was expected that children her age would contribute to household chores. Lu Xiao clearly sought to avoid work. Since her arrival from the capital, she had often been bullied, yet Sun Guohong had always stood up for her, perceiving her as timid and weak. Now, however, her perspective had shifted entirely. Even her 7-year-old sister could peel potatoes and strip cabbage leaves, tasks that Lu Xiao claimed to be incapable of. Sun Guohong felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment on Lu Xiao's behalf. Lu Changqing was at a loss for words, his anger mounting. Should he explode in fury? It would seem as though he were the one tormenting Lu Xiao. Yet, the gravity of the situation could not be ignored. Had such negligence occurred in previous years, the offender would either have been executed or sent to a labor camp. Tears alone could not absolve her of responsibility. Comrade Lu Xiao, he struggled to contain his wrath. You will write a profound 1,000-word reflection today. Do not weep, nor utter that you do not know how. I have already stated that I do not accommodate idlers here. If you cannot contribute, there are plenty who can. You may return from whence you came. After delivering this reprimand, he turned away from Lu Xiao, who was sobbing. He addressed the old man. Come, let us visit the team office. The old man remained silent, retrieving a hunting rifle and a backpack from his room. Let us see if we can procure something to make amends for this meal, he stated, his voice neither loud nor soft, ensuring all could hear. His intent was not to deliberately make life difficult for Lu Xiao, nor was it because he found cooking a trivial task unworthy of others. Rather, as a seasoned revolutionary and a proud veteran who had endured injuries, he could not abide Lu Xiao's pampered demeanor and manipulative behavior. What was her purpose in coming to the Northeast? To contribute to the frontier, to undergo re-education alongside the impoverished farmers. He recalled the hardships they had faced in their youth, scarcity of food and clothing, even resorting to eating grassroots. The waste of food struck him deeply. He held no distinctions between genders, nor any inclination to coddle. The female soldiers of yore endured the same hardships as their male counterparts, yet they still vanquished the enemy. Thus, he chose to disregard Lu Xiao's actions and left the refuse untouched, wanting everyone to witness her behavior. In his mind, he and Lu Changqing shared the same belief. The fourth team would not harbor idlers. Other teams operated similarly. Those who were unproductive faced consequences. The fate that awaited Lu Xiao remained uncertain. Sister Ma, ever the gossip, had painted Lu Xiao's actions as heinous, inciting collective outrage. However, Jiang Sen could no longer contain himself and interrupted her, directly inquiring, and what happened next? You wouldn't believe it. She was sent back by the forestry station and transferred to the 3rd Brigade. The 3rd Brigade was the one most closely integrated with the local village, where young intellectuals would settle and be managed by the village committee. Labor earns credits, which can be exchanged for provisions. Lu Xiao's method will no longer be effective. Who would exert themselves to earn extra credits to assist her. Furthermore, the news from Sister Ma is increasingly sensational. There is a female educated youth who reportedly took pleasure in assigning blame upon her arrival at the brigade, ultimately being reported for her ulterior motives and disrupting unity, leading to her assignment to clean the pigsty. Do you know her name? Jiang Sen immediately thought of Su Lanlan. I forgot to ask, but I will inquire next time someone from their team arrives. Moreover, by the time Jiang Sen exited the supply and marketing cooperative, it was nearly lunchtime. He carried a jar of sauce towards the team office when he spotted Luo Yongkai emerging from the team leader's office. Xiao Jiang, he called, waving for Jiang Sen to approach. Deputy Captain, Jiang Sen replied as he walked over. What are you carrying? Luo Yongkai inquired, noticing the jar in Jiang Sen's arms. Jiang Sen smiled and said, fermented soybean paste. Sister Ma mentioned it just arrived, and it isn't typically sold to ordinary folks. Haha. Impressive, young lad. But it must be pricey, right? Yes, over a yuan. You should savor it. It will last a considerable time. Despite his cravings, Luo Yongkai would never entertain the idea of taking something Jiang Sen had purchased with his own money. Jiang Sen continued, I want to buy some to take back. dilute it with water, and pickle some wild vegetables from the mountains so everyone in the class can enjoy it. Luo Yongkai expressed his delight. That's a great idea. However, you shouldn't bear the expense alone. Your class leader will undoubtedly ask everyone to contribute. Chapter 48. Maintaining appearances, do they have any spare funds? Jiang Sen queried. He understood that everyone had their own rations and could not spare any. The money and food stamps they possessed were minimal, unless the class leader or deputy class leader were to chip in. You needn't worry about that. Your class leader has it under control. Luo Yongkai waved dismissively. Come on. The team leader has a few questions for you. Questions for me? What about? Pertaining to Liao Zhongyi. Just tell the truth. Jiang Sen followed Luo Yongkai into the team leader's office, where several individuals were seated. Surprisingly, representatives from the higher command were present. So soon? They must have received a call last night and rushed over. After all, Liao Zhongyi's actions could no longer merely be classified as a mistake. They had crossed legal boundaries. His greed and malice were substantial, potentially leading to a lifetime in a labor reform camp, or worse. You are Jiang Sen? Inquired a stern-looking man in his 40s, who was the head of the political department, Qian Haiyang, responsible for ideological education. Several others were beside him, taking notes, whom Jiang Sen did not recognize. Still holding the jar of sauce, he stood at attention, chest out, and replied loudly, "Report, sir, I am Jiang Sen," immediately regretting his formality. Jiang Sen wished he could slap himself. After spending over a decade in prison, such responses had become reflexive. Yet, he quickly composed himself. Military management demanded a loud and clear response. Qian nodded, displaying a hint of a smile, and remarked to Li Chaoyang, "The educated youth from Kyoto exhibit a distinct spirit." Li Chaoyang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite commendable. Now, tell us about your relationship with Liao Zhongyi." How should he phrase this? Jiang Sen couldn't divulge that he had been bullied by the man for years. He glanced at Luo Yongkai, seeking guidance. "Captain, what should I say?" Luo Yongkai stood at attention. "Let me handle this. Xiao Jiang has only just arrived and isn't very familiar with Liao Zhongyi." "Very well, you explain." Luo Yongkai began recounting how Liao Zhongyi had left Jiang Sen at the camp to cook, adopting a sarcastic tone. And he recounted how Jiang Sen had been attacked by a bear, running for help and returning to shoot the bear, detailing how someone had lured it with a beehive. After listening, everyone nodded in understanding. "Is that so, Jiang Sen?" Qian inquired again. Jiang Sen looked to Luo Yongkai, who shot him a warning glance, compelling him to answer truthfully. "Oh," Jiang Sen replied, then continued, "At first, I thought cooking was an easy task and felt quite pleased. However, once I started, I realized the responsibility of ensuring everyone in the class was well-fed and able to work required waking up early and sleeping late. During the day, I had to fetch water from several miles away, chop the firewood that comrades carried back, and find time to forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Though it may not be as grueling as the others' tasks, it is far from easy." Liao Zhongyi indeed made some sarcastic remarks, and I suggested we swap roles since I wanted to gain experience on the front lines, but he refused. After that, I disregarded whatever he said. Jiang Sen's response was skillfully crafted. He first portrayed cooking as deceptively simple, then revealed the reality, creating an image of an inexperienced youth who was honest and sincere. He later mentioned ignoring Liao Zhongyi's provocations, implying that it was the latter's refusal that hindered their exchange. This constructed an impression of naive honesty. Qian nodded, glancing at the notes taken beside him, and continued, "Is that why he sought revenge against you?" Luo Yongkai responded, "Not only that. He was likely envious of the items Jiang Sen brought from Kyoto, leading him to act out of jealousy. His intent was not merely retaliation, but to steal Jiang Sen's private property. Additionally, when descending from the forest farm, he rolled down the hill and falsely accused Jiang Sen of attempting to kill him, which I witnessed." Qian nodded again, asking what was lost. How significant were the losses? In this era, items like Maotai and cigarettes were considered valuable property. 2 bottles of Maotai, 2 cans of milk powder, and 2 boxes of biscuits. Qian furrowed his brow and scrutinized Jiang Sen. "Jiang Sen, how did you come to possess these items?" "From what I understand, many of these require a certain status to acquire tickets, making them difficult to obtain. For instance, Maotai is only available through special channels, and even with tickets, you still need money." Jiang Sen displayed a sorrowful expression, his shoulders slumping. "Before I came here, some issues arose at home, and these were distributed to me by the neighborhood committee the Revolutionary Committee, and the police station based on my family situation. He spoke quietly. I doubt I will ever return home, nor do I wish to. Oh, what happened? Qian couldn't help but inquire, but was interrupted by Li Qiaoyang. Director Qian. He picked up a file folder from the table. All the archives and household registrations for this batch of educated youth have arrived, including Jiang Sen's. Please take a look. Jiang Sen had already noticed the folder in front of him, containing not only his personal records, but also a series of documents regarding the severance of ties before leaving Beijing. It detailed everything thoroughly, eliminating the need for him to explain further. Qian nodded, comprehending the situation. However, do not feel disheartened. To pity such individuals only fuels their arrogance. You have done well. Luo Yongkai grinned, nudging Jiang Sen with his arm, and Jiang Sen managed a brief smile in return. At that moment, they refrained from laughing too heartily, lest others perceive him as unfeeling. A small smile sufficed to convey that he was compassionate, even if severing ties was an unfortunate necessity. All right, you may leave. Yes, Luo Yongkai replied, pulling Jiang Sen along. Jiang Sen maintained his role as an honest person, bowing deeply, nearly 90 degrees, before following Luo Yongkai out. The two made their way to their quarters. Luo Yongkai reassured him. Rest assured, the command will certainly provide you with an explanation. I overheard the team leader mention that all the rations allocated to Liao Zhongyi will be redirected to you as compensation. As for the rest, we shall see. Huh? Jiang Sen was taken aback. Had I known that Liao Zhongyi's rations would be transferred to him, I would not have mixed so much soil into his grain sack. Upon returning to their quarters and setting down the large jar of sauce, the two men headed towards the mess hall for lunch. Jiang Sen inquired, what did they say about the bear and roe deer skins? How much grain can we exchange them for? At the mention of this, Luo Yongkai's smile widened even further. Isn't it a coincidence? Just as I was discussing this matter with the regiment commander, the personnel from the division arrived. Upon seeing the pristine bear and roe deer skins, their eyes lit up. They directly proposed a trade with us. He patted the pocket on his chest, explaining that they had no rations and instead offered 50 yuan and 150 jin of grain coupons, along with several industrial and fabric coupons. All of this was gathered by a few individuals from the division, who promised to buy some supplies for them on their way back. Luo Yongkai, a rough yet meticulous man, had proven himself as a formidable commander under Li Qiaoyang. The fact that they could exchange such valuable pelts for a substantial amount of money indicated that he was nothing like the dim-witted Lu. Chapter 49. The butterfly's wing flaps awry after exiting the director's office. The two made their way to the dining hall. They could charge their meals as official business. But today there was sorghum rice and stewed potatoes with meat. Although the meat was scarce, it was still a savory dish. Luo Yongkai paid for a portion for both of them. After the meal, Jiang Sen was astonished by his own appetite. He devoured an entire box of sorghum rice, a box of stewed potatoes accompanied by cabbage and tofu soup, and 2 pieces of pickled vegetables. Following their meal, they returned to their quarters and called upon 2 others to accompany them to the supply and marketing cooperative. Each person from the second team received a new military overcoat, a pair of cotton shoes, and socks, transforming their appearance entirely. The 2 newcomers were grinning from ear to ear, and even a few members from the team were included in this bounty. Ma Zi's face was lit with joy, while the 3 of them organized their belongings. Ma Zi discreetly spoke to Jiang Sen. We haven't finished our earlier conversation. In the interim, Jiang Sen received troubling news. A few individuals will be transferred from other teams to the forest farm, as additional tasks have been assigned from above. This did not surprise Jiang Sen. The sudden change in weather necessitated the swift transportation of many large logs. However, as he gazed at the overcast sky, devoid of sunlight, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He feared it might be too late. Another piece of news heightened his concern. Xiao Jejia had been reassigned to the 3rd team. In his previous life, Xiao Jejia had encountered trouble in that very team, though not at such an early juncture. It had only been in the 2nd year that all female educated youth were transferred away from the forest farm. Perhaps his reincarnation had caused the winds of change to blow askew, leading many events astray from their original paths. Moreover, Sun Wuhong had been sent to the 4th team. As previously mentioned, only the reclamation team from Xianyang and the forest farm team were directly managed by the farm headquarters. The other teams had already integrated with the local villages. Upon reaching that area, the educated youth would also have their household registration established in the village. As for the 4th team, aside from the forest farm, Jiang Sen had spent his last 6 months there due to disciplinary action following a fight with Feng Chao. The demographic there was quite complex, with individuals hailing from all corners of the country. The village was predominantly controlled by two surnames, Zhao and Sunday. The village was rife with chaos, with conflicts erupting between educated youth and villagers, and on other days, villagers would clash among themselves. Jiang Sen wondered how Sun Weigua and Bai Chong, who remained at the forest farm, were faring. Just as Ma Zi was about to continue gossiping, several vehicles outside the headquarters roared to life. Personnel from the division escorted Liao Zhongyi onto a vehicle, which then departed. Li Chaoyong waved them off. He had surprisingly not gone to welcome the educated youth, likely delayed by the matter concerning Liao Zhongyi. Luo Yongkai and the others tied their newly acquired items with rope, 3 bundles, each man shouldering one as they headed outside. Ma Zi, I'll come find you again. I must take my leave now. Go ahead. They first stowed their packages back at their quarters, and with some idle time at hand, they began to chat. We still have to wait a day, Luo Yongkai remarked. The newly arrived, educated youth will be here tonight, and we'll escort them back. The two companions were indifferent. Staying at the headquarters provided food and drink without any expense or labor. If heavy snow arrives early this year, we might have a tough time, one of them said worriedly. The other voiced similar concerns. Deputy Captain, can we buy some liquor take back? Luo Yongkai replied. You may go buy as much as you can. He then pulled out some money from his pocket, handing over 2 yuan. Buy as much as you want. The two men laughed and left. Luo Yongkai, feeling that his time with Jiang Sen lacked excitement, suggested, let us explore the headquarters. Jiang Sen was quite familiar with the area, but did not wish to dismiss his offer. The two stepped outside, locked the door, and headed in another direction. Jiang Sen quickly realized that he likely intended to go hunting. If we are hunting, then let us hunt. Why mention exploring the headquarters? He thought, should we inform the director? Luo Yongkai held his gun firmly and replied, no need. If we catch anything, I'll share half with you. The mountains behind the headquarters were not steep. Descending led to a vast slope that shielded them from the blizzards and the frigid winds from the north. The valley teemed with small game such as rabbits, foxes, and wild chickens. Perhaps Luo Yongkai's enthusiasm for hunting had been ignited by the Lu's bear hunt. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he could not remain idle. The two ventured into the mountains for wild game, while the other two went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Ma Zi remarked, liqueur. It sold out days ago. The men who drink are sharper than the tigers in these mountains. As soon as they catch a whiff, it's gone in a day. The two men were disheartened. When will we have another chance to buy? One asked. That is hard to say. This time, the delivery truck broke down en route, but we managed to help, so they were kind enough to share a barrel with us, Ma Zi explained. The two returned, disappointed and dejected. Once they left, Li Chaoyong arrived, holding an empty liquor bottle. Sister-in-law, come fill this, he exclaimed. Have you finished it already? Wait, you all can drink like champions. Moments later, Li Chaoyong left with a cheerful demeanor, clutching the liquor bottle. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the lower team arrived. Ma Zi. Oh, you're here, so early to pick up the educated youth? They said they wouldn't arrive until tonight. Better to come early than to be caught in a storm. Is there any liquor left? Get me 2, Jean. As he spoke, one of the newcomers pulled out a small ceramic jar. This is reserved for you. Just wait. Another person arrived shortly after. It was not that the two from the forest farm had issues, but rather Ma Zi was selective about whom she sold to. The two seemed oblivious to why they struggled to buy liquor while others succeeded. It stemmed from a minor incident from long ago, so trivial that they had forgotten it themselves. When they first arrived, along with other educated youth, they had neglected to address Ma Zi appropriately and failed to express any courtesy after their purchases. Ma Zi demiter bavure exceedingly rude. This small matter led to their ongoing difficulties in obtaining items that were not prominently displayed. In the evening, Luo Yongkai and Jiang Sen returned, looking rather disheveled. Yet, they triumphantly carried 4 wild chickens, 2 rabbits, and Luo Yongkai struggled with a small wild boar that squirmed and squealed incessantly. They headed directly to the dining hall, trading one of the wild chickens for white rice and a generous serving of braised meat. The remainder was tied up with rope, intended to be taken back later. However, after finishing their meal and before reaching their quarters, they were swarmed by individuals from the other teams, who seized everything. Fortunately, they left behind the small wild boar. Luo Yongkai and Jiang Sen exchanged glances at the bewildered boar, wondering if it believed it was the most valuable prize. This was meant for the director. Luo Yongkai, finally managed to speak after a lengthy pause. Jiang Sen blinked and replied, "What now?" "All right." Jiang Sen had yet to utter a word when Luo Yong, with alacrity, pulled him back to their lodgings. After conferring with the other two, they promptly bound the small wild boar with additional ropes, muzzled it, and stowed it in a backpack, covering it with a haphazard assortment of items. All set. Luo Yong clapped his hands. "Deputy Captain, have you been hunting?" One of them inquired. "We had poor luck. Our supply of liquor has run out," Luo Yong replied, skepticism flickering across his face. Earlier in the cafeteria, he had observed several newcomers enjoying drinks, and he had managed to sneak a few sips himself. Jiang Sen raised an eyebrow, seemingly grasping the underlying implication. Chapter 50. Truly. One batch is inferior to the last. Jiang Sen refrained from mentioning that he had procured several gin of liquor himself, or that he was contemplating another purchase. It would be tantamount to a slap in the face. Though he had never attended university, he had spent time in prison, which he regarded as the finest educational institution, imparting him with invaluable lessons, including the virtue of humility. What irked him now was that many circumstances had surpassed his previous understanding, including his lingering inability to seek out that elusive woman who resided deep within the mountains. To encounter her, he had no choice but to either search for her or, as in his past life, return to that place. The four of them toiled in the room for quite a while, even creating a ventilation hole to prevent the small boar from suffocating. Then, as if nothing were amiss, they ventured outside for a stroll. As they walked ahead, Jiang Sen was suddenly struck by inspiration and made his way to the communication room to send a letter to the livestock farm, addressed to Wang Jiangwo. He had momentarily forgotten this matter, but now he had a chance to inquire about the situation there. The livestock farm was remote and isolated. He wondered how they managed. Sister Ma rolled her eyes and said, "Oh my, it's a long story. It's not bad, but no one oversees it. On the downside, living conditions are akin to that of cattle. They lack clothing and warmth." "Why do you ask?" "A fellow educated youth who came with us was assigned there, and we became quite close." As Jiang Sen spoke, he began to retrieve money. "Sister Ma, you have a kind heart. Please find out what is most needed there. I will purchase some items to send." Sister Ma chuckled. "You're too good-hearted. I'll gladly help this time, but be cautious. Not all individuals are as they appear." "Viang, sen handit her to yuan." Sister Ma provided a burlap sack filled with a military coat, cotton shoes and socks, white sugar, biscuits, and surprisingly, 2 packs of noodles that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Jiang Sen's eyes sparkled with desire. Noodles were typically reserved for military supply. The cooperative store never stocked such items. "These are from the brigade leader, Li. He doesn't take care for them, so he gave them to my husband. We prefer hand-rolled noodles. If you like them, keep them for yourself. Don't send them away." Jiang Sen merely smiled and shook his head, his gaze fixated on the noodles. Sister Ma then stuffed a jar of soybean paste into the sack and turned to Jiang Sen, asking, "Does your friend drink?" After a brief hesitation, Jiang Sen nodded. "He can handle a bit." "All right, I'll add a bottle of liquor for him. Consider it 2 cents. With a 30 yuan, Sister Ma filled the sack to the brim, leaving just enough space to cram in a large cabbage. Jiang Sen helped her secure it with twine. "Done." Sister Ma straightened up, exhaling with relief. The two of them stared at the bulging sack in silence until, after a while, Sister Ma burst into laughter. "It's too heavy. Can you carry it?" Jiang Sen scratched his head, taken aback by the volume of items he had purchased. The sack was designed to hold 100 gin of rice, now filled to capacity, making it impossible to lift. It hadn't seemed like much at first glance. "Wait here." Sister Ma called out to a man resting on a cart a short distance away. "Hey, black donkey, bring the cart over to help me deliver some items up front." Shortly, the sack destined for Wang Jiangwo was loaded onto the cart, and soon after, accompanied by the letter to the livestock farm, it was taken away by a tractor. Once they finished their errands, the sky had darkened significantly. Jiang Sen watched the departing cart and remarked, "Is it time to leave? It's getting dark." Sister Ma brushed off the dust from her sleeves. "The tractor is quick. It should arrive by 10. Jiang Sen," Luo Yong called from a distance. "Thank you for your hard work today, Sister Ma. The captain is calling me. I must go." "All right, off you go." Sister Ma stood at the doorway, smiling as she watched Jiang Sen sprint away, thinking to herself that youth was indeed a blessing. The young man soon reached Luo Yong. "Deputy Captain, let us go. It's time for dinner." Dinner consisted of potatoes stewed with cabbage, flatbreads, and pickled vegetables. Due to the arrival of new educated youths that evening, the cafeteria had not prepared any meat. After the meal, Jiang Sen accompanied Luo Yong outside the farm headquarters, where several individuals from various brigades awaited. Li Chaoyang had also arrived, cheerfully greeting everyone before approaching Luo Yong. "You little rascal, after all your efforts, you only left us with a wild chicken?" Luo Yong lamented. "I wanted to keep more for you, ask them. A bunch of bandits just snatched it all away." Such unexpected gains were trivial among comrades. Money held little value, and only those with close relations would dare pilfer. For those less acquainted, if fortune smiled upon them, they would not shamelessly seize it, but would rather barter or pay for it. After all, the forest farm was blessed with frequent game. Li Chaoyang, far from angry, playfully pointed at the brigade leaders. "You bunch of bandits, if you dare snatch from me again, I'll send you all for training." Such words were mostly jest, and no one took them to heart. Receiving a reprimand was merely a part of daily life. In the distance, headlights flickered to life, and someone exclaimed, "They've arrived." Jiang Sen turned to gaze in that direction, noticing only 2 vehicles. Just 2 trucks? And not many people, either. As the trucks came to a halt, the newcomers disembarked, and Jiang Sen perceived them as mere children, each appearing bewildered and anxious, clutching their belongings. "Form up," the personnel officer called, urging them to hurry. The throng of welcoming figures created a bustling scene, leaving the newly arrived educated youths flustered and scrambling. Li Chaoyang muttered, "Truly, this batch is inferior to the last." Jiang Sen, overhearing, considered himself fortunate to be part of the previous group. "Attention all." Once the personnel officer ensured they were assembled, he instructed, "Follow me to the cafeteria for dinner, and afterward, we will assign you to your respective teams. Your welcoming committee has arrived. We'll introduce you to everyone after the meal." With that, the personnel officer turned and smiled, pulling a stack of introduction letters from his pocket to hand to Li Chaoyang. "I'll lead them for dinner first." "All right." Li Jiang Ruplia, inspecting the letters under the doorway light. Jiang Sen stood beside him, craning his neck to glimpse the names. This group was again from the capital. In his past life, Jiang Sen had likely come with this very batch, though circumstances had altered and the numbers had shifted. He scrutinized the faces of the 10 or so individuals and found none he recognized. All were gathered there, awaiting their fate. After reviewing the letters, Li Chaoyang remarked, "Just about 10. Each brigade will take 2. You can sort it out among yourselves." He distributed the introduction letters, which circulated quickly before being divided among the others for further discussion and exchange. Once the individuals were allocated, the new educated youths returned after finishing their meal and using the restroom, standing before everyone once more. Listen carefully. The Hongqi farm welcomes the educated youths from the capital to support the Northeast, embracing rural re-education. Without further ado, we shall now call your names to step forward. Each brigade leader stepped forward, introducing themselves and calling forth 2 individuals, greeting Li Chaoyang before leading them away. Eventually, only 2 remained, undoubtedly from the forest farm. The 2 individuals are named Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji. Wang Haiyang is notably tall and well-built, standing upright like a soldier in uniform. Recently, Luo Yong almost got into a scuffle with the captain of the 3rd team over him. The second individual, Lu Hongji, is somewhat dubious in character, a fact readily apparent to Jiang Sen, who has encountered numerous people during his time in prison. Although Lu appears to be calm and expressionless, there is an inexplicable resentment in his gaze, which becomes evident when he unexpectedly freezes upon seeing Jiang Sen, quickly averting his eyes. This triggers an alarm in Jiang Sen's mind. Despite his efforts to recall, he concludes that he does not know Lu Hongji, yet the look in Lu's eyes suggests otherwise, leaving Jiang Sen perplexed. Without further ado, they board the vehicle and set off. Initially, there were 5 of them, but now there are 6. Liao Zhongyi is absent, while Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji have joined. On the carriage, Wang Haiyang maintains a sullen demeanor, leaning against several large packages and gazing silently into the distance. In contrast, Lu Hongji frequently inquires about the logging camp-esque conditions from the 2 armed men accompanying them. The journey back is driven by Luo Yong, with Jiang Sen seated beside him. A distant wolf howl causes Wang Haiyang to sit up slightly, while Lu Hongji pales at the mention of wolves. Luo Yong and the others chuckle, dismissing the wolf as merely a common sight in the greater Xing'an range. Lu Hongji's voice trembles as he asks if there are other dangers, prompting further laughter from the group. They continue to jest about the various wildlife, including tigers, leopards, bears, and venomous snakes. Wang Haiyang's expression shifts to one of alarm as he listens to the conversation, although he conceals it well. Jiang Sen, listening from behind, gains insight into Lu Hongji's duplicitous nature and ponders the circumstances of Wang Haiyang, who appears to come from a well-off background, as evidenced by his unpatched clothing and watch. Jiang Sen dismisses the notion that Wang is here due to familial repercussions, reasoning that if he were implicated, he would not have been allowed to bring his belongings. Around 10 o'clock that night, they arrive at the first hunter's cabin. Due to the small number of people involved, the situation is uneventful, with even the wolves they encountered earlier absent. The following day, after resting midway, they finally return to the farm by the evening of the third day. Upon arrival, Wang Haiyang turns away upon seeing Zhang Jianjun, who, though surprised, merely smiles without saying anything, indicating to Jiang Sen that they are acquainted. Lu Hongji has become familiar with Luo Yong and the other two during the journey and displays less tension upon seeing Zhang Jianjun. Jiang Sen observes the dynamics, noting the absence of 3 female educated youths who had departed earlier, questioning why Wang Haiyang was not retained. He resolves to uncover the reasons behind it later. Xiao Jiang, take them to eat first. After the meal, you may leave, Jiang Sen instructs. He leads Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji to the cafeteria, where the cook recognizes him and inquires if they have returned. Jiang Sen confirms that the captain has assigned them to the second team. After finishing their meals, Jiang Sen requests a bottle from the cook, filling it with liquor, and then addresses Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji, urging them to attend to any urgent matters before they embark on their journey to the camp. Without waiting for a response, he purchases a bag of corn cakes. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Luo Yong informs Jiang Sen that the bear and roe deer skins belong to their team, and he is to distribute them among themselves. Jiang Sen, seeing the 3 large packages, protests that they cannot possibly carry everything back with their own belongings. Luo Yong laughs, claiming he is unconcerned about the logistics since they are now theirs. Jiang Sen percibes Luo Yong's cunning nature. When he inquires about a wild boar, Luo Yong, taken aback, realizes he cannot deny Jiang Sen his due share, as he contributed significantly to the hunt. Jiang Sen suggests they inspect the camp together, and if there are any leftovers, Luo Yong can bring them back. Luo Yong, momentarily flustered, ultimately decides to fetch the provisions. Meanwhile, Jiang Sen manages to secure a military coat and a bottle of liquor, taking advantage of the cook's moment of distraction to swiftly escape with the already slaughtered wild boar, urging his companions to hurry and follow. Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, grab their belongings and chase after Jiang's senator behind them. The cook emerges, brandishing a knife and angrily shouting for the culprit who absconded with the boar. Amidst the chaos, they escape, laughter echoing as they reach the wooden path, momentarily resting before continuing their adventure. The heavy snowfall from a past life has unexpectedly delayed their journey. Luo Yongkai, a towering figure resembling a bear, stood there with 3 large bundles on his shoulder, resembling a small mountain as he looked down at the 3 of them. After a strenuous run, all 3 were thoroughly exhausted, and upon seeing him pause, they quickly set down their luggage and sat on the ground to catch their breath. Jiang Sen nearly lost his breath, all due to Luo Yongkai suddenly placing a nearly 80-pound wild boar into his backpack. The backpack was too small, causing the boar's head to bob uncomfortably against his shoulder. Yet, a smile lingered on his lips. After all, the chef was quite skilled at butchering. Jiang Sen waved at Luo Yongkai, pulling out a pack of cigarettes given to him by Jianjun, saying the captain gave these. Luo Yongkai chuckled as he stepped down a few paces, setting down the yoke to accept a cigarette. Peony, he exclaimed, inspecting and sniffing it before lighting it with a match. Jiang Sen then turned back and offered the cigarette to Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji, both of whom surprisingly smoked. The 4 of them indulged in the smoke until the sky darkened. Luo Yongkai stubbed out the cigarette, waved his hand, and declared, "Let us set off. If we don't hurry, we'll be walking until midnight." Jiang Sen leaned against a large tree, glancing back at the 2 men carrying their luggage, before moving forward. Given the distance they had traveled, the 2 men's burdens were no light matter, yet none of them uttered a word of complaint. Jiang Sen could understand Wang Haiyang. He seemed to have undergone training at home, exhibiting movements reminiscent of a soldier, likely hailing from the military compound in the capital. Otherwise, he wouldn't carry himself with such arrogance. Lu Hongji, however, surprised Jiang Sen, despite the evident struggle of bending down and holding onto branches for support. He never once complained of fatigue. If this man turned out to be troublesome, he would certainly rank much higher than Liao Zhongyi. Their journey consisted of frequent stops, hindered by the weight of their loads, and it was only at 10:30 that they finally arrived at the third squad. If not for the heavy cargo, they would have returned to the second squad much earlier. Under Jiang Sen's sympathetic gaze, the third squad unceremoniously kept 1/3 of the wild boar, which they cooked that very evening. The way the members of the third squad looked at Jiang Sen had changed. Ever since he arrived, they had enjoyed several hearty meals, as if this young intellectual had brought luck with him. Jiang Sen, oblivious to their looks, was focused on eating voraciously, hoping that Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji would also partake heartily to make up for the effort. To his surprise, the two of them were devouring their meals even more eagerly than he was. After dining and washing up, they were granted the privilege of staying in the wooden cabin. The next day, after enjoying another breakfast, the group continued on their journey. Along the way, Lu Hongji could no longer contain his curiosity. How much farther? He inquired. Luo Yongkai, walking ahead, did not hear him. Jiang Sen, without turning his head, replied, about an hour more. What? That far? Jiang Sen's lips curled into a smirk as he thought, when we reach our destination, you might wish this road never ends. Finally, at 9:30, they arrived at the second squad. Luo Yongkai set down the yoke, glanced around, and approached the water tank, lifting the lid to take large gulps from the ladle. Exhausted, Lu Hongji and Wang Haiyang dropped their luggage on the ground and leaned back against the steps of the cabin, gasping for breath. Jiang Sen, not pausing for a moment, carried the 3 large bundles he had purchased from a supply store into the wooden cabin storage. He then grabbed a large basin, filled it with coarse corn porridge, and another basin for the mushrooms. Can't you take a break? Wang Haiyang asked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Senator. Jiang Sen retorted, aren't you going to have lunch? Wang Haiyang fell silent, closing his eyes and muttering something under his breath. Luo Yongkai, having finished drinking, came over to assist. I can manage on my own, Jiang Sen insisted. Luo Yongkai did not argue but picked up the yoke, preparing to fetch water. He asked Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji, who will accompany me to get water? It will help you learn the way. Wang Haiyang remained silent and unmoving. Lu Hongji considered it, but seeing Luo Yongkai, he hesitated. I'll go with you, he finally said, standing up, his legs trembling. Luo Yongkai frowned. Forget it, you should rest. With that, he walked off without waiting for a response. The vice captain also had work to do. Otherwise, he would feel guilty when it came time for pork and liquor. Jiang Sen busied himself preparing the meal, waiting for the coarse corn porridge to cook, while slicing the wild boar into pieces, setting aside half for the first squad. He even hung the boar's head at the entrance. Once the porridge was ready, he scooped it out, added water, and began cooking the wild boar, covering the pot before washing the mushrooms and potatoes. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and he heard the stomachs of the 2 men grumbling. Hey! Wang Haiyang called out to Jiang Senator without turning. Jiang Sen replied, Jiang Sen. What? I said Jiang Sen. Wang Haiyang pressed on, excuse me. Where will we be staying tonight? I want to put my things away. Jiang Sen looked up, shaking the water from his hands. You can leave your luggage in the cabin. When the squad leader returns, we'll arrange your accommodations. Wang Haiyang, uninterested in further discussion, stood up to grab his luggage, declaring, I think this cabin looks nice. I'll just stay here. He pushed one door, discovering it was locked, then turned to another door, only to find it was the storage room. He then looked back at Jiang Senator. Hey, Jiang Sen, open the door. That's where the squad leader and vice squad leader stay. If you want to stay, it's over there. Jiang Sen, going to dismiss. What? You want me to sleep in a tent? Wang Haiyang was incensed. Why do they get to stay in the cabin while I am relegated to a tent? Lu Hongji, who had been silent, watched to see where Wang Haiyang would stay. Upon hearing Jiang Sen's words about the tent, he noticed the slanted poles and the crooked peak, and a wave of anger surged within him. However, instead of questioning like Wang Haiyang, he merely scoffed, Jiang Sen, are you picking on us just because we're newcomers? Jiang Sen glanced up at him. I already mentioned, we'll discuss it when the squad leader returns. You insisted on asking. After saying this, he returned to his tasks, ignoring their continued complaints. As the pot boiled, he added the washed mushrooms and potatoes, sprinkling in a handful of salt, covered the pot, and added a few sticks of firewood. He then went to chop wood at the back. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Lu Hongji remarked to Wang Haiyang. Who is he acting superior to? Wang Haiyang narrowed his eyes slightly, a habit formed over time that prevented him from easily concluding about someone. Ignoring Lu Hongji, he strode towards the slanted poles, peering inside. Retracting his head, he observed Jiang Sen chopping wood, bending down, lifting the axe, and striking down. With a crack, a log split in two. He picked up one half and continued the process. Despite his lean appearance, he was surprisingly strong. Wang Haiyang glanced back at the disgruntled Lu Hongji, pondering for a moment before approaching Jiang. Senator, your speed is lacking. Step aside. Let me take over. Jiang Sen handed him the axe and stepped aside. Wang Haiyang's movements matched Jiang Sen's, but he struck faster and with greater force. Splitting 2 logs for every one, Jiang Sen managed. What a talented woodchopper he turned out to be. Chapter 53. If you disgust me, I shall make you suffer more. Jiang Sen, feeling fatigued himself, envied Wang Haiyang's vibrant energy. Stealing a glance at his own arms, he thought, I still need to train. Otherwise, I would surely lose in a fight against him. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Hongji watching them, his eyes carrying an indescribable expression, as if he were observing and analyzing. Observing what? Analyzing what? In this dreadful place, once work commenced, there was little energy left for such contemplation. Jiang Sen checked the pot of wild boar meat. It was challenging to cook, just tender enough, not yet falling apart. He took a spoonful of the broth, tasted the saltiness, and smacked his lips. Delicious. Covering the pot, he reduced the heat and allowed it to simmer slowly. Settling down by the stove, Jiang Sen lit a cigarette. Hey, can I have one? Lu Hongji called out. Jiang Sen ignored him. Previously, I had informed Wang Haiyang that he should address Jiang Sen properly, rather than with a dismissive hey. Upon noticing Jiang Sen, the latter turned around, and the two exchanged a lingering gaze. After a moment, Jiang Sen tossed a cigarette his way. Lu Hongji, unfazed, lit it up, took a drag, and exhaled, then squatted by the stove. Jiang Sen chose not to acknowledge him. I know you. Lu Hongji suddenly exclaimed. You're from the Jingdu equipment factory, aren't you? You ruined your father and brother's lives over a woman. Quite the character. Jiang Sen immediately grasped the situation. It made sense. He had a reputation for his family's trivial affairs, which were the talk of the town. However, he had no prior acquaintance with Lu Hongji, though the latter was evidently familiar with him. You're also from the equipment factory? Lu Hongji continued. I wish I had that kind of luck. We went to the same school. You're in class 6, and I'm in class 3. Jiang Sen fell silent. It was only natural that someone from the same school would know his history. His previous infatuation with Huang Liping had not gone unnoticed. Yet, why did Lu Hongji regard him with such subtle hostility upon their first encounter? Had he, too, been one of Huang Liping's admirers? Seeing Jiang Sen's silence, Lu Hongji took another puff. You must be quite the womanizer. I never imagined you'd be cuckolded by your own brother. Huh, we all say if it were us, we'd have stabbed him. Jiang Sen frowned slightly. Lu Hongji's tone was off. Unaware of Jiang Sen's discomfort, Lu Hongji rambled on. Huang Liping's fate is tragic. Can you believe she has to clean toilets? The other day, we stumbled upon her. Guess what? We saw her bin over in there. Jiang Sen was taken aback. Even in the remote wilderness, he could still hear news of this woman. He could infer the rest of Lu Hongji's unfinished thought, but such matters no longer concerned him. Are you unbothered by this? Lu Hongji, oblivious to Jiang Sen's growing anger, continued. Jiang Sen stood up and walked away, finding a tree to relieve himself. Lu Hongji, momentarily perplexed, followed him. Don't play coy with me. Even if she were my ex, I wouldn't tolerate it. He unzipped his pants. After Jiang Sen finished, he stepped back and remarked, if she s like a public bus, who knows if she s clean? You should get checked at a hospital. You bastard. Lu Hongji stomped his foot, splattering himself with urine. You think she has something? But you were with her. I'm no beast. I never even touched her. I found it repulsive. You're not. Jiang Sen chuckled inwardly, finding amusement in Lu Hongji's dismay. But they all say you're her boyfriend. Lu Hongji was growing frantic, agitated by Jiang Sen's words. What if she really has something? There's a shortage of medicine out here. What if? Clarify your statement. Jiang Sen halted abruptly, nearly causing Lu Hongji to collide with him. A smirk played on Jiang Sen's lips. We all know it was just a fling. As you said, if that's what they claim, you believe it? Fool. Jiang Sen was irritated by Lu Hongji's incessant chatter, as if flaunting his past with Huang Liping. You disgust me. I'll make you feel worse. Lu Hongji seemed utterly defeated, standing there in a daze. Wang Haiyang, after chopping wood for a while, surrendered to fatigue. Noticing Lu Hongji's vacant expression, he said nothing and walked over to drink from the water tank. After finishing, he sat beside Jiang Sen, watching the steam rise from the pot. When do you think they'll return? Probably around 9 or 10. Just then, Luo Yongkai returned with a water bucket, pouring it into the tank before heading over. Is it ready? He asked Jiang Senator. Yes. Jiang Sen lifted the pot lid. It's time to eat. In this era, everyone brought their own food containers. Luo Yongkai and Wang Haiyang filled their boxes with wild boar meat and a generous scoop of corn, sitting nearby to eat. Jiang Sen also prepared his meal, settling on a nearby tree stump. Noticing Lu Hongji's distracted demeanor, Luo Yongkai called out, "Hey Lu, time to eat." Lu Hongji looked up, despair and helplessness etched across his face. He took a box, filled it slightly, and walked away to eat in silence. What's going on? Missing home already? Luo Yongkai frowned slightly. If you keep this up, you'll end up sent to the northwest. His words struck Lu Hongji hard, causing tears to spill suddenly. Oh my, I didn't say anything to provoke that. Luo Yongkai scoffed at a man crying. When your class leader returns, don't start blubbering. He won't tolerate that. Lu Hongji wiped his eyes with his sleeve, silencing his tears and lowering his head to eat. Jiang Sen found it amusing, turning to enjoy his meal with a grin. Luo Yongkai quietly asked Wang Haiyang, "What is going on?" Wang Haiyang shrugged, "Who knows? I've never seen anything like it." Luo Yongkai savored the wild boar meat, growing more fond of it with each bite, neglecting Lu Hongji's plight. After the meal, Luo Yongkai declared, "I'll check the site. You all rest." He stood and left, prompting Jiang Sen to call out, "Deputy, please take this to Class 1. Jiang Sen went to the storeroom, bundling the prepared wild boar meat in straw and handing it to Luo Yongkai. "All right, I'm off." Once Luo Yongkai departed, only the three remained. Jiang Sen resumed tidying the stove, then pulled out a bowl of flour, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and potatoes sitting by the water tank. Wang Haiyang, feeling bored, yawned. "Jiang Sen, can't you tell me where I'm sleeping?" "Em exhausted." Jiang Sen replied, "Why don't you check which tent has space?" Wang Haiyang, not one to fuss, grabbed his luggage and headed toward the tents. "Which one are you in?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Sen replied, "The one on the right." Wang Haiyang entered, asking, "Where will you sleep?" "At the entrance." Chapter 54. A desire to find her after finishing his meal. Lu Hongji rinsed his bowl, glanced at Jiang Sen, and then at Wang Haiyang, who had entered tent. Hesitating, he approached Jiang Sen and squatted beside him, picking a wild vegetable. Jiang Sen did not refuse, sensing Lu Hongji had something to say. As expected, before finishing the vegetable, Lu Hongji could no longer contain himself. "Jiang Sen, is what you said true?" "What?" Lu Hongji grew anxious. "About Huang Liping? Is it true that she is not clean?" Jiang Sen set down the mushroom and looked up at him. "I only heard it from others. I was merely trying to warn you. I've never touched her." "You." Lu Hongji was nearly driven to madness, wondering if Jiang Sen was toying with him. Yet he couldn't shake the thought that perhaps it was true. Feeling an unsettling itch, he shifted uncomfortably, gnashing his teeth as he pondered for a while before asking, "Where's the toilet?" "I need to go." Jiang Sen pointed around. "Anywhere over there." Lu Hongji, disregarding the absence of a proper toilet, dashed toward the forest. Jiang Sen chuckled softly, in a good mood, and called out, "Watch out for the chicken neck." Lu Hongji ran swiftly, neck tense, plunging into the woods. Jiang Sen stood and headed towards the tents. He wanted to take a glance at where Wang Haiyang was sleeping. If he had encroached upon someone else's space, a quarrel would surely ensue. Upon entering, he immediately spotted that fellow pushing the bedding of the person next to Jiang Sen inward, lying on the second cot beside Jiang Sen's. His sleeping posture was quite standard, and the quilt was neatly arranged, with a suitcase and bag placed at his feet, just like everyone else. Jiang Sen stepped back to confirm. Wang Haiyang must have hailed from the military compound. Logically, individuals like him should have gone directly into the army. What brought him to the vast wilderness of Beidong? Returning to the threshold, Jiang Sen leaned against the door frame, feeling somewhat drowsy yet unwilling to retreat to sleep. Instead, he opted to sit there, closing his eyes for a moment of drowsiness. It took Lu Hongji quite a while to return, his expression grim, and upon seeing Jiang Sen, a glint of hatred flickered in his eyes. If Jiang Sen noticed, he would surely ponder over it. "What have I done to you?" What a pitiful visage to present to whom. Lu Hongji, not finding Wang Haiyang, headed to the tent, only to discover that Wang Haiyang was already asleep. His anger intensified. Why was no one keeping an eye on him? It must be Jiang Sen's doing. No wonder Huang Liping would snuggle under the covers with his brother. With Jiang Sen's disposition, what woman could possibly be enamored? He even deceived himself into believing he was ill. This resentment was unbearable. He had just inspected the woods meticulously. There was nothing amiss. No small lumps, no redness or pus. Jiang Sen was nothing but a grand deceiver. Exhausted and weary, he turned back to another tent, peering inside only to be overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor. It was unbearable. Finally, he approached the tent on the right, peering in and briefly contemplating before stepping inside. Every movement he made was known to Jiang Sen, who lay there with closed eyes, indifferent. If one remained honest in this place, all would be well. Should there be any further improprieties, he would not hesitate to disregard their camaraderie. Who knew what this fellow was truly thinking? He arrived, recognized himself, yet insisted on bringing up Huang Liping. How absurd! Jiang Sen sighed, feeling haunted by lingering thoughts. In his semi-conscious state, he revisited the events post-rebirth. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged within him. He yearned to seek her out. In his previous life, during a heavy snowfall that sealed the mountains, food became scarce, prompting everyone to venture out in search of sustenance. Unbeknownst to him, he became separated from the others, wandering further away until he could no longer move from the cold, ultimately falling into a poacher's trap and breaking his leg. Just before losing consciousness, he believed his demise was imminent. Yet, when he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a wooden cabin, warm and inviting, with a fire crackling in the hearth and an elderly figure seated before it. His trousers were cut open, treated with medicine, and bound with cloth, stabilized by 2 wooden boards. As the door swung open, a gust of cold wind swept in, accompanied by a figure clad in animal pelts, a fur hat atop their head, a hunting rifle slung across their back, and a wild chicken in hand. Hunting is no easy task. Only managed to catch this one chicken. Let's do it, the elderly voice remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sen realized it was a woman. She removed her hat and heavy fur coat, revealing a long, shiny braid. Turning around, a strikingly beautiful face emerged, exclaiming, "Oh, you're awake? Grandfather, the person has awakened." The woman approached Jiang Sen. "You must be a youth from the other side of the mountain?" Jiang Sen felt somewhat dazed, but understood clearly that this grandfather-granddaughter duo had rescued him. "Thank you for saving me," he croaked, his throat parched and painful. A bowl of water was brought forth. "Here, drink some water." The old hunter, whose face mirrored the frailty of his back, nevertheless exuded a robust reassurance. "Thank you." Jiang Sen expressed gratitude, attempting to sit up. "Take it slow," the woman advised, placing a blanket behind him. "Here, grandfather, give it to me." With her aid, Jiang Sen drank the entire bowl of water. Afterward, he felt somewhat revitalized. His broken leg itched slightly, yet the pain was hardly noticeable. "I am Jiang Sen, a youth from Hongqi Forest Farm. During the heavy snowfall, everyone ventured out in search of food, and I got separated from them, falling into a trap." I had suspected as much," the woman replied, her voice clear and melodious, reminiscent of a lark. Jiang Sen immediately thought of this. Songs often conveyed such tales. "I am Ingzi, and this is my grandfather. We are hunters of the Oricon tribe. Just look at you. How could you not see such a large sign by the trap? Oricon hunters?" Jiang Sen then observed that their attire, the furnishings, and even the cabin were not mere wooden structures, but rather a large, elaborately constructed shelter, much larger than the imitation tents they resided in. The bedding beneath him was also made of animal pelts. No wonder. However, did all Oricon women possess such beauty? Drink this bowl of medicine as well. The old hunter returned with a bowl of dark concoction. Jiang Sen hesitated at the smell, nearly gagging. Ingzi giggled. "You wouldn't shy away from the medicine, would you?" Jiang Sen gulped it down in one go. The old hunter took the bowl away and resumed his seat by the hearth. Ingzi appeared quite intrigued by Jiang Sen. "Could you share what the outside world is like?" Suddenlu, although tud startled Jiang Sen avake. Annoyed, he lamented the abrupt interruption of his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lu Hongji sprawled on the ground. Nearby lay luggage, and beneath his feet was a stone left behind while repairing the stove, upon which someone sat, enjoying their meal. Ignoring the scene was impossible for Jiang Senator. "Are you all right?" "Damn." Lu Hongji scrambled to his feet, attempting to kick the stone, but thought better of it upon assessing its size. He picked up his fallen luggage and limped toward the tent, entering the very one where Jiang Sen resided, oblivious to where he might sleep. Jiang Sen, having been roused, did not return to slumber, but but continued washing vegetables. By 8 in the evening, the members of the group returned. Before they arrived, the boisterous voices of Luo Yongkai and Lu could be heard. Your wild boar is too small. The bear I took down last time was 3 times its size. Blowing hot air. Keep it coming. Chapter 55. Working late into the night today, Jiang Sen added 2 spoonfuls of soy sauce to the wild boar meat, resulting in an aromatic pot of stew. As everyone ate, they praised the dish. Weren't there 2 newcomers? Where are they? Sui Zhongliang inquired. The others, upon returning, were drawn in by the enticing aroma and soon began their meal, entirely forgetting about the new arrivals. Jiang Sen remarked, "They're still asleep inside. Go wake them for dinner." He carried his lunchbox while eating, making his way toward the tent. Upon entering, he found Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji already awake. To his surprise, Lu Hongji had taken over Liao Zhongyi's former spot. Jiang Sen noticed immediately that Liao Zhongyi's belongings had been cleared away. It seemed that after Liao's departure, Sui Zhongliang had informed everyone about the situation. As for what happened to the belongings, whether they were divided or discarded, he had no knowledge. It's time to eat. The squad leaders have returned, Jiang Sen announced before walking off, not lingering. Wang Haiyang got up from his cot and followed Jiang Sen forward, with Lu Hongji trailing behind. Upon arrival, Jiang Sen resumed his previous seat and continued eating. Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji noticed the many pairs of eyes fixated on them, feeling somewhat self-conscious. This is Wang Haiyang, Luo Yongkai introduced to Sui Zhongliang. And this is Lu Hongji, both fellow youths from Kyoto, just like Jiang Sr. Sui Zhongliang appraised Wang Haiyang with a nod, and then turned to Lu Hongji. Once you arrive, you're one of us. Eat first, and I'll introduce you to the others in a bit. Laughter erupted among the group, and without needing Sui Zhongliang's introductions, they took turns introducing themselves. The Shanzi chuckled. See, I told you we would get more folks like Xiao Jiang this time. Here they come. Well, then, do tell us to avoid heavy snowfall, so we can enjoy a proper winter. Xiao Majokid. Amid the laughter, fine snowflakes began to drift down slowly. The snow was light, so subtle that it was nearly invisible. Yet, by sheer coincidence, a flake landed upon Xiao Ma's nose. The Shanzi burst into hearty laughter, nearly dropping his lunchbox to the ground. Oh, you, and her ill-fated words. Others joined in the merriment. Jiang Sen surveyed the surroundings. Wang Haiyang was munching away while watching the others converse. Lu Hongji seemed to have seamlessly integrated into the group, laughing heartily with an older acquaintance from the countryside, occasionally exchanging a few words. Sui Zhongliang and Luo Yongkai, along with the Lu, simultaneously stowed away their smiles and looked skyward. Snow is on its way. Da Liu exclaimed. I must ascend the mountain at once. With that, he began wolfing down the food in his lunchbox. Sui Zhongliang stood up, declaring, Everyone, quicken your pace. We need to finish our work tonight. The imminent snowfall urged them to expedite their tasks before the heavy snow descended. No orders were necessary. Both the first and third teams would operate in such a manner. Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji exchanged puzzled glances. Yet the urgency radiating from those around them hastened their eating. Jiang Sen, too, finished his meal in haste and promptly began tidying up, placing the leftover dishes and buns into a basin, covering them with a clean towel and filling everyone's water bottles from the large pot of hot water. Luo Yongkai was already preparing to descend, instructing Sui Zhongliang, if the snow becomes too heavy, cease work immediately and prioritize safety. Understood. You take care too, replied Sui. As Luo departed, the others hurried along. De Lu stood at the cabin's entrance, calling out, Come and collect your greatcoats. The newly acquired military overcoats became a timely remedy against the impending cold of the heavy snow. Jiang Sen admired Luo Yongkai's parasite. The military coats, obtained in exchange for bear and roe deer pelts, were precisely what they needed. The remaining supplies were stored in the warehouse, and Jiang Sen was uncertain about the leftover funds, which likely were given to Sui Zhongliang. That night, Jiang Sen would not remain at the camp. He followed the others to collect the greatcoats, bringing along an axe. Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji had slept through the afternoon and were nearly rejuvenated. Holding the axe felt refreshing, and they occasionally swung it at the surrounding branches and shrubs as they walked. Conserve your strength. Once we arrive, you'll have plenty to chop. Da Shonzi advised. Sui Zhongliang led the way with a flashlight, while the Lu brought up the rear with a windproof lantern. In this dim light, the group reached their destination within an hour. Indeed, the first and third teams had also arrived. After a brief exchange between Sui Zhongliang and the two team leaders, they set to work. Wang Haiyang, follow the team leader. Liu Hongji, stick with the Shanzi. Jiang Sen, come here and follow me. Da Liu directed. At this point, the sporadic snowflakes had transformed into larger flurries, cascading down in abundance. A few members from the second and third teams ventured over to assist the first team. The chainsaw roared to life, and the call of timber echoed continuously. The sound of large trees crashing down resonated through the air. Jiang Sen dashed after the Liu to the fallen tree, raising his axe to begin chopping off branches. Members of the third team, wielding heavy chains with iron hooks, secured one end of a trunk and, with combined effort, began pulling it down the mountain, gaining speed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let it roll." The hefty log followed the direction, cascading down the slope and swiftly entering the logging path. Lanterns hung from the trees, and the snowfall illuminated the surroundings, preventing total darkness. Everyone gritted their teeth, laboring diligently to move as much timber as possible before the heavy snow set in. By the latter half of the night, the snow had intensified, and the temperature dropped significantly. Each person's military overcoat lay aside, their thin clothing insufficient against the cold from which steam billowed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that exhaling produced clouds of mist. Jiang Sen, experiencing the sensation of chopping branches as in a previous life, swung his axe and severed a branch cleanly. At the top, someone with a chainsaw trimmed the tip, leaving a thick, upright trunk. With a gesture, he signaled that the tree was ready, prompting the third team to rush forward. Thus, they toiled until dawn broke, with snow now reaching their knees, making further timber placement impossible. The third team leader shouted, "Time to wrap up." The night's efforts had yielded more than 2 days' worth of timber. Jiang Sen gossiped, slightly out of breath, as a chill swept over him. He hurried back to don his coat, returned to the camp without lagging behind. Sui Zhongliang called out. The three teams swiftly collected their belongings and made their way back. The return journey was slow, fatigue weighed them down, and the snowfall intensified, accompanied by fierce winds. The gusts whisked the snowflakes, infiltrating every crevice. Everyone burrowed their heads into their coat collars, hands tucked into sleeves, trudging back through the deepening snow. Upon arriving at the camp, the Shanzi suddenly inquired, "Has anyone seen Xiao Ma?" Confused, everyone turned back to look and searched again. Xiao Ma was nowhere to be found. Sui Zhongliang, equally exhausted, exchanged glances with the Liu and promptly said, "We need to clear the camp, prepare food, and chop wood. We must prevent the snow from trapping us." The Liu, grab your gun and come with me. Jiang Sen was taken aback. In his previous life, incidents often occurred at the camp, yet he had no recollection of Xiao Ma's disappearance. With no time to ponder further, he rushed to the cabin to prepare a meal. Before each heavy snowfall, they would make plenty of buns to distribute, allowing everyone to light fires in their respective areas for warmth and cooking, enduring the long winter days. Chapter 56. People are working, the heavens are watching. Jiang Sen poured all the cornmeal and black flour into a large basin, crushing the last of the nuts to add in as well. The Shanzi entered, taking a basin for himself. "Let me help you." "Let's hurry," he said. Jiang Sen accepted the help without hesitation. The Shanzi filled a portion with potatoes, preparing some while planning to distribute the rest. This way, everyone could roast or boil them in their tents. Cabbage and mushrooms would also be shared, leaving just enough for this meal. As for the dried, wild vegetables, not much remained. Jiang Sen washed them thoroughly and chopped them into the dough. Outside, someone had already started a fire. A large pot of water boiled, filling everyone's water bottles. Suddenly, Jiang Sen remembered his thermos and told the Shanzi, rushing back to the tent to retrieve it. The remaining hot water filled the thermos, drawing envious glances from everyone. They had previously owned thermoses, but after prolonged use, they ceased to retain heat, eventually breaking without anyone knowing who had dropped them. The inner glass was hard to find, and they discarded the shells as they served no purpose. After filling the thermos, Jiang Sen left it in the warehouse instead of taking it back. The Shanzi watched him knead the dough and chuckled. "You still have this good thing. I haven't seen you use it." "I forgot," Jiang Sen admitted. "Indeed," the Shanzi replied, "busy all day, and many things slip my mind." His words seemed to carry a hint of deeper meaning, but Jiang Sen chose not to dwell on it, preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Ma. In his memory, he and Xiao Ma were not particularly close, and after a long time without seeing him, he had not heard of any incidents. What could have happened? He glanced over at Shanzi, who was slicing cabbage. Brother Sean, who was Xiaomao working with before? He was with me, but we split up. Everyone was busy, and we hardly noticed when he left, Shanzi replied. Wasn't someone supposed to assist the first team? He didn't go. The team leader took 2 others over. Shanzi frowned. Now that you mention it, it does seem strange. When did he go missing? If he had been struck, there should have been some commotion. This question lingered in everyone's minds. A few individuals reinforcing the tent were also discussing the matter. The snow continued to fall heavily, with the stove pit being the warmest spot. Jiang Sen and Shanzi busied themselves, one tending the fire while the other steamed buns and prepared vegetables. Lu Hongji appeared, seemingly fortunate as he had just received his military overcoat without having done any work yet. He squatted nearby, stretching his hands out to warm them by the fire. Shanzi glanced toward the tent, where everyone was hard at work. Wang Haiyang was busy as well, climbing up to lend a hand, ensuring everything was securely tied. Shanzi remarked, Xiao Lu, it seems this heavy snow will last for several days. If you have nothing else to do, why not chop some firewood at the back? Later, you can bring some back for the 2 tents, but remember to leave some for the squad leader and the others. Lu Hongji's smile faltered. He felt useless at the tent, not even intending to help. Watching Jiang Sen and Shanzi cooking, the warmth of the fire drew him in. Everyone was exhausted from the night, cold and hungry, yet he seemed unaffected. He turned to glance behind the wooden cabin. The firewood was buried under snow, resembling large buns. It's been there for quite a while. Isn't it enough? He ventured cautiously. Shanzi patiently explained that the snow didn't appear to be heavy, but it could seal the mountains, making it impossible for anyone to come or go, forcing them to rely solely on the meager supplies at the camp. 10 days to half a month would be manageable, but if it lasts the entire winter. He shook his head and urged Lu to hurry. Lu Hongji looked at Jiang Sen, his eyes flickering. Jiang Sen, I've never chopped firewood before, but I can cook. Shall we switch tasks? Just as Shanzi frowned to protest. Jiang Sen replied, sure. You take over. He shook off the flour from his hands, vigorously kneading the dough for the 2 pots meant for steaming, alongside cabbage, mushrooms, and potatoes. Upon seeing the 4 full bowls, Lu Hongji felt a pang of regret. With only 2 pots, they couldn't possibly cook everything at once. Would they have to cook in 2 rounds? Would everyone eat and then go to sleep while he remained busy? Chopping would seem cold and laborious, while cooking appeared to allow for some leniency. Jiang Sen offered him no chance to reconsider, climbing out of the pit. Brother Sean, I'm going to chop firewood. Seeing this, Shanzi drained the washed potatoes and said, all right, you go ahead. I'll start with the potatoes. As the 2 departed, Lu Hongji stared at the heap of supplies, feeling troubled. He had merely suggested the switch, assuming Jiang Sen would decline, yet he had agreed so readily. But now they were gone, leaving him with a daunting task. Jiang Sen was unconcerned. Some individuals could not be coddled, as it only emboldened them, although this might delay mealtime for others. Failing to act would only encourage Lu Hongji further. Why did he always encounter such people? Upon reaching the designated area, Jiang Sen picked up a bundle of firewood, placing it on a tree stump. He gripped the axe tightly, striking down with force. Crack! Crack! Shanzi entered the tent, distributing the potatoes, and, upon returning, he noticed Lu Hongji's bewildered expression as he stared at the basin. Xiao Lu, hurry up. The snow is getting heavier, and everyone is hungry. Brother Sean. Lu Hongji's face flushed with embarrassment. I can't do it. What? You can't. Shanzi was instantly infuriated. Then why did you switch with Jiang Sen? Honestly, he called for Jiang Sen and then turned to Lu Hongji. You can chop wood, right? It's just like cutting tree branches. Lu Hongji hurriedly retreated. Jiang Sen, you quickly go cook. I'll chop wood. I'll do it. Jiang Sen ignored him, lifting the axe high before bringing it down with a resounding crack. Jiang Sen, I was wrong, all right? Hurry and cook. Everyone is starving. I'll chop the wood. Leisurely, Jiang Sen chopped the last piece of wood before turning to him with a slight smile, handing over the axe. Lu Hongji quickly accepted it, feeling a sense of resignation as he went to gather firewood. Returning to the front, he found Shanzi still fuming but already starting to cook. Just look at Xiao Lu. I didn't notice it at first, but in just one day, his true nature has emerged. He is just like Xiao Yao. Never mind, Jiang Sen said, expertly preparing the buns. Initially, he had thought to take it easy, but now he didn't dare to even consider it. With the squad leader absent, no one could oversee his actions. If they reported back, it might seem as if they were not united, creating division and bullying him. This sentiment echoed as if it had occurred before. People are working. The heavens are watching. Deshanzi paused, looking at Jiang Sen, who was focused on placing the freshly made buns into the steaming pot. He shook his head, bemused by the boy's unexpectedly mature demeanor, concluding he must have misheard. Just as everyone was securing the tents against the biting wind and snow and preparing for a meal, Sui Zhongliang and Lu returned. The squad leader is back. A group of people gathered around. What about Xiaoma? Have you found him? Sui Zhongliang shook his head. Everyone, prepare for winter. Once the snow lightens, I'll head to the team headquarters to report. Chapter 57. Get it? This snowstorm arrived a few days late, and Jiang Sen was uncertain what lay ahead. He could only follow his instincts to chop more firewood and gather wild vegetables and mushrooms. Without the need to work, everyone would join in foraging nearby. The following day, when the snowfall lightened, Sui Zhongliang left with his gun. The Lu called out to everyone at the door, "All hands, you don't need to work today. Come with me to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms." The other educated youth understood this routine. Every time winter arrived early, they would prepare for the harsh season ahead. Clad in his military coat, with a cotton hat and gloves, Jiang Sen felt the warmth of the new fabric. He grabbed a basket and secured an axe at his waist, along with a shovel. The axe was for protection. During this time, wild animals would not care about human presence as long as they could eat, making people unsafe. The shovel was necessary for digging up wild vegetables, clearing away snow. Otherwise, foraging with bare hands would yield little, leaving his hands frozen and the process slow. Seeing Jiang Sen ready, Lu observed that everyone had equipped themselves with suitable tools, each carrying a basket as they walked along the narrow path into the woods. The snow continued to fall, but it was lighter now. Crucially, the wind had ceased, making the environment slightly more bearable. Wang Haiyang and Lu Hongji mimicked their peers, carrying baskets and shovels, trailing behind the group as they trudged along. The deep snow blanketed the mountain, devoid of romance, each step sinking knee-deep. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the crunching of footsteps in the snow. Jiang Sen and Deshanzi led the way, and as they approached a spring, Deshanzi halted and called back, "This area has the most food. Everyone start foraging." The group dispersed, and Jiang Sen walked to the right, where patches of mushrooms and several wild chicken nests awaited him. He had previously discovered many wild eggs here. Deshanzi followed closely behind, shoveling snow with a shovel, digging up wild vegetables, and tossing them into his basket. Jiang Sen ventured deeper, soon spotting the wild chicken nests covered in snow, resembling large buns. He whistled softly to Deshanzi, who looked up to see Jiang Sen waving at him, but remained focused on the nests. With a look of surprise, Deshanzi hurried over. "What is it?" "Wild chicken nests. There seem to be several. Shall we get them?" Jiang Sen grinned back at Deshanzi. The latter's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A pot of wild chicken soup in winter would be delightful. "Let us." They crept towards the nearest nest, crouching down carefully. Jiang Sen removed his gloves for better dexterity. Slowly, he brushed the snow aside, revealing the protruding branches beneath. Suddenly, a section collapsed, and a wild chicken abruptly poked its head out. Quick as a flash, Jiang Sen seized the chicken by the neck, pulling it out. Deshanzi, not to be outdone, caught another chicken that peeked out from behind. "Ah, ah." The two men stifled their laughter as they watched the struggling wild chickens. Jiang Sen handed a wild chicken to Deshanzi, who took a rope from his backpack to bind the chicken's feet, stuffing it back into the basket. He then repeated the process for the others. In a brief moment, they had collected 4 nests of chickens, a pile of wild chicks. Regrettably, there were no wild chicken eggs. They had all hatched. They decided not to continue, with a string of wild chickens tied together and slung over Deshanzi's back. In Jiang Sen's basket, a cacophony of chirping chicks resided. Although small, with a few days of care, they could soon be stewed into a broth. As they returned to the path, Lu was patrolling with a shotgun, ensuring no beasts approached. "Class Vice," Deshanzi shouted, "come see what we've got." Lu grinned broadly. "Well done. You've gathered quite a haul." Deshanzi handed the rope to Lu and left one basket behind, continuing with Jiang Sen in search of more food. When someone turned to look back, they couldn't help but chuckle. Lu, tall and robust, was comically adorned with a string of wild chickens, their vibrant feathers contrasting against the snow. Lu, unfazed, retorted, "Laugh all you want. If you're capable, go catch a few yourself." This time, Jiang Sen was unable to locate another nest of wild chickens, so he shifted his focus to foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Deshanzi remained exuberant, eagerly searching for edibles. But after brushing away some snow, he realized he was simply disturbing a thicket. They ventured deeper into the woods. Jiang Sen recalled that he had once become separated from the group on this very path. They needed to traverse this mountain, descend, and then tumble down, ultimately landing in a trap where he first encountered Ingzi. However, the exact location of the trap eluded his memory. Only a vague direction remained. He gazed at the forest, all around appearing the same. In his previous life, misfortune struck during the second year in the countryside. Now, having returned, he wondered if fate would allow him to meet her sooner. As Jiang Sen searched for wild vegetables and mushrooms, memories of his past flooded back. He had endured an entire winter here, underdressed and emaciated. Yet, he had managed to save some dried mushrooms to send home when spring arrived. During the new year, he subsisted on a thin porridge made from wild vegetables, so watery it could barely reflect an image. The following year, as the frost set in, Feng Chao reported him for an alleged inappropriate relationship with Xiao Jiajia, leading to 3 days of confinement. After his release, he confronted Feng Chao in the snow, filled with rage, yet physically unable to retaliate effectively, leaving him exhausted. Soon after, while awaiting the outcome of his case, he encountered another heavy snowfall, and while searching for food, fell into a trap. Under the care of an old hunter and his granddaughter, he recovered swiftly. That period was the happiest and most blissful of his life in the great northern wilderness. Ingzi harbored feelings for him, yet he could not reciprocate, as he was married with a child. It wasn't until spring that he returned to camp. Initially, everyone presumed he had perished in the wild, only to be surprised by his return. Due to this incident, he was subjected to a prolonged investigation, ultimately being transferred to the 4th team. Watching his peers attain higher education and return to the city for work, Jiang Sen felt like a mere shell of a man. Finally, Jiang Daiyou, in a moment of mercy, informed him of job openings at Street Factory, allowing him to return to the city. Yet, the nightmare continued, culminating in his imprisonment. Jiang Sen sighed, grateful for his rebirth. He wished to cast aside that previous life and only endure until he could see Ingzi again. Now, he bore no burdens or worries, yearning to remain here, even in the deep forest, living as a hunter alongside her. Suddenly, a rustling sound interrupted Jiang Sen's thoughts. He halted, waving to Deshanzi nearby. Deshanzi immediately ceased his actions, glancing in the direction of Jiang Sen's gesture. There was a small embankment, and the sound emanated from the other side. Were beasts emerging to forage? Their luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Such a light sound could only be made by a feline predator or perhaps a wild chicken or rabbit. However, judging by the slow rhythm of the noise, the former seemed more likely. Just as Jiang Sen gestured frantically for Deshanzi to move quickly, a figure emerged from behind the embankment. Xiaoma. Chapter 58. Xiaoma returns. The person who appeared from behind the embankment was none other than Xiaoma, who had gone missing the previous night. Dressed in thin clothing, he shivered as he waved for help. Save me. Jiang Sen and Deshanzi rushed over, pulling him closer and brushing the snow off him. Deshanzi took off his military coat and wrapped it around Xiaoma. Let's go back first. Jiang Sen grabbed the basket and shovel, following behind them. He observed Xiaoma as they walked, increasingly troubled by the sight. If someone had only worn thin trousers and braved a blizzard for 2 or 3 days without frostbite or injury, it was quite perplexing. Yet, in the heat of the moment, Deshanzi was solely concerned with getting him back, neglecting the details. Where did you run off to? The class leader was frantic, searching for you all night, and reported your absence early this morning. You nearly gave us a heart attack. Xiaoma trembled as he replied. That night, while working, I slipped and fell. When I got to the bottom, I hurried back, but the snow intensified and the wind was fierce, so I sought shelter in a snowbank. Once the snow subsided, I emerged and didn't expect to end up here. Enough of that. It's a miracle you're not frozen solid. Let's get you back. Jiang Sen didn't believe a word Xiaoma said. A snowbank may shield against the wind, but it offered no warmth. How had he survived without food or proper clothing? Even if his story held some truth, Jiang Sen remained skeptical that Xiaoma was lying. For the past few days, he must have been in a warm place with food. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so lively now. The shivering was merely a fade for the cold. Why the deception? This reminded him of the earlier incident with Lu Xiao, who had misled Xiao Jiajia into foraging for poisonous plants, intending to harm everyone. Jiang Sen felt he had overlooked many matters in his past life. Silently trailing behind, they made their way back to the path. Xiaoma's return caused quite a stir. as everyone rushed back, surrounding him with questions. Lu, still adorned with wild chickens, declared to Shanzi and Xiaojiang, "Take it back to warm up. Others, don't stray too far. We'll be heading back soon." After watching the group depart, the remaining members hastened their search for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Upon returning to camp, Jiang Sen set about igniting the cooking pit. Xiaoma sat nearby, warming himself by the fire, still clad in Deshanzi's coat. Deshanzi returned, donning his old coat before rejoining the group. Lu placed the wild chickens down and transferred the chicks into the cabin corridor, retrieving 2 wild vegetable buns from the morning to hand to Jiang Sr. Jiang Sen speared a stick into the fire to roast the buns. As the water in the pot boiled, he poured a half cup and offered it to Xiaoma. Lu brushed some snow off the stove's edge, took a seat, and inquired, what exactly happened? Xiaoma recounted his story to Lu, mirroring what he had told to Shanzi. After listening, Lu nodded, "You're quite lucky. Anyone else might have frozen solid by now. The class leader has gone down to report. If all goes well, he should return before nightfall." Xiaoma nibbled on the roasted vegetable bun, sipping the hot water. Lu, satisfied that Xiaoma was all right, took a quick bite before returning to assist the others in foraging. The Shanzi sighed, "This snow came too early. Who knows when we'll stop?" Jiang Sen could no longer interpret events solely through the lens of his past experiences. In his previous life, the heavy snow had arrived early, sealing the mountains for over 10 days. Yet this snowfall had been delayed by several days, and it appeared to be tapering off. Indeed, around 3 in the afternoon, when Lu and the others returned, the snow ceased. Everyone set down their burdens and began clearing the snow, while a few remained to help Jiang Sen organize the wild vegetables and mushrooms. Little Horse returned to the tent to rest. Dashin ignited the fire pit inside, raising the temperature within. As dinner time approached at 7 o'clock, Sui Zhongliang also returned, accompanied by several others. Feng Chao. To his surprise, he had been reassigned here. It seemed that the plot of reincarnation was showing signs of reverting to its original course. Jiang Sen. Feng Chao's spirits lifted upon seeing Jiang Sen, exclaiming, "Who would have thought? They said you were short-staffed here, so the headquarters sent us over to assist." Such flattering words. However, Ma Saizi had mentioned that while it was termed a reassignment, it actually meant bringing in individuals who had erred after joining the main team or had been reported for misconduct. After all, there was no room for laziness at the forest station. Otherwise, if one were to be reported again, they might find themselves relegated to the livestock farm or tasked with cleaning the cattle sheds. Far worse fates awaited. "Jiang Sen, your place is quite nice." Feng Chao seemed oblivious to Jiang Sen's aloofness, surveying the surroundings, surrounded by mountains and nature, where even one's will could be tempered. Wang Haiyang, carrying firewood, overheard and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Feng Chao felt a tinge of embarrassment and inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Wang Haiyang ignored him, placing the firewood beside Jiang Sen before turning to leave. Feng Chao, frustrated, struck the cotton with his fist and said to Jiang Sen, "What's with this guy? What's he so proud about? We're all here together, yet he treats me like this." Wang Haiyang glanced back, scoffed again, and continued on his way. Jiang Sen then stood up and headed towards the log cabin. With the addition of several new individuals, more food would need to be prepared for dinner. Rations were running low, relying solely on a few wild chickens. Previously, Lu had borrowed some provisions from the headquarters to bring up. Jiang Sen had accompanied Luo Yong to the forest station to exchange for some more. Upon returning, he had repaid the borrowed rations, leaving little to spare. He had hoped to last a few more days, but now there were more mouths to feed. The supplies for Feng Chao and his group would not arrive until next month. For the time being, they could only borrow from others. As they awaited the wild chicken stew with mushrooms and flatbreads, Jiang Sen took out his notebook, utilizing the firelight to begin accounting, adding Feng Chao and his companions' names to the list. Feng Chao leaned over. "Hey, you wrote an extra stroke there." "No, it's Fan Naton." "Hey, are you just idle?" Jiang Sen looked up at him and promptly called out, "Lu, the deputy. Feng Chao says he is a firewood chopping expert." Lu laughed upon hearing this. "Really? Perfect timing. Join us in chopping more firewood. Otherwise, if we run out in this frigid weather, no one will want to come out to do it." Feng Chao, perplexed, thought, "When did I say that?" Jiang Sen grinned. "Didn't you just mention that we were short on firewood? The deputy is calling for you. Hurry along." Reluctantly, Feng Chao trudged away, cursing himself for not remembering that Jiang Sen was a formidable character. How foolish to approach him. 3 others who had also arrived were quite earnest, willingly assisting in reinforcing the tents, chopping wood, and clearing snow. Sui Zhongliang emerged from the tent, Having checked on Little Horse, his brow furrowed in concern. He approached Lu, who handled the repair tools, and said, "This won't do. He seems to have a fever. Do you have any medicine?" Lu replied, "Only a bit of ointment for external injuries." Sui Zhongliang glanced at the sky and concluded, "If it gets worse, we'll have to take him down a mountain tomorrow and report back to headquarters that we VE located him." Chapter 59. Who are you cursing? Jiang Sen was uncertain whether Sui Zhongliang and Lu had noticed Little Horse's unusual condition. He wouldn't voice his thoughts. Experience taught him that it was better to remain silent. At such a moment, speaking out could endanger someone. Jiang Sen did not consider himself a good person, yet he was unwilling to harm others without reason, as long as he was not provoked. Unexpectedly, Feng Chao still ended up entangled in the situation again. Fortunately, there were no female educated youth here. Even if he wanted to report against him, there was no opportunity. Feng Chao awkwardly chopped wood, clumsy and awkward, drawing laughter from several onlookers, eventually relegating him to stacking firewood. It was too much of a distraction. Today, Jiang Sen prepared all the remaining cornmeal, distributing it according to each person's ration standards. Subsequently, Sui Zhongliang and Lu assisted him in dividing the leftover corn husks and wild vegetables. Those willing to combine their meals could do so, while those who preferred to cook separately could do so as well. Jiang Sen picked up his portion, hesitated for a moment, but decided to return to the tent and placed it atop his box. Dashin was inside, nailing support poles, while Little Horse lay wrapped in a blanket, covered with a coat, on the opposite side. His face bore an unusual flush, confirming he had a fever. Jiang Sen pondered that perhaps after staying in a warm place for 2 days, he had returned wearing his thin clothes, catching a chill. But why would he do such a thing? Was it solely to dispel any doubts others had about him? What a painful sacrifice! Jiang Sen merely entertained this thought momentarily, handing Dashin his rations. "Brother Sean, here is your food. Just leave it there," Dashin replied, glancing back. "I'll give it to him later." Jiang Sen also placed Little Horse's portion on Dashin's bedding and stepped out. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he decided to explore the surroundings. He informed Sui Zhongliang and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, set off. Feng Chao, spotting him, jogged to catch up. "Jiang Sen, where are you going?" "I'll come with you. Aren't you supposed to be chopping wood?" "They don't need me anymore." Feng Chao insisted. "I can't just be idle." Jiang Sen goes it, turning to face him. "Then go help fix the tent." "But I don't know how." Feng Chao suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "I saw you carrying a basket. Are you going to pick mushrooms or wild vegetables?" "I can do that," Jiang Sen replied. "I don't need your help. One person is sufficient." Watching Jiang Sen walk away without looking back, Feng Chao contemplated saying something but remained silent, turning back instead. He noticed Wang Haiyang had finished chopping wood and leaned against the cabin to smoke, so he approached him. "All done. That was quick. By the way, you're from Kyoto too. Where are you from? We might be neighbors." Wang Haiyang exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at Feng Chao with disdain. "You think you're my neighbor? Who do you think you are?" He walked away. Feng Chao felt a sense of dissatisfaction, thinking that for someone as eager to please as himself, they shouldn't have such an attitude. "Class leader, let me help you carry those." Feng Chao jogged over to Sui Zhongliang, who was moving stones. Sui Zhongliang set down the stone and smiled. "Sure, there are a few more below. Let us move them together." Once the stones were gathered, they reinforced the area around the fence to protect against wild animals, preventing them from entering when heavy snow blanketed the mountains and food became scarce. Feng Chao agreed and moved down. He searched among several stones for the smallest one, but upon attempting to lift it, he quickly set it back down, regretting his choice. It was too heavy. Sui Zhongliang approached, asking, "How is it going? Can you lift it?" "Of course." Feng Chao grinned, straining his arms to lift the stone, gritting his teeth as he made his way up. Sui Zhongliang, with a single effort, lifted a stone half again the size of the one in Feng Chao's hands and strode up the hill. By the time Feng Chao reached the top, Sui Zhongliang was already moving a third stone. Wang Haiyang approached from the side, witnessing the scene with contempt, saying nothing, and followed Sui Zhongliang to help with the stones. Feng Chao began scanning the area, seeking out tasks that would allow him to appear enthusiastic and helpful while being less strenuous. After searching, he noticed Lu cleaning a gun and approached him. "Deputy, clean the gun." "Huh?" Lu glanced at him, lifting the firearm to aim. "Yes, if wolves come, it would be disastrous if the gun doesn't fire. It needs regular cleaning. I've heard there are many game animals around. When are we going hunting?" "Want to go hunting?" A thought crossed my mind. Have you ever hunted before? No. Feng Chao nearly let slip a careless remark. I have heard that hunting requires not only skill with a gun, but also the ability to identify animal tracks and droppings. Da Liu Shuklet. Noting that if luck were on our side, and we managed to hunt a wild boar or deer, we would feast on a hearty meal. However, should fortune frown upon us, and we encounter tigers, leopards, or bears, the situation would be dire. During my time in the Xiangyang Brigade, I heard tales of wolves encountered at the forest farm. Is that true? Delu cleaned his gun, glanced around, and stood up, preparing to return indoors, casually remarking, "Ah, they did indeed encounter them." He seemed poised to inquire further, but Delu had already entered. I contemplated following him inside, but hesitated. Lu Hongji approached, carrying his ration bag. Just as he was about to enter the wooden cabin, Feng Chao halted him, stating that it was the squad leader's quarters. "Do you have business here?" Though Lu Hongji had recently arrived, he had been there 2 days longer than Feng Chao. From the moment Feng Chao arrived, he acted as if he were well acquainted with everyone, which Lu Hongji found irksome. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. "Everyone is working, and you're just standing guard for the squad leader?" He nearly voiced that Feng Chao resembled a guard dog. Feng Chao replied, "I am merely advising you that there are guns inside. Who knows what you intend to do by entering uninvited?" "Damn it, who are you cursing?" "I am cursing you." "Of course. What is it to you? Care to repeat that?" "Damn your mother." Lu Hongji had previously faced humiliation at Jiang Sen's hands and, compounded by the heavy snowfall, was exhausted and famished. He had already been overworked without rest, and the rations he received were half of what others got. Frustration welled within him, leading him to seek out Sui Zhongliang. Little did he know that Feng Chao was equally vexed. The two, both equally frustrated, exchanged a few words before resorting to physical confrontation. They exchanged blows, eventually grappling and rolling on the ground, scattering the untouched snow around them. Onlookers paused their work, amused by the spectacle, with no one stepping in to intervene. Even Sui Zhongliang and Wang Haiyang, who had been hauling stones, set them down and watched with bemusement. Wang Haiyang even produced a cigarette, offering one to Sui Zhongliang, as they stood there, smoking and enjoying the show. When Delu emerged from the cabin and beheld the scene, he burst into laughter. In the mountains, where entertainment was scarce, such brawls were a rare delight. Regardless if it was right or wrong, everyone was content to watch as long as no one was killed. The resolution of the conflict could wait for later. Jiang Sen was unaware of the commotion. He arrived at his concealed stash, moved some stones to check on his hidden items, and, satisfied that they remained intact, replaced the stones. He needed to wait for the right moment to retrieve them. As he surveyed the area, he found an abundance of wild vegetables, gathering nearly a basketful. Before heading back, on his way, he discovered a squirrel's nest, which delighted him as nuts could serve as both a snack and sustenance. If the snow ceased, he planned to gather more. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, the unmistakable noise of animals traversing the snowy ground. Unlike the crunching sound made by humans, this was different. Jiang Sen halted, listening intently, and discerned that there was more than one creature. His heart quickened, and he immediately considered the possibility. Wolves. Chapter 60. The wolf pack strikes in the camp. Lu Hongji and Feng Chao stood before Sui Zhongliang and Delu, their faces bruised and heads bowed. Sui Zhongliang inquired, "What transpired? Why were you fighting?" Feng Chao hastily spoke up. He attempted to enter the wooden cabin, and I warned him that there were guns inside. He cursed at me, and I couldn't hold back my retort. He struck me first. Sui Zhongliang turned to Lu Hongji. "Is that so?" Liu Fi protested. "No. I was looking for the squad leader, and he wouldn't let me in, claiming there were guns." I was enraged and cursed him. Feng Chao immediately countered. "He cursed me first. It was he who initiated the violence. If you and T stopped me, I would not have cursed you. You are the real troublemaker, trying to seize a gun." Lu Hongji refused to back down. "You strike others. I have never struck anyone. Yet you curse me. Squad leader. Did you see that?" Sui Zhongliang frowned. Among the newcomers from Kyoto, only Jiang Sen was taciturn. Oh, and now Wang Haiyang as well. The others were quite talkative, particularly these two who not only conversed well, but were also quite adept in physical confrontations. "I see you two are merely idle. Very well. Each of you will write a self-criticism, and we shall convene tonight for a meeting where you will earnestly reflect on your actions before everyone. Do you think this is a place to misbehave?" "Squad leader," Jiang Sen shouted breathlessly, "there are wolves." Sui Zhongliang's expression shifted dramatically. "Everyone, Prepare for battle. Bizanzi and the others dropped their tools and rushed toward the wooden cabin. Axes, chainsaws, and shovels were readied. Delu retrieved 2 firearms, handing one to Sui Zhongliang. Wang Haiyang inquired, "Are there more guns? Can you shoot?" Delu asked, noting his affirmative nod, and promptly returned to the cabin to fetch another rifle along with 10 bullets, cautioning him to conserve ammunition. Wang Haiyang skillfully inspected the weapon, loaded it, engaged the safety, and raised it. As Jiang Sen hurried back, the sounds he had heard earlier were indeed those of the wolves. He was unsure if they were the same pack encountered on the way to the forest farm, but he understood their ferocity. The sudden snowfall had deprived them of food, and they would attack humans in desperation. He ran at full speed, discarding his basket as he shouted for help. Upon reaching the camp, he could see the wolves closing in behind him. Sui Zhongliang, Delu, and Wang Haiyang stood at the forefront, and as Jiang Sen arrived, Bizanzi swiftly pulled the gate shut, securing it with ropes. Normally, this gate remained ajar, leaning against the fence, and Jiang Sen had not even realized it was a gate. The fence was tall, allowing only heads to peek over, while the shorter individuals stood on stones. It turned out the stone Sui Zhongliang had moved served this very purpose. Jiang Sen's legs trembled as he leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As time passed, dusk began to settle. Silence enveloped the group, each on high alert. Suddenly, Sui Zhongliang signaled to Delu that reinforcements were needed at the back. Delu nodded, slowly retreating with 2 others toward the rear. That area led to their work site. A slope descended from the side of the cabin, where another gate awaited. In the earlier frenzy, that door had been left unguarded. Wolves are cunning creatures, displaying organized behavior, especially when faced with a larger group of humans. They seek opportunities and gaps to launch their assaults. Sure enough, as Delu arrived at the rear, he spotted 2 wolves stealthily prowling near the gate. Grabbing a rock, he hurled it, raising his gun. "Quick, close the gate." The 2 men rushed down, tugging at the ropes to pull the door shut. One wolf lunged with a howl, causing one man to lose his grip and fall onto the ground. With a loud bang, Delu fired his weapon, the sound echoing through the woods. "Close the gate," Delu shouted again, advancing with his gun raised. The wolf that had been shot staggered, attempting to flee, while another wolf crouched low, baring its teeth at Delu with menacing growls. Finally, the gate was secured, and Delu climbed onto a stone, firing another shot outward. Meanwhile, the others opened fire as well. Wang Haiyang and Sui Zhongliang each managed to take down a wolf, yet the pack's assault did not wane. Instead, the remaining wolves surged toward the gate. The wolves leaped high, but just barely missed, crashing into the wooden fence and falling back. The sounds of their impacts echoed relentlessly, as shovels, wooden sticks, and axes extended through the fence, creating a chaotic defense. As Jiang Sen witnessed the scene before him, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Should the wooden fence be breached, their chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. He estimated that the pack of wolves numbered between 40 to 50. In silence, he fervently prayed that their ammunition would suffice. Lu only provided Wang Haiyang with 10 rounds, which would soon be exhausted. Sui Zhongliang retrieved a small box from his pocket and handed it to him, urging him to act swiftly. At that moment, Lu Hongji and Feng Chao had ceased their quarrel, trembling in fear as they clung to the wall of the wooden cabin, wielding their axes with shaking hands. After finally regaining his breath, Jiang Sen entered the cabin, searching in vain for a suitable weapon. Ultimately, he emerged empty-handed, seizing 2 burning logs from the fire pit and hurling them towards the fence. He was uncertain if this gesture would have any effect. He had merely heard that animals feared fire. He could only hope that, after a prolonged assault, the wolves would retreat. Yet, it remained a mere hope, and the outcome was shrouded in uncertainty. At the logging station, the sound of gunfire was audible to all, even reaching the headquarters. The series of gunshots indicated they were in dire trouble. Zhang Jianjun stepped out of his room, casting his gaze towards the mountains. Luo Yongkai emerged as well, fearing they had encountered wild beasts. Which squad was it? Any squad could be in peril. Such a barrage of gunfire suggested a wolf pack. Unless an entire platoon was present, a couple of individuals would surely face death. Zhang Jianjun furrowed his brow, his concern intensifying. In the mountains, encountering a solitary tiger or bear was not particularly alarming. The real threat lay in a pack of wolves. With the early snowfall and dwindling food supplies, desperation loomed. There was no time to waste. You must organize the men immediately and set out for support. Luo Yongkai swiftly complied, rushing to gather the others. Within minutes, 15 armed individuals, lightly equipped, ventured into the mountains. The heavy snow made progress arduous, particularly while climbing. Without prior experience in this terrain, it was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, Luo Yongkai and his companions had fashioned small wooden blocks to their feet, allowing them to tread through the snow with ease. The first squad had heard the gunfire and was preparing to assist when they were met with another volley of shots from behind. They promptly halted their advance, instructing everyone to reinforce the fence. The third squad followed suit. Such actions were not born from apathy towards the plight of others, but rather from years of hard-earned wisdom, teaching them the right course of action. In the rear, Lu had managed to kill one wolf and severely injure another, but before he could catch his breath, he noticed a dozen more emerging. "Damn it, let us fight," he exclaimed, rushing to inform the squad leader to distribute the firearms. One individual dashed back to find Sui Zhongliang and relayed the situation. Sui Zhongliang called out, "Who else can shoot?" Chapter 61. How can you shoot? I can. So can I. Me too. Several voices chimed in, asserting their proficiency with firearms, including Dazanzi. Sui Zhongliang had no time to ponder why these individuals could shoot. He retrieved a set of keys from his pocket. Jiang Sen. He tossed the keys to him. "Go gather the weapons." Without questioning why he was singled out, Jiang Sen turned and sprinted, with several others closely following. They entered the wooden cabin, unlocked the squad leader's door, and used another key to access the cabinet. Jiang Sen discovered a section of the cabinet that extended deeper, revealing several firearms within. He retrieved them and handed them back, taking one for himself. Bending down, he opened a wooden box beneath it, filled with ammunition boxes. He extracted two to pass back, keeping a box for himself and stowing two more in his pockets. Just as he was about to close the cabinet, he noticed a row of grenades lined up. After a brief hesitation, he took two. Locking the cabinet, he dashed outside, loading bullets into his gun as he ran. With the newfound firepower, the wolves outside retreated, leaving behind a grim array of corpses. Yet no one dared to be complacent. Having targeted this place, the wolves would not retreat without a fight, but would lie in wait for the opportune moment to strike again. Leaving a few individuals to guard the fence, Sui Zhongliang led the others back to the cabin. "Rest briefly," he commanded, noting the ongoing gunfire. "Jiang Sen, Wang Hoyang. You two go assist." Everyone was exhausted yet exhilarated. As they sat down, some cleaned their weapons while others tended to their axes. Feng Chao, hiding beside the cabin, quickly darted to the fire pit to stoke the flames and fetched water from the barrel. Once the water boiled, he filled the others' canteens, ensuring logistical support, his efforts garnering newfound appreciation from the group. Lu Hongji observed Feng Chao's actions with disdain, sneering as he crouched down to light a cigarette. As the gunfire subsided, Lu raised his voice, leading the others back. Feng Chao hurriedly offered them the hot water. Jiang Sen disregarded whether Feng Chao's actions were performative or genuine, drinking half a canteen before Feng Chao refilled it. Jiang Sen glanced at him as Feng Chao flashed a grin and resumed filling others' canteens. Sui Zhongliang, smoking, waited until everyone was seated before speaking. "With the early snowfall and the wolves lacking food, they have set their sights on us. Everyone must remain vigilant. Those patrolling the fence will change shifts every 2 hours." Lu Hongji nodded. "I'll organize the shifts." Jiang Sen listened as Lu divided the groups by head count, ensuring each team had at least 2 firearms. Sui Zhongliang turned to Jiang Sen. "How many guns and boxes of ammunition did you distribute?" Jiang Sen promptly handed over the keys, 6 guns for boxes of ammunition, and he pulled 2 grenades from his pocket. Sui Zhongliang chuckled, accepting them and placing them in his pocket. "You little rascal, hiding supplies? Why didn't you throw them earlier?" "I didn't dare." "Good," Sui Zhongliang remarked, addressing those with guns. "You lot, report your ammunition status." Wang Haiyang approached, quietly asking Jiang Sen, "Do you have any bullets left? Have you run out?" Jiang Sen inquired. "Just those few. I've long since exhausted my supply." Jiang Sen turned to Sui Zhongliang, pulling out an unopened box of ammunition from his pocket and passing it over. "Make it last." Wang Haiyang chuckled, a rare sight for Jiang Sen, who noted his sunny demeanor. Why did he always wear a scowl, as if someone owed him money? Wang Haiyang loaded the bullets, cradling the firearm with the barrel pointed upwards. "How did you learn to shoot?" Jiang Sen did not look up, mumbling in the past the street organized militia competitions. and I tag along for a few days. Wang Haiyang did not press further. Jiang Sen then asked, what about you? Me? Wang Haiyang shrugged nonchalantly. My father is in the military, so he drills me whenever he can. I can handle rifles, machine guns, and anti-aircraft guns. Jiang Sen had suspected he was from a military family, but hearing him state it outright was surprising. Shouldn't you be enlisting then? What brings you here? Don't mention it. Wang Haiyang seemed a bit downcast. I was supposed to enlist, but one day I saw a few thugs dragging a girl into the woods. I went over and beat them up, rescuing her. But when the police investigated, the girl denied it, claiming she had no connection to me. Just happened to be nearby during the fight. My father was furious, saying there was no need to consider his reputation and insisted on handling it as he saw fit. I was so angry that I decided to go to the countryside instead. Jiang Sen listened dumbfounded. Reflecting on his past life, he felt even more wronged. What about you? As the conversation flowed, Wang Haiyang became animated. Jiang Sen remained silent, countering, "Isn't your military compound near our equipment factory? Haven't you heard about someone being cuckolded by his brother, making it common knowledge?" Wang Haiyang gaped at Jiang Sen, taking a while to react. Oh my, it couldn't possibly be you, could it? Ever since I arrived, your name has felt oddly familiar. So, you're the remarkable one. Jiang Sen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Remarkable? Hardly. I was the one who didn't resist and ended up in prison. Hey, what is the whole situation? Tell me. Meanwhile, Delu had already assigned the teams and shouted, all right, those not on duty should take this time to rest. The wolf pack won't attack just once and give up, so everyone must stay vigilant. The educated youth stood up in sparse numbers and made their way toward the tents. Jiang Sen followed, Wang Haiyang back. Sui Zhongliang called out to him, Jiang Sen, stay here, and you too. He pointed at Lu Hongji and Feng Chao. I'm heading back. Just call me when it's time to switch. Wang Haiyang waved goodbye to Jiang Sen and left. Jiang Sen stayed put, watching as Lu Hongji and Feng Chao approached. He was puzzled as to why the squad leader had retained the three of them. Suddenly, he noticed the bruises on their faces, indicating they had been in a fight. Had something happened while he was away that he was unaware of? Before Sui Zhongliang could speak, the Shanzi emerged. Squad leader Xiao Ma has awakened. Understood, Sui Zhongliang replied, not moving closer, but instead directing his gaze at Lu Hongji and Feng Chao. Now, take this opportunity to reflect on your actions. There is no time for written apologies. Jiang Sen was bewildered. These two had only arrived recently, one just 2 or 3 days ago, the other merely a day. What do they possibly need to reflect on? Let me go first. Feng Chao raised his hand. All right, go ahead. Sui Zhongliang seated himself, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began smoking leisurely. I was wrong, Feng Chao declared. I shouldn't have fought with a comrade upon my arrival. If there are grievances, they should be addressed face-to-face or brought to the squad leader. I should embody the spirit of not retaliating with words or actions. Responding with violence not only fails to resolve issues, but also exacerbates conflicts, undermining unity and the spirit of our collective endeavor. I was wrong. I should demonstrate the fighting spirit of enduring hardship and fatigue, especially when so many are going without food. My grievances are insignificant. Chapter 62. They left the corpses behind. Jiang Sen sincerely admired Feng Chao's eloquence. On the train, he had captivated numerous female, educated youths with his charm. Now, even while making an apology, he spoke at length without repeating himself, beginning with acknowledging his mistakes and transitioning to how he would improve in the future. He delivered his sentiments with fervor. Impressive. Lu Hongji listened, his expression shifting dramatically, his legs growing weary from standing. Finally, Feng Chao concluded, not forgetting to summarize, in the future, I hope the squad leader and comrades will observe my conduct. Sui Zhongliang nodded and turned to Lu Hongji. Lu Hongji spoke haltingly, I was wrong, and then fell silent. Sui Zhongliang was momentarily taken aback. What was your mistake? After a long pause, Lu Hongji continued, my mistake was misunderstanding Feng. I shouldn't have resorted to insults or physical confrontation. In the future, if I encounter a similar situation, I will report to the squad leader immediately and will not attempt to resolve it myself, as that only escalates conflicts. And then he trailed off again. Clearly lacking Feng Chao's oratory skills, Sui Zhongliang could not push him further and simply nodded. Given the urgency of the situation, he decided that a written apology was unnecessary. Let us hope for more unity among comrades in the future to avoid similar occurrences. All right, you may go rest. Jiang Sen remained puzzled about why Sui Zhongliang had kept him back until the two had left the tent. Only then did Sui Zhongliang say to Jiang Sen, "You performed well today." Jiang Sen smiled, but remained silent. "Have you fired a gun before?" This was the same question Wang Haiyang had posed. Jiang Sen brought up the excuse of militia training with the local street militia. Sui Zhongliang remarked, "To become so proficient in just a few days suggests a certain talent. Very good. In the future, when you stay alone at the camp, we can leave a gun with you for self-defense." The surprise came so swiftly that Jiang Sen hardly had time to react. However, he soon pondered a pressing question. Why would he be given a gun? He was not a veteran. Educated youths had no right to firearms. Was it a sign of trust or a test of his abilities? Jiang Sen dare not gamble, but could avoid the situation. "No, thank you," Jiang Sen replied. The wolf pack issue was a sudden occurrence. It won't happen often. Delu chuckled. "If we encounter a bear again, will you still come running to us?" Jiang Sen found the matter rather frustrating. In the event of another bear encounter, having a gun would significantly increase the odds of survival. Even if he couldn't kill it, he could certainly scare it away. Yet he still felt it was unwise. Squad vice, let us not dwell on this. Let us treat it as a joke. After all, it just means moving a bit faster. Sui Zhongliang laughed, no longer insisting. "All right, let us drop it for now. Go rest." Upon returning to the tent, Jiang Sen found everyone else had already fallen asleep. Even Wang Haiyang emitted soft snores. After a long day and night of work, despite resting for a day, they had labored against the wind and snow, leaving everyone exhausted. With the wolf pack attack, they had barely touched their pillows before dozing off. Jiang Sen removed his coat and slipped into the icy bedding, curling up and closing his eyes. Just as he felt himself drifting off, someone shook him awake. Wang Haiyang, sitting at the head of his bed, was putting on his shoes. "It's our turn," he announced. Outside, darkness enveloped the landscape. The fire in the pit before the wooden cabin still glowing, with more fires lit at the four corners of the enclosure. Jiang Sen and one other educated youth took the lead, while Wang Haiyang and another followed behind. Delu emerged to replace Sui Zhongliang, checking on the fire pits. Unbeknownst to them, snowflakes began to fall again, large and plentiful, soon blanketing the world in white. Even the night seemed less dark, appearing hazy and ethereal. Delu lifted the pot lid, and Jiang Sen caught the aroma of wild vegetable porridge. "Have a bowl during the night. It will warm you up. You all should come over and eat a little," he called. Jiang Sen let the other go first, choosing to stay behind and continue his watch. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, releasing the misty smoke into the frigid air. The crispness of the cold air filled his lungs. Clearing his somewhat muddled mind, he replayed the earlier events in his head. The situation had unfolded so unexpectedly that he hadn't considered whether it would reveal anything incongruous with his age or character. After all, life is paramount. As long as one is alive, there are opportunities for the future. At this moment, he merely wondered how long he could conceal his ability to shoot. After all, it wouldn't withstand scrutiny. His experience with militia training had indeed occurred, but it was organized by the militia in conjunction with the army, and Jiang Sen had no part in it. "Forget it," Jiang Sen mused. "Let it be. Whatever will be, will be. If they investigate, they won't find any records of me. And I can always say I was familiar with the neighborhood committee director and just blended in for a few days." He only hoped today's encounter with the wolf pack would not cause complications. He smoked until the cigarette burned down to his fingers, then tossed it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. Lifting his gaze toward the woods, he noticed the snow-covered ground was marked with the chaotic paw prints of wolves. Outside the enclosure lay several wolf carcasses, bloodstains marring the pristine white snow. The sight of the wolf bodies sent a chill down Jiang Sen's spine. Suddenly, he realized something alarming. This time, the pack had left the corpses behind and had not consumed them. "Squad leader," Jiang Sen called out, turning back. Delu hurried over. "What's wrong?" "Look." Jiang Sen pointed at the wolf corpses. "They actually left the bodies behind. When the team came to retrieve us, they encountered the wolf pack too. We killed one wolf, which was then devoured by the pack. But now, they've neither eaten nor taken the bodies away." In truth, Jiang Sen need not elaborate. Delu understood immediately. Having spent many years in the Daxingyanling region, they were well acquainted with the nature of wolves. "Keep watch here. I'll go find the squad leader." Delu strode purposefully back. He had scarcely taken 2 steps when a scream pierced the air, followed by the crack of gunfire. "This is bad. Lao li poklim lao li. Everyone gather. The wolf pack is approaching." Instantly, commotion erupted within the tent as many individuals clad in overcoats rushed outside. Jiang Sen raised his firearm, aiming towards the woods ahead. A few armed individuals split into two groups, one hastening to Jiang Sen's side while the other retreated. Just moments ago, Wang Haiyang and another young intellectual had stumbled upon the carcass of a wolf. Engaged in conversation, they gazed at the lifeless creature. It was uncertain who first suggested that. Despite its slightly sour taste, wolf meat was still meat. In a harsh winter, it could serve as sustenance. They refrained from alerting others, with Wang Haiyang vigilantly holding his gun while the other opened the door, intending to drag the wolf's body back. As he cautiously approached the carcass, bending to grasp its leg, several wolves suddenly burst forth from a thicket. One of them sank its jaws into the man's leg, eliciting a piercing scream. Startled, Wang Haiyang fired his weapon, expending all his ammunition and wounding two wolves, yet he could not reload in time. The remaining wolves swiftly surged in. Wang Haiyang was left with no choice but to wield his gun as a club, desperately fending them off. To his horror, the injured young intellectual was dragged into the woods by two wolves, leaving a vivid trail of blood. Eyes wide with disbelief, he swung his rifle wildly, helplessly witnessing the relentless advance of the wolves. 3 or 4 wolves focused their attack on Wang Haiyang while the others charged deeper into the camp. A gunshot rang out as Lao Lu arrived, followed by another shot. Soon, others joined, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted again. Wang Haiyang finally managed to extricate himself from the wolves' grasp and retreated, his eyes ablaze with fury as he reloaded and fired once more at the pack. The individual he had yet to identify had been taken by the wolves. It was all his fault. He had believed it was merely a matter of opening the door to retrieve the wolf carcass, underestimating the danger. Had he intervened, this calamity might have been averted. It was entirely his fault. Chapter 63. Xiaoma's quandary. Wang Haiyang was consumed with guilt, yet his hands moved with urgency. Sui Zhongliang soon arrived, recognizing the severity of the situation as the wolf pack breached their defenses. He commanded everyone to retreat slowly while retrieving a grenade from his pocket. Meanwhile, Jiang Sen and his group were oblivious to the wolves' approach. Upon realizing the breach from behind, they hurried to assist. However, they were unprepared for the wolves' cunning. Scarcely had they departed when a dozen wolves emerged silently from the woods, swiftly leaping over the fence. "The wolves have entered," someone exclaimed, accompanied by cries of anguish. Injuries began to mount. This was a dire situation. The scent of blood would drive the wolves into a frenzy. Chaos erupted within the camp. Firearms rendered ineffective. Chainsaws roared to life, axes swung, and shovels were brandished. Sui Zhongliang drew a military dagger from his waist and charged at the wolves. Lao Lu displayed remarkable bravery, wielding an axe that whistled through the air. As the first injuries were reported, the cries of the wounded escalated. Jiang Sen, in a blood-fueled frenzy, exhausted his ammunition and, having defended against one wolf's assault, thrust the weapon forward like a spear. Lacking a bayonet, the weapon's impact was minimal, merely pushing the wolf away before it lunged again. Deshanzi and another slightly older young intellectual began evacuating the injured to the wooden cabin. No one noticed the unfolding events near the tent. Surrounded by the pack, 3 wolves stealthily approached the tent. Inside, Xiaoma's cries for help echoed, but those outside could not spare a moment to assist, only shouting, "Go save Xiaoma." Seizing a moment when the wolves were briefly repelled, Jiang Sen pivoted and dashed towards the tent. Clutching an axe, he reached the entrance and struck down, cleaving one wolf's hind leg. The creature yelped and collapsed. Within the tent, 2 more wolves remained. Jiang Sen charged in, swinging his axe. Xiaoma, starto dawake, stood on the bedding, using a quilt to fend off the wolves' attacks. The quilt, soft and yielding, was quickly shredded by the wolves' jaws as they clawed at it. Failing to reach Xiaoma, his face pale with terror, Xiaoma screamed, desperately defending himself with the quilt. Jiang Sen's axe struck fiercely, wounding both wolves. But they turned to lunge at him. His clothes were torn, blood seeping from numerous wounds as he fought with ferocity. The tent, small and chaotic, was in disarray due to the wolves' rampage. The 2 wolves, disheartened by Jiang Sen's relentless assault, hesitated, but he blocked their escape, forcing them into a desperate struggle. It was a fight for survival, a contest of willpower. Jiang Sen, having fought for his life in prison, was unafraid. With bloodshot eyes, he locked onto the 2 wolves, his axe dripping with blood, movements becoming increasingly rapid. Xiaoma, trembling with fear, stood at the back of the tent, clutching the quilt, horrified by the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, an explosion echoed outside, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The wolves within the tent became agitated, their assaults slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Sen struck one wolf on the neck with his axe, just as he prepared to swing at another. The blade became lodged against the wolf's bone. He lacked the strength to finish the blow or withdraw it. Another wolf seized the chance to escape past him. Cheers erupted outside. Jiang Sen recognized that the crisis had passed. Reinforcements had arrived. He collapsed, breathless, on the ground, staring at the lifeless wolf before him. Xiaoma, paralyzed with fear, watched Jiang Sen, momentarily forgetting to call for help. It was Deshanzi who remembered Xiaoma was still inside the tent, prompting the group to rush over. They found a wolf with a severed leg, struggling to escape, quickly dispatched by Lao Lu's axe. Upon entering the tent, they were taken aback by the sight of a wolf's corpse and the exhausted, crumpled figure of Senator Jiang Sen. Luo Yongkai shouted, causing those outside to believe Jiang Sen had perished. Jiang Sen inwardly cursed, thinking that even if he were alive, this shout might be the end of him. His eyes flickered open, and Luo Yongkai sighed in relief, exclaiming, "He's alive." Jiang Sen, feeling the tremors coursing through his body, was moved to a cot. "Xiaoma, are you all right?" Deshanzi inquired, while Luo Yongkai and Lao Lu turned their attention to Xiaoma, who trembled uncontrollably, speechless. Once the quilt was removed, he collapsed in a heap. In such a state, what could anyone say? The camp was bustling, with efforts to repair the damage. Jiang Sen lay on the cot, feeling his muscles quiver, eyes fixed on the ceiling, his mind racing. The moment he saw Xiaoma, he felt something was amiss, though he could not articulate it at the time. He merely suspected that Xiaoma had returned under pressing circumstances after having spent 2 days somewhere else. Then, with the wolf attack, everyone fought valiantly, while Xiaoma remained alone in the tent. Logically, wolves would target the majority, so why would they deliberately enter the tent? It seemed as if the wolves had singled out the tent, or more specifically, its occupant. Following this line of thought, Xiaoma appeared to be their target. But why? Had he previously harmed these wolves, or had he lured them here? The former was easily comprehensible, yet the latter posed a perplexing question. Why would he bring the wolves to their camp? Did he not fear for his own life? The reasoning eluded him. Jiang Sen pondered deeply until a sudden realization struck him. If Xiaoma were indeed problematic, seeking to eliminate the camp's inhabitants by attracting wolves would make sense. Yet, the logic still faltered. Did he truly not fear becoming a victim himself? Unless he possesses the ability to protect himself, Jiang Sen closed his eyes, recalling the scene after entering the tent. He scarcely noticed Xiaoma, as his mind was solely focused on eliminating the 3 wolves. He used a quilt for defense, which was torn to shreds, and then he charged forward. The quilt in tatters. Jiang Sen suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, there was something amiss with Xiaoma. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the weakness in his muscles and propped himself up. "Jiang Sen, you should lie down and rest." Deshanzi remarked from beside him. "You frightened us all. We thought you had been killed by the wolves." "It's nothing, just minor injuries," Jiang Sen replied, glancing at Xiaoma, who had already reclined again under the tattered quilt, while several young intellectuals busied themselves organizing their belongings. The tent had been hastily repaired, but was slightly tilted, with a few individuals outside diligently fixing it. "Shanga, help me up." The Shanzi assisted Jiang Sen in standing. "What do you intend to do?" "You should rest for now." Upon exiting the tent and taking a few steps, Jiang Sen stated, "I truly am fine. I want to check if the supplies have been affected." "Are you sure? Really fine?" "Yes, indeed. Just be careful." "Fine. I shall help you over there." Chapter 64. All descend the mountain for rest. Upon reaching the front, Luo Yongkai and Sui Zhongliang were assessing the condition of the injured. De Lu followed, closely behind one individual, carrying a basin and assisting with wound care. The first and third squad leaders unexpectedly arrived, with 2 others armed. Upon witnessing the situation, they were taken aback. Sui Zhongliang recounted the events, instilling a sense of dread in them. Seeing that everything was under control, they were urged to return quickly and enhance the protective measures in their teams. The mountains lacked anything but wood, and merely raising the fences would suffice. However, those entering and exiting must exercise utmost caution. The snow had long ceased, leaving a thick layer up to their ankles. Jiang Sen and Deshanzi arrived at the front. where they found a multitude of injured individuals sprawled near the stove in front of the wooden cabin. Luo Yongkai stood and said, "Second squad leader, this won't do. We must take the injured down the mountain to the hospital." Sui Zhongliang nodded, surveying the scene. Nearly everyone bore injuries, with 8 severely wounded, and even the lightly injured were at risk. "Let everyone descend the mountain for rest," he declared. "Given the weather, heavy snowfall is likely to follow, and we cannot work. So it is better for all to descend." Luo Yongkai replied, "Then let us not delay. We shall gather our things and set off immediately." In truth, there was little to pack. They simply took their more valuable items and a change of clothes. With the assistance of Luo Yongkai's team, they descended the mountain through the night. One of the most severely injured was placed on a makeshift sled and dragged along. After the fright, Xiao Ma's fever had subsided, but his limbs were weak and required support. Jiang Sen had many possessions but deemed it unnecessary to carry everything, securing them in a box. Taking only a change of clothes and placing the rations in his backpack as he slowly made his way down the mountain. He had not anticipated that this snowfall would be unlike any he had experienced before. A heavy snow had fallen initially, but by the next day, it had ceased, turning into a light drizzle. They were not trapped by the snow, but were instead forced to descend due to the wolf pack. The first and third squads received notifications but chose to remain, hoping the snow would soon cease. As long as it did not continue, they would still work. Jiang Sen followed the group forward, occasionally glancing back. The Shanzi inquired, "Will we return?" Jiang Sen replied with a quiet It was not that he was reluctant to leave the camp. Rather, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that if they descended and never returned, he might miss seeing Yingzi again. He felt a sense of unease, inexplicable and profound. Despite having been reborn, he wished to find that girl, yet feared that the flutter of a butterfly's wings might erase her from existence. He understood that since he had been brought back here, he had no intention of leaving, and he would eventually find her. Yet, the anxiety lingered, rendering him somewhat distracted. Unbeknownst to him, he had followed the group to the third squad. A bonfire was lit at the third squad, where they worked through the night to repair the fence. Sui Zhongliang and Luo Yongkai exchanged a few words before continuing down the mountain. Initially, Ma Weigua had been assigned to the third squad. As Jiang Sen passed by, he peered inside but saw no familiar faces. It was perhaps for the best. After advancing for about an hour, they reached the log slide, where the group halted. Sui Zhongliang, Luo Yongkai, and Lu conferred and decided to take the log slide down, which would save them considerable time. However, many were injured, and not all had the courage to slide down. Thus, Luo Yongkai and Sui Zhongliang gathered some branches from nearby. The branches had forks, which would significantly slow their descent. They instructed everyone to take 2 branches and slide down the log slide slowly, using the forks as buffers for protection. They took the sled for the severely injured. At that moment, no one mentioned fear. Such talk was unwelcome. After all, the snow had fallen, and the log slide would not be too slippery. Jiang Sen imitated the others, securing his backpack and satchel, wrapping his coat around his legs. Once seated, he thrust the branches into the snow and gradually began to slide down. The pace was neither fast nor slow, and soon everyone followed one after another. Yet, as they neared the bottom, gravity accelerated their descent, and the branches lost their effectiveness, causing everyone to slide rapidly downward. The wind whipped against their faces, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Fortunately, the logs had already been removed, leaving only rows of trees and a thick layer of snow below. Imprints of individuals appeared in the snow as they collided with the remaining trees, sending snow cascading down. No one was injured, and everyone emerged from the snow, laughing and exhilarated. One individual, with his head buried in the snow, was pulled out by his legs. Sui Zhongliang and Luo Yongkai guarded the sled as it rushed down. "Move aside," Luo Yongkai shouted as the 3 plunged headfirst into the snow, and it took some effort to extricate them. Before dawn, they arrived at the team headquarters, where the barefoot medic was pulled from his bed, still half-dressed, and began tending to the injured. Those with minor injuries and those unscathed gathered in the cafeteria, sipping hot soup and munching on corn cakes before drifting off to sleep. Jiang Sen also succumbed to slumber, one hand clutching a corn cake and the other holding chopsticks, resting his head on the table. Zhang Jianjun had not slept all night, having thought they would not return so soon. Just as he was about to rest, they arrived. Seeing the grim state of the second squad, he felt a wave of panic. Fortunately, everyone was safe, Had even one been taken by the wolves, it would have been disastrous. Captain, Sui Zhongliang approached, his head hung low. Comrade, Lu Yongji. Truly, he feared that which he had dreaded most. What? Zhang Jianjun grasped his arm. Speak quickly. What happened to Lu Yongji? He is an experienced, young intellectual, so close to returning to the city. He was dragged away by wolves. Zhang Jianjun froze, taking a moment to process the words before sitting down heavily. Dragged away by wolves. Did you search for him? One must see the living and the dead. Did you go look for him? Sui Zhongliang shook his head. At the time of the wolf attack, there was simply no opportunity to search. Zhang Jianjun understood the dire situation, but found it hard to accept that someone could simply vanish. It's all right. I do not blame you, he murmured. I will inform the team leader about this. Initially, upon seeing these individuals, despite their injuries, none were life-threatening, leading him to believe all was well. He had not anticipated that they would lose one person like this. In the cafeteria, the members of the second squad slept in various positions. They were utterly exhausted, and having arrived at a safe location, they let their guard down and fell into a deep slumber. Zhang Jianjun observed them and said, "Someone should move them all into the rooms to sleep." A group of individuals, including the cook, emerged to assist in carrying the slumbering members to the vacant rooms at the team headquarters. When Jiang Sen finally awoke, his mind was still foggy, uncertain of his surroundings. Where are the wolves? Where's my corn cake? After a while, he faintly remembered that they must have arrived at the team headquarters. Next to him lay a row of individuals, all still fast asleep. He was also awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself. Otherwise, he would have continued sleeping. After getting out of bed, he found his coat hanging on the wall and put it on before stepping outside. The snow continued to fall, yet it was already daylight. He glanced around before jogging to the restroom, and upon exiting, he headed towards Zhang Jianjun's office. The office was empty, but the door to the medical room was ajar, and the barefoot doctor emerged, yawning and muttering, "At last I can take a break." Jiang Sen turned and made his way to the cafeteria. As he pushed open the door, he saw Zhang Jianjun and a few others seated at a table, eating and conversing. Upon noticing Jiang Sen, Zhang Jianjun remarked, "Xiao Jiang, you're awake? You've slept for 2 days. You must be starving. Hurry and get some food." Chapter 65. 2 days of sleep. Jiang Sen rushed to the window to get his meal container filled. Initially, he and T felt particularly hungry, but now he felt as though he could consume a whole pig. The chef generously served him a substantial portion and inquired, "Did you rest well?" Jiang Sen grinned and replied, "Yes. I've been starving for 2 days. I'll take it slow, starting with some porridge before moving on to the flatbreads." "All right." Jiang Sen held his meal container and turned to find a table. Zhang Jianjun waved him over, "Come sit here." Jiang Sen complied and took a seat. Zhang Jianjun and the others resumed their previous discussion. Jiang Sen listened attentively and realized they were analyzing the sudden appearance of a wolf pack. As he ate, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. Where was everyone else? The team members from the department were absent, and among the 10 or so people from the second team, he couldn't be the only one awake. By the way, Sui Zhongliang turned to Jiang Sen. Dalu took a few people yesterday to escort the severely injured to the base. They might end up at the Agricultural Reclamation Hospital. The farm had its own clinic, but it only had 2 doctors and 2 nurses. While it was referred to as a hospital, everyone called a health station or clinic. Simple injuries and ailments could be treated there, but serious cases had to be sent to the Agricultural Reclamation Hospital. The Agricultural Reclamation Corps and the Hongqi Farm were originally part of the same entity before they separated. The members of the Agricultural Reclamation Corps were mainly veterans and some educated, skilled former youth. They received a monthly salary and had stable positions, iron rice bowls. Rumors had long circulated that Hongqi Farm would eventually transition to agricultural reclamation, yet nothing had materialized. "Is it very serious?" Jiang Sen inquired. "Quite serious. That leg might be beyond saving." After this statement, a heavy silence fell over the group as the news was far from uplifting. Jiang Sen's pace of eating slowed further, ignoring the grumbling of his stomach. Zhang Jianjun continued Sui Zhongliang's thoughts. "This time, the second team has suffered significant losses. We've contacted the base, and they've indicated that those who are injured should recuperate, while the healthy ones will assist other teams with the harvest. This winter, we want Tini to go up the mountain." Jiang Sen's heart sank. His fears were confirmed. "Which team will we go to?" "That's still unclear. Once everyone is fit, we'll head to the base and await instructions." Jiang Sen chose not to inquire further, believing this was only a temporary arrangement, and they would return after winter. After discussing this matter, they resumed their earlier conversation. We've encountered wolf packs before, but this time feels distinctly unusual, though I can't quite pinpoint why, Sui Zhongliang expressed. If it were the group I encountered when bringing back the youth, it would make sense. But if it's not that pack, we should take it seriously. The heavy snow may indeed come early. Zhang Jianzhu nodded exactly. If the wolf population suddenly increases and they start attacking humans, it's either revenge or a signal that heavy snow is coming. They're running out of food. Should we notify the first and third teams still in the mountains? Luo Yong suggested, if the mountains are truly closed off, it will be difficult for them to descend later. Zhang Jianjun hesitated, as it was merely speculation. No one would risk halting operations to issue such an order. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. All right, Lao Luo, take the effort today to send their supplies up ahead and convey our concerns. If it starts snowing continuously for 2 days, they must come down immediately. Understood. Luo Yong didn't linger, finishing his meal quickly before leaving the cafeteria. After eating, Jiang Sen washed his meal container and returned to his sleeping quarters, where a few others were slowly waking up. The cafeteria has food, Jiang Sen announced. What time is it? Someone asked. We've slept for 2 days. Jiang Sen replied. The team vice-captain took the severely injured to the base yesterday, and the captain said we won't be going up the mountain this winter. We'll help with the harvest in another team. Finally, we can enjoy a comfortable winter. Someone stretched lazily on the bed. This sentiment held truth. Being in the team was preferable to being in the mountains, regardless of snow or rain. The temperature in the mountains was often 10 degrees lower than below, and when the heavy snow closed the mountains, each person's willpower and survival skills were put to the test. This time, the second team faced an unforeseen event. If not for the accident, no one would readily declare that heavy snow would close the mountains and halt work. Failing to complete work could lead to significant repercussions. Over the years, they had often been trapped in the mountains due to heavy snow, and the experience was better left unspoken. One by one, the others got up, skipping their morning routines and rushing to the cafeteria with their meal containers. Wang Haiyang was the last to leave and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Just finished," Jiang Sen replied. Though he followed him out, Wang Haiyang inquired, "Which team are we going to?" "We don't know yet. We'll wait until we reach the base for instructions." "So, we're leaving soon?" "Perhaps." Wang Haiyang chuckled. "This is quite interesting." Jiang Sen didn't delve into the meaning behind his words. Perhaps it was the whirlwind of events he had experienced since arriving that made him feel anything but bored. Or perhaps he found the ever-changing nature of work in the Beidawang region amusing. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Sen understood that it was not an easy life. Upon entering the cafeteria, Jiang Sen headed to the medical room. The barefoot doctor sat at the table, clad in a faded, patched white coat, holding a teacup while reading the newspaper. 2 army cots were in the corner, with unmade bedding, and the room was filled with the scent of medicine mingled with foot odor. The doctor lifted his hand from his foot, sniffed it, then rubbed it against his body before taking a sip from his cup. "Is there something you need?" he asked, revealing half his face from behind the newspaper. "I'd like you to check if my wounds have healed. They're itchy." Jiang Sen was reluctant to come. He knew this barefoot doctor well. He had no regard for personal hygiene. His medical skills were dubious, and he preferred folk remedies. However, he was effective for headaches, fevers, or injuries. He was known for his miraculous cures. Each time he took medicine, Jiang Sen felt a peculiar odor reminiscent of foot odor. "Let me take a look." The barefoot doctor lifted Jiang Sen's shirt, clicking his tongue. "Scratched by a wolf, huh? It's all bruised, but it's nothing serious. Just wait. I'll apply some iodine. If it's itching, it means it's healing fast. Youth heals quickly." A chill ran down Jiang Sen's back, raising goosebumps. Thankfully, the sensation didn't last long. He feared that if his wounds were too severe and went untreated, he might contract rabies. He had never been scratched by a wolf and was unsure whether the iodine would be effective, but applying something was better than nothing. He wondered if it would still be useful after 2 days. Exiting the medical room, Jiang Sen felt considerably better. Upon entering the cafeteria, he found several people gathered around the team captain and squad leader, asking questions while still managing to eat. Wang Haiyang sat to the side, eating his meal and listening without interjecting. As Jiang Sen approached, he heard Sui Zhongliang say, "Seeing that you all seem to have recovered, we'll be departing shortly." Jiang Sen walked toward the window, retrieving a yuan and 10 jin of grain tickets. Chef Jiang, I'd like some corn cakes, and the chef smiled, pointing at him with a spoon. You're particular. I'll remember you, Jiang Sen. You're like family to me. Just wait. Madame Zhao handed Jiang Sen a bag for the corn cakes, which proved quite useful. The chef filled the bag with corn cakes, and then added several pieces of pickled vegetables into his meal container. He glanced outside and lowered his voice, saying, I'll give you a couple more coins. When you return, bring me some strong liquor. Chapter 66. To the 4th Brigade, whenever Jiang Sen arrived at the team headquarters. Regardless of whether he was heading to the mountains or the field office, he would always purchase corn cakes to take along. Sui Zhongliang had long noticed this and reminded those around him, you should buy some provisions to eat on the way. While in the mountains, Jiang Sen had already steamed all the cornmeal and dark flour from everyone's rations in a buns. The corn husks and potatoes had also been prepared. When the wolf pack caused a commotion, everyone could only carry what they had in their backpacks. Wherever they went, lacking provisions meant they had to borrow or buy. However, the buns were limited. Once they were gone, there would be no more. It was wise to buy a little extra, just in case. The members of the second team rushed to the window to make their purchases. Some bought 5 or 6 corn cakes, while others only got 2 or 3. As finances were tight, no one truly knew how much money Jiang Sen had. They speculated that he had severed ties with his family in the capital and received a considerable inheritance. Yet, how much money could he possibly have? Such lavish spending could only last so long. What would happen when it ran out? They felt a mix of envy and bitterness. Seeing that Jiang Sen had bought so many, Wang Haiyang also purchased an ample amount, revealing that he was not short on funds. Once everyone had gathered their food and followed the team leader and squad leader out of the cafeteria, Jiang Sen hurried back to the window. Master Jiang, could you find me a bottle? What do you need? An empty one. Master Jiang assumed Jiang Sen had forgotten his water bottle and fetched an unused, empty bottle. I don't have many empty bottles here. If you return from the field office, could you bring me a few bottles of soy sauce? I'll settle up with you later. Jiang Sen grinned, pulling out a wine pouch from beneath his backpack. There's still plenty left. I'll save you some for a treat. Master Jiang's eyes lit up as he pointed at Jiang Sen, exclaiming, how considerate. He found Jiang Sen amusing, as he often expressed his fondness for someone with the word considerate. Jiang Sen smiled and handed over the filled bottle. Master Jiang, I'm off. Take care. After exiting the cafeteria and gathering his belongings, he found the carriage ready. Sui Zhongliang, Zhang Jianjun, and Luo Yong shook hands and bid farewell before setting off. Jiang Sen observed the few individuals accompanying the carriage. Feng Chao and Lu Hongji were absent, likely having left with Big Lu earlier. It was unclear whether they were lying in the carriage or seated. Fortunately, the snow on the road was not too thick, and after 3 days, the group arrived at the field office. The wooden houses at the field office were blanketed in thick white snow, with a path cleared for people at the entrance. A large truck was parked in the open area. Sui Zhongliang instructed, you all go to the cafeteria first. I will join you shortly. Everyone had visited this place before and headed towards the cafeteria with their belongings. Sui Zhongliang made his way to the office of the station manager. The cafeteria was warm. After removing their coats, they picked up their meal boxes to get food. Today, there was a dish of potato stew with pork, which could not be charged to the public account. If one wished to eat, they had to pay out of pocket. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang each bought a portion, while others watched enviously. A few of them quietly pooled their money to buy one serving. They then set up a table of their own, seeming like 2 unrelated groups with Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Jiang Sen didn't mind, and Wang Haiyang cared even less. Just as they had eaten a couple of bites, the cafeteria door swung open, and Big Lu arrived. Wang Haiyang looked up. Come here and take your meal box. He seemed a bit reluctant, slowly rising to take his meal box. Before leaving, he shot a glance at Jiang Sen, who remained silent, watching him follow Big Lu out, then lowered his head to continue eating. The pork from the northeast was particularly delicious, especially when stewed with potatoes, served with rice, or dipped in the bread. Even if Jiang Sen was not particularly hungry, he managed to devour 3 large pieces. After eating, he stood and washed his meal box before departing the cafeteria, intending to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Sen, someone called from behind. He turned to see Officer Ma. Officer Ma, Jiang Sen hurried over. You have a letter. It just arrived, so there is no need to send it. Thank you. Officer Ma. Jiang Sen expressed his gratitude and dashed towards the post office. The letter was from Wang Jiangwo, who first offered his thanks. stating that the livestock farm had benefited greatly from Jiang Sen's contributions, making this winter much more bearable. He also inquired about Jiang Sen's finances, promising to reciprocate when the opportunity arose. He described the situation at the livestock farm, which echoed what Ma's wife had mentioned. The food was decent, but the living quarters were drafty and leaky. Upon his arrival, it had started to rain. The 9 individuals at the farm decided to take advantage of the wet ground and hay to plaster the living area with mud, using reeds from the nearby water source to thatch the roof, finally securing it against the elements. Wang Jiangwo's handwriting was beautiful, strong, and vigorous, clearly the result of practice. From his words, Jiang Sen sensed that he was not overly pessimistic but rather content. He particularly noted that the livestock farm was situated near a wetland bordered by mountains, offering a picturesque landscape filled with flowers and birds, which revealed his cheerful disposition. In the closing of the letter, he shared a piece of news, suggesting that the state might reinstate the college entrance examination by the end of the year. If Jiang Sen wished to participate, he would lend him some books to study. After finishing the letter, Jiang Sen let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief. He had long concluded that he was not a good person. In his past life, the prison had taught him to be cautious with others, taking time before forming deep connections. He looked down upon bullies but held great respect for the educated, like the old man who seemed knowledgeable about everything, and the one who had betrayed him, known as 983. Had it not been for that betrayal, he would not have faced such a dire fate. However, upon seeing Wang Jiangwo on the train, he continually observed him and deemed him trustworthy. As for Zhang Jiqiang, he appeared simple and unsophisticated. It was not that Jiang Sen looked down on him, but rather he understood that such individuals, having nothing to lose, could become fierce when pushed, even resorting to biting out of desperation. After placing the letter away, Jiang Sen penned a brief reply, detailing his journey to the mountains and mentioning that his class would be assisting other brigades with the harvest, indicating that they would not be returning to the mountains for winter. He expressed intentions to visit Wang Jiangwo if the opportunity arose, omitting any mention of the college entrance examination. He viewed himself as unsuited for academic pursuits, desiring only a life filled with family warmth and stability. If that made him unambitious, so be it. Having endured much in his past life, he sought only a peaceful existence in this one. After sending the letter, Jiang Sen felt considerably lighter. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, he found Ma's wife absent, and the door was closed. Someone approached him, stating, "If you need to buy something, seek Officer Ma. Ma's wife has returned to her family." Jiang Sen thanked them and turned back, coincidentally encountering Wang Haiyang as he exited the station manager's office. He feigned ignorance, pivoting towards the cafeteria. "Jiang Sen," Wang Haiyang called, catching up. "Our group is splitting up. 4 people are heading to Xianyang Brigade, while 2 are going to the 4th Brigade." Jiang Sen was taken aback. The 4th Brigade? He had not anticipated this. There is no doubt that Xianyang Brigade needed their assistance, as it was directly managed by the field office. However, the 4th Brigade was intertwined with the village. Even if the educated youth were ineffective, there were still villagers to assist. It was said that there were too many new educated youth in the 4th Brigade this year, and their work was subpar. Wang Haiyang remarked with a smirk, "Aren't we new educated youth as well?" Jiang Sen felt a lingering sense of unease, but could not voice his concerns. "Who is going?" "You and me. I was initially supposed to go with someone named Lu Hongji, but I insisted that if I was going, it had to be with you." "How considerate, right?" Jiang Sen felt oblivious to the underlying sentiment. Wang Haiyang continued, "Actually, going to the 4th Brigade is quite good. Besides helping with the harvest, winter is mostly spent resting. The villagers' houses are much better than those in Xianyang Brigade." Chapter 67. Not a good bird. Jiang Sen was puzzled. When Wang Haiyang first arrived, he had been cold and aloof, treating everyone as if they owed him money. Why, then, was he so jovial with Jiang Sen? Even when Jiang Sen remained silent, Wang Haiyang seemed eager to chat, accompanying whom to where was inconsequential to Jiang Sr. The thick-browed and big-eyed son Guohong seemed to have been reassigned to that area as well. Lu Xiu visited the 3rd Brigade, forgetting to inquire about Xiao Jia. Upon returning to the dining hall, he found that everyone had finished their meal. De Lu was engaged in conversation with the others. He announced that those who wished to purchase something should hurry, as a vehicle was available to transport them. Noticing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang entering, he nodded in acknowledgement. He then proceeded to announce the list of names assigned to various brigades. Someone inquired whether they were not all heading to the same location. Delu explained that it was impossible, as each brigade was short on personnel and the headquarters could only allocate individuals in order of arrival. Consequently, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang were both assigned to the 4th Brigade, while others did not exclusively go to the Xianyang Brigade. Instead, a few remained behind. The injured would eventually join other brigades once they had recovered, with the majority heading to Xianyang, totaling 4 individuals, while the rest of the brigades had only 2. Having a companion was always advantageous, far better than arriving in an unfamiliar place alone. After addressing the formalities, the youth scattered, rushing outside to find Manager Ma. Wang Haiyang suggested they join in, and Jiang Sen, having no objections, nodded in agreement. As they exited towards the supply and marketing cooperative, Manager Ma was opening the door, and the youth eagerly filed inside. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang followed closely behind. Inside, some youth were purchasing salt, others needle and thread, and one individual retrieved a bag of dried mushrooms from their basket, intending to trade it for matches. Wang Haiyang, witnessing this scene, was intrigued and approached Jiang Sen, whispering, "Can mushrooms be exchanged here?" Jiang Sen replied, "Anything you gather from the mountains can be traded or sold." Wang Haiyang asked about the ease of obtaining mushrooms, and Jiang Sen turned to him, noting his serious demeanor. "How many do you want?" Jiang Sen inquired. "As many as you have," came Wang Haiyang's response. "For whom?" Jiang Sen probed further. Wang Haiyang smiled faintly. "Of course, it's for extra income." Jiang Sen understood. Although speculation was still frowned upon, the authorities had relaxed their grip considerably. With everyone struggling to make ends meet, trading surplus items for necessities often went unnoticed. "Are you daring enough?" Wang Haiyang asked, glancing at those nearby. Jiang Sen's mind raced. He had money, and by all accounts, he would be considered a minor affluent. In these times, who would refuse additional funds? He hesitated to agree outright, as he did not fully trust Wang Haiyang. If complications arose, being a solitary figure could leave him vulnerable. Yet Wang Haiyang exuded an air of confidence, seemingly unconcerned. If they were to engage in dealings together, he might find himself shouldering the blame if things went awry. He had contemplated trading some mountain goods, but had been waiting for the right opportunity, cautious about placing his faith in anyone. He had befriended Wang Jiangwo, admiring him as a learned individual worthy of respect and considering him a potential ally for future endeavors. Wang Haiyang's sudden appearance seemed to present another avenue for him. Though he was bold, Jiang Sen chose to conceal his intentions. Wang Haiyang, understanding the unspoken exchange, remained silent and purchased several packs of cigarettes, handing one to Jiang Sr. Jiang Sen accepted without hesitation, recognizing the unspoken bond formed through this exchange. Soon, everyone finished their purchases and exited the cooperative. Jiang Sen was the last to leave, filling his wine pouch once more. Manager Ma noticed the pouch and chuckled, remarking that it was meant for him before heading inside to fill it. Wang Haiyang strolled leisurely, and Jiang Sen caught up with him. In front of a large truck, Delu and Sui Zhongliang were already waiting for them. The group hurried over, climbed in the truck bed, and set off. The truck traveled swiftly, reaching the 3rd Brigade in just over 4 hours. Once parked by the roadside, Wang Haiyang and Jiang Sen disembarked. After the vehicle departed, Jiang Sen surveyed the area, which appeared as he remembered. "Let us go," he urged, stepping down from the highway and following a narrow path trodden by others. The sudden snowfall had blanketed the fields, weighing down the crops. Along the way, they observed many individuals bent over their work in the distance. Nestled against the mountains, a small village lay shrouded in white, with winding paths that gave it a desolate feel. "Is this the 4th Brigade?" Wang Haiyang asked, glancing around in disbelief at its barren state. Jiang Sen exhaled a cloud of mist, pausing to say, "The village is called Jazigo, with only a few dozen households. 2 surnames dominate here, and there are frequent brawls, making it quite lively." Wang Haiyang grasped the implications of Jiang Sen's description. His anticipation peaked. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted 3 individuals loitering by the roadside, their demeanor suggesting trouble. Jiang Sen recognized them immediately. They were often seen with Zhang Xuebing, the accountant's son, causing disturbances. Having been sent back by the authorities, they would behave for a time before resuming their mischief, often harassing the female youth. "Hey, what are you doing? What brings you to our Jiazigo?" One of the skinnier troublemakers, known as Erlizi, called out, eyeing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang with a confrontational glare. Upon noticing Wang Haiyang's wristwatch, he exchanged knowing glances with his companions. Are you deaf? What is the matter with you? The darker-skinned troublemaker, nicknamed Haizi, was notorious for petty theft, particularly fond of sneaking into the homes of female youth at night. The tall figure among them was Zhao Eru, the village chief's son, and one of the perpetrators behind Xiao Zhejia's demise. Wang Haiyang, intrigued, assessed the trio and queried Jiang Sen if they attempt to rob us. Won't they face dire consequences? Indeed, they will be struck on the head. Jiang Sen replied. Wouldn't that scatter their brains everywhere? Their banter continued, dismissing the trio as insignificant threats. Erlizi, visibly angered, approached menacingly, followed by Haizi and Zhao Eru, their expressions darkening. What? Did widow's pants fail to cover you up? Erlizi sneered, prompting laughter from Haizi and Zhao Eru. Jiang Sen scoffed at their mockery, recognizing them as remnants of his past experiences in prison. What is the matter? Is it your hideout in a widow's pants? He retorted. What did you say? Elitz's fury ignited. Are you unaware of where you are, daring to provoke us? Since when has Jiazago become a den of thieves? Jiang Sen shot back. Stop wasting time and take him down. Haizi shouted, drawing a dagger from his waistband, its blade jagged and intimidating. Jiang Sen glanced at Wang Haiyang, feigning fear. I am terrified. Wang Haiyang replied with a smirk. So am I. With that, they both simultaneously kicked outwards. Chapter 68. A Murder. Erlizi was struck by both feet, his body flying backward. Haizi and Zhao Eru quickly dodged, watching helplessly as Erlizi soared 5 meters before crashing to the ground and sliding further. As he turned, Haizi lifted the dagger, charging forward with a cry, while Zhao Eru grabbed a stone from the ground, hurling it towards Jiang Sr. Both Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang sidestepped the initial attack. As Zhao Eru prepared to strike, Jiang Sen seized the moment, raising his right arm to slash at Zhao Eru's throat. Had he intended to kill, the blow would have shattered his adversary's windpipe, but aiming slightly higher, he managed to deliver a blow that was nonetheless sufficient to incapacitate Zhao Eru. The impact caused Zhao Eru to bite his tongue, choking as he clutched his throat, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he fell to his knees. In the moment when Haizi lunged forward with a dagger, Wang Haiyang struck with a swift hand chop to his neck. Haizi rolled his eyes and collapsed. The two exchanged glances and smiled, then turned their attention to Erlizi. At that moment, Erlizi finally caught his breath, raising his upper body only to see one motionless figure on the ground and another kneeling, frozen in place, causing him to panic. His legs kicked against the earth, sending snow and dirt flying as he scrambled towards the village, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Wang Haiyang attempted to pursue, but Jiang Sen restrained him, insisting, "Let us head into the village." Both were reckless fighters. Jiang Sen honed his skills in a prison in a past life, while Wang Haiyang was trained in the military by his father. They carried their baskets and luggage, following the direction Erlizi had fled. Soon, villagers emerged, led by Zhao Guangming, the village head, also known as Zhao Eru's father. Jiang Sen inwardly scoffed, having grown accustomed to this name, but he was known as Zhao Guangming. He approached with a furious entourage, wielding shovels, marching towards them. Erlizi, hunched over and clutching his stomach, pointed at Wang Haiyang and Jiang Sen, exclaiming, "It's them. They killed Haizi and Eru." Wang Haiyang interjected, "We are educated youth sent by the work unit to assist with the harvest. They attempted to rob us, but failed." Zhao Guangming's face darkened as he turned to Erlizi, demanding, "Where are Haizi and Eru?" At the village entrance, Erlizi stammelt, sent a few people to check. A few swift villagers dashed towards the entrance. Meanwhile, a man of similar age to Zhao Guangming pulled out a cigarette, pinched a bit of tobacco from his pocket, rolled it, licked the edge to seal it, and lit it. Taking a puff, he squinted at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, saying to Zhao Guangming, "Everyone knows what kind of person Erlizi is. Can we trust his words? If he falsely accuses the educated youth, it would be a serious matter." The only one openly opposing the village head was Sun Wenj, the village secretary, representing another prominent family in the village. Zhao Guangming, seething with anger, shouted, "Are you siding with him? We must investigate the truth. Did you see them commit murder? They bear no blood. Their clothes are intact. Who did they kill? I maintain that Erlizi is unreliable. You cannot take his words at face value." "Uncle Sun, they truly killed someone," Erlizi exclaimed desperately. "I saw it with my own eyes. Look at my chest. They kicked me. 2 large footprints were starkly visible on Luzi's front. Jiang Sen stifled aloud, while Wang Haiyang remained unperturbed. If we killed 2, how could we allow you to escape? Is there no rational person left in this village? We just arrived. We don't know anyone. Why would we kill? After killing someone, why wouldn't we flee? A barrage of questions caused many villagers to hesitate, realizing the logic in his words. Moreover, what kind of person was Luzi? And what of Haizi and Zhao Eru? Wasn't Zhao Eru merely leveraging his status as the village head's son? A villager returned from the entrance. Panting, we found Eru and Haizi. They are both unharmed. A wave of murmurs erupted, and Zhao Guangming's face alternated between shades of blue and red, an impressive display of emotion. He turned, raised his hand, and struck. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? I'll break your legs. Ouch. Luzi shielded his head, dodging wildly, ultimately bolting towards the back mountain. You must be the educated youth sent to assist with the harvest, right? Welcome. Zhao Guangming, ever the village head, swiftly changed his demeanor, extending his hand with a smile. Come, let us head into the village. Look at the misunderstanding caused by that rascal. I'll deal with him later. Exchanging a glance, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang followed him into the village. In the center stood a relatively large adobe house, its entrance marked by a village committee sign. The other villagers gradually dispersed, leaving only Zhao Guangming and Sun Wenj, accompanied by a stout man in his 30s, Zhao Da, the militia captain. Jiang Sen raised an eyebrow, realizing that one of the culprits from his past life, Zhao Guangming's eldest son, was indeed the militia captain. The 3 perpetrators had converged. The captain wielded considerable power, though with the sparse population, the militia was merely a formality. Yet, he possessed a firearm. Zhao Daho nodded silently, fetching a kettle from the stove and pouring 2 cups of water. Please sit. Zhao Guangming gestured politely, explaining, our village is small, and the educated youth are not sufficient for labor. With heavy snow upon us, if we do not harvest, the crops will rot in the fields. Thus, we applied to the brigade. Upon finishing, he paused, and Jiang Sen recognized that he likely had more to say. However, the village and the educated youth had always been calculated separately for work points. Yet since you are from our village, sending you to the educated youth point seems inappropriate. His intention was clear. He wanted the 2 to assist the village in harvesting. Sun Wenj, rolling his eyes and preparing another cigarette, seemed to perform a ritualistic motion before speaking. Since the work unit sent educated youth, it is not suitable for them to remain in the village. Better to send them to the educated youth point. Very well. The 2 were at an impasse. Jiang Sen had long been aware of the discord between their families, which had escalated to the point of mutual concessions. One as village head and the other as secretary. Neither could dominate entirely. There was also an accountant who likely bore the son's surname. Zhao Guangming understood that the son would not voice the same sentiments as him. He deliberately made that statement first. Fine, we'll heed the secretary's advice. Dahu, take the 2 educated youth to the educated youth point. Oh, Dahu acknowledged, turning to the door, and Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, realizing they were expected to follow, rose and gathered their belongings. Village head, secretary, we shall proceed. They followed Dahu, leaving the village committee and heading deeper into the village. The educated youth point lay at the village's end, consisting of several adobe houses. As they approached, they encountered a man coming from the opposite direction. Dahu informed him, these are the educated youth here to assist with the harvest, and turned to leave. Hu Jiqing gestured for the 2 to follow him. Ahead lay the youth station where they were busy with the harvest. I returned to bring them food, he explained. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang trailed behind, observing his silhouette, which bore no resemblance to the youthful idealism of the educated youth, but instead reflected the visage of an old farmer. His legs were caked in mud, his trousers damp, and his attire speckled with dirt. The only remnant of his past as an educated youth was the pair of glasses taped together that adorned his face. The youth station was dilapidated, consisting of mere mud brick houses. One of the structures, with its door and windows charred, served as their kitchen. Hu Jiqing set down the straw and remarked, the conditions are rather poor. This is the kitchen and dining area, and there's a firewood storage. Some of us have rented rooms in the villagers' homes, while we've also built a few of our own at the back. Let me take you to drop off your luggage first. Navigating around the mud houses, they walked along a narrow path through the woods to the rear, where several small, low houses awaited them. Jiang Sen thought to himself that even the toilets in prison were larger than these. Yet, under the current circumstances, the fact that the educated youth managed to construct homes that shielded them from wind and rain was commendable. Upon reaching the third house, Hu Jiqing unlocked the door. Inside was a heated Kong, with a stove positioned next to the entrance. The floor was made of compacted mud, somewhat damp. 2 bedding rolls leaned against the back wall, the overall setting quite austere. There is still some space here. If you don't mind it being cramped, you can make do, he offered. That is perfectly fine, Wang Haiyang exclaimed as he stepped inside and placed his belongings on the edge of the Kong. Jiang Sen nodded in agreement, moving Wang Haiyang's luggage to the center and positioning his own at the side. I'll take the edge, Wang Haiyang stated. I prefer sleeping against the wall. The end is cold, and it's warmer in the middle, Jiang Sen replied. Wang Haiyang fell silent. Hu Jiqing observed them finish their arrangements, then bowed his head and stepped outside. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang quickly followed. Let us go. I'll accompany you to deliver the food and see what I can help with, Jiang Sen suggested. Hu Jiqing smiled, forming a favorable first impression of the 2 educated youth who had come to assist. As they approached the front, a figure emerged from the kitchen, their face obscured by smoke. Jiang Sen. The person's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Sen scrutinized the person's robust physique, clad in an old work uniform from the steel mill, and recognized him. You're Sun Guohong? Yes, it's me. Sun Guohong beamed, brandishing a large spoon. What brings you here? Jiang Sen briefly recounted the situation on the mountain and mentioned that the team from the production unit had dispatched a second group to assist with the harvest. That's wonderful. Just wait a moment. Sun Guohong turned back into the kitchen and emerged with 2 large containers filled with steaming wild vegetable porridge. He also retrieved 2 baskets lined with cloth, containing hot wild vegetable buns. Hu Jiqing remarked, So you 2 know each other. That is splendid. Let us deliver the food first and chat later. Nearby, a carrying pole lay idle, and Wang Haiyang swiftly grabbed it, balancing the 2 containers with ease. Jiang Sen glanced over, feeling a twinge of envy. It had taken him days to regain the knack for carrying water with a pole, yet Wang Haiyang handled it effortlessly. Jiang Sen seized the basket that Sun Guohong was about to carry. I'll take that. Hu Jiqing chuckled as he shouldered the other basket. Perfect. This way, we won't have to make 2 trips. I'll bring the hot water. Sun Guohong emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 slightly damaged thermoses. Let us go. The 4 of them headed towards the fields. Along the way, Jiang Sen gleaned a wealth of information from Hu Jiqing and Sun Guohong, just as he had experienced in his previous life. The issues arising from the surnames in Jiaziguo village had led to many unresolved matters after the arrival of the educated youth. Ultimately, they had to form a new entity within the village, representing the 3rd surname, which did not have a fixed designation, simply referring to everyone other than the Zhao and Sun families. Each educated youth was responsible for their own work points and agricultural tasks, and the village only convened meetings under special circumstances to inform them. At other times, they were left to fend for themselves. It was no wonder that in his past life, the incident with Xiao Jiajia had gone unnoticed for so many years. Upon reaching the field's edge, they set down the containers and baskets. Hu Jiqing cupped his hand around his mouth, announcing, it's time to eat. The vast expanse of land lay before them. To the left, the fields were blanketed in snow, while to the right, the cornfields turned a golden hue. One by one, the bent figures in the fields straightened up and turned their gazes towards them, while others emerged from the cornfields, gathering by the edge of the field. Wang Haiyang leaned towards Jiang Sen and whispered, Did you come here together? Jiang Sen nodded yes. The only one I came with is that fool Lu Hongji. He is so annoying. Why wasn't he eaten by wolves? Jiang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with me? Nothing. Before long, the educated youth working in the fields had gathered around. Hu Jiqing served them food, while Sun Guohong replenished their water. Jiang Sen, what brings you here? Another familiar voice rang out, and Jiang Sen turned to see Xiao Jiajia standing before him. Aren't you up on the mountain? Jiang Sen hadn't anticipated seeing Xiao Jiajia here, so he repeated the earlier explanation. That is fantastic. Wang Haiyang discreetly nudged Jiang Sen from behind. Jiang Sen introduced. This is Wang Haiyang from my class. Hello. Wang Haiyang greeted Xiao Jiajia with a smile. You're also from Kyoto, right? Where do you live? Xiao Jiajia, buoyed by Jiang Sen's presence, responded amiably. I live in the soy sauce factory's residential compound. That is not far from my place. We're practically neighbors. Hu Jiqing cleared his throat and handed food to Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Everyone, while we eat, let me share that the production unit has sent 2 educated youth to assist us with the harvest. This is Jiang Sen. Jiang Sen quickly added, yes. I'm Jiang Sen, and this is Wang Haiyang. Everyone, give them a warm welcome. With their hands full of food, the crowd could only offer verbal greetings. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Laughter erupted as they welcomed the newcomers, the sight of crumbs and rice flying about, eliciting further amusement. As the laughter subsided, Jiang Sen noticed someone sitting slightly apart, waving at him. He turned to find Lu Xiao. Didn't T-Sister Ma say she was going to the 3rd Brigade? Why is she here in the 4th Brigade? Jiang Sen preferred to avoid further interaction with her, dismissing her whereabouts. He waved back at her. Nearby, someone immediately engaged Lu Xiao in conversation, and she responded with a smile, occasionally glancing towards Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Is this one of your companions? Wang Haiyang inquired. Yes. We came together. All of us are male. Is that something to envy? The two continued their quiet conversation while eating. Jiang Sen surveyed the crowd, which numbered around 70 to 80 individuals. The oldest looked to be in their 30s, while the youngest were of a similar age to him. A few familiar faces suggested they were part of the same batch of newcomers. Suddenly, someone nodded at him but did not greet him. It was Wei San, the thief from the train. The 4th Brigade indeed harbored hidden talents. As everyone shared their meal and exchanged casual banter, Jiang Sen learned that the village's fields lay on the other side, separated from the educated youth south plots by the road leading into the village. The land over there was fertile, while the educated youth's fields were barren, indicative of the villagers' exploitation. After the meal, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang mingled with the group. Once they tidied up, Hu Jiqing remarked, "You just arrived today. You should rest." But given the pressing tasks and the fear of heavy snow, this winter might be tough for us. Wang Haiyang responded, "We're not tired. Just tell us what needs to be done. That is good. Let's proceed this way. Since you may not be familiar with the tasks in the fields, follow the young female educated youth to harvest corn. They will pick the corn while you transport it, thus saving a considerable amount of time." No problem. Jiang Sen naturally had no objections and followed Hu Jiqing towards the cornfield. A significant number of female educated youth, perhaps 20 or 30, were heading in that direction. As they walked, a few stole glances at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, causing some of the young women to blush with embarrassment from the teasing. Xiao Jie approached and said, "Jiang Sen, are you leaving after arriving?" Lu Xiao also came over, exclaiming, "It's wonderful that you can come to the 4th Brigade, as we are unfamiliar with everyone here. Now we can rely on you for help when needed." Jiang Sen thought to himself, "Thank you," while smiling, replying, "I didn't expect to find you all in the 4th Brigade. I only learned about it after seeing Sun Guohong at the educated youth point." Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with amusement as she kept glancing at Wang Haiyang, asking, "Did he come with you too? I've never seen him before." Before Jiang Sen could respond, Wang Haiyang spoke up, "I just arrived a few days ago. Don't hesitate to ask for help in the future." Lu Xiao nodded cheerfully. "Sounds good." Xiao Jie's smile faded slightly as she turned to Jiang Sen, saying, "There is quite a bit of work to do, so I'll head off first." "I'll go too." Lu Xiao chimed in, waving goodbye as she hurried after Xiao Jie. Jiang Sen could clearly sense that Xiao Jie held a certain disdain for Lu Xiao. It was probably due to Lu Xiao's circumstances that had also implicated Xiao Jie in the logistics team. Wang Haiyang whispered to Jiang Sen, "Hey, they all seem quite attractive, especially Lu Xiao, who appears delicate, like a woman from Jiangnan. You will understand in time." "What do you mean?" Jiang Sen inquired. "Nothing of significance. You're being cryptic." Wang Haiyang grasped Jiang Sen's arm. "What is our relationship? Speak plainly." Jiang Sen initially wished to refrain from discussing it, but considering their future partnership in mushroom trading, he replied, "Do you know what a white lotus flower is?" "A white lotus flower? The one that grows on snow-capped mountains?" "It refers to a woman who appears delicate and beautiful on the outside, constantly feigning vulnerability while calculating and exploiting you at every moment." "Huh?" Wang Haiyang seemed skeptical. "It doesn't seem like that." Jiang Sen, uninterested in further debate, quickened his pace. "Believe what you wish." The cornfield was vast, but the land was newly cultivated and not yet fertile, resulting in stunted corn stalks and small ears of corn. The young women carried baskets on their backs, walking along the furrows, picking corn and tossing it into their baskets. Once filled, they would return to the field's edge, set down their baskets, and swap them for empty ones. At the edge of the field, 2 ox carts were stationed. and 2 cart drivers assisted in unloading the corn from the baskets onto the carts while placing the empty baskets aside. Hu Jiqing guided them to the carts, instructing them to take the empty baskets over to minimize their trips while they transported the corn back. This was no trivial task, hence his inquiry if they could manage. "We can," Jiang Sen affirmed, and together with Wang Haiyang, they stacked the empty baskets and headed towards the cornfield. As they walked, Jiang Sen called out loudly, "I have empty baskets here. Let me know when yours are full." "I'm full," came a shout, and a young woman emerged from the cornfield. She appeared to be around 20, with flushed cheeks, her fingers exposed through her tattered gloves, which bore numerous cuts. She blushed slightly, avoiding eye contact with the two. Jiang Sen took the basket from her back, slinging it onto his own, while Wang Haiyang handed her an empty basket. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Haiyang, Jiang Sen headed back with the fill basket. Upon his return, he found Wang Haiyang also carrying a basket. They exchanged a smile and parted ways. Soon, the meal they had consumed was fully digested, and their stomachs growled, yet no one paused to rest. It was only on his 8th trip that Jiang Sen noticed Lu Xiao emerging to swap her basket, and hers was not as full as the others. He refrained from commenting, exchanged her empty basket, and continued his work. However, Lu Xiao did not return. She watched Jiang Sen's retreating figure for a while before turning back into the cornfield. As dusk approached, Hu Jiqing struck a board and called out, "Time to wrap up." Only then did everyone gradually emerge with their baskets. On the way back from the fields, Jiang Sen noticed that the adjacent crops consisted entirely of potatoes and cabbages. Many potatoes had been unearthed before they had fully matured. If frost arrived early, the hardened ground would make further digging exceedingly difficult. The ox carts made 2 or 3 trips transporting corn, and on the last trip, they returned with barely half a load, swaying as they moved. Upon returning to the educated youth point, Jiang Sen observed the cart driver unhitching the ox and leading it to a nearby barn beside the cafeteria, where an elderly man, stooped and emerging from a pile of straw, was feeding the ox. This man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, but was actually around 50, having been sent down for political reasons, residing in the barn. No one paid him any heed, and he remained silent. Sun Guohong emerged from the kitchen with a stern expression, wielding a large ladle, announcing, "Dinner is ready." The educated youth ate communally, although some preferred to cook for themselves. However, after a long day of labor, few were willing to put in the effort. It was far easier to share a communal meal. Hu Jiqing remarked, "We were unaware of your arrival. The authorities should be sending your rations soon, right?" Jiang Sen replied, "We brought our own, and will provide it to you shortly." Hu Jiqing appeared somewhat embarrassed, stating, "I meant no offense. Everyone's rations are quite tight, and we receive very little each month." Chapter 71. Have you not considered other alternatives? Hu Jiqing, though feeling awkward, had to voice the reality. The educated youth here faced greater hardships than those in other brigades. A significant portion of their harvest had to be surrendered, with the village taking a portion as well. The remaining grain was barely sufficient for survival, necessitating the gathering of wild vegetables and mountain goods to scrape by through the winter. If heavy snow arrived too soon, leading to reduced harvests, life would become even more challenging. Initially, they sought to transfer all the rations allocated to them from the village, but what they received was less than half of what the farm allocated. They had approached the brigade leader, who intervened, and only then did the village concede to give them the remaining rations. Yet, days later, the situation reverted to its previous state. This cycle repeated numerous times until they escalated the matter to the farm authorities. From that point on, the brigade directly allocated rations to the educated youth point, improving their situation slightly. However, that was not the end of their troubles. The village, led by Zhao Eru and his gang, constantly sought to create trouble for the educated youth. Some, unable to tolerate the harassment, ended up in fights, resulting in broken limbs and arms, with only meager compensation in return. The brigade was aware that such conditions could not persist, but after the educated youth settled in Jiazigo, many matters remained under the village's control, making it difficult for them to intervene. As long as no one reported or complained, many issues continued unabated. The villagers grew bolder, knowing that the educated youth had settled there, often bullying them. The farm supplies intended for the youth were taken by the village without a second thought. When the educated youth sought them, the village chief dismissively pointed out, "Isn't the mountain filled with firewood? If you want it, go chop it yourselves. You think you can eat for free?" The secretary added, "There are also lazy people in the village. You are here for reformation. You must not emulate them. It is easy to learn bad habits, but difficult to cultivate good ones. The village chief and the secretary rarely agreed on matters. But this time they were united in their stance. The educated youth, possessing their own dignity, recognized that fighting would not resolve their issues, and complaining was only a temporary solution. Self-reliance was the better path forward. Hence, Hu Jiqing posed such a question. After the meal, Jiang Sen, without hesitation, took out the rations he had brought from the 2nd Brigade and handed them over to him. 2 individuals brought together 10 pounds of corn husks, along with a bag of wild vegetable greens and dried mushrooms, as well as a sack of potatoes. Such an abundance? Hu Jiqing was taken aback. Jiang Sen explaineth. The heavy snow on the mountain has led us to encounter a pack of wolves. Many of the educated youth sustained injuries. So we divided our rations and descended the mountain to recuperate. Those with minor injuries came down to assist others. Oh yes, you mentioned that. Hu Jiqing still felt somewhat disoriented, as it had been a long time since he had seen corn husks. Most of their rations consisted of cornmeal and black flour, with each person receiving only 15 pounds for the month. He had not anticipated that Jiang Sen and his forestry team would have such ample provisions. In truth, he had misunderstood. Everyone received the same rations, but the mountain offered more local goods that were easier to procure. Wang Haiyang furrowed his brow slightly, observing their predicament. This is not a viable solution. Have you not considered other alternatives? Hu Jiqing forced a bitter smile. Of course we have. However, with more people comes more ideas. And hearts are not unified. Some have given gifts to Zhao Guangding and moved over there. Others have married widows or old maids from the village, thus becoming villagers themselves. They have long since left us behind. There is also a female educated youth from the class of 68 who, after less than 3 months here, was forced to marry a distant relative of Zhao Guangding, a bachelor over 40, while she was only 20. Another female educated youth had her ration coupons withheld by the village. She, along with several others, went to demand them back, but while the others returned, she did not. When we inquired, they claimed she had returned early. However, 3 days later, we found her hanging from a crooked tree by the river, and there was another. As Hu Jiqing recounted these events, his voice trembled with emotion. Perhaps it was the long-suppressed anguish that, upon the arrival of 2 companions, poured forth uncontrollably. After hearing him, Jiang Sen felt a lump in his throat. Wang Haiyang's eyes reddened, and he suddenly stood up. And we just let this slide? Is there no law? Hu Jiqing wiped his eyes, shaking his head with a rueful smile. We have resisted, and people from above have come, but the village's attitude has been cordial. Yet, within days of their departure, Zhao Guangding's son began to stir up trouble, seeking out the isolated individuals, beating the men, and Jiang Sen felt a heaviness in his chest. I will confront them. Wang Haiyang, in a fit of anger, attempted to leave, but Hu Jiqing restrained him. No, you are merely here to assist. You won't be here long. Even if you confront them and they apologize, what then? After you leave, the village will still pursue trouble for those of us who remain, perhaps even more severely than before. While working in the fields, Jiang Sen had seen several educated youths with limp legs, initially thinking they had been injured or were born with disabilities. Now, reflecting on it, he surmised they must have sustained injuries from being beaten. Wang Haiyang was not truly foolish. He understood Hu Jiqing's point. He sat back down, panting slightly. Hu Jiqing's dimly lit room lacked even windows, as it was sealed for warmth. Candles were only lit when absolutely necessary. Jiang Sen, disregarding these conditions, produced his own candle, lit it, and dripped a few drops onto the Kong edge to adhere it. The flickering candlelight illuminated the faces of the 3 men, who, despite their similar ages, bore the weight of their experiences. Hu Jiqing appeared to be in his 30s, but was actually only 26, just a few years older than Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. The 2 exchanged glances, silently agreeing that this issue would eventually find resolution. Jiang Sen stated, "First, let's help you with the harvest. Once that is completed, Wang Haiyang and I will venture into the mountains to gather more wild vegetables and mushrooms for you, and perhaps we might even catch some rabbits or wild chickens." Hu Jiqing's eyes sparkled. You can catch rabbits? Indeed, Jiang Sen replied. It is a skill taught to us by the veteran educated youth at the forestry station. That is splendid, Hu Jiqing exclaimed, surprised by his enthusiasm. It has been ages since we had meat. Perhaps you need not assist with the harvest, starting tomorrow. You and Wang will venture into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms. If you manage to catch rabbits, that would be ideal. If not, The wild vegetables and mushrooms will still supplement our rations. Jiang Sen did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Do you have hunting rifles? Hu Jiqing said, initially. Each brigade was supposed to organize a militia. We are unaware of the circumstances in other brigades, but here, the village has taken on that responsibility. Oh, by the way, the village chief's eldest son is the militia leader and claims we educated youth know nothing and have never handled a gun. Thus, we formed a group of 6 to ensure the safety of our station. This statement was merely for show. In truth, each member had been beaten by Zhao Eru and his ilk. However, Hu Jiqing refrained from voicing this. Wang Haiyang did not comprehend Jiang Sen's intentions with this conversation, as he was not skilled in trapping rabbits. Yet, he understood that Jiang Sen would not engage in futile endeavors, so he remained silent. Hu Jiqing suggested, "It is getting late. We should rest to conserve the candle." He added, "There is one more person in this room who has gone to the brigade office and should return tomorrow. I will introduce you then." Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. "Who is it?" Hu Jiqing inquired. "I am looking for Jiang Senator." Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Sen's brow furrowed. It was Lu Xiao. Jiang Sen gestured to Hu Jiqing, who replied, "It is too late. He is asleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow." "All right, I will leave then." Once outside, fell silent. Hu Jiqing gently opened the door, peeked outside, and then closed it again. Turning back to Jiang Sen, he said, "She is gone." Wang Haiyang chuckled. "Why not go out to greet her? She came seeking you. She is annoying." Hu Jiqing laughed. "Let us sleep." He could guess the nature of the situation. Such matters could not be concealed, especially since Xiao, Jia, and Sun Guohong had also arrived. Lu Xiao was truly a handful. She claimed to be unable to dig potatoes due to lack of strength, and said she could not carry baskets, while others changed baskets twice. She could not even fill one. Initially, work points were recorded based on the amount of work completed. On the first day, her work points were almost 0. Seeing her tearful demeanor, Hu Jiqing, unable to bear it, shared half of his rations with her. However, in the following days, for reasons unknown, 2 male, educated youths eagerly volunteered to help Lu Xiao. When she smiled while eating, Hu Jiqing felt it was best to remain silent. Someone was willing to assist her. If he intervened, he would be seen as the villain, tarnishing his reputation. Before long, it was Sun Guohong's turn to cook. It was then that he learned the true circumstances of several individuals' presence here. He felt powerless, with so many people and mouths to feed. He was merely the leader of the educated youth. While it was flattering that they wished for him to help organize work, cook, and record work points, if he were to meddle in their affairs, regardless of whether it was for the good of the educated youth, he would not earn their gratitude. Today, Jiang Sen and the others had come, and remarkably, Lu Xiao had managed to work more than usual, gathering 2 extra baskets of corn. The following morning, a thin male, educated youth replaced the person who cooked in the cafeteria. In front of everyone, Hu Jiqing disclosed the ration situation of Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, noting that they had brought more than the monthly rations of anyone else here. Consequently, when the topic of allowing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang to forego work and collect wild vegetables and mushrooms arose, nearly everyone was in favor. "Captain," Lu Xiao suddenly raised her hand. "Can I join them? I recognize wild vegetables and mushrooms too." Hu Jiqing felt somewhat conflicted and looked to Jiang Sen for guidance. Jiang Sen remained silent, finishing his meal, and took Wang Haiyang's lunchbox, asking the cooking educated youth to prepare their lunch as well. Afterward, he pulled Wang Haiyang away, saying, "Captain, we are leaving." Lu Xiao's face flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with tears as they brimmed in her eyelids, and she lowered her head. Some individuals, upon witnessing her state, discreetly signaled to one another, remarking, "Look, she's crying again." In this era devoid of mobile phones and computers, only idle gossip prevailed. As the saying goes, good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news travels far and wide. Lu Xiao's actions in the forest farm quickly became common knowledge. While people maintained a superficial relationship with her, few were willing to forge deeper connections, save for certain male youths with ulterior motives who enjoyed working alongside her. The two ventured out from the youth point and gradually made their way into the mountains. The nearby village abutted the mountains, and further inlay the depths of the wilderness. Upon reaching a secluded area, they paused to rest, lighting cigarettes. "You truly lack the sensitivity towards delicate feelings. Look at how you've made her cry in front of so many people. It's quite disrespectful," Jiang Sen remarked. "You'll eventually meet your demise at the hands of a woman." Wang Haiyang retorted with a hearty laugh. "Be it so. Let's go." Jiang Sen extinguished his cigarette and proceeded deeper into the woods. Here, the snow was less abundant than in the mountains, barely reaching their ankles. Wild vegetables peeked out from beneath the snow, and mushrooms flourished in patches. I'm puzzled. With so much food available, why aren't they foraging? Wang Haiyang voiced his curiosity while gathering mushrooms. Jiang Sen shared his bewilderment. Let us not dwell on it. We'll find out when we return. Not venturing far, they soon filled their baskets. However, they regretted not encountering any wild pheasants. Unwilling to return empty-handed, Jiang Sen crafted a rudimentary trap using a branch, placing some steamed buns inside. He then lowered a long twig from a tree, carefully balancing it with stones at the center of the trap. If a small animal approached to nibble at the bun, it would trigger the trap, causing the twig to spring up and ensnare the creature. Larger animals, however, would not be ensnared by such a mechanism. Let's wait over there. The two settled behind a nearby tree to have their meal. Are we merely waiting for a rabbit to stumble into our trap? Wang Haiyang frequently glanced back at the trap. Eat. It won't happen that quickly. Do you think we can catch a rabbit? Who knows? Any creature, even a field mouse, would suffice. You eat mice? Jiang Sen shot a glance at the astonished Wang Haiyang. Didn't you receive any survival training during your time in the army? Wang Haiyang's face flushed. I merely followed their lead. I wasn't required to take action. Jiang Sen diaklet. After their meal, with no sign of movement from the trap, Wang Haiyang grew increasingly anxious. Let us move further in. This area is too close to human habitation, and rabbits and wild pheasants seldom venture here, Jiang Sen suggested. Wang Haiyang, puzzled, asked, then why set the trap at all? One must grasp every opportunity. If we catch one, it's a gain, after all. Wang Haiyang was intrigued and curious about the plan. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Jiang Sen observed a series of small footprints in the snow leading further in, along with a trail veering off to the side. Here, Jiang Sen beckoned Wang Haiyang to follow. How do you know? Wang Haiyang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Those are rabbit tracks. Soon, they stumbled upon a thicket where the footprints vanished. Parting the foliage revealed a small burrow. You wait here, Jiang Sen instructed. He moved a few steps diagonally and discovered another burrow, stuffing it with some wild grass to block the entrance. After walking a short distance farther, he encountered yet another hole, which he also covered with grass before gesturing for Wang Haiyang to come over. Wait for my command, he instructed. What kind of command? Wang Haiyang asked, his voice tentative. Jiang Sen held up a finger, signaling silence. He emptied the basket of wild vegetables and mushrooms onto the burrow's entrance and told Wang Haiyang, light it. Huh, come here, Jiang Sen said, exasperated. Wang Haiyang approached, and Jiang Sen instructed him to hold the basket steady. If a rabbit emerges, ensure it doesn't escape. Huh, what do you mean? Wang Haiyang stammered. Jiang Sen moved to the other burrow, striking a match to ignite the grass and stuffing it into the opening. Smoke billowed forth, quickly intensifying, and soon there was movement from Wang Haiyang's side. It's coming out, he exclaimed, anxiously gripping the basket, unable to move. Jiang Sen hurried over, positioning himself at the basket's opening. Suddenly, a gray rabbit's head appeared through the smoke, and with a leap, it entered the basket. Jiang Sen, quick of hand, reached in and after a brief struggle, grasped the rabbit by its ears. Hey, there's another one, Wang Haiyang exclaimed, repeatedly tilting the basket until he finally toppled to the ground. Looking up, he exclaimed, we've caught one. By 3 o'clock, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang began their return journey, their baskets brimming with wild vegetables and mushrooms. Each held a rabbit tied by its limbs, and Wang Haiyang was elated at the prospect of consuming rabbit meat. Alas, there are too many of us. A single rabbit may not suffice for everyone, he lamented. Fear not. We can prepare a stew or chop it into pieces for a hearty porridge. You're worried about the quantity per person? With 70 or 80 of us, a bit of grease will suffice for a hearty meal, Jiang Sen reassured him. Since we found a rabbit burrow, why block one and smoke out another? Are there rabbits in both? Wang Haiyang questioned. Are you unaware of the crafty rabbit's 3 burrows? Jiang Sen explained. Rabbits possess multiple escape routes. If one is blocked and another is smoked out, they have nowhere else to flee. Oh, so that is how it works. Jiang Sen sighed, realizing that many city kids lacked such knowledge, a skill only familiar to those raised in the rural countryside. By the way, have you given any thought to the matter I mentioned last time? Jiang Sen inquired, recalling Wang Haiyang's comments about mushrooms. It must be done discreetly, Jiang Sen cautioned. We cannot gather too much. If we do, it will attract attention. That is no issue. Wang Haiyang replied. We can send it back first, and once I receive news from my contacts in Kyoto, we can amass a larger supply. As for whether others take notice, that's not your concern. Understanding Wang Haiyang's implication, Jiang Sen realized he had influential connections. With 2 rabbits caught and an abundance of fresh wild vegetables and mushrooms harvested, the youth would likely have no objections regarding their daily excursions into the mountains. Foraging for mushrooms would also become more convenient. As they gradually approached the youth's dwelling, their conversation ceased. That evening, with fresh wild vegetables, mushrooms, and 2 rabbits, the youth were filled with excitement. They smiled and praised Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Their spirits lifted despite the humble porridge made with chopped rabbit meat and wild vegetables. Everyone savored the meal, taking their time to relish each bite. After dining, they exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang before retiring to their respective homes. Lu Xiu lingered, and eventually, only Jiang Sen, Wang Haiyang, and Hu Jiqing remained. Jiang Sen intended to inquire of Hu Jiqing why there was so much food in the mountains, yet none had ventured to collect it. Before he could speak, Lu Xiu approached. Jiang Sen, she said, her gaze lowered shyly. I wish to speak with you for a moment. Jiang Sen's previously jovial demeanor cooled. What is it? Can we speak over there? No, whatever you have to say must be said here. But I only wish to speak with you. Lu Jiqing, you must understand that we must maintain boundaries. Should any inappropriate rumors arise, it would not bode well for you. It is preferable to speak openly. Wang Haiyang watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Hu Jiqing had long furrowed his brows. Lu Xiu, from the moment she arrived, had been nothing but a source of trouble. Just last night, she had knocked on the door of the male, educated youth. Now, she sought to drag Jiang Sen to a secluded spot for a chat. Such shamelessness among female comrades was unprecedented, with no regard for propriety at all. Lu Xiu felt a pang of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Jiang Sen was utterly speechless, thinking, is this the tactic again? If you must cry, then go home and do it. He was not swayed by her theatrics and pulled Hu Jiqing away, saying, Captain, let's head back. Wang Haiyang cast a bemused glance at Lu Xiu, exclaiming, oh, this is quite amusing. With that, he too departed. Lu Xiu watched their retreating figures, biting her lip and stamping her feet in frustration. Her expression was no longer one of grievance, but brimming with resentment. Upon returning to Hu Jiqing's residence, another educated youth was already there. This individual, named Mao Jun, hailed from Shanghai and bore a rural demeanor. With a soft tone, he exclaimed, you're back. The porridge tonight was absolutely delicious. We'll be able to enjoy it regularly. Jiang Sen, not one to feign modesty, interjected, I was just about to ask the captain why there is so much food in the mountains, yet no one goes to gather it. Mao Yun replied, oh, let me explain. It's not that we don't want to. Whenever we venture out, we encounter those ruffians, Zhao Eru and his gang. 2 educated youths, you see, had their legs broken by them. Who would dare go? Wang Haiyang scratched his ear and remarked, there is something I still can't comprehend. All eyes turned to him. He continued, when Jiang Sen and I first arrived, we ran into those thugs at the village entrance and even got into a scuffle. We knocked 2 of them down, but one managed to escape, claiming we had killed someone. The whole village came after us, but someone checked and said the 2 were fine, which changed their attitude, leading us to the village committee, where they had the militia captain escort us back. Is that so? Hu Jiqing replied, somewhat indignant. That's atrocious. I'll go to the brigade tomorrow. This cannot be overlooked. The situation was not overly complicated. They had grown accustomed to being bullied. A little caution would suffice, as Eru and his gang would not dare approach easily. It was best not to wander alone. However, reporting to the brigade was not a viable solution. Hu Jiqing had previously mentioned that complaints had been made more than once, only for things to return to the way they were after a few days. Jiang Sen, upon hearing Wang Haiyang's account, suddenly realized something amiss. The villagers, including the village chief and secretary, had not even checked on the 2 who had been knocked out by them. Why had this matter been brushed aside? Wang Haiyang continued, after we knocked those 2 out. The village chief didn't even bother to check. He simply believed those who said the 2 were unharmed, and their attitude shifted. They led us to the village committee and had the militia captain take us back. Hu Jiqing nodded, understanding now. No wonder they left you behind that day. That militia captain, Zhao Dehu, is the village chief's eldest son. You fought Zhao Eru, his second son. How could they treat you kindly? Really? You knocked out Zhao Eru? Oh, you're quite impressive. Mao Jun spoke, his accent a mix of Shanghai and a hint of Northeast dialect, which sounded peculiar yet amusing. But be careful when you head back up the mountain, Hu Jiqing warned. Zhao Dahu is armed, and Zhao Eru and his gang are not to be trifled with. They carry knives. Don't worry, Wang Haiyang replied. If they dare to shoot, I'll give them more credit than they deserve. Jiang Sen reassured him. We 1T head to their side of the village. We'll stick to the mountains behind our educated youth point and 1T stray far. Hu Jiqing recognized that further discussion was fruitless. He had sufficiently warned them, especially since today as porridge had been exceptionally delicious. The night passed without incident. The following day, under the eager gazes of many educated youths, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang set out once more to gather mountain goods. They had not walked far when Lu Xiao rushed up from behind, carrying a backpack. Jiang Sen, Vang Voyang. Viang, sanguinity disticataire. To those he was not familiar with, he preferred being addressed as Jiang Jiqing or Comrade Jiang, reserving his name for those he had a closer rapport with. What does she think she is? Like a persistent gum on my shoe. He halted and turned to see Lu Xiao, beaming as she approached with her backpack and a small hoe for digging potatoes. What do you want? Jiang Sen asked curtly. I spoke with the captain. I'm coming with you today to dig wild vegetables. Unnecessary. Jiang Sen turned and walked away, indifferent to her intentions. Do what you like. Lu Xiao laughed, undeterred. The captain agreed, and I know about wild vegetables. Jiang Sen found it amusing. She might know about a poisonous plant instead. He quickened his pace, ignoring her entirely. Wang Haiyang felt a twinge of discomfort but remained silent. She was not there to seek him out. Wang Haiyang, Lu Xiao called, laughing as she queried. Is your family from the Beijing military district compound? I have a classmate from there as well. His name is... I don't know him. Wang Haiyang rolled his eyes and turned to leave. You should go pick corn instead. Lu Xiao was exasperated. She had yet to mention her classmate's name, yet he had dismissed her outright, clearly uninterested in her attempts to connect. The two ahead were moving quickly, and if she didn't keep up, she would lose them entirely. Reluctantly, she quickened her pace to follow. Wang Haiyang glanced back and remarked to Jiang Sen, Hey, she is still tailing us. Ignore her. Let us move faster. As they spoke, they entered the woods, taking numerous twists and turns. By the time Lu Xiao caught up, the two had vanished from sight. She hesitated, torn between continuing and returning, for she knew that if she returned, many would mock her. She had to secure Jiang Sen's attention. Otherwise, her plans would likely fall through. Since leaving Beijing, she had tested many individuals, but Jiang Sen was the most suitable. Yet, he was inexplicably cold towards her, making her predicament challenging. After a brief moment of hesitation, she stepped into the woods. Fortunately, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang had left footprints, which she followed diligently. After nearly an hour of walking, she had yet to see either of them. The surrounding silence began to instill a sense of fear within her. What if she encountered a wolf? Jiang Sen, she called out. Wang Haiyang, where are you? In the woods, there was no response, only the echo of her voice, soon drowned by the stillness. Jiang Sen, Wang Haiyang, wait for me. Where are you? Lu Xiao ventured deeper, oblivious to the fact that she had lost their trail. In truth, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang had not wandered far. They had merely taken a detour and were currently gathering mushrooms not too distant from Lu Xiao. They had discovered this patch of mushrooms yesterday, but had only gathered a small amount. Today, they returned prepared with a cloth bag and a 50-pound flour sack, which Wang Haiyang had brought filled with food. Once they finished collecting mushrooms, they sat down to string them together with grass rope, hanging them on a tree. In no time, they had hung over 10 bunches. Within a day's time, the mushrooms would shed much of their moisture. There was no need to carry them back. In a couple of days, once fully dried, they could be packed into the bag. The reason for the bag today was to bring some back to send to Wang Haiyang's friend in Beijing. The two heard Lu Xiao's cries. Jiang Sen sighed, thinking, she truly is relentless. Wang Haiyang asked, I'm puzzled. Why do you think she is so fixated on you? Who knows? I suspect she has an interest in you. That is not a very appealing thought. Then what do you suggest? Who knows? They bantered back and forth as they continued to work swiftly. Soon, the flour sack was full. Jiang Sen weighed in his hands and said, How will you get it out? I'll take a trip to the brigade tomorrow while they're at work. Two individuals indulged in a modest meal before resuming their foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms, filling their baskets to the brim. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiao's voice had ceased to echo in the surroundings. Before long, their baskets were full. Wang Haiyang inquired, Shall we head back? Jiang Sen glanced at the time on his wristwatch, noting it was only 2 in the afternoon. It's still early. Let's see if we can find some wild chickens or rabbits. Wang Haiyang wholeheartedly agreed. The two, laden with their baskets, ventured forth and soon spotted a wild chicken frantically flapping about, pursued by a cunning fox, its frantic calls resonating in the air. A fox! Wang Haiyang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What splendid fur it possesses! Just imagine a hat, scarf, and gloves made from it. How warm they would be! Jiang Sen replied. It could fetch a handsome sum and food rations. That's not what matters. What truly matters is catching it. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged glances. Jiang Sen asked, can you catch a fox? No, can you? No gun. Ultimately, the two abandoned the idea of catching the fox and turned their attention to the wild chicken. The chicken, in its frantic escape, soon grew weary and, without knowing how, unexpectedly landed in a thicket, disappearing from sight. The fox circled the thicket, sniffing around, when soon another wild chicken appeared not far away. The fox abandoned its initial target and darted towards the new one. Let us go, Jiang Sen exclaimed, scrambling towards the thicket. Upon arrival, they discovered why the fox had given up. The thicket was bristling with thorns, with only a small palm-sized opening where a chicken nest lay, containing several chicks. 2 larger ones, a male and a female, and about 5 or 6 smaller ones, clearly hatched and nearly ready to leave the nest. Wonderful, Jiang Sen exclaimed. The wild chicken's nest effectively repelled foxes and wolves, but for humans, it was like a ready-made chicken coop. Rope, Jiang Sen called to Wang Haiyang, reaching in to grab one. Feathers flew in all directions as they bound the bird's feet with rope. Following this method, Wang Haiyang soon bore a colorful string of wild chickens, proudly striding alongside Jiang Sen on their way back. The day's haul was substantial, far exceeding the meat from 2 rabbits. They bantered jovially as they returned, quickly reaching their youth commune. That day, it was Mao Jun's turn to cook in the dining hall. Upon their arrival, they overheard him grumbling. How can I cook without sugar? Oh well, I suppose we'll make do. Mo ye, Jiang Sen called out. He addressed those with whom he shared a friendly rapport as go, while those with whom he had less amiable connections were referred to as youths or comrades. Mao Jun poked his head out, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh, have you raided a wild chicken's nest? Hurry, hurry. Kill them quickly. I will wash some potatoes right away. Oh, chicken stew with mushrooms is absolutely delectable. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang accepted without hesitation, grabbing a sickle from a nearby livestock shed to dispatch the wild chickens. Mao Jun boiled water, and the 3 sat at the dining hall entrance, plucking the feathers from the chickens. Jiang Sen, disliking the scent of the slaughter, fetched a large basin to wash the wild vegetables and mushrooms. With all hands on deck, the cooking proceeded swiftly. When the other youths returned from their labor, the aroma wafted through the air even before they reached the dining hall, leaving them grinning as they speculated about the evening's meal. Hu Jiqing also beamed with delight. The 2 youths sent to assist with the harvest were indeed a boon. Their arrival had significantly improved the meal, far surpassing mere labor. The group gathered excitedly at the dining hall entrance to serve themselves. Wild chicken, mushrooms, and potatoes filled 2 large pots, ample for all. The usual watery porridge had transformed into wild vegetable buns, seemingly more delicious than ever before. As they ate, Hu Jiqing suddenly queried, Wait, didn't Lu Jiqing accompany you? Where is she? Jiang Sen paused. We didn't need her, so we sent her back. What? Didn't you ask her to come speak to me, hoping she would join us? Where is she? Chapter 75. Into the mountains in search of a missing person. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged worried glances, simultaneously setting down their lunchboxes and springing to their feet. Hu Jiqing quickly grasped the situation and called out, Hurry! The female youth must stay behind, while the male youths take torches and venture into the mountains to find her. In an instant, chaos erupted before the youth commune. Some were aware that Lu Xiao was the cause of the commotion, yet their hearts raced with concern. Disliking someone was one thing. The potential danger posed to a person was another matter entirely. In that era, emotions were often straightforward. Upon hearing that Lu Xiao might be in trouble, everyone cast aside their temporary prejudices and hurried into the mountains. Xiao Jiejia and Sun Guohong, who had just been discussing Lu Xiao's antics, were taken aback as they witnessed a group of people abandoning their meals and rushing off, prompting them to rise as well. Sun Guohong dashed to the dining hall entrance, asking Mao Jun, Mao Jiqing, what is going on? Mao Jun, eager to join, was held back by Hu Jiqing and could only watch anxiously as the group rushed into the mountains. Oh no, you don't know? That Lu Jiqing went into the mountains and hasn't returned. What? Sun Guohong and Xiao Jiejia were bewildered. Why did she go into the mountains? Weren't we told that female youth shouldn't venture alone? Oh no, you don't know. We just heard that she deceived the team leader, claiming Jiang Jiqing asked her to speak to the leader about joining. But we just found out that Jiang Jiqing never said such a thing. She was supposed to return when entering the mountains. But now, she is nowhere to be seen. Oh no, she must be in trouble. Meo Yun spoke rapidly, mixing Shanghai and northeastern dialects, but Sun Guohong and Xiao Jiejia understood. Xiao Jiejia felt anxious yet angry. See? What did I tell you? She causes trouble wherever she goes. If she hadn't been here, we wouldn't have been sent to this place. What? You were sent here because of her. Mao Jun was aware that their relocation stemmed from someone else's mistake, but the details eluded him. It was no surprise. Female youths often conversed more among themselves, while male youths were less informed about the situation. Nearby, a female youth from Sichuan, with a temperament as fiery as chili peppers, had long harbored a dislike for Lu Xiao. Seeing Xiao Jiejia speak up, she chimed in, Mao Jiqing. Only the male youths are unaware. The female youths know all about it. What is it? Please tell us. Mao Jun was intrigued by gossip, as it was one of the few entertainments in such a dreary environment. The Sichuan girl quickly recounted the events surrounding Lu Xiao, concluding with Jiang Jiqing and Wang Jiqing have been trailing behind her shamelessly. Xiao Jiejia and Sun Guohong felt their faces flush. Due to Lu Xiao's actions, they had become embroiled in the situation. They were frustrated but spoke truthfully upon arrival. If they hadn't shared, no one would have harbored such disdain for Lu Xiao. Yet, if they didn't speak, the frustration would linger uncomfortably. Having shared their thoughts, they could not retract their words. They only hoped the others would find Lu Xiao swiftly. Regardless of their feelings towards her, they did not wish her any real harm. In the mountains, she wouldn't be taken by a wolf, would she? They had heard the senior youths mention that a few ruffians in the village often harassed female youths. What if Sun Guohong could no longer sit idle? Should we go take a look ourselves? Mao Jun quickly interjected no. The team leader instructed the female youths to stay behind. If you also find yourselves in trouble, it would only complicate matters. Now, come help us tidy up these lunchboxes. Among the dozens of female youths, some had already left, leaving fewer than 10 behind, who hastily finished their meals and assisted Mao Jun in collecting the lunchboxes left by the male youths. They simply covered the boxes, neatly stacking them on a wooden rack at the entrance of the dining hall. To avoid mix-ups, they had carved their names or made marks on the lids of the boxes. Once finished, Sun Guohong and Xiao Jiejia did not return home, but instead helped Mao Jun tidy up the kitchen. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang hurried back to their dwelling to retrieve a flashlight before venturing further into the mountains. They presumed that Lu Xiao, unable to locate them, would return. However, to their surprise, the young girl displayed remarkable courage and ventured into the depths of the mountains alone. Behind them, Hu Jiqing and his companions, wielding torches, trailed like a fiery dragon. Wang Haiyang quietly inquired of Jiang Sen if they might truly be in peril. Jiang Sen's expression grew serious. He could not say for certain. Had he foreseen such a situation, he would never have left her behind alone. From Wang Haiyang's previous actions and words, Jiang Sen had gleaned much about his character. Proud and disdainful of many, Wang Haiyang possessed a kind heart and keen intellect, yet he also exhibited a certain naivete, revealing a somewhat fragmented persona. This was understandable. As a child of privilege, he appeared worldly, yet remained remarkably innocent. Jiang Sen remarked, "We allowed her to return, but she stealthily followed us. This is no concern of ours, do you understand?" Wang Haiyang remained silent. Jiang Sen refrained from further persuasion, knowing that such matters required personal contemplation. It was akin to the time when a pack of wolves attacked their camp, and he guarded the back door alongside an experienced youth. Lacking any experience, he had followed the elder's suggestion to drag away the wolf carcasses. Yet afterward, Wang Haiyang was consumed by guilt. Nevertheless, Jiang Sen concluded that the boy needed to endure more trials to mature. Before long, they arrived at the mountain's entrance, tracing the footprints that led to the spot where Lu Xiao had veered away. Jiang Sen informed Hu Jiqing, "Captain, she must have followed us here before heading off in that direction." Hu Jiqing, agitated and drenched in sweat, insisted they continue the pursuit. Someone inquired, "What if she returns and follows your footprints?" Jiang Sen glanced back at the speaker, whom he did not recognize, and replied, "Here, there are only our forward footprints, none leading back." The individual nodded, and Hu Jiqing urged, "We must hasten. The later it gets, the more perilous it becomes. Be vigilant, and do not stray apart." With that, he signaled Jiang Sen to proceed. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang continued to lead the way, the flashlight illuminating the footprints clearly. Fortunately, the previous snowfall had preserved their trail. Otherwise, finding it would have proven difficult without the guidance of a true hunter. As they followed the tracks, Jiang Sen pondered whether these might have been left by someone else, implying that Lu Xiao had not truly entered the mountains. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, as they soon heard Lu Xiao's cries. Yet, given their proximity to the foot of the mountain, they refrained from calling out, assuming she would soon turn back upon realizing she could not find them. Contrary to their expectations, she not only failed to return, but boldly pressed deeper into the wilderness. After traversing for nearly half an hour, they reached the area where he and Wang Haiyang had previously captured wild chickens. The footprints shifted direction, leading them downward to the left. Below lay a gorge, and in such snowy conditions, few would venture there unless absolutely necessary, as a misstep could send one tumbling down, making ascent a daunting challenge. True to form, they did not descend far before discovering the snow on the ground was disturbed, with traces leading down into the darkness below. The footprints ceased abruptly. "It's over." Hu Jiqing collapsed onto the ground, defeated. The others shared his dejection. Wang Haiyang declared, "Give me the rope. I will go down and investigate." Chapter 76. A clear revelation. Jiang Sen furrowed his brow. Seeing Wang Haiyang take the rope from several hands, he said, "I will accompany you. Be cautious." Hu Jiqing cautioned. Jiang Sen nodded in agreement. The youth tied one end of the rope to a tree and prepared bundles for Wang Haiyang and Jiang Sen as they gripped the rope and carefully descended. When they neared the end of the first rope, they knotted their harnesses to continue downward. As they approached the bottom, they reached the gorge. "All clear," Jiang Sen shouted upward. "Be careful," Hu Jiqing responded from above. In the dead of night, they exhibited remarkable bravery, entirely unperturbed by the possibility of encountering wolves or leopards, focused solely on finding the girl. Wang Haiyang grasped the flashlight that had been tucked at his waist, sweeping it back and forth to survey their surroundings. Jiang Sen Gotioneth. Exercise caution. This area is teeming with wildlife, including wild boars. Wang Haiyang nodded, moderating his movements as he observed a series of footprints extending to the left. "She wasn't injured. She can walk." Jiang Sen Firmith. "Let us go." The duo resumed their pursuit along the trail left by Lu Xiao. Within the gorge, the underbrush was abundant and dense, with ancient trees flanking them, their trunks thick from years of growth. The ground bore signs of being trampled, revealing discernible paths. Jiang Sen slightly frowned, requesting, "May I borrow your flashlight?" He took the flashlight from Wang Haiyang and illuminated the area where they had descended. Wang Haiyang approached, asking, "What is it?" Jiang Sen pointed to the disarrayed snow, saying, "Look, this is where we came down, and it should indicate where she fell. Is something amiss?" Wang Haiyang pondered, stroking his chin before glancing upward, estimating it's about 20 or 30 meters high. He mimicked a rolling motion and stepped back. "Oh, I see," he exclaimed. If she had rolled down, she would have carried some momentum and rolled further away. Instead, these are mere footprints, suggesting she slipped down on her own. Jiang Sen nodded, looking upward. Their descent was obscured by trees and thickets, limiting their view. However, the sliding marks were evident, with 3 distinct trails resembling one another. If Lu Xiao had truly rolled down, her tracks would not so closely resemble theirs. There would surely be broken branches and torn foliage. But there were none. Why would she descend alone? Did she possess such audacity? Wang Haiyang struggled to comprehend this. Jiang Sen, too, was perplexed. From their journey from Kyoto to this place, Lu Xiao had consistently exuded an odd aura. Initially feigning victimhood, she later presented herself as a delicate flower, only to waste provisions in a rather reckless manner. And now she had deceived Hu Jiqing under Jiang Sen's name to follow into the mountains. Why? These tangled threads of clues were driving Jiang Sen to distraction. Never mind. Let us find her first, he resolved. The two continued down the path marked by Lu Xiao, traversing deeper into the gorge. Along the way, startled rabbits and wild chickens scurried about, and the calls of unknown birds mingled with animal sounds. creating a haunting solitude unique to the mountains that sent shivers down their spines. After walking for a while, they were met with the sound of flowing water. A stream cascaded down from a mountain. Here, they could only discern a few footprints in the snow, which then abruptly vanished. "It's over," Wang Haiyang lamented. "Without footprints, how can we search?" Jiang Sen scratched his head, once more illuminating the surroundings with the flashlight. They stood at a crevice between two mountains, with a stream wound down and disappeared around a bend. The dense woods on either side obscured their view of the snow below. Only remnants could be glimpsed on the trees above. Suddenly, Jiang Sen returned to the spot they had just examined, shining the flashlight into the thicket. "There's a cabin," Wang Haiyang exclaimed, pointing to a structure less than halfway up the slope. "Lower your voice. Jiang Sen Gotionet. It's not unusual to find a hunter's cabin here. We don't want to attract wolves." Wang Haiyang promptly silenced himself, recalling the lingering shadows of the wolf pack. They made their way toward the cabin, soon spotting footprints appearing beneath the thin layer of snow. "She really came this way," Wang Haiyang exclaimed in a hushed tone. Jiang Sen gestured for silence as they entered the woods. After climbing a short distance, they came upon a small wooden cabin. Indeed, it is the hunter's resting cabin. A light flickers within, and as the door creaks open, a figure emerges. They quickly extinguish their flashlight and crouch down. The person, silhouetted against the light, is a man, though his features remain obscured. After uttering a few words, he strides away into the darkness. Moments later, the cabin's light extinguishes, yet no one appears outside. "Let's go take a look," Jiang Sen suggested, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The man who had just exited spoke, not in Chinese, but in a foreign tongue. "Foreigners? What are they doing here?" The two approached the cabin silently, peering through a crack in the window. Contrary to their expectations, it was not entirely dark inside. A solitary candle flickered. A woman sat on the bed, dressing herself. It was Lu Xiao. Wang Haiyang felt his cheeks flush, discomfort washing over him. At such an impressionable age, encountering such a sight left him momentarily stunned. Jiang Sen remained unfazed, having witnessed too much. Upon seeing Lu Xiao, his previous doubts dissipated. He crouched down as well. Wang Haiyang gestured, inquiring about their next move. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sen replied, "We must not startle her." "Then what should we do?" Wang Haiyang asked. Jiang Sen beckoned him to follow and retreated to the stream nearby, where they began to converse. "She came here intentionally to meet someone," Wang Haiyang stated, recalling the man's last words about returning in a few days for news. "You understood him?" Jiang Sen asked, astonished. "I also speak English and Russian." Wang Haiyang replied with a hint of pride, though he sighed in resignation, confessing that his family had compelled him to learn since childhood. Although he hadn't mastered it, he could manage some basics. "How humble," Jiang Sen mused, suspecting that Wang Haiyang's family background was more complex than mere military connections. Time was of the essence. They needed to devise a plan to bring Lu Xiao back. "Lu Xiao, Lu Jiqing, where are you?" Jiang Sen suddenly called out, startling Wang Haiyang. "What are you doing?" "Looking for someone." Jiang Sen grinned, continuing to shout, "Lu Jiqing, where are you?" Soon, Wang Haiyang grasped Jiang Sen's strategy. This was the only way to prevent Lu Xiao from suspecting they had witnessed her earlier encounter. He joined in the call, "Lu Jiqing, Lu Jiqing, where are you? Lu Jiqing, Lu Xiao, where are you? Ah, there are footprints here. Let's check it out." "Excellent. She must be nearby. Hurry." They swiftly returned to the hunter's cabin. Could a hunter have rescued her? Wang Haiyang speculated aloud. "Lu Jiqing, are you inside?" Jiang Sen inquired. He gave Wang Haiyang a thumbs up. "Lu Jiqing, Lu Jiqing." They pushed open the door, shining their flashlight inside to find Lu Xiao curled up in a corner, tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing them, she wailed and rushed into Jiang Sen's embrace. "Jiang Sen, why did it take you so long to come?" Chapter 77. Who is she, really? As Lu Xiao lunged towards him, Jiang Sen swiftly turned aside, leading her to tumble into Wang Haiyang's arms. Wang Haiyang, taken aback, froze, unsure whether to push her away or embrace her. Lu Jiqing, please calm down," he stammered. Jiang Sen chuckled, regaining his composure. "Lu Jiqing, what on earth happened? We told you to return. Why are you here?" Jiang Sen feigned concern. "Do you know? Everyone at the U station has mobilized to search for you. You must return with us, or they will be dreadfully worried." Lu Xiao suddenly realized the person before her was not Jiang Sen, but Wang Haiyang. Her body stiffening as she took a step back, her face flushed. "I'm so sorry. I was just so scared. What happened? You're not hurt, are you?" Jiang Sen asked, noting the lingering scent of cooked meat in the cabin. "I'm fine." Lucio shook her head. "I couldn't find you, got lost and accidentally fell off a cliff. Luckily, it wasn't dark yet. I don't know how I ended up here, hiding in fear. I thought I would die here." Wang Haiyang raised an eyebrow, finally grasping what Jiang Sen had meant by White Lotus. This was no ordinary performance. Her tears flowed effortlessly as if she were an actress. Had he not witnessed the earlier scene and overheard the man speaking in a foreign tongue? Who would suspect such a fragile woman of anything sinister? But who was she truly? What was her purpose in the vast wilderness? And what was the identity of the man she was meeting? The implications were unsettling, and it was imperative to report back swiftly. "If you're unharmed, let us hurry back," Jiang Sen urged. "The mountains are dangerous at night. What if a bear comes along? I've heard they can open doors." He observed Lu Xiao closely. Indeed, she shivered at the mention of bears. Wiping her tears, she nodded repeatedly. "All right, let us go back quickly. I'm frightened." Jiang Sen said nothing further and began walking. Wang Haiyang followed suit, with Lu Xiao trailing behind. As they traversed the dark gorge, the sounds of wildlife echoed around them, accompanied by an array of indistinct noises. Lu Xiao pressed closer to Jiang Sen, who remained silent and quickened his pace. She glanced back at Wang Haiyang, who had halted. "Hurry up. It's dangerous here. Keep up." Lu Xiao felt cornered and had no choice but to turn back and follow Jiang Sr. Upon reaching the spot where they had descended, the rope still dangled above. "Climbing back up will be troublesome. I lack the strength," Lu Xiao lamented. Jiang Sen exhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration. Wang Haiyang suggested, "How about I tie a rope around your waist, and we'll climb up while you follow along?" Lu Xiao nodded. "Thank you." Once reassured, Jiang Sen tugged on the rope, watching as Wang Haiyang secured it around Lu Xiao's waist. "Is that secure?" he asked. "Absolutely," Wang Haiyang replied. "Pulling on the rope, up we go." Jiang Sen observed as Wang Haiyang began to ascend the cliff, Lu Xiao grasping the rope, following closely behind. "We found her. We're coming up," she shouted, beginning her ascent. Sounds of movement above suggested that their calls had been heard, the rope tightening as if someone were pulling them up, significantly easing their efforts. They climbed for what felt like an eternity, longer than their descent. Flickering torchlight appeared above. "We made it. Pull us up. Is anyone injured?" Hu Jiqing's voice rang out. No one responded. They were all focused on climbing without losing momentum. Finally, they reached the top, greeted by jubilant cheers. Lu Xiao sat against a tree, softly weeping, while several male youths awkwardly attempted to comfort her. Wang Haiyang and Jiang Sen collapsed onto the ground, allowing others to untie their ropes. "How did it go?" Hu Jiqing inquired. "How did you find her?" Jiang Sen caught his breath and said, "Let us discuss it later." The two were assisted by fellow youths as they began their journey back. Given the societal norms regarding gender, Lu Xiao had to walk alone. However, seeing her sway unsteadily, Hu Jiqing could not help but intervene. "Lu Jiqing, in urgent situations, perhaps someone should carry you down?" "I'm fine, I can manage," Lu Xiao insisted. Hu Jiqing was left with no choice. They were moving too slowly. Returning would take an eternity. One of the male youths suggested, "Why not fashion a seat from rope for her to sit on and carry her that way?" The paido, a term used by the people in northeast China, refers to a makeshift carrier crafted from 4 ropes woven into a net-like structure. 2 of the ropes are tied around the waist, allowing a child to sit comfortably within the net, their legs extending outwards. The remaining 2 ropes are pulled up from behind the child, wrapping over their shoulders and securing back to the waist. This ingenious method enables caregivers to tend to their chores without neglecting their little ones. Many rural women employ this technique while engaged in agricultural tasks. Although Lu Xiao had no objections, Hu Jiqing readily agreed. Soon, a net, scarcely larger than a chair, was fashioned, with 4 individuals each shouldering a rope. Lu Xiao positioned at the front, seated atop. Their descent down the mountain hastened. Yet by the time they returned to the youth station, it was already past midnight, with dawn approaching. The people at the station had remained awake, occasionally glancing outside. And upon spotting Hu Jiqing and his companions, they erupted in cheers. "They've returned." Everyone rushed out from their quarters, gathering in front of the dining hall. Lu Xiao, Sun Guohong, approached her. They had shared this journey together, and despite any lingering grievances, their bond was stronger than with others. "Are you all right? You frightened us to death." "Sister Guohong, Lu Xiao's eyes welled with tears as she embraced Sun Guohong and began to weep. Others quickly moved forward to offer their comfort. Hu Jiqing interjected, "Let us not linger on this. Everyone should return to rest. We could discuss it tomorrow." Upon returning to their quarters, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang were utterly exhausted, having collapsed onto the Kong, already fast asleep with their shoes still on. "Captain, was there any incident?" Mao Jun inquired, noticing their lethargy. "Oh dear, their eyes can hardly open. I was too frightened to disturb them." Though Hu Jiqing was weary himself, he recognized that Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang were even more fatigued. "Let them sleep. We can address matters in the morning." The following day, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang did not awaken until noon. Mao Jun had not gone to work, having been instructed by Hu Jiqing to stay behind and watch over them. Meals had been brought back, kept warm atop the stove. "Ah, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? Hurry, eat up. We've kept it warm for you." Mao Jun cheerfully donned his gloves and placed 2 lunchboxes on the table, alongside 2 wild vegetable buns from his own box. The buns, made with more greens than dough, were nearly crumbling. Jiang Sen stretched, easing his sore limbs, and without washing his face or brushing his teeth, he dove into the food, starved. Wang Haiyang was no better, consuming his meal even more rapidly. "Whoa, slow down," Mao Jun remarked as he observed them. "What do you think? Is it true that Lu Jiqing was crying the entire time?" Chapter 78. A clever tactic. Initially engrossed in his meal, Jiang Sen raised his head, displaying a look of astonishment. "What did you say?" "I said that Lu Jiqing in the mountains was she. Assaulted?" Mao Yun stammered awkwardly. "Assaulted?" Wang Haiyang echoed. Jiang Sen immediately grasped the implication. Mao Jun was insinuating that Lu Xiao had encountered trouble in the mountains, possibly something nefarious. Goodness, is this girl still not finished? He had only seen the man, and as for what transpired between them, any discerning observer could deduce the truth. He was not blind. From the window, he had seen Lu Xiao dressing, a stark sight indeed. The man had already departed, indicating something had occurred prior. "How old is she?" "This morning, as we were preparing to leave for work, I overheard the other female youth say that since Lu Xiao returned, she had been incessantly crying, refusing to divulge the reason, leaving them all to speculate." "Oh dear, if that is true, what are we to do?" At this point, Wang Haiyang comprehended. What was there to cry about? She was fine. When we found her, she was hiding in the hunter's cabin, and she. Jiang Sen quickly shot him a look, signaling him to cease. Matters regarding that man should not be discussed casually. The hunter's cabin? Mao Jun's curiosity was piqued. "Do tell, what exactly transpired?" Receiving Jiang Sen SQ, Wang Haiyang became vague in his account. "Upon reaching the bottom, we noticed footprints. Following them led us to her hiding in the hunter's cabin. We didn't see anyone else." "Then that is peculiar. What was there to cry for?" Mao Jun furrowed his brow. "Oh dear, this female youth is quite troublesome." After finishing their meal, Mao Jun announced he would assist in the kitchen, and Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang followed suit. Work commenced later than usual, as everyone had been awake throughout the night, resulting in an early end to the day's labor. Fortunately, there had been no snowfall in recent days, with the sun shining. The snow melted considerably, and the temperature rose, facilitating a quicker pace for potato harvesting. The ox cart made several trips, laden with corn. Before dusk, Hu Jiqing returned with the team. Upon seeing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, the others greeted them warmly. Noticing Sun Guohong and Xiao Jia exchanging glances, Jiang Sen discreetly took his meal and sat beside them. "What happened last night? Where did you find her?" Sun Guohong whispered. "In the hunter's cabin, just below the gorge." Jiang Sen replied, observing the curious gazes of the other youth. "She cried endlessly, refusing to answer any questions. Once we went to work, she fell asleep." What a clever tactic. What could Jiang Sen say? Her tears were evidently for show. With everyone else working, naturally, there was no one to observe her. So why not sleep instead of laboring? The hunter's cabin? It wasn't he. "No," Jiang Sen insisteth. "If you don't believe me, ask Wang Haiyang." He beckoned Wang Haiyang over, who corroborated his story. Sun Guohong and Xiao Jia exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Jia questioned, "Then why was she crying?" "Everyone suspects she was." Her face flushed, she fell silent. Having received a warning from Mao Jun in the morning, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang were not taken aback. However, Sun Guohong's next remark infuriated them both. "Did you two have anything to do with it?" She cried even louder. Sun Guohong's expression turned furious. "Disgraceful! How dare she cry? Damn it!" Jiang Sen sprang to his feet. Captain, Hu Jiqing approached. What's the matter? Everyone is aware of our efforts to save her, correct? Of course. Hu Jiqing smiled. Thanks to your brave actions, I plan to report this to the team. Forget it. Wang Haiyang scoffed. We meant well, but we fear others might think we caused the trouble. How can anyone think that? No one would dare. Hu Jiqing's tone was serious, drawing the attention of those nearby. Their curiosity piqued about the previous night's events. Jiang Sen, unrestrained, spoke loudly enough for all to hear. Yesterday morning, Wang Haiyang and I were heading into the mountains when Hu Jiqing approached us, claiming she recognized wild vegetables and wanted to join us. We refused, citing the dangers, and sent her back. Upon our return, we realized she hadn't come back, so we followed the others to search for her. Now, people are insinuating that Wang Haiyang and I engaged in something unsavory. So let us clarify this. Anyone who suspects us should speak up openly, rather than gossiping behind our backs. Though I, Jiang Sen, may seem honest, I am not one to be easily bullied. Wang Haiyang stood as well, languidly declaring, there are plenty like her in the capital. Those who think they can seduce us are merely chasing fantasies. Dare to slander us? They should see the consequences of defaming the offspring of soldiers. Both men spoke resolutely, especially Wang Haiyang, whose assertive demeanor caused many to avert their gazes. This was a confrontation they did not wish to provoke. Hu Jiqing hastily intervened, urging them not to be upset. The facts are clear. Those of integrity need not fear shadows. Even if someone maligns us, they shall ultimately face dire repercussions. His stance was evident, and Jiang Sen felt satisfaction, knowing he was indeed a discerning individual. Wang Haiyang scanned the crowd before him, snorted softly, and took his seat to resume his meal. This matter, initially trivial, had garnered considerable controversy due to Lu Xiu's series of actions. Jiang Sen felt an urgent need to report the events transpiring in the canyon. However, whom could he approach for this report? The class leader was untraceable, having been assigned to another team. While the site manager's word carried weight, the distance was a hindrance. He glanced at Wang Haiyang, who proposed, how about this, Captain? We came here primarily to assist with the harvest. This situation has displeased me greatly. I believe we ought to report it to the higher-ups. If it proves unfeasible, perhaps we should be reassigned to another team to avoid causing further inconvenience. Hu Jiqing, lacking a viable plan, hesitated to let the two leave, considering they had only just arrived a few days prior and had already enjoyed 2 hearty meals. However, forcibly detaining them might harbor resentment. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, why don't you both head to the team and greet the captain? Gauge their opinion on whether to stay or transfer. Let the captain decide. What do you think? Jiang Sen nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with that. The others began to comprehend the underlying situation. Initially baseless speculation, combined with their distaste for Lu Xiu, led them to resume whispering disparaging remarks about her. Early the next morning, the two left the youth station without breakfast, informing Hu Jiqing of their departure. They took a detour, returning to the mountains. The mushrooms they had gathered were now dried. After packing them into a cloth bag, they circumvented the area and headed toward the team's headquarters. Do not inquire how Jiang Sen knew the way. Such queries would lead to mere conjecture. Emerging from the opposite side of the mountain, they found themselves on the road leading to the village. Zhao Eru, Luzi, and Haizi spotted them from a distance. Wishing to leave, but feeling embarrassed, they remained stationary. As Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang approached, they greeted them with smiles. What are you up to? Jiang Sen inquired eagerly. Care to join us at the team headquarters for some fun? Luzi turned his head away. Haizi lowered his gaze and began to scrape the dirt beneath him. Zhao Eru glared at Jiang Sen, then glanced at Wang Haiyang, his eyes brimming with malice. What are you staring at? Jiang Sen boldly asked. The expected retort surely loomed. Yet, in an unforeseen turn, Zhao Eru rose and declared, You wait here. We're leaving. With that, he led Luzi and Haizi away. On my temper, Wang Haiyang felt an urge to confront them, but was restrained by Jiang Senator. Let it go. They are but a defeated foe. We must prioritize our tasks. The two, burdened with their cloth bag, hastened toward the village's outskirts. Upon reaching the main road, where they had disembarked, they crossed the thoroughfare and traversed a stretch of farmland until a row of buildings came into view. This marked the headquarters of Team 4. The headquarters consisted of brick and tile structures, with several offices, a dining hall, and a row of vacant rooms serving as a guest house for visitors or those who missed the transport. Further in, there were several rows of bungalows made of brick, tile, and mud. This area housed a portion of the youth and villagers from Gangtu village, showcasing a significantly larger scale than that of Jiaziga village. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged a few words before parting ways. Wang Haiyang headed to the communications room to send a package and make a phone call, while Jiang Sen sought out the captain's office. The captain of Team 4, Wang Weimin, was short and slender, seated at his desk engrossed in writing. The door was ajar. Jiang Sen cannot get lightly. Upon Wang Weimin lifting his head, Jiang Sen introduced himself. Captain Wang, I am Jiang Sen, dispatched by the site to assist with the harvest alongside Wang Haiyang. Wang Weimin welcomed him with a smile. Come in, please. Have a seat. As he spoke, he moved to pour water from a thermos. Jiang Sen recognized Wang Weimin from his previous visit to the site, but had not paid much attention then. Today, however, upon hearing his voice, Jiang Sen's heart raced, tightening his fists in a mix of anxiety and anticipation. When did you arrive? Wang Weimin asked, placing the water on the corner of the desk and gesturing for Jiang Sen to sit. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Jiang Sen replied, We arrived a few days ago. Unfamiliar with the area, and inadvertently headed straight to Jiaziga, working alongside the youth there for 2 days before realizing they were unaware of our arrival. We came by today to send a package. Oh, huh. Wang Weimin paused momentarily, then chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. No worries, no worries. Their situation is quite complicated. You're aware of that, right? Are you here to apply for a transfer elsewhere? Or, not at all? Jiang Sen quickly shook his head. You misunderstand. We merely came to report to the headquarters. Everything is quite fine. That is good to hear, Wang Weimin remarked, a shadow of concern crossing his brow. Their situation is indeed complex, particularly in Jiaziga, where the Zhao and Sun families have harbored animosities since before the farm was established. With the arrival of the farm and youth, they have managed to reach an agreement, and the current scene is significantly improved. Jiang Sen nodded in silence. Wang Weimin continued, In the logging area, snowfall is heavier than here. The site has issued a notice. You and Wang Haiyang are to remain with Team 4 throughout this winter and return in the spring. Rations will be allocated, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to bring them to the team's attention. With that, the conversation reached a natural conclusion. Jiang Sen stood. Captain Wang, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Very well. Should any egregious actions arise from the village, do not hesitate to approach me. As Wang Weimin spoke, he accompanied Jiang Sen to the door. We are well aware of certain actions taken by the village. However, considering the youth have settled there, excessive intervention might complicate their lives further. Do you understand? Jiang Sen surmised that Wang Weimin was cognizant of the village's happenings, yet he questioned the utility of such explanations. Knowing he would depart in the spring, dismissing the thoughts, he bid farewell to Wang Weimin and proceeded to the communications room, where he encountered Wang Haiyang emerging from within. Did you manage to exchange greetings? Jiang Sen inquired. Wang Haiyang nodded, catching a glimpse of Wang Weimin just as he turned to return to his office. Jiang Sen pulled Wang Haiyang aside to a more secluded spot. We must find a way to report the situation in the mountains, but I am uncertain whom to trust. Wang Haiyang responded, What level of authority do you require? I can seek out someone. I am unfamiliar with others, but I do trust Li Chong. Though he is quite distant, Jiang Sen replied. That is manageable. Let us go make a call. The two re-entered the communications room, where only a middle-aged woman was present, her demeanor rather frosty. Upon hearing the request to contact Li Zhaoyang at the site, her attitude shifted slightly. She connected the line and placed the phone on the counter, stating, 1 minute costs 10 cents. Too expensive. Wang Haiyang promptly picked up the phone and dialed, Uncle Li, it's me. Upon hearing this term of endearment, the woman's expression softened, a smile gracing her lips. Jiang Sen was taken aback by her sudden warmth. After a brief exchange on the other end, Wang Haiyang responded with a few affirmations, then continued, Uncle Li, Jiang Sen, and I will head to the site now. Please wait for us. After hanging up, the middle-aged woman stood, smiling as she inquired, Is there anything else you need? Wang Haiyang produced a dime and placed it on the counter, asking, Sister, we are going to the site. Is there a vehicle heading that way? The woman replied, What a coincidence. A vehicle will leave shortly for the site post office. I can inform the driver, and you can catch a ride. Thank you so much. Wang Haiyang exclaimed. Do you need anything brought back from the site? The woman appeared tempted but ultimately declined, saying, Thank you, but I have nothing to send. Come, I'll take you to find a driver. Upon exiting the communications room, Wang Haiyang raised an eyebrow at Jiang Sen, who reciprocated the gesture, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. "I will go and request a leave from the captain," Jiang Sen declared. "All right, I'll wait for you at the intersection," Wang Haiyang replied. "When you speak to the captain, just mention that the venue manager needs us to pick someone up." Jiang Sen understood. This was an excuse provided by either Wang Haiyang or Li Xiaoyang. "Got it." Returning to Wang Weiman's office, Jiang Sen found him on the phone. Upon noticing Jiang Sen, Wang Weiman gestured for him to wait. After a brief moment, Wang Weiman concluded his conversation and said, just in time, "The venue manager just called and informed me that a few of the lightly injured young intellectuals should be coming over. You need to go and meet them." The efficiency of Li Xiaoyang was truly remarkable. "Wait, we're supposed to pick him up now? But we haven't informed the village yet." Jiang Sen expressed his surprise. "No matter," Wang Weiman assured him, "I'll call the village committee shortly to relay the message." Regardless of their connections, they cannot afford to delay matters concerning the team. "All right, then we shall head out now. You may take the Team S vehicle," Wang Weiman replied. "Understood." As Jiang Sen exited Wang Weiman's office, he could not suppress his amusement. He and Wang Haiyang had devised numerous plans to reach the site, yet without uttering a word. Li Xiaoyang had resolved the situation with a simple phone call, and it was Wang Weiman who had authorized their visit to the venue. No need for leave. It was deemed official duty. Excellent. At the intersection, a tractor laden with packages and letters awaited them. Wang Haiyang was already seated in the back, conversing with the driver while smoking a cigarette. A woman from the communications room approached, smiling at Jiang Sen. "Have you secured your leave? Hurry along. They are waiting for you." "Thank you, sister." Jiang Sen replied. "No need for formality. Off you go." He jogged over and hopped into the back of the tractor. The driver inquired, "Ready to go?" Wang Haiyang responded, "Let us roll." The tractor sputtered along the road toward the venue. Before long, Zhao Eru and his companions spotted the tractor on the road to Jiazigo village. Noticing it receding into the distance, one of them remarked, "It's just those two. Just a couple brats, I understand now. I'll head back." The speaker was Zhang Xuebing, the son of the accountant from the venue. When Jiang Sen had first arrived, he had been chased away by Li Xiaoyang for a trivial matter. He had not seen him since then, so it was surprising to find him here. Zhao Eru, Li, and He Zi were always up to no good together, engaging in petty mischief. After being beaten by Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang at the village entrance, they had harbored resentment, but had yet to find an opportunity for revenge. With Zhang Xuebing's arrival, they embellished their grievances. The group had long been complicit in various misdeeds, and Zhang Xuebing had benefited from their antics. When he learned that he was to assist in dealing with the two newcomers, he confidently assured them it was in his hands. He even received a bottle of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes from Zhao Eru before riding off on a dilapidated bicycle. "Is he up to the task?" Li questioned. "Why don't you go instead?" Zhao Eru retorted. "You've been watching for 2 days without finding an opportunity, and you dare question him?" Li fell silent, casting a glance at He Zi. He Zi remarked, "We checked the fields and didn't see them. Perhaps they're just here on business and one returned today." Zhao Eru replied, "I asked my father, who said they'll be staying here for the winter. What if you had your father bring them to the village? Whether it's a frog or a toad, it's out of his hands. It's not that simple." Zhao Eru responded, turning back, "Let us head back. We've been keeping an eye on that girl for days. I heard something happened. Let us go check it out." The journey from the 4th team to the venue spanned nearly 100 kilometers, and the tractor would take several hours to arrive. Zhang Xuebing, riding his bicycle, would arrive later, not earlier. By the time the tractor reached the venue, it was well past noon. After thanking the driver, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang proceeded directly to the venue manager's office. Upon seeing them, Li Xiaoyang promptly invited them in and closed the door, a hint of anxiety evident in his demeanor. "Haiyang, you mentioned danger. What has transpired?" Jiang Sen was taken aback. Wang Haiyang had spoken on the phone with him beside him, yet he had never mentioned any danger. "Uncle Li, we saw the enemy," Wang Haiyang stated. "What did you say?" Li Xiaoyang exclaimed, shocked. This was a grave matter. "Where exactly did you see them?" Wang Haiyang recounted how Lu Xiao had fabricated an excuse to enter the mountains alone, and upon their return, they discovered she had not come back. All the young intellectuals had gone to search the mountains, and he and Jiang Sen had found Lu Xiao in a hunter's cabin, detailing the encounter with the man. "Are you certain he spoke in the enemy's tongue?" "Absolutely." He said, "I will return in a few days for your news." Li Xiaoyang nodded. "Did you get a good look at the man's appearance?" The room was lit, and he had his back to the door. We couldn't see him clearly. However, if I were to encounter him again, I would certainly recognize him by his stature and voice. At this moment, Jiang Sen interjected, "Manager, I may have an inkling of who it is." "Who?" Li Xiaoyang's eyes widened, as if he were ready to seize the man at once upon learning his identity. Jiang Sen pondered briefly before responding. "Like Wang Haiyang, I sensed it was the same person by his stature and voice, yet I cannot be certain. If I were to mistake him, it would be unjust to him. Just say it. Wang Weiman." "Him?" Li Xiaoyang exhibited a look of skepticism, pacing in the office before finally speaking again. "This situation is extraordinary. The enemy has been concealed within our ranks. Many individuals have assumed the identities of deceased civilians during that time, and we have remained vigilant. Therefore, for your safety, do not disclose this matter to anyone else. Just as 2 lightly injured young intellectuals are returning, you shall escort them to the 4th team while I visit the division headquarters." "Understood." "Bangayen afirmat unklali." "Please do not mention me to my father." Li Xiaoyang chuckled. "Just stay out of trouble, you rascal." After a moment, his expression turned serious. "You too must prioritize your safety. Regarding Lu Xiao, I have already received report from your team leader and squad leader. She is also quite suspicious. Be sure not to raise any alarms. Understood?" "Understood." "All right, off you go. They are behind you. Go find them." With that, Li Xiaoyang opened the door and called out, "Ma, prepare the vehicle. The division headquarters requires my attendance at a meeting." Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang nodded to Li Xiaoyang before heading toward the rear. Instead of seeking out their fellow young intellectuals, they opted to visit the cafeteria first. The little porridge they had consumed that morning at the 4th team had long since digested. They charged the bill for a box of coarse porridge and 2 corn cakes and purchased a serving of chicken stewed with mushrooms, sitting down to eat. Shortly after they began, a figure entered the cafeteria. "Jiang Sen, Wang Haiyang." Feng Chao approached with a bright smile. "I heard from the venue manager that you were here to pick us up. I've been waiting for you." To Jiang Sen's dismay, it was him. The chicken stewed with mushrooms suddenly lost its appeal, turning his stomach. "Guarantee there's supposed to be another?" Wang Haiyang inquired. "There's another, Xiaoma." "He went to the post office," Feng Chao replied, his gaze lingering on the chicken stew, swallowing hard before diverting his eyes elsewhere. "A few others will return in a couple of days. They're at other teams." Jiang Sen speculated that the venue had originally not intended to assign them to the 4th team, but due to Wang Haiyang's phone call, Li Xiaoyang had changed his mind at the last moment, providing them with an excuse to visit the venue. "Were you injured?" Jiang Sen asked. "I merely received a few scratches. It was nothing serious." Accompanied by the deputy class leader, I was taken to the Agricultural Reclamation Hospital. The hospital was vast, with 3 floors, numerous doctors and nurses, and the food for the patients was quite commendable. However, we barely managed to eat 2 meals before we were sent back after a quick application of medicine. He spoke with a hint of self-satisfaction and an air of lingering enjoyment. Wang Haiyang, using a piece of pancake, scooped up the last remnants of chicken soup from his lunchbox and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming to Jiang Sen, "Delicious." Jiang Sen nodded, wiped his mouth, and stood to wash his lunchbox. Wang Haiyang also rose, taking his lunchbox outside, with Feng Chao trailing behind. There's a faucet at the back. He pointed towards the rear of the wooden house. Jiang Sen remained silent and headed in that direction. Wang Haiyang suggested, "Why don't you call Xiaoma? We should hurry back. Otherwise, we one team make it before dark. Aren't there any cars? We could hitch a ride." Feng Chao caught up a few steps, asking, "Didn't you come by car?" Wang Haiyang shot him a glance. "Why don't you check if there's any vehicle heading that way?" "All right, I'll go right now." Chapter 81. News from home by now. Dusk had settled, and even if there were cars, we wouldn't return. Wang Haiyang merely wanted to dismiss him. Was he like this before? He asked Jiang Senator you didn't see him on the train here. He was strutting around like a proud rooster. Wang Haiyang chuckled. "What did he do?" Jiang Sen, disinterested, replied, "You can see for yourself. In any case, we can't leave today. Let us go out for a stroll." After a hearty meal, the two had nothing pressing to do and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Before reaching the gate, they spotted Feng Chao returning, looking as though he had found a ride. "No cars?" Wang Haiyang inquired deliberately. "None. They said there's a vehicle at midnight heading to Sangsong to deliver mail. If you want to go back, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if anything's going down there." Wang Haiyang shrugged. "No worries about the lack of transport. It's only about 100 kilometers. We can walk back." As they spoke, they had already passed Feng Chao. Jiang Sen noticed his face had turned pale. When he left the brigade, he had walked back as well. "Hey, where are you two going?" he called out, rushing to catch up. "There will definitely be a car tomorrow." You don't understand. If you walk back and something happens, it could take all day. No problem. We're young. A little walking is good exercise. The more Wang Haiyang insisted, the more anxious Feng Chao became. Just then, the post office door swung open, and Xiao Ma emerged. Xiao Ma, Jiang Sen waved. Xiao Ma smiled as he approached. When did you arrive? You just got here, and you're already healed? Just a little scrape, see? Yem Mifine. Xiao Ma rolled up his sleeves, revealing several healed cuts. Wang Haiyang gasped, that looks pretty serious. Fortunately, it's just superficial. Otherwise, your arm would be done for. Xiao Ma chuckled. They say I'm lucky. I didn't freeze to death when I got lost. And I'm fine after a wolf attack. You are indeed fortunate. Jiang Sen sincerely remarked. He had almost forgotten about Xiao Ma until now. Contemplating whether to share his suspicions with Li Chaoyang crossed his mind, but he had no evidence. Xiao Ma added, I sent some things home. Would you like to send a telegram or write a letter to your family? As they spoke, the post office door opened again, and Bai Wenxiu raised a letter, calling out for Jiang Sen. You have a letter? Jiang Sen hurried over, wondering if it was another letter from Wang Jiangwo. After accepting the letter and expressing his gratitude, he glanced at the address. It was from Kyoto. To his surprise, it was from Aunt Zhao. He quickly opened it. Aunt Zhao began by thanking Jiang Sen for the mushrooms he sent, followed by a scolding for sending too many, insisting he should keep some for himself. Her concern was palpable. As Jiang Sen read on, his smile faded. Aunt Zhao informed him that Jiang Daiyou and Bai Jing had been approved to return home, but they still had to continue sweeping the streets. The equipment factory was planning to reclaim their housing, and they were searching for a new place. Jiang Lei had been sent to a labor reform prison in the northwest. Moreover, Huang Liping had discovered she was pregnant. The authorities were taking care of her and not allowing her to clean toilets. Instead, they arranged for her to work at the street match factory, pasting matchboxes. This job was something even many formal employees couldn't do, as they typically handled packing matches. Those without work were to go home to collect materials, assemble the boxes, and return them to the factory for payment. 10 boxes earning just a penny. Jiang Sen recalled a classmate whose mother was unemployed and whose father did manual labor. His mother would paste matchboxes at home to supplement their income, often working late into the night by candlelight, damaging her eyesight. After sharing the news, Aunt Zhao admonished him to take good care of himself and to visit her whenever he had the chance. She also mentioned she had sent him a pair of homemade insoles and a sweater. After finishing the letter, Jiang Sen exhaled deeply, slipped the letter back into the envelope, and placed it in his pocket. He pulled open the post office door. Uncle Bai, do I have a package? Bai Wenxiu peered over his glasses. A package? Not today. Their essay trip to Sangsong tonight, and it might return with one. Thank you, Uncle Bai. What else with the thanks? Jiang Sen stepped outside and saw Wang Haiyang and the others chatting not far off, then walked over. Did you receive a letter from home? Xiao Ma asked with a smile. Jiang Sen nodded yes. Not wanting to delve further, Xiao Ma simply pointed towards the supply and marketing cooperative, asking if he needed to buy anything. Jiang Sen indeed had something to purchase. He wanted to buy some more liquor. In just a couple of days, he and Wang Haiyang had consumed their limited stock. Let's go take a look. Feng Chao perked up. I heard the cooperative just got a batch of milk candies. They're quite expensive. Was this a hint for Jiang Sen to buy some? Jiang Sen remained silent and entered the store. Sister Ma was sitting behind the counter, knitting a sweater. She looked up and smiled. Oh, you just left and now you're back? Didn't you go to the 4th Brigade? Jiang Sen greeted her with a cheerful, Sister Ma. She set aside her knitting and asked, what would you like to buy? Feng Chao watched Jiang Sen eagerly, but to his surprise, Jiang Sen handed over his liquor container, asking, is there any left? He drank quite quickly. She glanced at the others, exchanged a conspiratorial look, and teased, not much left. Let us see if we can fill it up. As she spoke, she went inside. Feng Chao quickly asked, Jiang Sen, where are you getting? Liquor. Jiang Sen was candid, knowing the smell would soon be apparent. What? There's still liquor? Someone ahead had just come to buy and said it was out. Jiang Sen turned to him, nonchalantly replying, Didn't Sister Ma just say there was only a little left? He stopped speaking and began browsing the items on the counter. Wang Haiyang approached, glanced at Feng Chao, and quietly said to Jiang Sen, aren't you worried about others finding out? Jiang Sen smiled. What is there to fear? Indeed, why should he fear anyone? After finishing up with the liquor and not chatting much with Sister Ma, he paid and stepped outside. Just then, he spotted Zhang Shuaibing riding a bicycle toward them. He looked as if he had traveled quite a distance, weary from the journey. Zhang Shuaibing glanced their way, but said nothing as he turned and rode toward the main gate. Isn't that Zhang's son? Feng Chao chuckled. You know him? Xiao Ma looked at him curiously. Zhang Xueibing had a notorious reputation. Being acquainted with him was hardly commendable. Feng Chao animatedly recounted the tale of Li Chaoyang chasing Zhang Xueibing with a shovel. Xiao Ma burst into laughter. Wang Haiyang joined in. That kid is quite lucky. Li Changzhong doesn't tolerate nonsense, and he's still managed to escape. Jiang Sen remarked, there are plenty of bad apples out there. They're everywhere. Just keep your distance from him. Exactly. We have no ties with him. Xiao Ma Ding. Who are you talking about? A few individuals were taken aback when Zhang Xueibing, upon entering the gate, did not proceed inside, but instead halted his vehicle, remaining just within the entrance. Their conversation was audible to him. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang displayed no fear, ignoring him completely as they advanced into the premises. Xiao Ma, positioned beside them, followed suit, feigning ignorance of Zhang Xueibing's presence. However, Feng Chao, with a forced smile, interjected, apologies, we were not speaking about you. Zhang Xueibing brusquely shoved him aside, retorting, who do you think you are? Get lost. He then strode forward, blocking Jiang Sen's path. Hey, you are Jiang Sen? Jiang Sen glanced around, puzzled. You know me? Chapter 82. Is this person insane? Zhang Xueibing tilted his head, smirking with a swagger. With your pretentious demeanor, it's impossible not to recognize you. Jiang Sen's expression hardened. Zhang Xueibing then turned his attention to Wang Haiyang. And you must be Wang Haiyang? A mere country youth dares to establish himself here? As Wang Haiyang prepared to confront him, Jiang Sen intervened. A good dog knows its place. Surprisingly, Zhang Xueibing did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, I've taken note of you too. With that, he pivoted and walked away. Feng Chao and Xiao Ma hurried over. This is bad. He is the son of Accountant Zhang. If we provoke him, we'll be in serious trouble. Xiao Ma furrowed his brow. How did you offend him? Jiang Sen was equally perplexed. Since arriving here, he hadn't had any dealings with Zhang Xueibing. Wang Haiyang scratched his head. Is he out his mind? The group continued inward, making a right turn toward their lodgings. Jiang Sen's mind was abuzz with thoughts. He realized that Zhang Xueibing and they had never truly met. Even if they had, in a crowd, who could remember anyone? Yet, if they had never met, Zhang Xueibing's sudden remark was clearly intentional, a warning that he had them in his sights and that trouble might soon follow. Why? A sudden flash of insight struck him, recalling Zhao Eru and his companions from Jiazigo village. If anyone had been offended, it had only been them. Those individuals were often seen with Zhang Xueibing, who had just returned on a bicycle, evidently from quite a distance. Could it be that he had been at the 4th Brigade? If he had been with Zhao Eru, then the earlier incident made sense. In his past life, Jiang Sen would have hastily finished his business and fled to the forest farm to evade trouble. However, in this life, he regarded Zhang Xueibing and his associates with indifference. For now, he decided to take things as they came. The following morning, after breakfast, the group inquired about transportation to the brigade and spotted Li Chaoyang returning in a jeep. You haven't left yet? Perfect timing. Hold on. I need to speak with you too. Meet me in my office. Li Chaoyang called to Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang before striding inside. What does the site manager want with you? Feng Chao queried. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Jiang Sen suggested, you and Xiao Ma go check for cars. We'll catch up shortly. All right, Feng Chao replied. Watching the two depart, his curiosity piqued. However, Li Chaoyang was quite clear that he sought only the two of them, leaving Feng Chao to walk away, glancing back repeatedly. After a brief wait in Li Chaoyang's office, he returned with a lunchbox, eating as he walked. Take a seat. He gestured, indicating they should remain seated as he settled behind his desk. I'm starving. I'll eat while we talk. It turned out that after hearing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang's account of encountering the enemy in the mountains, Li Chaoyang had rushed to the headquarters overnight. The decision from the headquarters was to remain still, particularly concerning Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, emphasizing the need to avoid alarming the enemy while keeping a close watch on Lucio. If anything seemed amiss, they were to report immediately. The captain of the 4th Brigade, Wang Weiman, instructed Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang to focus solely on their safety. Once Li Chaoyang finished his meal, he closed the lunchbox and set it aside, lighting a cigarette and offering one to each of them. Wang Haiyang asked Uncle Li, if they discover us, can we fight back? I knew you'd be restless, always thinking about violence. Let me be clear, absolutely not. Li Chaoyang admonished. Jiang Sen interjected, if a confrontation arises, it will be under dire circumstances. We will not instigate anything. Li Chaoyang regarded Jiang Sen. I understand your perspective, but you must not put yourselves at risk. If anything happens, I won't have any explanation to give. The implication was clear. He wouldn't be able to justify it to Wang Haiyang's father. Though he did not voice it, they were all human, including Jiang Sen, who was a promising individual. He must not encounter any misfortune. This sentiment resonated among the three. Wang Haiyang recognized that further discussion was futile and stood up, saying, "If there are no issues, we should return." Perfect timing. You could take this document back to Wang Weiman. He added, retrieving an envelope from his backpack. He opened it to reveal a document stamped in red, handing it to Wang Haiyang, then took an empty envelope to replace it. A quick glance revealed that the document's heading read, regarding the major mobilization for production before winter arrives, listing the names of brigade leaders among the participants, with a meeting scheduled for the day after tomorrow. After securing the document, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exited Li Chaoyang's office. As they walked outside, Wang Haiyang whispered, "There's only one copy of the document. It's meant solely for Wang Weiman." Jiang Sen had already surmised this, but expressed his astonishment. Only for him? What if he calls someone else? Won't that expose us? Other brigades can claim they haven't received it yet. We won't be exposed. Let us go. Upon leaving the site, they spotted Feng Chao and Xiao Ma conversing with a cart driver in front of a horse-drawn cart. Jiang Sen, Wang Haiyang, over here. Feng Chao waved them over, adding, "We just happened to catch the cart heading to the livestock farm. We can hitch a ride. Everyone's here? Let us go." The cart driver appeared unfazed. Wang Haiyang distributed cigarettes, offering each person one and giving the remaining half-pack to the driver. "What s with the generosity? Hop on." The driver grinned, pocketing the cigarettes. They boarded the cart, which swayed as it departed from the site. Feng Chao engaged the driver in conversation, while Xiao Ma sat beside him, allowing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang to settle in the cart's bed against their luggage. The cart also carried 2 parcels stamped by the post office with unfamiliar recipients. Feng Chao inquired about the livestock farm, to which the driver cheerfully replied, "I'm on my way to the 8th Brigade, not far from the livestock farm. I'll drop off the parcels along the way. It's a nice area, though quite remote. There's not a soul for miles." Jiang Sen perked up his ears. Feng Chao asked, "If it's so nice, why does no one want to go?" The driver laughed heartily. "As I said, not a soul in sight. If a heavy snow falls, supply trucks can't make it through. You'll be living like cattle. Who would want to go there?" Feng Chao glanced back at Jiang Sen, who closed his eyes. Whether it's good or bad depends on perspective. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Haiyang. "Have you heard they're reinstating the college entrance exams?" Wang Haiyang shook his head. "No. Are you planning to take it?" "Me? Ha! I'm not cut out for that. Wang Jiangwo is suited for it, as well as De Shanzi and Hu Jiqing from the 4th Brigade. They're the ones for it." Jiang Sen pondered whether he should inform them. He nudged Feng Chao with his foot. "Hey, do you know which brigade our class leader is in?" Feng Chao turned around, initially frowning, but then smiled upon seeing Jiang Senator, the class leader and vice leader, have gone to Xiangyang Brigade. They need more manpower each year, so they draw from various brigades to assist. This year, our situation is unique, which is why we came. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance. This was indeed the truth. They had all gone to Xiangyang Brigade. Jiang Sen refrained from asking further, closing his eyes to bask in the sun's warmth, feeling somewhat drowsy, and gradually drifted off to sleep. With a sigh, Jiang Sen opened his eyes to discover the carriage had halted in a desolate spot, devoid of any nearby village or shop. "I need to relieve myself," the driver exclaimed before darting into the adjacent woods. Wang Haiyang nudged Jiang Sen, sensing something amiss. Chapter 83. Dispose of them without hesitation. This road was quite remote, flanked by dense forest. They had not traveled more than 30 miles from the staging area. If someone were to hide in the woods, they could conceal many. The driver posed a potential threat. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged knowing glances. Neither carried any means of self-defense. "I'm going to relieve myself," Jiang Sen insisted, pushing Wang Haiyang as they both leapt from the carriage. Feng Chao warned, "Don't wander too far. The driver will return shortly." Xiao Ma interjected, "It's fine. We can wait." "Are you going?" Feng Chao shook his head. "Not me." Xiao Ma remained in the carriage. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang ventured to the roadside, descended the embankment, crossed the ditch, and entered the woods. The driver had headed in the opposite direction. Jiang Sen took cover behind a large tree, scanning the area. What is so off about this situation? In truth, Jiang Sen too felt an inexplicable atmosphere surrounding them. It was eerily quiet, With snow blanketing the weeds in the ditch, no one could hide there. If someone were to conceal themselves in the woods, where would they be? Wang Haiyang remarked, "It's just a feeling. Someone's lurking in the woods, without any weapons." Jiang Sen remarked, glancing around the trees and breaking off a branch. He stripped the leaves away and waved it, producing a buzzing sound. "This will do," Wang Haiyang declared, also breaking off a branch. They emerged from the woods, wielding their makeshift weapons, laughing as they jumped over the ditch and returned to the carriage. "Where's the driver?" Wang Haiyang inquired. "Still not back," Feng Chao responded, peering across. Xiao Ma suggested, "What if something happened? Let us go check." As Jiang Sen spoke, he and Wang Haiyang made their way towards where the driver had entered the woods. They descended the embankment and crossed the ditch. Footprints on the ground led away from the woods, indicating a retreat rather than an advance. They followed the prince, calling out, "Big brother, where are you? It's time to go." Suddenly, from the depths of the woods, the driver appeared. Upon spotting them, he not only failed to acknowledge them, but turned and fled. "Hey, big brother, why are you running?" Wang Haiyang shouted. Jiang Sen seized him, keeping his gaze fixed on the woods ahead. Zhang Shuibing sauntered out, clutching a wooden stick. "Just him? Quite the audacity," Wang Haiyang noted. Jiang Sen chuckled. What a fool to run so quickly. They hadn't seen him when they left the staging area and were unaware of when he had emerged. However, one thing was certain. The driver had been sent by him, possibly alerted by their inquiries about transportation to the 4th Brigade. Unfortunately, the driver was too cowardly, fleeing upon sighting Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Would he escape? There were only a handful of carriages. Tracing them back would reveal the truth. "I told you. I remember you." Jiang Sen glared at him, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. "If you seek death, come forth. You think you can take us on alone?" Wang Haiyang laughed. "Let us see your true capabilities." "Alone?" Zhang Shuibing laughed as well. And suddenly, 4 or 5 more figures emerged from the woods, among them Zhao Eru, Erluzi, and Haizi, alongside 2 unfamiliar faces, likely accomplices in their nefarious deeds. Each brandished weapons, be it clubs or daggers. None were virtuous. "Attack!" Zhang Shuibing commanded. "Kill them and bury them where they stand. Run." Upon seeing the numbers against them, Jiang Sen seized Wang Haiyang and fled. Given the terrain, they would be at a disadvantage. It was prudent to escape first. As they reached the road, Jiang Sen shouted, "Get the carriage moving." Feng Chao, still processing the situation, jumped down from the carriage and glanced back at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, asking what is going on. Just then, they noticed a group pursuing them. Xiao Ma's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed to the driver's side, grasped the reins, and cracked the whip. "Go! Hey, wait for me!" Feng Chao exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly leaped back onto the carriage, urging Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, "Faster! Quick!" Xiao Ma relentlessly cracked the whip, and the carriage sped away. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang ran with all their might, nearly caught up when they abruptly halted, turning to face Zhang Shuibing and his group. Jiang Sen smirks, remarking to Wang Haiyang, "I suspected Zhao Eru and his gang were behind this." Wang Haiyang asked, 3 against 1. "Is that a problem?" "Not at all." Zhang Shuibing and his cohorts, having chased for a distance, were already panting heavily. In these times, they lived off their parents' wealth, lacking the stamina of those accustomed to hard labor. As they paused, Zhang Shuibing leaned against his knees, gasping for breath while still attempting to intimidate them. "Keep running, will you?" Zhao Eru's group showed signs of fear, but emboldened by their numbers, they doubted they could be bested by Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Zhao Eru, hands on his hips, pointed at them. "You 2 little brats, if you kneel and apologize, we might let you go. Otherwise, look around. There's nowhere to be found." Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged amused glances, their smiles fading as they charged forward. "Oh damn!" Zhang Shuibing was startled, waving his hand. "Kill them." The branches, rare yet effective weapons, were resilient. Striking with them delivered painful blows without causing severe injury. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. And in this instance, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang wielded their branches adeptly. The adversaries, armed with clubs and daggers, found their weapons rendered nearly useless as the 2 overwhelmed 6, leaving them yelping in disarray. The carriage came to a halt, and Xiao Ma and Feng Chao rushed back. Xiao Ma, without hesitation, launched a kick that sent one assailant flying, swiftly following up with another. Though Feng Chao was not particularly impressive, Jiang Sen, despite his reservations, sought an opportunity, and threw a punch. In less than 20 minutes, 4 individuals had subdued 6. The defeated lay groaning on the ground. Jiang Sen, squatting before him. Hey, didn't you say you'd remember me? To ensure you do, let me leave a lasting impression. Zhang Shuibing dared not meet his gaze. I shut groaning. Jiang Sen then squatted before Zhao Eru. Didn't he kill you back then? Are you anxious now that you've come to me? Zhao Eru, nearly wetting himself in fear, lamented, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Won't do it again? You'd rather die than face me again. Wang Haiyang added, kicking at Air Luzi and Haizi. And you too? Never again. Never again. They stammered, hands raised in surrender. Jiang Sen chuckled, raising 2 fingers to his eyes and then pointing at them, signaling, I've set my sights on you. He stood and approached the remaining 2. Where are you from? The 2, internally lamenting their choices, revealed they were from a nearby village, having come to find Erhuzi. Upon hearing of the plan to deal with the 2 intellectuals, they had joined without hesitation. Little did they know they would not be returning. We had no idea. If we had known, we would never have come. One kicked at Haizi, it's all your fault. Chapter 84, Compensation. Haizi retorted angrily. Is it not your greed that led us here? At the mention of a certain woman, Jiang Sen was taken aback. Could they be referring to Xiao Jejia? Time was of the essence. He needed to return without delay. How should we handle this matter today? Jiang Sen stood up, glancing back and forth at them. I'll hand you over to the authorities. No. Zhang Shuibing exclaimed in panic, fearing for his life. Jiang Sen, I beg you. Please don't turn us over to the authorities. It's all his fault. He pointed at Zhao Eru. He was the one who started the fight and then distracted them from pursuing that female-educated youth. It really has nothing to do with me. Jiang Sen inquired. Which female-educated youth? Zhao Eru's gaze faltered as he stammered. We don't even know her name. She just seemed quite appealing, and we thought about pursuing her. Wang Haiyang scoffed. With your abilities, how could you even think about pursuing someone? You're just itching for trouble, not saying anything. Fine. Jiang Sen nodded. Fing Diaro. Bring the ropes. Feng Chao turned and rushed towards the cart, muttering to himself. Is there even any rope on the cart? Wang Haiyang kicked Zhang Shuibing. What happened to the cart driver? Nothing much. He just went in to relieve himself and got scared off by us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the driver was not one of their group. Wang Haiyang pulled Jiang Sen aside. What should we do? Are we really sending them back to the authorities? Xiao Ma joined them. If we don't send them back, they'll escape. If we let them off lightly, they might come back to cause more trouble. Jiang Sen turned to see a few of them attempting to rise and flee. Noticing they had been caught, they forced smiles in an attempt to appease him. Jiang Sen approached them. We can forego sending you to the authorities, but you cannot simply brush aside the trouble you've caused us. Zhang Shuibing immediately declared, we will agree to any condition as long as we can comply. The others quickly echoed his sentiment. We'll agree to anything. Just let us go. We truly want to do it again. Jiang Sen smiled vanisheth. You'll have to pay for it. What? They all displayed expressions of despair. Zhang Shuibing protested, but we don't have any money. None at all. Then let us tie you up and send you to the authorities. No. We'll pay. Zhang Shuibing stood up, angrily ordering the others, quickly, get the money out. All of it. We don't have any. Early was on the verge of tears, having only managed to steal a single coin from his father, which hadn't even warmed in his pocket yet. Wang Haiyang shouted, send them to the authorities. We have money. The single coin seemed to be dearer than life itself, and it was a struggle for Early to produce it. Eventually, Zhang Shuibing stepped forward and pulled it out. Just 1 coin? Is that all? That's all we have. Go ahead and check. Zhang Shuibing indeed went to inspect, confirming their poverty with a scornful remark before moving to Zhao Eru, who was nearly in tears as he produced 5 coins. 5 coins? You said you had none yesterday. Zhang Shuibing glared at Zhao Eru. After you left yesterday, my father gave me some. Zhao Eru was genuinely crying, explaining that he had been instructed to buy sugar and salt. Zhang Shuibing presented the meager collection of coins and a few grain rations to Jiang Sr. This is all we have, he lamented. And you? Jiang Sen swiftly took the money without counting and handed it to Wang Haiyang, who also didn't glance at it, and passed it to Feng Chao. Feng Chao stared at the pile, unsure whether to pocket it or wait for a distribution. Under Jiang Sen's watchful gaze, Zhang Shuibing began searching his pockets. To everyone's surprise, he revealed 20 coins, 2 blue notes. Zhang Xuebing attempted to protest, but Jiang Sen swiftly took the money from him. Zhang Xuebing opened his mouth, then closed it in resignation. What a loss. That was meant for the village widow. Jiang Sen looked at him sternly. Now go. Zhang Xuebing and the others were momentarily stunned. Were they really being let go? As they hesitated, Jiang Sen suddenly stomped his foot. Why are you still here? Get moving. He stomped a few more times, as if preparing to charge at them. The group scrambled away, tumbling and falling, disregarding any potential injuries. Laughter erupted among Jiang Sen and his companions. Let us go. Jiang Sen waved his hand, and they returned to the cart. With a crack of the whip, Xiao Ma urged the horse forward. The cart would not be returned just yet. They would inform the team to send someone back for it later. The group was in high spirits as they divided the scant money among themselves, relieved that no one would report them. Zhang Xuebing and Zhao Eru certainly wouldn't dare. After more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at the 4th Brigade. Upon reaching the team office, Jiang Sen stated, "Let us report to the captain first." Xiao Ma and Feng Chao quickly hopped off the cart to follow Jiang Sr. Wang Haiyang shot Jiang Sen a glance. "You all go ahead. I'll make a call." Wang Weimin was not present, but the brigade accountant was. "Oh, you've brought them back." The accountant smiled. "The captain is in the fields. I'll let him know when he returns. You can take them to the educated youth point." Jiang Sen pulled out the document given to him by Li Chaoyang and presented it. "This is what Director Li wanted us to bring along. Just hand it to me. Then we're off." "Good. If you encounter difficulties, come back to the office." As the 3 exited, Wang Haiyang emerged from the communications room, where a cheerful lady saw them out. Feng Chao asked, "Is the 4th Brigade always this pleasant?" "Everyone is so welcoming." Wang Haiyang and Jiang Sen smiled. "It depends on whom you're dealing with. Overall, it is quite good." "Indeed," Wang Haiyang agreed. "The office staff are all decent people. Come on, let us head to the educated youth point." "Jiang Sen," someone called from behind. The group halted and turned to see Wang Weimin returning from the other end, his rain boots caked in mud. "When did you come back?" he called out. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang stepped back to greet him. "Captain, we just returned. This is Feng Chao, and this is Xiao Ma. They're from our 2nd team. Welcome. Look at all this mud." Wang Weimin reached for a handshake, but his hands were dirty. "Did you come back by cart?" He spotted the cart beside them. Jiang Sen exchanged a quick glance with the others and explained the driver was supposed to deliver a package to the livestock farm. But as soon as he left the office, someone approached him saying there was an emergency at home, so he asked us to take the cart back. "Oh, I see." Wang Weimin glanced at the cart. "Since the package is for the livestock farm, we can't spare anyone right now. Would you be willing to take it for me?" Jiang Sen hadn't expected that and felt somewhat conflicted. "Captain, we still need to take them to the educated youth point." "That is fine. You could drop them off first and then return to deliver the package. It's not far from here to the livestock farm. If you hurry, you can make it back in a day." "But Captain," the accountant emerged from the office. "Oh, you're still here? Here is the document they brought back. It's regarding the winter harvest mobilization meeting, and you need to attend tomorrow." "Perfect timing," Wang Weimin declared. "Hurry up and take them to the village. Then make your way to the livestock farm. I'll drive the cart back to the office tonight." Chapter 85. Nothing at all. Wang Weimin urged Jiang Sen and the others to leave quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Sen didn't hesitate. He was eager to check on Wang Jiangwo and agreed, leading the group across the road. Though it was merely a street apart, it was several miles, and they drove the cart directly over. Feng Chao's face was filled with anticipation, but upon seeing the educated youth point, his expression soured. "It's worse than on the mountain," he muttered as he disembarked. Hu Jiqing greeted them with surprise. Wang Haiyang introduced them and mentioned the package for the livestock farm. "It is already late. You all should have your meal first before leaving. Allow the horse to rest as well." Hu Jiqing spoke while he unhitched the horse and led it to the livestock shed, where others came out to feed and water the horse. There was no room left at Hu Jiqing's place, so they could only leave their luggage there temporarily, waiting for the young intellectuals to return from work in the evening to arrange accommodations. As they ate, Feng Chao remained silent, while Xiao Ma was lively, chatting and laughing with Hu Jiqing, who was quite pleased. After finishing, Jiang Sen did not linger, but returned to fetch a few items before setting off with Wang Haiyang in the horse cart. As they watched the cart disappear into the distance, Hu Jiqing said, "Let us go. I will take you to the fields to deliver meals and get familiar with the surroundings today, and we will arrange things for tomorrow." Upon reaching the fields, Hu Jiqing called people over for lunch, and Feng Chao and Xiao Ma assisted in serving the food. Someone jokingly asked, "Captain, Are these two here to support us as well? Haven't Jiang and Wang returned? We're all eager. Indeed, we are. Are they not coming back? Observing that everyone was preoccupied with Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, Feng Chao's expression grew darker. He sat silently, sulking in the corner. Feng Chao, came a curious voice. His heart leaped with joy as he looked up to see Sun Guohong, holding a lunchbox and waving. I thought I had mistaken you. You really are here. Didn't you go to Xiangyang Brigade? With a familiar face, Feng Chao perked up and sat beside Sun Guohong. I started over there, but with the impending snow, a few of us were transferred to the forest farm. Just after we arrived, we were attacked by a pack of wolves. It was terrifying. The tale, recounted with Feng Chao's flair for the dramatic, captured the attention of many who gathered around to listen. He refrained from mentioning that he had been sent to the forest farm as a punishment for a mistake, leaving the uninformed to believe he was quite the hero. Xiao Ma, chuckling, shot him a glance, but did not interject, continuing to engage in casual conversation with Hu Jiqing and a few others. Feng Chao, you are truly impressive. Feng Chao turned to see Xiao Jia. He had noticed her earlier, but pretended not to recognize her, now feigning surprise for effect. Indeed, we arrived a few days earlier than you, Xiao Jia replied with a smile. Lu Xiuxiu looked on, admiring Feng Chao, exclaiming, Feng Chao, you are the most remarkable among us young intellectuals. Such praise nearly made Feng Chao blush, yet he felt a surge of pride. You are Lu Xiuxiu. I never expected to run into you here. This is wonderful. Do let me know if you need anything. All right, Lu Xiuxiu replied cheerfully. Xiao Jia shifted slightly back, choosing not to converse further with Feng Chao. Sun Guohong, after a few bites, stood up, stating, I'm going to fetch some hot water. The crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed in small groups. Unperturbed, Feng Chao continued animatedly chatting with Lu Xiuxiu. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings, and I can't work well. I owe you all a great deal of help. Lu Xiuxiu said, it's wonderful to be together, otherwise, I would have no one to talk to. Feng Chao patted his chest. No worries. I'm here. Feel free to share anything. Such words might be mere pleasantries from another, but Feng Chao's insistence on being available was genuine. Hu Jiqing observed the dynamic between Feng Chao and Xiao Ma, comparing them to Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang and understanding the situation. After the meal, he assigned Feng Chao and Xiao Ma the same tasks Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang had received the previous day. Xiao Ma had no issue. He shouldered an empty basket and set off. Feng Chao, however, lagged behind, carrying several empty baskets at a leisurely pace. The first few trips were manageable, but then Feng Chao found himself standing in the middle of the cornfield, engrossed in conversation with Lu Xiuxiu. Xiao Ma had already made several trips while they were still chatting. Xiao Ma merely glanced at them without comment, picking up a full basket to return. Hu Jiqing watched this unfold with a bemused shake of his head. Among so many young intellectuals, there were certainly those who would shirk their duties. But with Lu Xiuxiu's presence, the other's laziness became more apparent. Now, with Feng Chao joining, it was clear he surpassed them all in this regard. When Xiao Ma returned, Sun Guohong emerged from the cornfield. She set down her basket and grabbed an empty one, noticing Lu Xiuxiu and Feng Chao deep in conversation. She could not help but interject, everyone else is busy harvesting. What are you two discussing? Lu Xiuxiu, how many ears of corn did you pick today? You're losing work points, right? Lu Xiuxiu, unbothered, cheekily stuck out her tongue. I lost track while chatting. Sun Guohong said nothing further and turned back to the cornfield. Lu Xiuxiu told Feng Chao, all right, we'll catch up later. I need to get to work. Feng Chao looked reluctantly as she entered the cornfield and with great reluctance picked up the basket lying on the ground. Xiao Ma came over, took it from him, and said, let me handle it. Feng Chao smiled, replying, thanks. Xiao Ma chuckled softly, said nothing further, and walked away. Continuing with the empty basket, Feng Chao moved ahead, but soon stopped, half-heartedly calling out, anyone with full baskets, come exchange for empty ones. Several individuals emerged, swapping their full baskets for empty ones before returning to their work. He glanced at the 5 or 6 overflowing baskets on the ground, clicked his tongue in disdain, and turned his gaze toward Xiao Ma, who had just reached the edge of the field, appearing small from a distance. He could only shoulder one basket, bending forward as he headed to the field's edge. At dinner, Lu Xiuxiu sat beside Feng Chao. After just one bite, Feng Chao exclaimed, what is this you're eating? It's all unwashed. Ugh. He spat a couple of times to the side. The other young intellectuals frowned at his outburst. Realizing his faux pas, Feng Chao quickly smiled, saying, my teeth are sensitive. I almost ruined them. He promptly shut his mouth and focused on eating. Lu Xiaoxiu whispered, "I have some biscuits. Once they've all gone, wait for me over there," pointing to a small path leading up the mountain. Feng Chao's heart soared with joy. See, his charm and popularity were undeniable. After the meal, he deliberately lingered until the others had left before washing his lunchbox and sauntering back. Xiao Ma emerged from Hu Jiqing's residence and waved at him. "Feng Jiqing, come get your luggage. The captain is taking us to our new place." Feng Chao acknowledged and glanced down the path before hurrying over. Hu Jiqing led them to a house, stating, "This one is only for one person. You will stay here." He opened the door. "Wang Liang. They will be staying with you." Wang Liang was a man with a limp, injured by Zhao Eru and his gang. He was straightforward, which was likely why he had clashed with them. With a smile, he welcomed them. "All right. Guomin." Upon entering, Feng Chao found the accommodations lacking compared to Hu Jiqing's abode, which displeased him. Hu Jiqing left after delivering them, and Wang Liang warmly welcomed them, offering them space on the bed. Xiao Ma hesitated, but Feng Chao unceremoniously dropped his luggage on the bed and declared, "I'm going out for a stroll." Both Xiao Ma and Wang Liang were taken aback, particularly Wang Liang, who sensed Feng Chao's discontent. Xiao Ma quickly interjected, "It's fine." He just like that, very warm-hearted. "Something happened today, but he'll be fine tomorrow." "Oh, I see. Come on, don't be shy. Sleep here." Feng Chao disregarded their arrangements. He would not be foolish enough to sleep on the edge of the bed. He would not normally behave this way. He was usually amiable and could converse with anyone. However, after hearing Lu Xiaoxiu's words today, he had developed a disdain for the people from the 4th Brigade. Moreover, he did not intend to stay long. He would leave at the onset of spring, so he had no inclination to foster relationships here. Thus, he intentionally wore a cold expression, exuding an air of unapproachability. Upon stepping outside, he immediately spotted a charming figure standing beneath a tree along the narrow path leading into the mountains. A smile broke across his face as he quickened his pace toward her. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang were driving a horse-drawn cart toward the ranch. The vivid imagery described in Wang Jiangwo's letter piqued Jiang Sen's curiosity, and although he had never been there, he was familiar with the route. By following the current path eastward, he would soon encounter expansive wetlands, rich in aquatic life and teeming with waterfowl, which would eventually become the most renowned rice-producing area in northeast China. When they left, they had brought along all the corn cakes they had carried down from the mountain, along with a jar of soy sauce. While stewing the wild boar meat, they had used a couple of spoons, leaving plenty for later. The proximity to the brigade and the ranch made it easy to purchase supplies, but that was not the case for the ranch. On the way, Jiang Sen recounted Wang Jiangwo's situation to Wang Haiyang. After listening, Wang Haiyang remarked, "Fortunately, they left late. They will be back in the city soon." The country has begun to value talent cultivation. As for whether the college entrance examination will be reinstated, it's hard to say. Jiang Sen chuckled. "I believe he is indeed a good student. He was the one who informed me about the reinstatement of the exams." Wang Haiyang cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Sr. "How can he know something I don't?" Jiang Sen pondered the same question. Perhaps news had spread as they departed from Kyoto. After all, both of his parents were professors, so it wouldn't be surprising if they had received the information first. The two of them continued their conversation, not feeling the distance as they traveled. Having covered half the journey from the brigade to the 4th team, they merely needed to traverse the remaining half. The cart was not moving slowly, and by 3 in the afternoon, they began to see vast stretches of wetlands, with waterfowl soaring in the distance. The wetlands reflected the azure sky and white clouds, invigorating to behold. "It's truly beautiful here," Wang Haiyang exclaimed. "Indeed, absolutely stunning." Soon, they spotted a small path cutting through the wetlands, leading to several houses nestled in the midst. Not far from the houses, a few plow oxen grazed leisurely. "Isn't this supposed to be a ranch?" Wang Haiyang inquired. "Why are there only a few cows?" Jiang Sen shared his confusion. Could this small number of cows really constitute a ranch? Upon reaching the fork in the road, the cart headed toward the houses in the wetlands, and from afar, they saw a person emerge, glancing their way. He turned back to say something to someone inside, and another figure appeared. Judging by his stature, it closely resembled Wang Jiangwo. Jiang Sen waved at the two of them, and they reciprocated, running toward them. As they approached, Jiang Sen recognized it was indeed Wang Jiangwo. "Wang Jiangwo," he called out. "Jiang Sen, what brings you here?" Wang Jiangwo replied, his voice filled with surprise, as another individual joined him and hopped onto the cart. It was Guan Haiping. "Old Guan, this is Jiang Sen and..." I am Wang Haiyang, also from Kyoto. Wang Haiyang introduced himself. Guan Haiping, of similar age to Wang Jiangwo, was slender with a dark complexion, his broad smile revealing a set of pearly white teeth, reminiscent of Zhang Jiqiang. It's a long story, Jiang Sen said. I'll explain in detail later. Today, I primarily came to deliver 2 packages before heading back. Going back. Wang Jiangwo protested. You've just arrived. You must stay a couple more days. There's truly something urgent. Upon reaching the house, Jiang Sen finally beheld the ranch-esque structure as described by Ma Shaozi. It resembled a cow shed, a wooden building adorned with mud and a thatched roof. To the left of the 3 rooms lay a long row of cow stalls. Quick, come inside. Wang Jiangwo eagerly beckoned them. Guan Haiping and Wang Haiyang each carried a package inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scent of manure, yet the interior was quite clean, with sparkling windows, far superior to the mud-built houses of the 4th team. When we have free time, we clean up, Wang Jiangwo said, a bit sheepishly, while busying himself with pouring water. Once seated, Jiang Sen recounted the reason for their visit. Wang Jiangwo and Guan Haiping listened with wide eyes. Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, so there is no one in charge? That accountant's son, if handed over to Director Li, will be tamed with a single shovel. Jiang Sen erupted in laughter. Wang Haiyang and Guan Haiping had also heard about the events that transpired when Jiang Sen and the others arrived. That's tough, Guan Haiping remarked. Though the director has a fiery temper and might give him a beating, he wouldn't easily resort to lethal measures. Wang Haiyang expressed his regret at not witnessing the incident firsthand. Observing Wang Jiangwo in good spirits, Jiang Sen felt pleased and left the corn cakes he had brought for them. Guan Haiping, grinning from ear to ear, said, wait here. I'll go set the net and bring back some fish and shrimp for you. There are fish and shrimp here? Wang Haiyang asked, intrigued. I'll join you. Let us go. With that, Jiang Sen's interest was piqued as the 4 of them took 2 large baskets and ventured deeper into the wetlands. After walking approximately 500 meters, they stumbled upon a water hole with a rope tied to a wooden post. Guan Haiping approached, untied the rope, and began pulling with some effort. What a bountiful catch, Jiang Sen exclaimed, stepping in to help. Together, they finally hoisted the net, revealing a significant haul of fish, including 5 or 6 sizable catfish, along with numerous smaller fish and shrimp. The 4 of them giggled as they sorted through the larger catches into the big baskets. Once finished, they lowered the net again, with 2 of them lifting a basket to head back. Wang Jiangwo was also delighted, noting that they had never caught so many before, perhaps anticipating their arrival. I wanted to ask you, why are there only the 2 of you at the ranch with just a couple of cows? They all went to the various teams to help with the harvest. I see. Oh, are those 2 ox carts from the 4th team also from your ranch? Jiang Sen inquired. Yes. They will return once the harvest is completed. Upon returning to their lodging, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang could not afford to linger any longer and needed to head back promptly. Consequently, they took both baskets of fish with them. We want to be polite then, Jiang Sen said as he leaped onto the cart, bidding farewell to Wang Jiangwo. You all come by often, Guan Haiping called out. Wang Jiangwo chuckled. Are you suggesting we should frequently bring corn cakes? You're too straightforward. Jiang Sen replied with a smile. No problem. We're off now, and we'll visit you again when we have the chance. Chapter 87. Field Combat. Driving the horse cart, Jiang Sen and Wang Jiangwo did not head straight to the brigade's office but instead returned to the youth station first. By this time, it was already past 8 in the evening, and they did not disturb anyone. After securing the cart, they led the horse into the cow shed. A figure emerged from a pile of straw. After a moment of consideration, Jiang Sen glanced at Wang Haiyang, retrieved a 2-pound fish from one of the large baskets, tossed it into the cow shed, and then turned to leave. Wait here. I'll go find the captain, Jiang Sen instructed before sprinting toward their residence. Hu Jiqing had not yet retired for the night. Upon hearing that they had returned from the ranch with a bountiful catch of fish, he became exceedingly excited, hastily putting on his shoes and dragging Mao Jun outside with him. So many. Hu Jiqing could hardly articulate his astonishment. It had been ages since they had last eaten fish. They had nearly forgotten its flavor. Mao Jun, in his enthusiasm, began to gesticulate wildly. Wow, so many fish. We can braise this, steam that, and this big one can be made into salted fish. Captain, isn't this wonderful? Jiang Sen replied. You all handle it. I need to take the cart to the brigade office. The captain has a meeting at the ranch. All right, you hurry along. Don't delay, Hu Jiqing said, clearly hesitating over the fish. Should they give the captain a fish? He debated. No, Perhaps not. The cart still carried a strong fishy odor. But then again, how could they not? Jiang Sen chuckled, lifting a considerable catfish, nearly reaching his waist. We should send one. Hu Jiqing's gaze was fixated on that fish. It was enormous. If made into fish soup, it would suffice for everyone. It's not about this one. If you want to eat, we can go back to the ranch next time. Jiang Sen assured him. Could we still get some? Hu Jiqing's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Wang Haiyang laughed heartily and replied, Not at all. They grow tired of eating the same thing every day. Next time, we could trade some mushrooms or something with them. Hu Jiqing smiled and nodded. That sounds great. They lack mushrooms, and we lack fish. Perfect. Jiang Sen drove the horse cart to the team headquarters, where Wang Weimin was waiting. You're back quite quickly, he remarked, his eyes already catching sight of the large fish Jiang Sen had brought down from the cart. This is from the livestock farm. Jiang Sen explained, We kept one for ourselves, and this one is for the captain. Wang Weimin feigned seriousness, saying this simply won't do. It cannot happen again. He called out to someone inside. Zhao, take the fish to the cafeteria and make sure the comrades get an extra meal. Jiang Sen didn't concern himself with how Wang Weimin handled it. He simply delivered the fish and prepared to leave. However, he paused and cheerfully said, Captain, my family sent me a sweater. Could you bring it back when you return from the farm? Sure, no problem. Wang Weimin replied. I'll be on my way then. Wait. Wang Weimin returned to his office, grabbed a pack of cigarettes, and insisted on giving them to Jiang Senator. No arguments. Just take them. Jiang Sen accepted with a smile. Thanking him, Thank you, Captain. I'm off. As he watched Jiang Sen's retreating figure, Wang Weimin's smile lingered. He turned back to Zhao, who was waiting with the fish, and quietly instructed, Take it over there, cut it into pieces, and distribute it among a few people. Zhao nodded with a grin. Got it. I'll leave the fish head for a tofu stew. Wang Weimin silently acknowledged this, watching Zhao wrap the fish in a raincoat as he departed before returning to his desk. He picked up a document and reread it, his brow furrowing slightly. He picked up the phone and dialed, Connect me to the Xianyang team. He was astute. If the meeting arrangements were so tight, the farthest Xianyang team should be notified first, and team leader Zhou should already be on his way. Hello. Is this the Xianyang team? This is Wang Weimin from the 4th team. Is team leader Zhou there? Oh, I see. When did he leave? Okay, thank you. Hanging up the phone, he shouldered his backpack, donned his hat, and stepped outside, locking the office door behind him. Lighting a cigarette, he waited a moment until Zhao returned. I'm heading to the farm for a meeting. As for the fish, I asked my wife to prepare it. I'll send it over to them later. Once the meeting is done, just call back, and I'll have her start cooking the fish head. Wang Weimin nodded, hopped onto the cart, and took the reins. I'm off now. Keep an eye on things here. Jiang Sen returned to the youth station, where the oil lamp was lit, and a few people were gathered at the entrance with 2 large basins, cleaning the fish. Hu Jiqing saw him return and adjusted his glasses, smiling. Go rest. We'll clean these up and make fish soup for everyone tomorrow. Jiang Sen squatted down to help. Mao Jun was swift in his movements, alongside 2 female youths who were equally efficient at gutting the fish. We need to dry these first, or they'll spoil, Mao Jun said, continuing his work. You should go get some rest. You've had a long day. With encouragement from Hu Jiqing, Jiang Sen finally decided to leave. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Wang Haiyang still awake, staring down the path. What are you looking at? Jiang Sen asked, startled as Wang Haiyang pulled him closer and whispered something in his ear. Really? Jiang Sen's expression turned peculiar. I saw it with my own eyes. Let's go check it out. The forest was dark as they cautiously navigated the path, supported by the trees. Soon, they reached the end of the trail, which led into the mountains. Faintly, Jiang Sen thought he heard a familiar sound, similar to what Huang Liping might sound like in bed. He raised an eyebrow, surprised to find someone engaging in a clandestine rendezvous. If caught, it could lead to serious trouble. Following the sound, they paused in front of a few large trees, overhearing a conversation happening just behind them. Don't worry, I promised you today, and I will definitely take care of it. I didn't expect you to be so soft, even more tender than them. Jiang Sen nearly burst into laughter. While Feng Chao was busy with such activities, he still had time to boast. He wondered what promises were being made. You're so bad. After what we did today, if you don't follow through. Don't worry, I will definitely. Tomorrow I'll go. Wang Haiyang was stunned, realizing that the two were sneaking around for such purposes. He looked at Jiang Sen, who smirked and waved his hand, turning to leave. Back at their quarters, Wang Haiyang was in a state of indecision, his face flushed, resembling a timid chick. Jiang Sen remarked, Feng Chao and Lu Xiu are involved. They don't even fear being caught. Well, we just happened to see them. Wang Haiyang retorted, feeling the situation was rather unfortunate, and cursed under his breath. Jiang Sen remained silent, pondering their conversation. Although he only caught fragments, it was evident that Lu Xiao had ulterior motives. And Li Chaoyang had advised them to keep an eye on her. She was leveraging her body to persuade Feng Chao into assisting her. But what was she scheming? Was she meeting with the enemy or planning sabotage? Jiang Sen. Wang Haiyang waved his hand in front of him. Hey, are you back with us? I've called your name several times. Jiang Sen replied, tomorrow, you watch Lu Xiao, and I'll keep an eye on Feng Chao. Why do I have to watch Lu Xiao? And I'll keep an eye on her. Chapter 88. They must be digging for something the next day, a delightful fish soup, infused with the fragrance of wild vegetables and mushrooms, was so delicious that the youth nearly swallowed their tongues. Each person wore a bright smile, and upon seeing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, they couldn't help but share a few words. After the meal, they prepared to get to work. Hu Jiqing approached Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, saying, you two are still heading into the mountains, just like before? Absolutely, Jiang Sen replied, leaving 2 people to cook. Hu Jiqing led the group away. The adept Mao Jun remained to prepare the meal, accompanied by a talkative girl from Sichuan. Mao Yuntit, hurry up. If you can't make it back for dinner, I'll save some for you. Thanks, brother Mao. Jiang Sen smiled in response as he and Wang Haiyang departed with their backpacks. Wang Haiyang quickly caught up, whispering, if we go into the mountains, how'll we keep watch? Don't worry, Jiang Sen assured him. There shouldn't be any issues right now. Feng Chao may be a chatterbox, but he is actually quite timid. If it were straightforward, Lu Xiao wouldn't need to resort to such tactics to enlist his help. Wang Haiyang was still unsure about Feng Chao and Lu Xiao as characters, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. What if it were serious, Lu Xiao wouldn't be able to handle it? Feng Chao, being timid, would only act when no one is around. That does make sense. As it turned out, Jiang Sen's intuition was accurate. It wasn't merely a guess. He understood that individuals like Lu Xiao and Feng Chao were cautious and timid. If they were up to something shady, they would undoubtedly keep it hidden from prying eyes. After a round in the mountains, they returned with a bounty of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and even 2 hedgehogs. While hedgehogs are edible, no one knew how to prepare them. So, eventually, a petite female youth decided to take them home to care for them. In the evening, they enjoyed a hearty meal of stewed small fish accompanied by wild vegetable and mushroom potato soup. Everyone savored the food, perspiring from the heat, yet thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, they returned to their respective quarters. Hu Jiqing had maintained a smile these past few days, and even the previously unruly youth had become obedient. The ability to procure food was indeed the key to their contentment. Changing the person, is that possible? Or is Hu Jiqing the one who knows how to employ people? As night fell, for individuals engaged in conversation, with no candles lit, only the warm glow of the fireplace preventing the room from being engulfed in darkness. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Sen announced, lifting his foot to step outside. Wang Haiyang quickly interjected, wait for me, I need to go too. Mao Yun Xiaokult. Those two are such good friends, they even go to the toilet together. Hu Jiqing laughed as well, reminiscing about their school days when several classmates would spend every moment together. We need not wait for them. Let us retire for the night. Stepping outside, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang took a detour, finding Feng Chao's residence before concealing themselves in the shadows behind the trees. The weather had warmed slightly, and although it wasn't overly cold at night, there was still a chill in the air. Wang Haiyang stifled a sneeze, rubbing his nose as he continued to watch. Jiang Sen contemplated smoking but refrained, fearing that the scent would alert Feng Chao to his presence. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on Lu Xiao? Wang Haiyang asked in a hushed tone. Jiang Sen replied, since she sent Feng Chao on an errand, she certainly won't come out herself. Wang Haiyang nodded. If you were to join the military, you would undoubtedly be quite popular. Jiang Sen chuckled. Let's not kid ourselves. I have no lofty aspirations. My highest ideal is a warm home with a loving wife and children. Wang Haiyang laughed. If we strike it rich selling mushrooms, what would you want to do? Jiang Sen had not thought far ahead. Perhaps I could build a bigger, better house for Yingzi and her grandfather? Wang Haiyang continued, I want to make a big score. Once we earn some money, I'll venture into other businesses. Jiang Sen looked at him in astonishment. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Wang Haiyang smirked. You and Tino. But I heard my father discussing with others in Kyoto that policies might be loosening. Speculation and illicit trading were still serious offenses, officially abolished only in 1997. Many individuals during this era, especially those in the black market, faced severe penalties, some receiving life sentences and others execution. Yet, Jiang Sen understood that by the time of the reform and opening up, such charges had become nearly obsolete. Many had ventured into business, amassing their first fortunes. His mind began to race. He lacked other skills, but he possessed a unique advantage, the opportunity to start anew. If only he could plan carefully. He glanced at Wang Haiyang, pondering if this person might be a reliable ally in altering his destiny, especially when he had paused while mentioning his father, being a military man, likely held a significant position. He referred to Li Chaoyang as Uncle Li and seemed familiar with Zhang Jianjian. Perhaps he had once been a soldier under his father's command. Could he be a division commander, a corps commander, or even a general? Jiang Sen speculated grandly, but he could not ascertain the exact nature of Wang Haiyang's father's position. He's coming out, Wang Haiyang whispered, pulling Jiang Sen back to reality as the door creaked open. Feng Chao emerged stealthily, carefully closing the door behind him. He scanned the surroundings like a thief, flashlight and shovel in hand, and headed toward the mountain. Let us follow him, Wang Haiyang urged. The two crouched low, trailing Feng Chao along the narrow path beside the woods. After some distance, a beam of light flickered as Feng Chao switched on his flashlight, illuminating his path. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he did not venture into the forest, but continued along the mountain's foot. Circling around to the other side, he approached a thicket dense with trees and underbrush. What would he possibly be doing there? Wang Haiyang's expression turned skeptical as he exchanged glances with Jiang Sen, who was equally puzzled, and they continued to follow. Once between the two mountains, Feng Chao paused, looking around before stepping inside. What would he be doing in there? Wang Haiyang could not help but question. Is he not afraid of wolves lurking within? Jiang Sen replied, the crucial point is that he is armed with a shovel, likely intending to dig something up. Let us go take a look, Wang Haiyang suggested. He is alone, and we are too. Jiang Sen nodded, echoing Wang Haiyang's sentiment. You make a valid point. Let us proceed. When they reached the spot where Feng Chao had gone in, they noticed the flickering of a flashlight. Moving cautiously, they approached, witnessing Feng Chao, his face contorted in a grimace, digging into the ground. Damn it, he cursed. How could that woman make me do this? Next time, I'll make sure to expose her. The stench was overwhelming, causing Jiang Sen's brow to furrow. He too detected the foul odor, indescribable yet nauseating. Wang Haiyang wrinkled his nose, covering his mouth. After around 10 minutes of retching, Feng Chao finally ceased his digging. He pulled out a handkerchief, twisted it, and stuffed it into his nose, crouching down as if searching for something in the earth, occasionally turning away to gag. This is unbearable, he shouted. You'll pay for this, you filthy witch. Chapter 89. Digging a grave in the dead of night. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang grimaced, covering their mouths and noses, intently observing Feng Chao. After a while, Feng Chao stood up and staggered to the side to vomit, prompting Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang to gag alongside him. This is truly disgusting. Finally, after emptying his stomach, Feng Chao turned back, examining what he had unearthed while grasping the flashlight. He seemed ready to leave. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang slowly retreated behind the trees. Suddenly, Jiang Sen accidentally brushed against a nearby tree, freezing in place. Feng Chao jumped. Who is there? His voice quivered as he waved the flashlight around. Who is it? Jiang Sen suppressed a laugh, producing a peculiar sound. Wang Haiyang patted his arm, giving him a thumbs up, joining in the odd cacophony. He, cluck cluck. Jiang Sen shot Wang Haiyang a glare. Gospa. They continued, their laughter echoing through the trees. Feng Chao felt the hair on his neck stand on end, panicking as he bolted into the woods, forgetting he was in the forest and tripping over branches and underbrush. Ultimately, he stumbled and rolled out of the woods, sprinting toward the village. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang emerged from their hiding place, doubled over with laughter at his retreating figure. Amid their mirth, Jiang Sen suddenly spotted a reflective object on the ground. A flashlight. Wang Haiyang switched it on, and Jiang Sen picked it up, directing the beam toward the source of the light. It was a small glass vial containing a rolled piece of paper. What is this? Wang Haiyang inquired. Soon recoiling from the pungent odor, Jiang Sen rummaged through his pockets, ultimately using a handful of grass to pick up the vial. There is something inside, Jiang Sen declared, disregarding the stench as he opened the container and extracted the paper. Unrolling it, he discovered a small sheet adorned with numerous lines, circles, triangles, and pentagons. What is this? Jiang Sen connoted aloth. Wang Haiyang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he snatched it from Jiang Sen's grasp. This is our border map and military deployment points. What? Are you serious? Jiang Sen nearly shouted. You must be joking. Can you really understand this? Wang Haiyang nodded, rolling the paper back up and placing it in his pocket instead of returning it to Senator Jiang Sen. This situation is dire. I must contact the higher-ups immediately. Then let us go. What are we waiting for? Jiang Sen urged. First, let us investigate what else is buried here, Wang Haiyang replied, heading back toward the location where Feng Chao had been digging. Upon entering, both men were nearly horrified to discover a man half buried in the ground, his face crawling with maggots. Jiang Sen had witnessed death before, yet never in such a manner, especially not in the dead of night amidst the dense forest. Enough to send chills down one's spine. Wang Haiyang was equally shaken. Though he had undergone military training, he had never encountered corpse. The two sat on the ground for a while, before realizing that they could not linger in this place. No wonder it had smelled so foul. This person was nearly compost. Like Feng Chao, they scrambled out of the woods and sprinted towards the village. Upon reaching the outskirts, they paused, leaning against a tree to catch their breath. This return was untenable. Jiang Sen caught a whiff of the odor clinging to him. Wang Haiyang nodded and declared his intent to find Uncle Li immediately. There was no time. Jiang Sen gasped for air and said, "Let us make a call. Is anyone awake at this hour? Knock on the door. Let us go." The two did not stop for a moment, nor did they return to their lodgings, but ran straight to the headquarters. In the dead of night, surrounded by darkness, they wielded their flashlights and finally arrived at the headquarters. Inside, it was pitch black. Everyone was asleep. Let us go. After catching their breath, Jiang Sen led Wang Haiyang towards the communications room, where he began to knock on the door. Due to the likelihood of urgent messages arriving, someone was always on duty in the communications room. A woman inside, clearly irked, asked, "Who is it? Why are you knocking at this hour?" Amidst her grumbling, the lights flickered on and the door opened. "Who is it?" "Sister." Jiang Sen quickly put on a smile. "We have an urgent matter. We need to call the command center." The woman, still fuming, recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing them, and her anger softened somewhat. "Gumin," she replied, turning to enter. "If it's not a matter of utmost importance, I'll certainly inform the captain." "All right, whatever it takes, please hurry," Wang Haiyang urged. The woman rolled her eyes, took her seat behind the counter, and connected the call to the command center. She placed the phone on the counter. "It's connected. Go ahead." Wang Haiyang picked up the receiver and waited for a while, but no one answered. "Everyone must be asleep. Who would be in the office at this hour?" the woman remarked. "Why not call back in the morning?" As she reached to take the phone back, Wang Haiyang dodged. Finally, someone answered on the other end. "Hello, Hongqi Farm. Whom do you wish to speak to?" The voice of Li Chaoyang was laced with sleep and annoyance. "Uncle Ali, it's Haiyang." "Haiyang? What has happened?" Wang Haiyang glanced at the woman, who was watching him with a sidelong glance, yet showed no intention of moving away. "Uncle Li, if you're awake, could you come to the 4th Brigade? Oh, and please bring Xiangzi and the others. I've missed you all. Is something wrong?" Li Chaoyang's tone became serious. Wang Haiyang knocked on the receiver a few times before continuing. "Uncle Li, we'll explain when you arrive. I'm all set and waiting at the headquarters." "All right. Find a place to hide. I'm on my way with some people." After hanging up, the woman scoffed. "What a trivial matter to disturb us at this hour. If you're homesick, just go home for a visit." Wang Haiyang pulled out a dime and handed it to her. "Thank you, sister. We're off now." He quickly grabbed Jiang Sen and headed outside, just as a loud bang echoed from behind as the door slammed shut. The lights went out. Not far away, a house lit up, and the sound of a door opening followed, illuminating the area with a flashlight. "Let us go," Jiang Sen urged, pulling Wang Haiyang along. "We can't stand here." The two, seizing the moment while the person was still approaching, dashed outside and ducked into a roadside ditch. They had no idea who had emerged and truly didn't need to hide, as no one was aware of their actions. Ultimately, it was their own guilt that drove them to conceal themselves. Hiding behind a tree, they exchanged fragmented conversations. "Do you think Director Li will understand what you said?" Jiang Sen inquired. Wang Haiyang replied, "I signaled him." Jiang Sen pondered for a moment. "You mean those knocks on the receiver?" Wang Haiyang nodded. "Morse code? You know it?" "I've heard of it." "How do you know?" "I learned a bit in the military, not very well, but I remember some." Wang Haiyang felt a bit shy. "Teach me when you have time." "Sure." The two shared a couple of cigarettes and relieved themselves, yet the main road remained eerily silent. even if Li Chaoyang brought reinforcements. It would take at least 2 or 3 hours. Suddenly, the lights in the headquarters blazed to life, illuminating the area. The woman from the communications room was conversing with a man at the door, who promptly sprinted towards them with his team. "We're done for," Jiang Sen exclaimed. "The communications room personnel must know Morse code. We've been exposed." Chapter 90. Stirring the waters, the individual following the communications room woman onto the main road was none other than Officer Zhao. He looked around, visibly distressed. The captain went to the command center, and he always calls back after each visit. It's been a day and a night without a call. Something must have happened. The communications room woman's expression mirrored his frustration, far from the friendly demeanor she had shown earlier. Those 2 boys came to call at this hour, and it fell off. Upon reflection, he actually sent Morse code to the command center. "Are you sure? After all these years, do you think I could mishear?" The message was spy detected. "Damn it." Officer Zhao cursed, turning to the people trailing behind him. "You all come with me to the youth point to apprehend them. You stay here to silence the youth. You all drive to pursue the command center. I refuse to believe they can escape." Following Officer Zhao were about 10 individuals, split into 3 groups. One group trailed him across the road towards the youth point, while another boarded a tractor headed for the command center. As they passed by Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, the 2 quickly pressed themselves into the ditch. The third group followed the woman named Yuhua back to the headquarters, searching and calming the youth. "What now?" Wang Haiyang remarked. "One phone call has exposed all these people. The 4th Brigade is a den of spies. Damn it. I'll have Uncle Li take them all out." Jiang Sen was equally bewildered. How had it come to this? He initially thought only Wang Weimin was a spy, but it seemed every individual in the 4th Brigade had issues. If they remained undetected, they would be a ticking time bomb, potentially exploding at any moment. It was no wonder the problems between the 4th Brigade youth and Jiazago village remained unresolved. Not because they couldn't be resolved, but because there was no intention to do so. If they were indeed all spies, they would need a chaotic and unmanageable environment to conceal their movements. "How many people will the director bring?" Jiang Sen asked. Wang Haiyang replied. "The Xiangzi I mentioned was Uncle Li's former bodyguard. He usually drives for him at the command center. He is also a sharpshooter, only stepping in during emergencies. If I told him to bring Xiangzi, he'd know we're in trouble and would likely bring others, though I'm not sure how many. All of them are former subordinates of his from the military." Jiang Sen scratched his head, worried about what would happen if too few came to handle the situation. "We need to think of a plan." He glanced towards the village, where trees along the roadside obscured his view, but he could see lights flickering. Considering the malnourished faces of the youth at the point, they would surely be no match for Officer Zhao and his armed team. Another concern loomed. Many of the youth might not even dare to act. He had just counted there were at least a dozen guns among Officer Zhao's group, for individuals were armed. He directed his gaze back to Jiazago village, where 1 or 2 houses also glimmered with light. Contemplating the complicated situation, Jiang Sen began to form a plan in his mind. "Let us go," he said, climbing out of the ditch. "Where to?" Wang Haiyang asked, following Jiang Sen as they dashed across the road and jumped into the opposite ditch, advancing towards the village. "Regardless of what I say next, just cooperate." "What do you intend to do?" Wang Haiyang was in a state of anxiety. However, Jiang Sen pressed on without revealing much, resigning himself to follow. They hurried to Clipper Valley Village, retracing their steps to the home of the village chief, Zhao Guangming. The lights were on, and a figure was visible behind the curtains, seated on a heated bed, engaged in some unknown activity. "Whose house is this?" Wang Haiyang inquired. "Zhao Guangming's residence." Jiang Sen replied, calling out, "Is the village chief at home?" The silhouette behind the curtains stirred, stood up, and vanished. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing Zhao Guangming draped in a robe. "Who is it?" "Village chief. I'm Jiang Sen from the Intellectual Youth Station. Do you remember me?" "Oh, it's you." Zhao Guangming responded in a flat tone. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "It's a matter of utmost importance." "Village chief, may we come in to discuss?" Zhao Guangming pondered the gravity of Jiang Sen's claim, hesitating for a few moments before approaching to unlock the courtyard gate, though he did not invite them inside. "If you have something to say, go ahead. If it can wait, you may come to the village committee tomorrow." He lowered his eyelids, pulling out a piece of paper to roll a cigarette. Wang Haiyang quickly produced his own tobacco. "Village chief, smoke this." Zhao Guangming glanced at it, accepted it, and Wang Haiyang struck a match to light it for him. "Now speak." "Village chief, while we were working today, we discovered spies." "What did you say?" Zhao Guangming nearly dropped the cigarette in his hand, his eyes widening in alarm. Where are they? Who are they? Jiang Sen exchanged a quick glance with Wang Haiyang. Village chief, the situation is urgent. The personnel at the team headquarters have been deceived by the spies and are heading to the intellectual youth station to apprehend people. We came to ask you to intervene. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangming seemed less anxious. So, they're going to the intellectual youth station? Since the team headquarters is involved, the intellectual youth are now managed separately from the village. Isn't it inappropriate for us to intervene? Wang Haiyang felt a surge of urgency and opened his mouth to speak. But Jiang Sen restrained him. He smiled and continued, Village chief, consider this. The intellectual youth originally settled here as part of Clipper Valley Village. If the village can take charge of their work arrangements and housing, the village will not only expand, but also benefit from more lenient policies from above. The welfare and rations of the intellectual youth would also count towards the village's resources. Regardless of past grievances, if the village stands up for them this time, managing them in the future will become easier, and your prestige will surely rise. Seeing Dongming Weaver, Jiang Sen Krisidon. Furthermore, to be frank, we discovered the spies ourselves. It's Feng Chao from the intellectual youth station. We have already reported it to the scene management, and they are on their way. Once they arrive and see the village supporting the intellectual youth, don't you think Clipper Valley Village's standing will rise? Perhaps you'll even earn accolades, which could be proudly displayed on the village committee's wall. Who wouldn't praise you then? This reasoning finally swayed Zhao Guangming. In truth, even the most oblivious villagers would not remain indifferent to the presence of spies. He was merely putting on a fade. You aren't lying, are you? There truly are spies? Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang nodded vigorously. Jiang Sen raised one hand. I assure you, like the greatest revolutionary pioneers, that there is not a shred of falsehood. Otherwise, I'll never have a meal again. Zhao Guangming asked, who are the spies? Can you tell me? This was indeed crucial information, revealing it would prevent any potential confusion later. It's Feng Chao from the intellectual youth station. Jiang Sen deflucid. He had thrown Feng Chao under the bus, citing his involvement with Lu Xiao. He nearly got us into serious trouble. It wasn't that he was unwilling to mention Lu Xiao. He simply lacked evidence and could only take down Feng Chao for now, awaiting Li Chaoyang's instructions. All right, you wait here. Eru, get up quickly and call your brother. He called for his son, striding back into the house. Wang Haiyang whispered, will this work? Jiang Sen nodded. The scene manager and his team wouldn't arrive for at least 3 or 4 hours. During that time, they lacked the ability to protect themselves and could only stir the waters while assisting Hu Jiqing. As for whether they could help the intellectual youth, Wang Haiyang felt uncertain. But he agreed with Jiang Sen's earlier points. Zhao Guangming had a multitude of villagers. Neglecting the opportunity to utilize their labor to strengthen the village seemed foolish. There must be a reason, but right now, Jiang Sen didn't wish to dwell on that. Resolving the immediate situation was paramount. Shortly after, Zhao Guangming emerged with his 2 sons. Zhao Eru's gaze flickered as he regarded the 2 of them. Let's go. First to the village committee. Go summon old son. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang followed him to the village committee, while Zhao Eru dashed off to gather others. Upon arriving at the village committee, Zhao Guangming said, wait until everyone arrives, then we'll head out. Chapter 91. This pretense is quite impressive. The lights in the villagers' homes flickered on one after another. Soon after, Zhao Dahu arrived with Secretary Sun Wench. What's happened? Upon entering, Sun Wench inquired, glancing at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Is there a thief causing trouble in the dead of night? This was a serious matter, and Zhao Guangming had no time to engage in banter. He pulled him outside to whisper for a while, occasionally glancing back. Vang Hoyang Son Jiang Seniskatse. But Jiang Sen shook his head. After another 5 minutes, nearly all the village men had gathered, wielding hoes, pitchforks, and shovels, with many carrying torches. Following Zhao Eru were Luzi and Haizi, their eyes darting as they looked at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Jiang Sen had no time to deal with them. As long as they didn't create chaos, that was sufficient. Once Zhao Guangming finished his conversation with Sun Wench, they stood at the entrance together. Zhao Guangming declared, Dahu, organize the militia and distribute the firearms. Zhao Dahu remained silent, turning to enter the village committee. Moments later, he emerged carrying several guns. Come and take your arms. Zhao Hada shouted. 6 or 7 men, all robust young laborers in their 20s and 30s, stepped forward to retrieve the guns, receiving 2 rounds of ammunition before moving aside. The militia in the village was rather disorganized, causing Wang Haiyang to grimace in concern. All right, everyone quiet down. Zhao Guangming began addressing the villagers, with Sun Wenj standing beside him. Today, we discovered spies in our village. Currently, the team headquarters personnel have been misled by them and are heading to the intellectual youth station to stir up trouble, intending to capture people. Remember, they are not looking to apprehend spies, but rather to capture good people deceived by the spies. Even though we manage separately, we are still part of the same village. We must not allow these villains to succeed. Is that clear? Though the villagers seldom interacted with the intellectual youth station, when it came to apprehending spies, they were resolute. Someone shouted, "Whoever they are, if they dare come to Clipper Valley to arrest people, let them go without return. Yes, let us finish them off. Damn it, let us get them. Everyone, follow commands, no chaos. Wait for my signal with the secretary to act, understood? Understood. Village chief, hurry up. Don't let them escape." Witnessing the villagers' fervor, Jiang Sen felt he had previously misjudged them. They were indeed good comrades. Zhao Guangming turned to Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. "All right, shall we go now?" Jiang Sen quickly responded, "Thank you, village chief, secretary, and everyone. We must head over now. We cannot allow the enemy to succeed and disrupt our unity." "Well said." Villagers cheered. "Let us go." Jiang Sen waved his hand, exuding the demeanor of a great leader as he strode aggressively toward the intellectual youth station. Zhao Eru had somehow approached, smiling ingratiatingly at Jiang Senator. I was previously a bit rude. If you need anything later, just call. And I assure you, there will be no hesitation." Jiang Sen smiled back, turning to look at him. "All right, just don't drop the ball when the time comes. Whoever falters is a big girl-esque child." The distance from the village to the intellectual youth station was merely a mile or two, and they moved quickly, making quite a ruckus. Before they reached their destination, they could already hear the commotion from ahead. Hu Jiqing stood at the forefront of a group of intellectual youth, his face ashen with rage. He angrily rebuked Officer Zhao. "Officer Zhao, as a cadre of the team, how can you arbitrarily accuse innocent people?" "Officer," Zhao retorted arrogantly. "Accuse innocent people? Then you should bring them forward and clarify the matter. I have already stated they are not here. Not here. Are they running away in the middle of the night from the educated youth point? Nonsense. Then let us search. If we find them, you will all be their accomplices and face execution. Who are you trying to scare? You claim they are enemy agents. Where's your evidence?" A voice protested loudly, followed by others echoing the sentiment. The scene became chaotic, yet no one dared to resort to violence. "Produce the evidence." "Indeed, we all came in response to the national call to support Beta Huang. You claim they are enemy agents, yet where is your proof? Bring it forth. If you do not, you are merely slandering us. We will report you, even to Kyoto, accusing you of persecuting intellectuals sent to the countryside." Yes, persecution. Although the voices were numerous and chaotic, Jiang Sen understood that they were all defending him and Wang Haiyang. "Do you wish to rebel?" Officer Zhao became flustered. He initially intended to find Hu Jiqing and quietly apprehend Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. However, he unexpectedly faced strong discontent and resistance from Hu Jiqing. It was unclear who had informed the others, and soon they were surrounded. What is the point of searching? Even if we did, the two who received the news would have already fled into the mountains. When Officer Zhao exclaimed, "Do you wish to rebel?" those behind him raised their weapons immediately. He sneered, "If you resist arrest, you are indeed rebelling. We can execute stubborn elements on the spot. Hand them over, and I will treat today's events as if they never happened. But if you do not," he took a step back, positioning himself behind those holding guns. "Then do not blame me. Dare you? We are not afraid of you." Sun Guohong stepped forward, declaring, "Comrades, they intend to persecute our good comrades. Can we allow them to succeed? No. Can we let good comrades suffer injustice? No. Yet their guns are not aimed at the enemy, but at us educated youth. Can we tolerate this? No. No." The educated youth rallied together, pressing forward step by step. Officer Zhao panicked, shouting, "What do you intend to do? Do you want to cause a disturbance? I warn you, if you do not step back, I will open fire. Let me see who dares." A furious roar made everyone turn a look. Zhao Guangming strode forward with his group, standing resolutely before the educated youth, facing Officer Zhao. He felt heroic and imposing. Yet Jiang Sen thought the act rather amusing. Village Chief Zhao, Secretary Sun, observing them calmed Officer Zhao. "You arrived just in time. I was about to ask you, Have you not discovered the enemy agents hidden in the village? Zhao Guangming scoffed. How would I know? But you, who claims they're enemy agents, who are they? Where's your evidence? Faced with the villagers, Officer Zhao dared not act recklessly. One misstep, and they could be trapped, with their guns proving useless against the larger number opposite them. Very well. Since that is the case, let me inform you. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang are the enemy agents. Evidence? Yes. Where's the evidence? Produce it. The educated youth began advancing again. Then I must ask you, where are they? Officer Zhao glanced around. I'll tell you, they went to the team as headquarters tonight to make a call. Our communications officer discovered him making a call while sending Morse code. Can anyone explain why, in the dead of night, they're making calls and sending Morse code for something that is not even important? Huh? Why? Hand them over so we can clarify whether we are wrongfully accusing them. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar ensued. Everyone understood that Morse code signaled either military or enemy activity. Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang stepped out from behind the villagers. Hobari! Hobari! Splendid, splendid. Jiang Sen applauded. Continue your fabrication. Chapter 92. Without an explanation, none shall depart. Upon seeing Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, Officer Zhao froze for a moment before waving his hand. That's them. Arrest them. His men moved forward. But Zhao Dahu and the others, guns at the ready, stepped forward. Let me see who dares. Hu Jiqing, spotting them, expressed delight. Jiang Sen, Wang Haiyang. Thank goodness you are all right. They were alleging you were enemy agents and wanted to arrest you. When you were not present, they claimed we were harboring criminals and insisted on a search. It's fine, Jiang Sen replied. They are merely making a fuss. The truth will soon reveal itself. After speaking, Jiang Sen noticed Wei Sen peeking from behind the educated youth and waved him over. Wei Sen hurriedly approached. Jiang Sen whispered in his ear, "Go to the main road and bring the team members over immediately." Wei Sen nodded eagerly and turned to leave, but was stopped by Jiang's senator. Look around. Erhu. Hey, Zhao Eru responded enthusiastically, running over. Erhu, you and your companions go with him, and be cautious. All right, Elizi, Heizi, follow me. Zhao Eru gathered his group and marched forward boldly, while Wei Sen chuckled and nodded at Jiang Sen before following. The reason for sending them to wait for reinforcements was that they were confident the team members would hesitate to act against the villagers, fearing repercussions. Wang Haiyang, feeling uneasy, said, Jiang Sen, should I accompany them? Jiang Sen pondered for a moment and replied, all right, let them lead while you follow behind. If you encounter team members, do not reveal yourself. Watching Wang Haiyang leave, Jiang Sen turned his gaze back to Officer Zhao. Officer Zhao, is the fish good? Upon hearing Wang Haiyang depart, Officer Zhao became anxious and was about to call for someone to stop him when he heard Jiang Sen's words. Fish? What fish? Jiang Sen long hit heartily, saying, the educated youth all know we brought back plenty of fish from the livestock farm, and we're thinking of letting the team sample the largest one. I saw the captain instructing you to take it over, stating it was for the educated youth to enjoy better meals. What is the matter? Did you forget once it's in your belly? It turned into excrement, of course. A bold voice chimed in. Ha! Zhao Guangming seemed to grasp the situation. These individuals were merely seeking trouble. Having eaten their fish without acknowledgement, they were better off just giving it back. Furthermore, they had been claiming to catch enemy agents, yet had failed to present any substantial evidence. Officer Zhao Guangming spoke up. If you cannot produce evidence, I will report you to the headquarters. You are seizing the educated youth's fish and trying to arrest people. I do not believe the headquarters lacks wise individuals. Indeed, let us go to the headquarters. Report them. Previously, reporting was a tactic used by the educated youth. Zhao Guangming found it fitting to employ it now. Officer Zhao, infuriated, warned, do you know what your behavior constitutes? Obstructing law enforcement and harboring criminals. This is rebellion. Rebellion. When a captain arrives with his men, armed with machine guns, I will have you all shot. Who are you trying to scare? Bluster all you want. Zhao Guangming spat. Ugh. This smoke is too pungent. Jiang Sen promptly produced the pack of cigarettes given to him by Wang Weimin and stuffed it into Zhao Guangming's pocket. Feeling a movement in his pocket, Zhao Guangming paused, instinctively taking it out, opening it, extracting a cigarette, and offering it to Sun Wenj. Old Sun, have a smoke. Sun Wenj accepted with a smile. This is the first time you've offered me a cigarette. What do we need to say between brothers? The two began chatting as if the individuals opposite them did not exist at all. Zhao, the official, realized that he would gain nothing today. And with Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang unable to leave, he decided to depart first and devise a plan upon Wang Weiman's return. As he moved to leave, Jiang Sen immediately exclaimed, "Planning to escape? That's not feasible. No one leaves without an explanation." The educated youth echoed the sentiment, insisting, "Yes. No one leaves without an explanation. We cannot let anyone go. Let us see who dares to move." At Zhao Dahu's command, the armed militia swiftly surrounded them. Zhao Guangming, Zhao, now agitated, raised his voice. "Are you truly planning a rebellion? We are members of the team. Attacking us is tantamount to assaulting the team, an affront to the farm itself. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation?" Suddenly, a furious roar interrupted, causing everyone to turn towards the source. They beheld Li Chaoyang, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, armed and swiftly approaching, promptly establishing another encirclement. "Seize their weapons. Arrest them all." Zhao's legs weakened. He had underestimated Li Chaoyang's speed. Their weapons confiscated, they were bound tightly. "Oh, Director Li, you must advocate for us," Zhao Guangming cried, extending his hands in desperation. "If you hadn't arrived, they would have labeled our village as a den of bandits. I have let down the organization that nurtured me. I have failed as village chief." His tears were patently feigned, yet none dared to mock him. Li Chaoyang grasped his hand, offering comfort. "Village chief, you have been frightened? We arrived late. Not too late." Thank goodness. He turned to Jiang Sen. This child acted swiftly. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent people would have been wronged. They're all good kids from our village. Jiang Sen strugled dorstai sutris lonter. "Indeed, I understand. Your village has achieved a significant merit in this matter. We will certainly commend you later." This affirmation was precisely what Zhao Guangming sought. His objective accomplished, he recognized it was time to retreat. "Very well. The women and children in the village are terrified. I will send them home to calm down." "Excellent. Take care, village chief." Sun Wenj, sensing he had lost the opportunity for theatrics, refrained from intervening, realizing that Zhao had monopolized the moment. It seemed that henceforth, the Zhaos would overshadow the Suns. "Director." At that moment, Hu Jiqing arrived with the educated youth, clamoring to voice their grievances, their words a cacophony. Li Chaoyang raised his hands, urging calm. "I understand everyone has sentiments. Today, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang have rendered great service, a triumph for the fourth team. We are all aware of this honor. We will promptly address the issues concerning the fourth team, ensuring no further worries arise." With that, he instructed everyone to return and rest. "By the way, hold on to Feng Chao." Feng Chao turned in surprise, glancing at Lu Xiao, who seemed oblivious, walking back with the others. A flicker of realization crossed Feng Chao's eyes as he thought, "If they called me, it must be for something important." Smiling, he inquired, "Director, what do you need me for?" Once the educated youth had left, Li Chaoyang replied, "No hurry. Come, let's discuss matters at the team office." "All right." Feng Chao seemed pleased. Turning to Jiang Senator, "You all were incredible. If I'd known there would be action, why didn't you call me?" Jiang Sen had already surmised Li Chaoyang's intentions and replied, "We can discuss it at the office. I'm just as perplexed as you are," clearly reluctant to engage further. Jiang Sen did not notice Feng Chao's obliviousness as he cheerfully followed the group out of the village. The soldiers, escorting Zhao and the others, marched ahead, while Jiang Sen and his companions trailed behind Li Chaoyang. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted Wei San and Zhao Eru standing there. Li Chaoyang waved. "You've done well. Come, let us go to the team office." Chapter 93. Who else knows? The events of the previous night had unfolded dramatically, and upon reaching the team office, dawn was nearly breaking. Yet, everyone remained alert and wide awake. 3 large trucks were parked outside, accompanied by 20 to 30 soldiers standing guard. The educated youth had not emerged, likely having been preemptively settled into their quarters. Li Chaoyang requisitioned Wang Weiman's office, instructing Jiang Sen and the others to wait there for a moment before stepping outside. Wei San leaned against the window, gazing outside. Zhao Eru and the others buzzed with excitement, as if they had accomplished something monumental, chattering animatedly about the prior events. Feng Chao joined them, equally thrilled. Wang Haiyang and Jiang Sen occupied chairs at the desk. With just one call, the director brought the troops. Quite a show of influence. Jiang Sen tisid Wang Voyang. "I didn't expect it either." Wang Haiyang scratched his head. "I wonder how Wang Weiman is faring." "Captured." Wang Haiyang gestured with his hand, mimicking a grabbing motion. Jiang Sen turned to Feng Chao. The director summoned you. Does that mean he abruptly recalled the items in his pocket that he had yet to present to Li Chaoyang and hastily stood to leave? Where are you going? Wang Haiyang asked. Jiang Sen glanced back, noticing the others were also watching him as if they wanted to join. I urgently need the restroom. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone felt the same urgency, especially Zhao Eru, who exclaimed, I almost forgot. I'm about to burst. Let us go, let us go. Jiang Sen, exasperated, shot Wang Haiyang a glance, who feigned innocence. Upon opening the door, they were immediately halted by 2 soldiers at the entrance. You can't leave for now, but we need to use the restroom. Zhao Eru protested, acting like a hero who had just achieved something significant, attempting to push past. Sora, you can't go. You please return. Jiang Sen pulled Zhao Eru back, addressing the soldiers. We want to go out. Please inform Director Li that I have crucial information to report. The soldiers exchanged glances. One of them replied, All right, you stay put. I'll go report. Returning to the office, Zhao Eru was visibly agitated, finding fault with everything. Yet ultimately, he remained still, desperately crossing his legs. Oh, I'm about to wet my pants. Wang Haiyang glanced around, then grabbed a basin from the side, offering it to him. Here, what for? Aren't you about to burst? No, I mean, this Zhao Eru was momentarily taken aback, but eventually gritted his teeth and accepted it, moving to the side of the file cabinet. Turn around. The others erupted in laughter. Just as they were enjoying the moment, the door swung open, startling Zhao Eru, and the laughter ceased, leaving only the sound of dripping. Li Chaoyang entered with a smile. Jiang Sen, Wang Haiyang, come with me. After saying this, he glanced at the others in the room. In a flurry, Zhao Eru hastily placed the basin on the wash basin rack, adjusting his pants as he turned around. Assuming they were all to be summoned, he was surprised when, after Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exited, Li Chaoyang merely smiled and said, Just wait a moment, before closing the door behind him. Hey! Zhao Eru rushed to the door, only to be stopped by the soldiers again, leaving him shouting, Jiang Sen, Jiang Sen, Director. Jiang Sen turned back, grinning at him and waving goodbye before following Li Chaoyang to the last room in a row of team offices. The interior resembled a classroom or a meeting room, albeit sparsely furnished with just a table and 3 chairs, 2 on one side and 1 set slightly apart. Li Chaoyang did not invite them to sit, instead closing the door and asking, What important intelligence do you have for me? Jiang Sen hastily retrieved the small glass vial from his pocket, recounting the sequence of events that led him to discover a lifeless body unearthed by Feng Chao on the mountain, and how, in a fit of fear, he had discarded the vial upon leaving. A corpse? Li Xiaoyang inquired. Do you recognize him? No, Jiang Sen replied. He was a man in his 30s, decomposed beyond recognition. We examined the contents, and Wang Haiyang claimed it was our border map. Li Xiaoyang's expression grew grave as he turned to Wang Haiyang. Are you certain? Wang Haiyang nodded. I've seen it in my father's study. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyang opened the vial, pouring out the rolled paper. A mere glance was enough for him to snap it shut again. He strode to the door, commanding, Bring Feng Chao here. Upon returning, he spoke in hushed urgency. This matter is of utmost importance. Shortly, I will send someone with you to inspect the corpse. Also, who else is aware of this? Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged glances. Who else knows? Oh, right. Lucio, Wang Haiyang exclaimed. Last night, we saw the 2 of them in the woods. That, he flushed. Lucio asked Feng Chao to do something, and Jiang Sen and I followed him, ultimately leading us to the woods at the foot of the mountain. Lucio, Li Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. After you mentioned her last time, I contacted Kyoto to investigate this educated youth, but there has been no news yet. We must not raise any alarms. For today, when you return, do not speak too freely. Just say you inadvertently discovered an issue with Comrade Zhao at the team headquarters and cooperated with the field office to apprehend him. Leave her untouched. Wang Haiyang questioned, perplexed. Jiang Sen interjected, We need to monitor her connections beyond Wang Weimin. Li Xiaoyang nodded with a smile, precisely. She serves as bait. Now she is in the open. Just keep a close watch. And Feng Chao? Wang Haiyang asked. He is merely a pawn in this game. When he arrives, we shall clarify matters. He cannot return. Just inform others he has been reassigned to the lumberyard. As for his belongings, have someone bring them back after your return from mountain. Understood. As the door swung open, Feng Chao jovially entered, calling out, Director, He greeted Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang before asking, "What do you need us for?" "Please, take a seat." Li Xiaoyang gestured towards the chairs at the table. Awaiting the other two, Feng Chao hesitated, noticing the three standing, declaring, "I'll stand with you." As they conversed, the door opened again, admitting two uniformed individuals. Jiang Sen recognized one as Qian Haoyang from the division headquarters. "Commander Zhang, Director Qian." Li Xiaoyang greeted with a smile. "Everyone is here." Director Qian smiled and nodded at Wang Haiyang before glancing at Jiang Sen, momentarily taken aback, then quickly grinned, pointing, "You must be Jiang Sen. Remarkable. You've only just arrived and already made significant contributions. The division will commend you for this." Both Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang beamed, replying, "Thank you, Commander." Upon seeing Feng Chao, Qian Haoyang's smile faded, causing Feng Chao, who had been about to speak, to feel awkward. "Please have a seat." He gestured toward the chair opposite the table. "Do we need to invite you to sit?" Feng Chao panicked, looking at Li Xiaoyang, who urged, "Sit down." He then glanced at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, who shrugged in unison. Perspiration trickled down Feng Chao's forehead as he nervously approached and took a seat. "Feng Chao, speak," commanded Commander Zhang, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. What should I say?" Feng Chao stammered. Chapter 94. What conditions did you agree to with her? Just tell us, who is your superior? Feng Chao was taken aback, leaping to his feet. "Superior? What are you talking about?" "I'm not you, they." He was at a loss for words. The term superior was universally understood. His face drained of color, legs trembling, hands shaking, he dared not raise them. Wide-eyed and panic-stricken, "Jiang Sen," he suddenly exclaimed, as if seeing a potential savior. "Please help me explain. I didn't do anything wrong." Jiang Sen remained silent, while Li Xiaoyang chuckled as if he had heard a jest, pulling out the small vial and placing it firmly on the table with a thud. "Have you seen this?" Upon witnessing the vial, Feng Chao's eyes widened, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his mind blank. Just the previous night, Lu Xiao had called him out, stating she had something to discuss. With his desires inflamed, he could hardly resist her advances. To facilitate her request, she had asked him to retrieve a small glass vial from a corpse unearthed in the mountains. Fear gripped him as he queried, "Who was the corpse?" Lu Xiao revealed it was the individual who had tormented another in the woods, taking advantage of the situation to incapacitate him and bury him there. Yet, the will left by his father had been seized by that very person. Caught in a web of allure and persuasion, Feng Chao had yielded. The following night, under the cover of darkness while others slept, he stealthily ventured into the mountains, excavated the corpse, and unearthed the vial, nearly suffocating in the process. He had believed that after returning the vial to Lu Xiao, he might be rewarded with her affection, only to be startled by ghostly wails that sent him fleeing in terror. Upon returning, he discovered the vial had vanished. Throughout the day, Lu Xiao had deliberately ignored him, conversing intimately with other male, educated youths, further fueling his frustration. Seizing a moment while working in the cornfields, he confronted Lu Xiao, demanding an explanation. She retorted that he had misplaced his father's will, claiming he couldn't even handle such a small matter and suggesting he should not dream of continuing their association. Disheartened, Feng Chao contemplated seizing an opportunity later that night, pledging to search for the will in the mountains, unaware of where it might have been lost along the way. Yet, fate took a turn. Before he could approach Lu Xiao, chaos ensued with the arrival of Comrade Zhao from the team headquarters. Even with keen intellect, he could not fathom how the Night S events involving Zhao led to him being implicated. Why? Suddenly, it dawned on him, Lu Xiao. He realized that the vial contained not some trivial will, but something far more significant. Otherwise, Director Li would not have stirred such a commotion. He lifted his head, exclaiming, "It was Lu Xiao. She instructed me to dig up a corpse in the mountains and retrieve the small vial from it." Qian Haoyang and Li Xiaoyang exchanged glances, with Li Xiaoyang nodding. He then whispered to Commander Zhang before asking, "What conditions did she promise you in exchange for your assistance?" With the floodgates open, Feng Chao no longer held back. To conceal her identity would only lead to his own ruin. She said that as long as I helped her, she would sleep with me. With a resounding bang, Qian Haoyang slammed his hand on the table, fuming, "Look at you. Where's the demeanor of a revolutionary youth? Just four. He struggled to articulate, to betray your comrades and your country? Your actions are gravely serious. Prepare to face judgment. I am innocent." Feng Chao was on the verge of breaking down. I merely sought her out as a woman. I never intended to betray my comrades, let alone my country. I swear, I am innocent. Feng Chao wept profusely, proclaiming his innocence, yet his actions spoke otherwise, despite his uncertainty about the vial's contents. Feng Chao, Qian Haoyang struck the table again. Do you still have the audacity to weep? Do you honor the organization's investment in you? Guards, take him away. As the door swung open, 2 soldiers entered, swiftly binding Feng Chao and escorting him outside. Director, Jiang Sen. Commander, I am innocent. Innocent. The soldiers shoved a cloth into Feng Chao's mouth, gradually silencing his protests. Jiang Sen observed this scene, feeling an unsettling tension grip him. Although he too had cried out injustice, he did not do so as fervently as Feng Chao. At that time, he might have been even less fortunate than him. Jiang Sen self-deprecatingly recalled that he had once hoped for his father's rescue, which was truly amusing. Li Jian, well done. Once again, your red flag farm has made a significant contribution. The higher-ups have already reviewed the situation. If you successfully apprehend this spy organization, you will be reported to the capital for a first-class merit award. Li Chaoyang chuckled. Thank you, Director Qian. This is all thanks to the efforts of these 2 youngsters. Li Chaoyang had presumably reported the sequence of events, and Qian Haoyang smiled as he nodded at Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. Indeed, keep up the good work. Rewards are certainly forthcoming. Qian Haoyang stood up, nodded to Captain Zhang, and walked outside, leaving the rest of them. You must ensure that no fish slip through the net. We await your good news at the division headquarters. Yes. After watching Qian Haoyang and Captain Zhang depart in 2 trucks, Li Chaoyang immediately ordered, gather the troops. 2 soldiers rushed out. Wang Haiyang asked, Uncle Li, what about Officer Zhao and the others? Li Chaoyang gestured in the direction where Qian Haoyang had left. All 16 of them have been apprehended. Wang Haiyang chuckled. Jiang Sen inquired, Farm manager, has Wang Weiman been captured as well? Of course. He was taken down on sight. Did he manage to escape? After a moment, 12 individuals approached from various directions and lined up at the entrance. Li Chaoyang called out, Xiangzi, you take 6 men and head into the mountains to retrieve the body. A robust man stepped forward, standing at attention. Yes. He turned, selected 6 individuals, and then looked back at Li Chaoyang, awaiting orders. All right, you all proceed. Afterwards, you can remain at the youth point without returning. Do you remember what I instructed you earlier? Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang simultaneously nodded. We remember. Go ahead. As the 2 stepped forward, they heard Zhao Eru call out to them, Hey, where you going? What about us? What should we do? Wei Sin trailed behind him, looking at Jiang Sen with a clear yet unspoken concern. Jiang Sen turned to Li Chaoyang, who replied, You all go ahead. I'll give a few instructions and let them leave. Only then did they feel reassured, waving goodbye to Zhao Eru and his group as they departed. The trucks could not venture deep into the mountains, so they took a route around the village, stopping only at the foot of the mountain. After disembarking, they led the group into the forest between the 2 mountains, and soon enough, they unearthed the body. Even though the corpse was wrapped in burlap, the nauseating stench was undeniable. They loaded the body onto the truck and drove back. Upon reaching the village, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang disembarked and rushed back to the youth point to retrieve Feng Chao's belongings. By now, daylight had already broken, and the youth had all gone to work, encountering only Hu Jiqing. They relayed Li Chaoyang's instructions, to which Hu Jiqing responded with a hint of nostalgia, remarking that Feng Chao was indeed fortunate. Once back at the youth point, Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang felt both exhausted and famished. They hastily ate something and collapsed in a bed. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, rousing Jiang Sen from his slumber. He grabbed Wang Haiyang's arm and glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30. They had slept an entire day. Who is it? Jiang Sen yawned as he opened the door. What brings you here? Upon opening the door, Jiang Sen found Lu Xiao standing outside, appearing somewhat shy yet anxious. He asked irritably, What do you want? Lu Xiao softly replied, Jiang Sen, after last night's significant events, I was worried about you starting work today. As soon as I returned, I wanted to check if you were all right. Jiang Sen felt speechless. Why would she be concerned about his well-being? Truly, it was an unnecessary worry. Yem Mifine, he said, attempting to close the door. Jiang Sen. Lu Xiao quickly called out, I'm just worried about you. If you're all right, I'll take my leave. With that, she truly turned to leave. Wang Haiyang groggily got up, asking, Who's there? What time is it? No wonder I'm so hungry. Jiang Sen frowned as he watched Lu Xiao's retreating figure, thinking that her visit, though seemingly caring, was likely just an attempt to gather information. Feng Chao had failed to obtain what she needed, and now the farm had come to apprehend Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, who in turn had been captured by the authorities. Early that morning, she hadn't seen Feng Chao, nor had she spotted Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang. But she heard from Xiao Ma, who lived with Feng Chao, that he had not returned. She grew anxious and rushed over to check on Jiang Sen and the others. Upon seeing them, her anxiety only intensified. With people missing and belongings unaccounted for, how would she report back to her superiors? Thankfully, this era lacked the internet and mobile phones. Otherwise, the news of Wang Weimin's arrest would have been impossible to conceal. Currently, no one knew he was in trouble. Yet Lu Xiao was restless. With no one to be found and nothing to locate, what should she do next? She was overwhelmed with panic, even contemplating direct escape. But that was not an option. Failing to complete her mission would have consequences she could not bear. Lost in thought, she failed to notice someone approaching her. In the fleeting moment they passed each other, Lu Xiao seemed to hear the person whisper, "Time is running out." 3 days. When she regained her composure and turned to look, she only saw someone disappearing down a narrow path. She pursued, but both sides of the path were lined with houses occupied by the youth, and there was no one in sight. She wondered if it was merely her imagination, born from her anxiety. Nevertheless, that phrase, that voice, she had not misheard. It was spoken in a foreign tongue. She pondered for a moment before hastily leaving. After Lu Xiao departed, Jiang Sen hurried to wash up and called Wang Haiyang to head to the mess hall for breakfast. Wang Haiyang remarked, "I'm so hungry I could eat a whole pig." Jiang Sen laughed, "First, freshen up, then we can eat. Otherwise, it'll be hard to swallow." Jokingly, they made their way to the front. Many youths had already finished eating, and Hu Jiqing was about to tell Mao Jun to bring food back for the two when he noticed them arriving. "Awake? Did you rest well this time?" he asked with a smile. Jiang Sen chuckled. "I was starved awake. Otherwise, I could have slept for 3 days and nights." Wang Haiyang chimed in. "It's not like I've never done that before." "Oh, you could sleep for 3 days and nights?" Hu Jiqing was taken aback. "I can't sleep at all. I encountered a pack of wolves in the mountains and then quickly descended, utterly exhausted. I fell asleep while eating." Wang Haiyang explained, "I've never tested my own sleeping capacity." "That makes sense. Hurry and eat." They took their food and didn't wander far. Sitting on a stone beside the cow shed, which was behind them, where the cows grazed on fodder, Xiao Ma approached and asked, "When did you come back? Everything all right?" Jiang Sen glanced at him and nodded without speaking. Wang Haiyang replied, "All is well. We just want to help the farm." He felt Jiang Sen nudge his foot and promptly changed his words. "We help the farm identify some individuals. Many of the youths from the headquarters are unfamiliar to us." Xiao Ma nodded. "Oh, that's good. You made us worry all night. By the way, the village chief came looking for you during the day." "Looking for us?" Jiang Sen raised his head in surprise. "I'm not sure. You should ask the team leader." Hu Jiqing, having overheard, walked over and said, "He just wanted to check if you were back. He mentioned that your efforts in locating them prompted their timely arrival to assist the farm in capturing the infiltrators. He said that once you returned, you must visit him." Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang exchanged glances, pondering Zhao Guangming's intentions. What did he want with us? Since Manager Li has already spoken, why seek us out? "All right, let us eat first, then we'll go see." Jiang Sen beeped ambiguously. Wei San, sitting across from them, noticed the surrounding youths had mostly left and approached silently. Sitting beside Senator Jiang Sen, said nothing and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Offering it to him, Wei San grinned with delight. Jiang Sen glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and seeing Hu Jiqing enter the kitchen, he whispered to him, "I need your assistance with something." He leaned closer to Wei San and murmured a few words. After finishing, Wei San nodded silently and departed. This individual, Wang Haiyang observed Wei San's retreat with a hint of confusion. "His name is Wei San," Jiang Sen clarified, "a fellow educated youth, somewhat reserved but possesses certain skills. I've asked him to keep an eye on someone." Jiang Sen did not disclose the identity of the person to be monitored, leading Wang Haiyang to assume it was Lu Xiao. In reality, Jiang Sen had intended for him to observe someone else. After their meal, they washed the lunchboxes and requested Hu Jiqing to take them back, then proceeded towards Jiazigo village. Along the way, they encountered Zhao Eru and Luzi. "Brother Jiang, Brother Wang," Zhao Eru exclaimed, his admiration for them palpable, almost to the point of pledging allegiance. "Where are you headed? If you have any tasks, just let me know. I would never hesitate to assist." He had already concluded that Zhang Xuebing was utterly incompetent, while Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang, hailing from the capital, were truly capable, even managing to apprehend spies, thus sharing in their glory. Even a simple errand like bringing people from the main road could earn them a reward from Director Li, 1 yuan, 5 jin of grain tickets, and a pack of cigarettes. Although the money was scant, the cigarettes were a luxury hard to procure even with cash. Upon returning, Zhao Guangming would commend him greatly, filling him with pride. "Are you home, village chief?" "Yes, yes, I will show you the way," Zhao Era responded, leading the way with air Luzi, turning back with a grin. "Brother Jiang, will there be any rewards for the village from above?" Jiang Sen Diaklith. "What does it matter to you? Why not? I'm also part of the village." "All right, just wait and see," Wang Haiyang interjected jokingly. "If the reward does not meet your expectations, you want to resort to settling scores at the station, will you?" "Look at you bringing that up again." The last incident was merely a misunderstanding, all Zhang Xuebing's fault. We agreed not to associate with him anymore. "Let him find someone else." Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang both laughed. Upon arriving at Zhao's home, Zhao Eru opened the door, ushering Jiang Sen and Wang Haiyang inside while calling out, "Father, Brother Jiang and Brother Wang have come to visit." As the door swung open, Zhao Guangming appeared, extending his arms from afar to welcome them. Gumin, Eru, fetch some water. Luzi, go grab some sunflower seeds from inside. Come, sit over here." Inside the Zhao residence, the east room featured a heated bed covered in matting, with an old bed piano at one end. A round table and several chairs occupied the floor. 2 cabinets leaned against the inner wall, supported by bricks, with a filthy curtain concealing the space below. The cabinets displayed water cups, a tea tray, and an old clock. 2 picture frames hung on the wall, each containing black and white photographs. "Village chief, did you summon us for something?" "Ah, yes. Indeed, I have matters to discuss."